Chapter 1, The System of Becoming Stronger Through Weapon Refinement. School Beauty Sue, could you please take your black stocking feet off my face? I'm not a casual person. Dragon Kingdom. Guangzhou. In a luxurious villa in the top-tier residential community, Taishanjuan. Tang Hao sat on the sofa, staring at the black-stockinged legs stepping on his face, and swallowed hard. These black-stockinged legs are long and shapely, and their owner has an incredibly beautiful face that can be both sweet and sophisticated. If people knew that Su Muxue was the #1 beauty of Yangcheng Third Martial Arts High School and the pride of the Su family, the most powerful family in Yangcheng. At this moment, she was using her black-stockinged legs to seduce Tang Hao, a poor loser whose parents were both from the lower class and who lived in the slums. I'm afraid that in less than 2 days, Tang Hao will be killed by countless martial arts prodigies in Guangzhou out of jealousy. Tang Hao, are you afraid of me? Su Muxue parted her red lips slightly, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. Her fair toes, clad in black stockings, slowly moved down Tang Hao's chest. Glug! Feeling the touch of those fair, jade-like feet beneath the black stockings, Tang Hao felt a surge of heat rising within him. He swallowed hard. I'm not afraid. It's just that you are a genius who has awakened the A-level professional Skyfire mage. I'm just a blacksmith, a lowly D-level crafting profession. We're not from the same world. School Beauty Sue, just tell me what's wrong, don't play me like this. As he finished speaking, Tang Hao's tone became bitter. For 3 years of high school, he trained hard to improve his physical attributes, hoping to awaken a powerful profession and survive in this world where all kinds of races coexist. Unexpectedly, on the eve of the martial arts college entrance examination, he only awakened the most useless D-level life profession, blacksmith. This means that he cannot even participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. He can only go to any vocational college after graduating from high school and then become a blacksmith at the lowest level. The most useless profession, blacksmith? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, a strange expression appeared on Su Muxue's pretty face. In this world, professional ranks are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. S-class has the strongest potential, while D-class is the worst. Those who can awaken an A-level profession are already geniuses among geniuses. Su Muxue is one of the 5 A-level professional geniuses who awakened this year at Yangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School. But who could have imagined that Tang Hao's awakened, seemingly useless D-level life skill could have nurtured 4 peak emperor level experts in his previous life? In this world, the martial arts realms are divided into Chi Refining Realm, Martial Artist Realm, Martial Grandmaster Realm, Battle King Realm, Fighting Emperor Realm, Saint Venerable Realm, Legendary Realm, Emperor Witch Realm, and Primordial Chaos Realm. The Emperor Witch Realm is already an immortal power that can stand above the geniuses of all races. Tang Hao, with only a single black legendary weapon and unparalleled power, single-handedly guarded the abyss of myriad races. Make all the powerful emperor-level beings of all races bow their heads. That's right. Su Muxue has been reborn. In a previous life, a new alternate dimension appeared in a corner of Baiyun Mountain in Guangzhou, where an alien race called the Blood-Eyed Clan invaded Guangzhou. Su Muxue, who has grown into the martial arts inspector of Yangcheng, fought to the death against 7 powerful Blood-Eye Clan members at the Dohuang realm in order to protect the people of the city. Finally, his purple-grade inherited weapon shattered, and he died from exhaustion. Unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes, she was reborn back to the day her classmate Tang Hao had just changed jobs to become a blacksmith. In her past life, despite relying on her family's resources and cultivating diligently, she ultimately only reached the peak of the Dohuang realm, unable to even protect her family and the people of the entire city. And any of the maids who served Tang Hao in bed had reached the half-step Saint Venerable realm. The weapons in his hands were all pink-grade divine artifacts. In this life, why should she bother with arduous cultivation? She might as well become Tang Hao's woman, ask him to forge her an unparalleled divine weapon, and easily slay monsters and level up quickly. 3 years of being deskmates, countless times he saved my life in a past life, and his incredibly handsome face. Being his woman doesn't seem so bad. Thinking of this, Su Muxue blushed. Thinking of this, Su Muxue's black silk stockings and jade-like legs directly unbuckled Tang Hao's belt. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao quickly pressed down on his belt with one hand and grabbed Su Muxue's fair and slender black stockinged ankle with the other. School Beauty Sue, what do you want to do? A look of panic appeared on his face. Tang Hao, I know about your blacksmithing profession. You can tailor-make weapons for your teammates to enhance their strength. Su Muxue looked directly at Tang Hao and said, I want to team up with you. You can craft a blue-grade legendary weapon for me, and I'll help you run dungeons and level up quickly. The martial arts college entrance exam is just around the corner, and you're only at the early stage of chi refining. You're still 3 realms away from meeting the most basic requirement of the chi refining realm: peak in the martial arts college entrance examination, the mid stage, late stage, and peak. You don't want to miss the martial arts college entrance exam, do you? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao asked in astonishment, "School Beauty Sue, where did you hear these rumors from? My profession is only blacksmithing, forging iron blanks for ordinary firearms. Let alone top-tier equipment, I can't even get the most basic white-grade equipment." The equipment levels in this world are divided into 5 levels: Epic, Artifact, Legacy, Famous Blade, and Plain. It corresponds to 5 colors: orange, pink, purple, blue, and white. The orange, pink, and purple weapons and equipment can only be obtained from other dimensions or ruins. Even an A-level professional weapon refiner can only forge blue-grade famous swords. Even so, a blue-grade legendary weapon can fetch a staggering price of over 100 million yuan. Seeing Tang Hao's firm denial, Su Muxue frowned slightly. In her past life, she had personally witnessed Tang Hao using his profession to easily forge high-level weapons and equipment for his teammates. After Tang Hao entered the martial grandmaster realm and gained the ability to protect himself, he publicly acknowledged this matter. For this reason, countless powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom are eager to send their most outstanding talents to Tang Hao's side, begging him to become their teammates. The female prodigies were even willing to lower themselves to become slaves and servants, serving in bed and warming the blankets, in exchange for a pink, divine artifact level equipment. The fact that Tang Hao denies it now only shows that their relationship isn't close enough. Thinking of this, Su Muxue sat directly on Tang Hao's lap with her black silk stockings, and her fair hands took out a hair tie and tied her hair into a high ponytail. She just turned 18 today, and her body is still perfectly intact. She believed Tang Hao would really like this coming-of-age ceremony. "School Beauty Sue, what do you want to do?" Tang Hao looked somewhat nervous upon seeing Su Muxue's bold actions. As someone with extensive theoretical knowledge, Tang Hao knew very well what Su Muxue was trying to achieve with her actions. But he couldn't understand why Su Xiaohua, a genius school beauty and an A-level professional skyfire mage, would throw herself into his arms. Before he could even get up, Su Muxue's fair hands had already hooked around his neck, her red lips exhaling a fragrant breath. "Tang Hao, I want to be your woman." As she spoke, Su Muxue's white shirt drooped slightly at one corner, revealing her fair shoulders. Seeing the school beauty's alluring pose, Tang Hao could no longer hold back. This day is just one day. Tang Hao sat up in bed and looked at the beautiful woman beside him, who looked exhausted after he had been tormenting her all night. Recalling the sobbing voice of School Beauty Sue last night, Tang Hao felt a mix of emotions. She gave herself her virginity. But how can a useless blacksmith like me protect such an outstanding girl? Just as Tang Hao was feeling uneasy, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your coming-of-age ceremony. The refining weapons makes you stronger system is activated and bound. The host's profession, cultivation talent, and innate skill have been enhanced to S level. Please check them yourself. System? Tang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. As a soul transmigrator, a system is a standard feature. However, after 18 years of soul transmigration, he has tried various methods but just cannot activate the system. It turns out that this system can only be activated after completing a coming-of-age ceremony. Tang Hao immediately opened the system panel. The weapon forging system: as long as the host forges weapons and equipment for family, partners, or teammates, the experience gained by the user from killing extra-dimensional creatures will be converted into weapon forging points, which will be returned to the host 5-fold. Weapon forging points can be used to forge weapons or improve the host's cultivation level. Host, Tang Hao. Occupation, D rank blacksmith system enhancement version. Cultivation talent, S rank. Cultivation level, early chi refining realm. Refining value, 100 points. Talent skill, basic equipment forging can forge 3 pieces of weapons and equipment below the level of a famous sword, with a chance to forge weapons and equipment of a higher level, and can be upgraded. Equipment contract: the host automatically recognizes the equipment he forges as his own. The user only has the right to use the equipment and will deduct 1 talent skill as collateral. The host can terminate the contract at any time. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao exclaimed excitedly, "Is what School Beauty Sue said true? Being a blacksmith really isn't a useless profession. Tang Hao, what's wrong?" At this moment, Su Muxue was awakened by Tang Hao's voice and rubbed her tired eyes. Seeing Tang Hao's handsome face, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. School Beauty Sue, my innate skill has awakened. I can now tailor-make equipment based on your profession and potential. Tang Hao didn't mention the system, only that his innate skill had awakened. Chapter 2 Lace Inner Armor. Upon hearing this, Su Muxiue sat up in surprise. Really? In this world, a martial artist's strength is mainly measured by 5 factors: professional level, cultivation level, innate skills, martial arts skills, and equipment. Cultivation, martial arts skills, and equipment are all acquired through training and fortuitous encounters. Job level and talent skills, on the other hand, are innate. Generally speaking, only professions of C rank or above have the opportunity to awaken their innate skills. The higher the rank, the more innate skills may be awakened. This is why Tang Hao's D-level blacksmithing profession is considered a useless profession, because it has no talent skills. Su Muxiue initially thought that Tang Hao's earlier statement that his profession prevented him from crafting weapons and equipment for his teammates was because their relationship wasn't close enough. It now seems that this can only be achieved after Tang Hao's innate skill awakens. Tang Hao, look quickly, can you forge equipment for me? Su Muxiue asked hurriedly. Tang Hao immediately formed a martial arts team with her and then checked her panel. Relationship, teammate Su Muxiue partner. Cultivation talent, a level. Occupation, Skyfire Archmage. Contract equipment, none. Note from the refinement to become stronger system, this system can forge a blue tier, renowned weapon for teammate Su Muxiue, the Poison Flame Lace Armor, which has a 30% damage reflection effect and a 30% chance to trigger both poison and flame attribute damage. Required materials. After seeing the system's annotation, Tang Hao's expression turned somewhat strange. He said, armor is armor, why add lace? Seeing the strange expression on Tang Hao's face, Su Muxiue became a little nervous. Tang Hao, is there something wrong with my character panel? Can you still craft equipment for me? School Beauty Sue, your equipment is decent, but it's just a lace armor. Tang Hao touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Su Muxiue blushed. Although she and Tang Hao had already crossed the final line in their relationship. But at heart, she is still a very traditional girl. Even these black stockings she's wearing today were on her best friend's advice. It's the first time she's worn them. Lace lingerie was a bold outfit she would never have dared to dream of wearing normally. But remembering how in her past life, every piece of equipment and weapon Tang Hao had forged was a divine weapon that could enhance combat power, she immediately blushed and said, Tang Hao, how long will it take to make me lace nails, and what materials will I need? As the premier martial arts family in Guangzhou, the Su family possesses cultivation resources that outsiders cannot even imagine. It only takes a day to build. As for the materials, Tang Hao could tell that Su Muxiue desperately wanted a piece of equipment. They immediately submitted the required materials. Su Muxiue picked up her communication watch and sent the materials list to her family. And it has been increased by 4 times compared to the original amount. When the 5 large boxes of materials arrived, Tang Hao was stunned. School Beauty Sue, what is this? You help me build weapons and equipment, so I have to pay you. You're a blacksmith, it's better to give you forging materials than Chinese currency. Su Muxiue looked directly at Tang Hao with her beautiful eyes and said seriously. Tomorrow is the last school trial before the martial arts college entrance examination. When the time comes, you'll team up with me to enter dungeons and kill alien races, and try to break through to the peak of the Qi refining realm as soon as possible. Tang Hao was moved when he heard Su Muxiue's words. Knowing she was penniless and desperately needed forging materials to build equipment and enhance her strength, she directly provided 4 times the amount of materials. Now they even directly help me run dungeons and level up. Is this what it feels like to be kept by a rich, beautiful school beauty? That was awesome. Thinking of this, Tang Hao said, School Beauty Sue, thank you. Don't call me School Beauty Sue. Su Muxiue frowned slightly, a girlish reproach on her face. From now on, call me Muxiue. She had already given him her first time, and this guy was still so distant with her. What an idiot. Mu Shui. Tang Hao touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. He'll probably be staying at Su Muxiue's villa for a long time from now on. The next morning. On the martial arts training ground of Yongchang No. 3 Martial Arts Middle School. Tang Hao stood wearily in the line of Class 8, Grade 12. Su Muxiue, standing beside her, stroked the lace nail guards beneath her school uniform while muttering to herself. Tang Hao, you're amazing. It's clearly a top-tier weapon, yet you managed to forge it with 2 special effects. Blue tier legendary weapon, poison flame lace armor 30% damage reflection effect 30% chance to trigger both poison and flame dual attribute damage. Upon seeing the two attributes of the lace armor, Su Muxiue was completely captivated by Tang Hao. This man actually forged a legendary weapon, and it even has a double stat effect that only purple tier inherited equipment has a chance of appearing. If Tang Hao's professional skills were to become known, even if Su Muxiue had the backing of the Su family, the #1 martial arts family in Yangcheng, she probably wouldn't be able to keep him. She must hide this man well. A hidden gun? I'm glad you like it, Tang Hao said weakly. This was his first time forging equipment, and given that his cultivation level was only at the early stage of chi refining, this renowned lace armor almost drained all the spiritual energy from his body. This is only a famous sword level piece of equipment. If you were to forge a famous sword level weapon, the amount of spiritual energy required would be even greater. I need to improve my cultivation level as soon as possible before I dare to forge a second weapon, Tang Hao thought to himself. At this moment, Zhou Gua, the school's director of studies, slowly spoke from the front of the training field. Students, there is 1 week left until the martial arts college entrance examination. The school will open the trial instance for 3 days, and all senior high school students who want to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination can enter. However, those whose cultivation level has not reached the peak of the chi refining realm after the trial will directly lose their qualification for the martial arts college entrance examination. In addition, the top 10 teams that kill the most alien races will receive extra rewards from the school. Friendly reminder, there is a blue tier legendary weapon in the reward pool. Wow! These words caused an uproar among the students. Among these people, some are stuck at the late stage of chi refining, just one step away from breaking through to the peak stage. Some people have reached the peak of the chi refining realm and are here for the rewards and experience of killing alien races. Undoubtedly, everyone showed a look of longing when they heard that there was a blue-grade legendary weapon in the school's reward pool. Seeing that he had successfully engaged the students' emotions, Zhou Gua, the head of the teaching department, was very satisfied. Immediately, he waved his hand and pointed to the dimensional stone on the training ground, saying, "For the sake of fairness in the trial, this time only 2 people can team up. Once the team is formed, you can enter the trial instance on your own." No sooner had the dean of students finished speaking than a burly male student, carrying a thick sword and accompanied by a follower, charged into the dimensional stone. He, this legendary weapon belongs to me, Lei Peng, and none of you want to take it from me." Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. He recognized the burly man. Lei Peng is one of the 5 geniuses who awakened an A-level professional skill at Yangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School this year. The awakened one is a weapon spirit type A-level class, Berserker Blade Master. Oof, Thunderbird, this legendary weapon isn't even for you. Little brother, let's go. At this moment, another tall male student stepped forward and spoke to his twin brother beside him. Chen Wen and Chen Wu are brothers, a level profession, Yin Yang twin swordsmen, a rare dual profession. It is said that in addition to each of them awakening a unique talent skill, the two also awakened a combined attack talent skill at the same time, making it easy for them to challenge opponents of higher levels. Including Su Muxiue, 4 of the 5 geniuses from Yangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School who awakened A-level professions this year have now emerged. Tang Hao, we should go in now. Seeing martial arts students of the same grade constantly entering the school's dimensional stone, Su Muxiue turned to Tang Hao. Good. Tang Hao nodded, and he and Su Muxiue walked hand in hand into the dimensional stone. The students around were surprised to see this. The school beauty Su is actually so close to Tang Hao, the most useless D-level professional student in the whole school. Besides having an S-class handsome face, what else does that kid have? What else is he? Chapter 3 Tree and Forest, Lord-level weapons. In the trial instance, Tang Hao and Su Muxiue appeared in a forest, surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, with clear air, like a paradise on earth. But it is precisely in such an environment that crises are most prevalent. Tang Hao, stand behind me. This dungeon is called the Tree and Forest. Although it's only a D-level dungeon and most of the monsters are at the chi refining realm, you can still be in danger if you're not careful. As Su Muxiue spoke to Tang Hao, she took out a pair of white boxing gloves from her storage ring and looked around warily. Although the Su family is the #1 martial arts family in Guangzhou, they have also collected many famous sword-level weapons. Weapons suitable for use by Skyfire mages are generally magic wands or similar items. But Su Muxiue prefers to channel magic into her fists, opting for a more visceral, brutal way of killing monsters. This also meant that she couldn't find a suitable top-tier weapon and had to spend millions to buy a pair of basic gauntlets as a temporary solution. Rustle. As soon as Su Muxiue finished speaking, the four towering trees beside her suddenly revealed hideous, hollow eyes and mouths, and countless vines quickly swept over them. Oh no, it's a ghost forest tree demon in the late stage of chi refining. Su Muxiue exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the vines of the four ghost forest tree demons wrapped around Su Muxiue's hands. Seeing this, Su Muxiue prepared to use her innate skill Heavenly Flamestorm to burn off the branches and tentacles of these ghost forest tree demons. She cursed herself inwardly for being too careless. Upon entering the dungeon, you will need to consume a large amount of spiritual energy to unleash your talent skills. She still had to stay in the dungeon with Tang Hao for 3 more days. After using her innate skills, would her spiritual power be able to sustain her for so many days? While she was pondering, Su Muxiue's lace armor suddenly emitted 2 beams of light, poison and flame. In an instant, the flame effect of the lace armor burned off the branches and tentacles of 2 of the chi refining stage ghost forest tree demons. At the same time, the flames and poisonous mist from the lace armor quickly wrapped around the tentacles of the 4 ghost forest tree spirits. The flames were intensely hot, with a scorching effect. The toxic fog also has a remarkable corrosive effect. In the blink of an eye, their trunks were scorched and 70% corroded. Ah! Ah! The 4 ghostly tree spirits immediately let out painful screams, and then quickly turned into ashes. Su Muxiue's face showed a hint of surprise upon seeing this scene. The poison flame effect of this lace armor is actually this terrifying? Although the power of equipment is directly related to the wearer's cultivation level. However, as a peak chi refining realm cultivator, Su Muxiue, after wearing this lace armor and triggering the poisonous flame attribute, was able to unleash a full force attack comparable to that of an early martial artist realm cultivator. This is still terrifying. Congratulations, host. Equipment contractor Su Muxiue has killed a late-stage chi refining realm ghost forest tree demon, gaining 5 experience points, which have been converted into 5x refining value, for a total of 25 points. Congratulations, host. Equipment contractor Su Muxiue has killed a late-stage chi refining realm ghost forest tree demon, gaining 25 refining points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 25 refinement points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 25 refinement points. Upon hearing the 4 voices from the system, Tang Hao's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that refining points would be so easy to obtain. According to the system's conditions, you can also craft equipment for 3 teammates and sign contracts with them. In other words, your upgrade speed can be increased by 3 times. These aren't teammates, they're practically 4 chosen laborers. Tang Hao muttered to himself as he checked his panel. Host, Tang Hao. Occupation, D rank blacksmith system enhancement version. Cultivation talent, S rank. Cultivation level, early chi refining realm plus. Refining value, 150 points. Talent scale, basic equipment forging can also forge 3 pieces of weapons and equipment below the level of a famous sword, with a chance to forge weapons and equipment of a higher level, and can be upgraded. Equipment contract. The host automatically recognizes the equipment he forges as his own. The user only has the right to use the equipment and will deduct 1 talent skill as collateral. The host can terminate the contract at any time. Contract, Heavenly Flamestorm from teammate Su Muxiue. Yesterday, Tang Hao spent 50 refining points to forge Su Muxiue's famous grade lace armor. Having just killed 4 late-stage chi refining realm ghost forest tree demons, the losses have been made up, and an additional 100 refining points have been generated. More importantly, a plus sign appeared in the cultivation level column, indicating that he can upgrade his cultivation level. Immediately, Tang Hao chose to consume 150 refining points to break through to the mid-stage of chi refining realm. After feeling his spiritual power double, Tang Hao's face showed a look of excitement. Keep earning refining points and strive to reach the peak of the chi refining realm within 3 days, he thought to himself. Tang Hao, be careful. Just as Tang Hao was thinking, Su Muxiue's exclamation suddenly came. Immediately following, 2 whooshing sounds swept through the air. Tang Hao turned his head and saw that the big tree behind him had also transformed into a ghost forest tree demon in the late stage of chi refining. The withered wooden hands of the ghost forest tree demon were squeezing the air as they slapped at him. If this palm strike lands solidly, not only would Tang Hao, who is in the mid-stage of chi refining, be crushed into a pulp, but even a martial artist in the late stage of chi refining would be crushed into a meat pie. At this critical moment, Tang Hao almost instantly raised his hand and activated his newly acquired talent skill, Contract, Heavenly Flamestorm. Boom! In an instant, a scorching and powerful spiral of flames shot out from his hand. The next second, the swirling flames easily pierced through the body of the late-stage chi refining tree demon, burning it to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully slain a late-stage chi refining realm tree demon, gaining 5 experience points, which will be automatically converted into 5 refining points. Hearing the system's voice, Tang Hao felt somewhat disappointed. It seems that killing monsters on my own only grants me regular refining points, without the 5x bonus that comes with killing monsters with teammates. From now on, let his teammates kill the monsters while he lies in the back earning refining points. Tang Hao, you've broken through to the mid-stage of chi refining realm? And you, how did you manage to use my innate skill? After seeing Tang Hao kill a tree demon in the late stage of chi refining, Su Mushue ran over in shock and asked. After you killed 4 tree spirits, I broke through the barrier by relying on experience. Tang Hao didn't hide anything and frankly said. In addition, I have 2 innate skills. One is that you can tailor-make equipment for your teammates. The other is the ability to replicate the talent skills of teammates who use my equipment. Su Mushue was his teammate and also his first woman. There's no need to hide this secret from her. Really? After hearing this, Su Mushue's face showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder Tang Hao didn't have any self-defense skills in the early stages of his previous life, but later he possessed all sorts of powerful skills. But this is a good thing for her. The more powerful Tang Hao becomes, the less likely anyone will object if she focuses all the family's resources on him in the early stages. Thinking of this, Su Mushue said to Tang Hao, I'm relieved that you can protect yourself. Originally, I only planned to kill 3 tree demons on the outskirts of the tree demon forest to improve your cultivation. Now, perhaps we can kill monsters while advancing deeper into the tree ant forest. The monsters deep in the tree demon forest are of a higher level and have more experience, so you can level up faster. At the end, she seemed hesitant to speak further. Mushue, is there anything else you want to say to me? Seeing Su Mushue's hesitant expression, Tang Hao asked. Su Mushue did indeed keep some things to herself. That was in her past life, when she wasn't interested in the ranking rewards from the school trials. Therefore, once you enter the instance, you only need to kill monsters in the middle and outer areas. It was only later that I learned that the 2 brothers, Lei Peng, Chenwen, and Chenwu, were competing for rankings. They broke into the forbidden area deep within the tree demon forest, which led to the appearance of a hidden boss. After killing the opponent, an amazing reward was obtained. Among them is a lord-level weapon that falls between the heritage and famous sword categories, the Treant gloves. This lord-level weapon can enhance her strength. When Tang Hao asked her, she confessed about the hidden boss in the dungeon and the lord-level Treant gloves. However, the experiences of his previous life were omitted, and he only said it was information from his family. Mushue, I'll help you get these tree spirit gloves. After listening to Su Mushue's words, Tang Hao smiled confidently and said. When Su Mushue saw Tang Hao's perfectly handsome smiling face, she was momentarily captivated. He truly deserves to be called the ancestor of all weapons in later generations, both handsome and powerful. After preparing themselves, the 2 headed deep into the tree demon forest. Chapter 4. Listen to your death symphony. The 2 hadn't walked far when they heard whispers coming from the grass not far away. Hey bro, this chick looks really young. How about we kill her brother, then drag her into the cave and have some fun? I've been so bored with training these past few days, so let's have some fun today. Anyway, this is a martial arts training ground, so even if a few people die, the school won't know. Upon hearing this conversation, Tang Hao and Su Mushue exchanged a glance. In an instant, they both understood what the other meant. Let's go follow them and see. Brother, if we kill these 2 ghost forest tree demons, we can break through to the peak of the chi refining realm. Holding a novice-level magic staff, Zhao Lingshan excitedly spoke as she fought a late-stage chi refining realm ghost forest tree demon. Don't let your guard down, kill the monster first. Zhao Wu wielded his beginner-level greatsword, relentlessly slashing and weakening the ghost forest tree demon before him, and said in a deep voice. He and his sister were covered in wounds and almost exhausted their spiritual energy after killing the 2 demonic forest spirits. If they could kill these 2 late-stage chi refining realm ghost forest tree demons, he and his sister could break through to the next level at the same time and recover some of their spiritual power and injuries. Conversely, they will be in trouble. Alright. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan's pretty face turned serious, and she was about to launch the final magical attack. Call out. Call out. Just then, 2 deadly sword beams rushed over and struck the 2 late-stage chi refining realm ghost forest tree demons. The 2 ghostly tree spirits let out ear-piercing screams. Immediately afterwards, 2 experience points flew out. It then smeared onto the 2 male students not far away, who had wicked smiles on their faces, and their levels simultaneously broke through to the peak of the chi refining realm. What are you doing? We were the ones who severely injured these 2 ghost forest tree spirits first. How can you steal our kills? Upon seeing this, Zhao Lingshan's pretty face showed a hint of anger, and she stomped her white-stockinged legs on the ground. Little sister, this is a training ground, not a game for you. Whoever kills you is responsible. A male student with pockmarks on his face sneered. You. Upon hearing the pockmarked male student's words, Zhao Lingshan's face turned angry, and she wanted to say something more. Zhao Wu, standing to the side, waved his hand to stop her. Little sister, forget it, let's give these 2 ghost forest tree demons to them, let's go find more monsters. It's not that Zhao Wu was weak, it's strange that he wasn't angry when someone robbed him. Instead, both he and his younger sister suffered serious injuries, and their spiritual energy was completely depleted. At this time, it is not advisable to have a conflict with the other party. Zhao Lingshan bit her lip, clearly realizing this as well. I understand, brother. Although she was unwilling, she still nodded. After saying that, he prepared to leave with Zhao Wu. Heh, did I say you could leave? Upon seeing this, the pockmarked male student chuckled. You stole it from us, and we've already given in. What more do you want? Zhao Wu's face showed anger, and he gripped his greatsword tightly in his right hand. Guys, we've been training really hard lately, we want to relax a bit. The pockmarked male student chuckled and said. That's right, let your sister stay and have some fun with us. Another male student with a lewd appearance chimed in. Shameless. Sumushue, who was hiding behind a big tree, heard the 2 talking and cursed. Stealing other people's jungle monsters, and now trying to take advantage of their sister in front of their brother, is truly shameless. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. After he finished speaking, he looked at Sumushue. Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Sumushue nodded slightly. Go ahead. If she remembered correctly, Zhao Lingshan was Tang Hao's first bedchamber maid. In my past life, it was during this martial arts trial. Zhao Lingshan's older brother was severely injured, and she herself was almost defiled. Tang Hao appeared just in time and saved her. However, at that time, Tang Hao had not yet awakened his innate skill and was weak. In order to save Zhao Lingshan, he was also beaten to the point of near death by the 2 male students. Tang Hao, a hero who saves a damsel in distress, risking his life for her, and with no one else to turn to, naturally wins Zhao Lingshan's heart, and she gives herself to him. Sumushue considered that Tang Hao only awakened his talent skill of crafting equipment for his teammates after he had a relationship with her. It seems that Tang Hao's innate skill in his previous life was activated by Zhao Lingshan during this martial arts training. However, because of Sumushue's rebirth, Tang Hao's first blood was taken by her. In this life, she is the true mistress of Tang Hao's harem. All other women could only be concubines. Aren't you afraid that if things get out, you'll be punished by the school after you get out? Upon hearing that the 2 people in front of him were going to bully his sister, Zhao Wu's face darkened, and he said angrily. Scared, huh? The pockmarked male student sneered, his greatsword flashing as he unleashed a powerful sword beam at Zhao Wu. So, you have to die here. C rank Wind Swordsman class, innate skill, Wind Slash. Upon seeing the sword strike imbued with murderous intent, Zhao Wu's expression turned terrified. At this moment, his spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and he was unable to withstand this sword strike at all. Little sister, I'll hold them off, you go quickly. Zhao Wu gritted his teeth, pushed Zhao Lingshan back, and stood in front of the wind-breaking slash himself. Brother, no! When Zhao Lingshan saw her elder brother resolutely choose to cover her retreat and die in order to protect her, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Zhao Wu was her only relative. If her elder brother died, what was the point of her living? Who can save her older brother? She was willing to give up everything to save her brother's life. Rank a talent skill, Heavenly Flamestorm. Just then, a magnetic male voice suddenly rang in Zhao Lingshan's ears. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, a scorching firestorm, mixed with surging waves of spiritual energy, swept in. The C-rank wind-breaking slash, Zhao Lingshan turned her head and saw a tall and straight figure slowly walking out of the firestorm. The man was handsome, with eyes as bright as stars, and a fiery cloak draped over his back, like a king bathed in flames. At that moment, Zhao Lingshan was completely mesmerized. The pockmarked male student looked at Tang Hao with a wary expression. The person in front of him could easily block his C-rank talent skill, Wind Slash. The opponent's awakened profession is probably at least a C-level profession. It's at least a B-level profession. Immediately, he turned to Tang Hao and said, "Friend, I am from a branch of the Shao family in Yangchang. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise." Tang Hao interrupted him directly, "Otherwise, what?" Seeing that Tang Hao showed him no respect whatsoever, the pockmarked male student's face turned ashen. "Since you refuse to listen to reason and are forced to drink the penalty cup, then don't blame us for being impolite. Let's do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the other lewd male student was already ready, and the air currents rose from the greatsword in his hand. As the greatsword swung down, a wind blade transformed into a flying bird, shooting towards Tang Hao. Rank C talent skill, Phoenix Soaring Slash. The male student with pockmarks once again unleashed his C-rank talent skill, Wind Slash. The two wind elemental sword beams intertwined and crisscrossed, actually combining into a double wind sword beam, greatly increasing its power. With this technique, my brother and I can kill monsters at the peak of the Qi refining realm when we are in the late stage of the Qi refining realm. Now that we are all at the peak of the Qi refining realm, we dare to fight even a monster in the early stage of the martial artist realm with this move. Kid, you're dead. The pockmarked male student grinned menacingly. Zhao Lingshan turned pale upon hearing this. She couldn't help but worry about Tang Hao. She would feel guilty for the rest of her life if Tang Hao died protecting them. Foolish. Don't you know that the wind can fan the flames? Tang Hao looked disdainful. You dare to try and kill me with wind? You're asking for it. After saying that, he once again used his A-level talent skill, Heavenly Flamestorm. A fiery tornado swept out. The next second, it collided with the two wind elemental sword beams. Under the terrified gazes of the pockmarked male trainee and the lewd male trainee, the two wind elemental sword beams were quickly swallowed up and absorbed by the firestorm, like mud oxen sinking into the sea. How is that possible? Our attack was swallowed up? Humph, you are all short-sighted. How could you possibly know how vast the world is? Tang Hao's gaze turned cold, and he waved his hand. Boom! The oppressive force of that firestorm suddenly surged. Gentlemen, listen to your symphony of death. Chapter 5: The Little Rich Girl in White Stockings, Zhao Lingshan. The next second, a firestorm suddenly roared towards the two of them. No, you can't kill me. We're from a collateral branch of the Shao family. Even if we die, young Master Shao won't let you get away with it. At that moment, the two panicked and hurriedly made threats. Enough with the nonsense. Tang Hao urged the flamestorm to move even faster. Seeing that Tang Hao was about to kill someone, Su Muxiue couldn't sit still any longer and hurriedly came out to stop him. Tang Hao, wait a minute. Unfortunately, we were still a step too late. In an instant, the two were engulfed by the firestorm, letting out screams of agony. In no time, only a pile of ashes remained on the ground. It dissipated with a single breath. Tang Hao, how could you kill someone? Su Muxiue frowned slightly and said helplessly to Tang Hao. As Tang Hao's legal wife, she had many things to consider. The Shao family of Guangzhou is notoriously protective of their own. Even if these two are just collateral members of the Shao family, killing them will still cause a lot of trouble. Even though the Su family behind her is not afraid of the Shao family. However, Tang Hao's innate skill has just awakened, and his cultivation level is only at the Qi refining realm. She originally planned to rely on the Su family's resources and secretly develop alongside Tang Hao. These two, they stole the monster, silenced the witnesses, and even tried to bully the female classmate. So what if they were killed? Tang Hao said calmly. Anyway, this is in the martial arts training ground, and no one else knows. It's all my fault. If the Shao family wants to cause trouble, let them come after me. Zhao Lingshan approached Tang Hao and said with a serious expression. Classmate, it's just that I don't like those two, it has nothing to do with you, Tang Hao said with a smile to Zhao Lingshan. No, you killed them to save us. Lingshan owes you a life, and I will definitely repay you when I have the chance, Zhao Lingshan said. Her face turned red when she said the last sentence. Su Muxiue wanted to say something, but when she saw the young lady arrive, she immediately shut her mouth. In front of other women, you should save face for your man. Otherwise, how would Tang Hao find sisters for himself? Puff. Just then, Zhao Wu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and was about to collapse. Big brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Upon seeing this, Zhao Lingshan's expression changed drastically, and she quickly reached out to support Zhao Wu. However, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhao Wu became so weak that he couldn't even speak. Your elder brother is seriously injured, and his meridians are on the verge of collapse. Originally, if I had killed those two ghost forest tree demons and leveled up to the peak of the chi refining realm, I could have used the feedback spiritual energy to repair my meridians and spiritual energy. And just now, in order to protect you, he forcibly activated his last bit of spiritual power. His meridians are now collapsed, he can't generate spiritual energy on his own, and his body is severely injured. If this continues, he might. Su Muxue did not utter the word death. But everyone knows what happened. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan's face turned deathly pale. Then, what should we do? Su Muxue did not answer, but looked at Tang Hao beside her. She knew that Zhao Lingshan was a B-level professional holy light mage. In this period of my previous life, I possessed one offensive talent skill and another unawakened talent skill. If this talent skill can be awakened, it might help Zhao Wu's injuries. Noticing Su Muxue's gaze, Tang Hao assumed she wanted him to team up with Zhao Lingshan. He immediately said, "I'll add you to the team chat." In this way, our experience in fighting monsters can also help your elder brother break through, allowing him to repair his meridians with the feedback of spiritual energy. This martial arts training ground is so large, there must be plenty of rare and precious materials here. We can level up by fighting monsters and find spiritual herbs to heal your brother's injuries at the same time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan's beautiful eyes instantly turned red. If it were any other student, they would be lucky not to take advantage of her situation. Why would I team up with her? Dragging two burdens along to hunt down the ghost forest tree demons, isn't that just courting death? Tang Hao, thank you. Tang Hao stroked Zhao Lingshan's hair and said with a smile, "No need to thank me, we're teammates." After saying that, he invited Zhao Lingshan to join his team. Just teammates? Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Lingshan bit her lip slightly, feeling a little disappointed. Seeing Tang Hao's clueless behavior, Su Muxue shook her head helplessly. With Tang Hao's flirting skills, how did he manage to be surrounded by women in his previous life? It seems that only with her, the Empress, secretly helping him can Tang Hao win the heart of his beloved. Tang Hao, use your innate skill to check Ling Shan's profession and craft some equipment for her. After the team was formed, Su Muxue said to Tang Hao. Craft me equipment? Isn't Tang Hao a mage? Zhao Lingshan looked puzzled upon hearing Su Muxue's words. His profession is a D-level blacksmith, but his awakened talent skill is rather special, Su Muxue explained casually. After all, Zhao Lingshan is not Tang Hao's woman yet. If you want to know her man's secrets, then you'll have to trade your body for it. Upon hearing Su Muxue's words, Zhao Lingshan quickly checked Tang Hao's panel through the team information. Relationship, teammate Tang Hao. Cultivation talent, D level. Occupation, blacksmith. Cultivation level, mid-stage chi refining realm. When Zhao Lingshan saw this information on the panel, she wondered if she was seeing things. With that level of skill and cultivation, how could he have instantly killed two peak chi refining realm martial artists? Is this reasonable? Unlike Zhao Lingshan's stunned expression, Tang Hao was excited when he saw Zhao Lingshan's panel. This is amazing. Relationship, teammate Zhao Lingshan potential partner. Cultivation talent, B level. Class, Holy Light Mage. Contract equipment, none. Talent skill, Holy Light Orb, natural healing unawakened. Analysis of the Refine and Become Stronger system, can forge top-tier equipment for teammates, sacred, glossy, knee-length white stockings, with a 30% spell enhancement effect, a 30% spirit power recovery effect, and a chance to help the wearer activate their talent skill. Not afraid of the allure of shredded meat. Not afraid of black stockings possessing souls. I'm afraid of white stockings that go past the knees and get shiny with oil. You have to fight for those shiny white stockings. You have to fight for those items properly. Can fight monsters in wartime, can fight in peacetime. I can craft a piece of equipment for you to help you awaken your dormant talent, natural healing. Tang Hao immediately spoke up, saying to Zhao Lingshan, with this innate skill, your elder brother's injuries will heal very quickly. Su Muxue, standing to the side, thought to herself, just as I thought. Make me some equipment, but my parents died in the line of duty a few years ago. My older brother and I depend on each other for survival, and we don't have much savings left. Zhao Lingshan bit her lip lightly, looking embarrassed. Tang Hao wanted to say that they were all teammates and that he didn't need to pay for the equipment. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Lingshan said, including my parents' pensions and the monthly orphanage allowances for me and my older brother, I only have 12 million yuan in total. Is that enough? Tang Hao's lips twitched slightly. In terms of relationships, he's surrounded by rich women, and he's the only poor guy? Seeing Tang Hao's embarrassed state, Su Muxue chuckled. Hearing Su Muxue's smile, Tang Hao glanced at her. This woman dared to laugh at him. Looks like I'll have to find a cave tonight and set the record straight on his husbandly authority. In the end, Tang Hao did not accept Zhao Lingshan's money. However, crafting a top-tier weapon, such as the sacred glossy over-the-knee white stockings, requires a considerable amount of rare materials. Tang Hao already had most of the materials. All that's missing is white jade silk. White jade silkworm silk. I know where to find it in this training ground, right deep in the tree demon forest, Su Muxue said. Tang Hao picked up Zhao Wu and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's set off now. On the way, we can kill some monsters and level up. Neither Su Muxue nor Zhao Lingshan had any objections. The four of them set off immediately. The Shao family of Guangzhou. In a luxurious room, a young man with a chiseled face was practicing martial arts on a gravity training mat. Suddenly, a steward from the Shao family walked in from outside. Young Master Shao, the life information of Shao San and Shao Wu, members of a collateral branch of the Shao family, has disappeared. The young man didn't even turn his head, his fist whistling through the air. What's going on? Shao San and Shao Wu participated in martial arts training at the 3rd Martial Arts Middle School today. They must have died in the training field, the steward said. However, given that the two of them are about to break through to the peak of the Qi refining realm, and considering the monstrous strength of the training grounds at the 3rd Martial Arts Middle School, it's impossible for them to be killed. I suspect that the two of them were murdered. Xiao Xiao finally stopped his martial arts training. He walked to the gravity blanket and increased the gravity from 3 to 5 times. Go check. Even if they are from a collateral branch of the Shao family, they can only die at the crucial moment when they are taking a bullet for our direct descendants of the Shao family. Find the people who killed them and execute them on the spot. Manager Xiao didn't seem surprised by young Master Xiao's answer and nodded in agreement. Yes, young Master Xiao. This will allow us to contact other members of the Xiao family at the school's martial arts training ground. Young Master Xiao waved his hand impatiently. There were still 7 days until the martial arts college entrance examination. If he becomes the top scorer in this year's martial arts college entrance examination, the Xiao family of Yangchang will gain access to more resources. With the gravity intensity of the weighted blanket increased to 5 times. Suddenly, a powerful aura, the kind only a martial arts master could possess, erupted from his body. Chapter 6. These legs are true art. Deep within the tree demon forest, in the jade silkworm cave, Su Muxue swung her fiery fist and killed a jade silkworm that was in the late stage of qi refining. At her feet lay the corpses of more than a dozen jade silkworms at the late stage of qi refining. Ding! Equipment contractor Su Muxue has killed a jade silkworm in the late qi refining stage. The host has gained 25 refining points. Ding! Equipment contractor Su Muxue has killed a jade silkworm in the late qi refining stage. The host has gained 25 refining points. Bite! A series of system notifications rang in Tang Hao's ears. In just a short while, he had accumulated 250 refining points. Tang Hao glanced at his cultivation panel. He was just 100 more refining points away from advancing to the late stage of the qi refining realm. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This gigolo smells delicious. I have to eat this gigolo. The cave of the Jade Silkworm King, a beast at the peak of the qi refining realm, is just ahead. The jade silk you want is inside. Su Muxue turned to look at Zhao Lingshan and said, Lingshan, stay by Tang Hao's side and protect him. Zhao Lingshan nodded in agreement. The group of 4 arrived at the Jade Silkworm King cave. Hiss! As soon as they entered, they saw a Jade Silkworm King, entirely white in color, round in shape, and about the size of a small truck, staring intently at them. It already knew that Su Muxue and the others had killed its Jade Silkworm offspring outside the cave. Puff! Almost the instant the two walked in, the Jade Silkworm King spat out a strand of snow-white silk from its mouth, which was filled with 3 rows of teeth. Get out of the way! Seeing this, Su Muxue called out. Everyone quickly moved away. Bang! Just as they dodged, the snow-white silk thread, like a sharp spear, pierced through them from between. Finally, it smashed into the cave wall behind them, penetrating 3/10 of an inch into the rock. Everyone who saw this was shocked. The silkworm silk of this Jade Silkworm King has extremely strong penetrating power, so be careful. Su Muxue gave Tang Hao and the others a reminder before rushing forward to engage in a fierce battle with the Jade Silkworm King, who was at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Lingshan, while Mushuet and the Jade Silkworm King are locked in combat, let's go around them and secretly take its Jade Silkworm silk. Tang Hao hid Zhao Wu behind a large rock and turned to Zhao Lingshan. Zhao Lingshan agreed to his idea after only a second of thought. The two bypassed the fighting man and beast and sneaked into the treasure cave of the Jade Silkworm King. Inside the treasure cave, there were piles of glossy jade silkworm threads. In addition, there are many spiritual herbs, rare metal materials, etc. Tang Hao, we've struck it rich this time. Zhao Lingshan exclaimed excitedly. Yes, with so much Jade Silkworm King silk, not only will you have your white silk bottoms, but I'll also make a few more white grade silk stocking bottoms. Tang Hao said as he put away the Jade Silkworm silk. Zhao Lingshan blushed upon hearing this. She didn't know if Tang Hao's desire to make her white silk stockings was a personal fetish. However, Tang Hao saved her and her brother's lives, not to mention that Tang Hao made her wear white stockings. Even if someone wanted to tear off her white stockings, she would be willing. Soon, Tang Hao and Zhao Lingshan had collected all the silkworm silk and spirit herbs from the treasure cave into their storage bags. Hiss! Just then, the heavenly silkworm king outside seemed to realize that its home had been raided, and let out a series of angry roars. Immediately afterward, Su Mushua's anxious voice came from outside. Tang Hao, Lingshan, be careful, it's attacking. Before Tang Hao and Zhao Lingshan could dodge, a jade white silk spear, imbued with the power of a peak Qi refining realm beast, pierced through the wall and crashed onto the ground in front of them. Seeing that the jade silkworm spear had not hit them, Tang Hao and Zhao Lingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Rumble! Before they could even wipe away the cold sweat, the ground beneath their feet began to crack rapidly. The next second, they both lost their footing and fell. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Hao woke up from his coma and looked around. This is an underground passage, seemingly dug out by the Jade Silkworm King himself over time. The thought of Zhao Lingshan falling down with him made him quickly look around. Soon, he saw the unconscious Zhao Lingshan in a corner 3 meters away. Zhao Lingshan! Ouch! He had just tried to get up when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right leg. Looking down, I realized that my right leg had broken when I fell. At this moment, Zhao Lingshan also woke up and rushed over when she saw the injured Tang Hao. Tang Hao, your leg. My leg is broken, and I can't walk for the time being, Tang Hao said with a wry smile. I'll carry you out. Zhao Lingshan said, biting her lip. If it weren't for saving her brother, Tang Hao wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation and broken his leg. Tang Hao shook his head, my leg is broken. If we encounter a powerful beast after you carry me out, we'll both be doomed. Then, what should we do? Zhao Lingshan was at a loss for what to do. Tang Hao glanced at Zhao Lingshan's long, straight, white-stockinged legs. The white silk stockings had been torn by a pebble at some point, revealing her fair ankles underneath, like a work of art. I'll make you a white silk bottom right now to improve your combat power. This way, our ability to protect ourselves will also be greatly enhanced, Tang Hao decided immediately. Then I'll stay here and protect you, Zhao Lingshan said quickly. Tang Hao nodded slightly, then took out the materials for refining the famous sword-grade equipment, the sacred glossy white silk lower armor from his storage bag. Water spirit stone, holy light liquid, blue crystal, jade silkworm king silk. While Tang Hao was refining the sacred, glossy white silk stockings, Zhao Lingshan also cautiously looked around. Fortunately, the weapon forging was not disturbed this time. With his improved skill in weapon crafting, Tang Hao easily crafted the second piece of equipment. This is a legendary sword-level weapon? When those shiny, knee-length white stockings appeared in Zhao Lingshan's hands, her voice trembled slightly. This is a blue-tier legendary weapon. These are divine weapons that only weapon refiners of rank A or above can forge. On the outside market, this famous sword-level equipment can sell for hundreds of millions. Moreover, there's no market for it even though it's available. Try this white silk bottoms on and see if they fit, Tang Hao said with a light laugh, wiping away his sweat. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but feel touched. She had only known Tang Hao for less than a day, yet this man had not only saved her and her older brother's lives but also gifted her this top-tier sword worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, it was custom-made. Where can you find a man who was good-looking, capable, rich, and protective of her? Zhao Lingshan's heart was captivated. In front of Tang Hao, she slowly took off the tattered white over-the-knee stockings from her long, slender legs. She revealed a pair of pink, delicate feet, like strawberry gummy candies. Tang Hao couldn't take his eyes off Zhao Lingshan's flawless white jade feet. This girl is just the ripest peach. If we say that Su Mushu's long, black-stockinged legs are alluring, seductive, and captivating, Zhao Lingshan's pair of delicate pink feet were like a perfect work of art that could be played with. Especially when he watched Zhao Lingshan slowly put on her sacred, glossy white silk stockings, covering her jade-like feet, ankles, calves, and finally past her knees, his breathing became somewhat rapid. Those legs. I'm tempted to eat them. Chapter 7, Testing the Power of White Stockings. A legendary sword-level equipment set, a sacred, glossy white silk stocking bottom. 30% spell enhancement effect, 30% mana restoration effect. It also comes with cleaning and repair functions. Zhao Lingshan stared in shock at the three equipment attributes of the legendary white silk bottoms. The next second, her delicate body trembled slightly. It's all because after she put on this legendary sword-level equipment, a new talent skill was activated by the equipment. She looked at Tang Hao with surprise and said, "Tang Hao, I've awakened a B-level talent skill." "I know." Tang Hao nodded with a smile. He raised his right hand, and a white light shone from it. "Congratulations, host. Teammate Zhao Lingshan has successfully equipped the divine glossy white stockings of the famous sword grade. The equipment contract has been successfully completed. Acquired equipment mortgage talent, rank B natural healing increases health and mana regeneration speed by 30%. Equipment contract critical hit feedback, B grade natural healing automatically upgraded to a grade divine healing HP and MP regeneration speed increased by 100%. Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted 2 legendary sword grade equipment pieces, completing the dual legendary sword grade equipment bond achievement and gaining a 10x refining value bonus. Next time, the refining value will be multiplied, completing the bond for 4 pieces of legendary sword grade equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Hao was overjoyed. A 10x enhancement to weapon crafting value, even with only a D-rank professional talent. This cultivation speed is definitely faster than that of A-level professionals, or even S-level professionals. Zhao Lingshan looked at Tang Hao's right hand in equal surprise. How do you know my innate skill? And, it seems to be even more effective than my natural healing? Seeing Zhao Lingshan's surprised expression, Tang Hao smiled. This is the effect of my innate skill. The equipment I crafted is for you to wear for free. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Lingshan recalled the heavenly flamestorm that Tang Hao had previously unleashed, which seemed to have originated from Su Muxue. She suddenly realized. Immediately, she felt happy for Tang Hao as well. With this special talent skill, even if Tang Hao is only a D-level blacksmith, he will definitely have a place among the martial arts experts in Yangcheng in the future. I'll help you, and while I'm at it, I'll see if our innate skills can be combined. Zhao Lingshan came to Tang Hao's side and used her innate skill, natural healing, to massage Tang Hao's broken right leg. Tang Hao was also surprised to find that his divine healing had a 1x healing effect, which, combined with Zhao Lingshan's 0.3x healing effect, directly resulted in a 1.3x recovery speed. Click. With a crisp cracking sound, Tang Hao's broken right leg was set. The bone gaps are also healing rapidly. You just said that white stockings have a self-healing effect, so what if they tear? Aren't you afraid? Tang Hao suddenly thought of something and asked Zhao Lingshan. Zhao Lingshan glanced at him playfully with her beautiful eyes. Want to try tearing it? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? You're the one who created this white silk stocking outfit, don't you want to try its power? You're right, then I really should give it a try. After saying that, Tang Hao reached out his hand towards Zhao Lingshan's long, glossy white legs that reached past her knees. Zhao Lingshan's heart was already filled with Tang Hao's image, and her cheeks flushed red. A pair of fair, delicate hands began to sensibly tie her hair into a ponytail. Soon, the sound of white silk being torn and a girl's screams rang out from the underground passage. This trial lasted a whole day. When Tang Hao woke up, it was already the next morning. Looking at Zhao Lingshan in his arms, her eyes still glistening with tears, and her legs, now completely restored to their original state, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a self-made, top-tier white silk stocking bottom, its power is truly extraordinary. With a single move, one can annihilate hundreds of millions of lives. Zhao Lingshan murmured softly, waking up from her sleep. Seeing Tang Hao examining her legs, her face flushed, and she said coquettishly, "You bad guy, you didn't try it last night?" In the early morning, a time when one is naturally full of energy, Tang Hao's breathing quickened upon hearing Zhao Lingshan's coquettish voice. "Tang Hao, what do you want to do?" I want to test the power of these white stockings again. No, it still hurts. Zhao Lingshan said timidly. Tang Hao suddenly felt a little guilty, wondering if he had gone too far. After all, it was the young girl's first time. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lingshan's next words were, "Let me use a natural healing spell on myself first." After another half hour of fussing, the two straightened their clothes and walked out through the underground passage. The exit of this underground passage is less than 800 meters from the Heavenly Silkworm Cave. When the two returned to the Heavenly Silkworm Cave, they saw Su Mushui already waiting at the entrance, with Zhao Wu lying unconscious beside her, and the corpse of the Jade Silkworm King. Tang Hao, why did it take you so long to get back? Upon seeing Tang Hao and Zhao Lingshan return, Su Mushui asked in confusion. After killing the Jade Silkworm Queen yesterday, she entered the treasure cave and discovered a deep hole in the ground, realizing that the two of them had fallen in. However, Tang Hao and Zhao Lingshan did not leave the team according to the team information, which means that nothing happened to them. So Su Mushui simply stood guard at the cave entrance, waiting for them to come out from another exit. Little did I know that this wait would last all night. Mushui, I'm sorry. After we fell into the deep pit, I broke my leg. In order to activate Ling Shan's healing talent skill, Tang Hao briefly recounted their experience of forging equipment and treating their legs after falling into the deep cave. Of course, he omitted the details of his relationship with Zhao Lingshan. But Su Mushui wasn't stupid either. When she saw the way Zhao Lingshan was affectionate with Tang Hao and the lingering look in her eyes when the two returned, she guessed what had happened. It's good that you're alright. Now that Ling Shan has awakened her innate skill, let's hurry up and save Zhao Wu. Su Mushui nodded slightly, pointed to the unconscious Zhao Wu beside her, and said, "Yesterday, I killed the Jade Silkworm Queen. Although he broke through to the peak of the Qi refining realm and recovered a lot of spiritual power thanks to the team experience. But the extent of damage to his meridians is not optimistic." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan quickly came to Zhao Wu's side and used her B-level talent skill on him, natural healing. Zhao Wu's injuries were healing at a slow pace. Tang Hao, help me. Zhao Lingshan turned to look at Tang Hao. Tang Hao understood and also cast a white light on Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's recovery speed instantly tripled. This is a look of surprise appeared on Su Mushui's face. A level talent skill, Divine Healing, upgraded from Ling Shan's talent skill, Tang Hao explained. Su Mushui suddenly realized. At this moment, Tang Hao also checked his own panel. Host, Tang Hao. Occupation, D rank blacksmith system enhanced version. Cultivation talent, S rank. Cultivation level, mid-stage Qi refining realm plus. Refining value, 350 points. Talent skill, basic equipment forging, equipment contract. Equipment contractor. Su Mushui famous blade grade poison flame lace inner armor. Mortgage talent skill, a rank heavenly flamestorm. Zhao Lingshan famous sword level, sacred glossy white silk stockings. Mortgage talent skill, rank A divine healing. I only had 250 refining points before entering the Insect King cave yesterday. I spent 100 refining points to craft the white silk bottoms, and now I have 350 refining points left. So, if a teammate kills a Jade Silkworm King at the peak of the Qi refining realm, they will receive 5 by 40 refining points? Tang Hao was pleasantly surprised when he saw his weapon refining value. Chapter 8 Brother-in-Law, All Family. This was because the Jade Silkworm King was killed before Zhao Lingshan equipped her white silk lower garment. Only 5 times the experience points. Now, if Su Mushui and Zhao Lingshan kill a beast at the peak of the weapon refining realm, that would be 10 times the weapon refining value. While pondering, he also noticed the cultivation section, which could be upgraded by spending 300 refining points. Tang Hao immediately clicked to upgrade. After breaking through to the late stage of Qi refining, Tang Hao felt that the spiritual power in his Dantian had increased several times over. Previously, one could only use the A-level Heavenly Flamestorm 5 times. Now, at least his basic combat needs can be guaranteed. Next, look at the teammates' information to see their cultivation levels. Teammate Su Mushui, early stage of martial artist realm. Teammate Zhao Lingshan, peak Qi refining realm. Teammate Zhao Wu, peak Qi refining realm. Tang Hao's smugness vanished instantly. His cultivation level was the lowest among the 4. He smiled wryly and said, "Looks like I'll have to keep killing monsters and leveling up." While he was pondering, Zhao Wu's damaged meridians had recovered to about 70-80%. He awoke from his unconsciousness and, seeing Zhao Lingshan watching over him, quickly sat up. Little sister, are you alright? Those two bastards who tried to bully you. Big brother, those two bastards are dead. Tang Hao and School Beauty Su saved us. Zhao Lingshan pointed to Tang Hao beside her, her face flushed. Zhao Wu then noticed that there were two more people in the team information. He stood up, cupped his hands in thanks to Tang Hao and Su Mushue, and said, "Thank you both for saving us. If it weren't for you, my sister and I would probably be. We're all family, no need to be so polite." Tang Hao waved his hand and said to his brother-in-law. As he said this, he glanced at Zhao Lingshan. Zhao Lingshan looked shy and turned her head to the side. My own family? Zhao Wu still didn't understand what Tang Hao meant by that. Su Mushue, who was standing nearby, said, "Today is the second day of the school's martial arts trials. We need to hunt down enough strange beasts as soon as possible in order to get a good ranking on the school's trial list." At this point, she looked at Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan. "I brought you into the team before so that I could share experience with you and help Zhao Wu break through. But the number of alien beasts killed is only counted in the communication watches between me and Tang Hao. You guys step back, and then our two squads will join forces to kill the monster. That will be much faster." Neither Zhao Wu nor Zhao Lingshan objected to Su Mushue's words. "Then let's slay the strange beasts as we head deeper into the tree demon forest." Tang Hao spoke up. The top-ranked player in the school's trial team is awarded a legendary sword-level equipment. He also wants the Traiant King's Lord-level Traiant gloves. Anyway, even if Zhao Lingshan leaves the team, he can still get the 10x refining value reward from the dual equipment contract. At the Dimensional Stone Square of Yangcheng Martial Arts No. 3 Middle School. A group of school leaders and teachers gathered in front of the square, looking at the trial team list that lit up on the Dimensional Stone. Which class's team do you think will win first place in this martial arts trial? Principal Zhang Jianjun turned to look at Zhouguo, the director of teaching affairs, and a group of teachers, and asked. "Principal, of course it's our class 1 of Senior 3. Lei Pang is an A-level professional berserker blade master, with unparalleled combat power. Furthermore, he had an A-rank professional tank as a teammate, making him a formidable force in both offense and defense. What beast in the Traiant Forest trial grounds could possibly harm him?" This is what Zhang Tao, the class teacher of Class 1, said proudly. "Teacher Zhang, you are far too confident. Don't forget our Class 2 brothers, Chen and Chen Wu, who are rare-level twin professions, yin-yang twin swordsmen. In terms of strength, they're no less than Lei Peng's team from your class. Chen Judao, the female class teacher of Class 2. The other class teachers around the classroom remained silent. Yangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School has only 5 students who have awakened A-level professions this year, 4 of whom are in Class 1 and Class 2. They never even considered being number 1 on the martial arts trial team leaderboard. They only hope that their students will kill more strange beasts and gain more experience in the training grounds, break through to the peak of the Qi refining realm, and obtain the qualification for the martial arts college entrance examination." When Zhang Tao, the class advisor of Class 1, heard Chenju's words, he unusually did not refute them. It was simply because he had always secretly loved the homeroom teacher of Class 2. He turned to look at Tang Shan, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, and asked, "Teacher Tang, why don't you offer your opinion? I remember there was a student in your class who awakened an A-level profession, wasn't he a Skyfire Archmage?" Tang Shan did not respond to Zhang Tao's words. Zhang Tao then mocked, "Oh, I forgot, you're a bit of a rebel among your students. Why give up being a proper mage and insist on wearing gauntlets and playing melee combat? I heard that he has now entered the trial grounds with a D-level useless professional blacksmith. What can a blacksmith with a useless D-rank profession do in the trial grounds? To make a pair of iron shoes for the tree spirit?" The teachers around Zhang Tao couldn't help but smile when they heard what he said. Tang Shan, with a stern face, said, "I believe in my students. Su Mushue wants to become a melee mage. Although no one has walked this path before, it may not be impossible. Also, although Tang Hao has only awakened the D-level professional blacksmith, that kid is tenacious and will definitely be able to forge his own path. I firmly believe that there are no useless professions in this world, only useless professionals." It's that same heretical rhetoric again. Upon hearing Tang Shan's words, Zhang Tao revealed a disdainful smile. He sneered and said, "Is that so? Teacher Tang, how about we make a bet?" He liked Chenju, and Chenju seemed to have a bit of a crush on Tang Shan. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, Zhang Tao would try to outdo Tang Shan and make him lose face in front of Chenju. "A bet?" Tang Shan looked puzzled. "Since you trust your students so much, Then bet on whether your student team can make it into the top 3, no, the top 10 teams on the school's trial ranking. Zhang Tao said. If they can make it into the top 10, I'll call you dad for a year every time we meet. If they can't, you'll call me dad for a year. He was confident that he would not lose. Nonsense. You're all teachers, how can you make such a childish bet? The dean of students, Jogwa, frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Let them be, young people, they have the energy of youth. Principal Zhang Jianjun smiled and said. Tang Shan fell silent upon hearing Zhang Tao's words. Teacher Tang, don't agree to him. Shenju, the homeroom teacher of class 2, shook her head at Tang Shan. Okay, I accept your bet. To everyone's surprise, Tang Shan raised his head again, looked at Zhang Tao with a serious expression, and said. This time, he chose to believe in his students. Teacher Tang, you. When Shenju saw that Tang Shan was not listening to her, she was so angry that she pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and stomped her legs, which were clad in flesh-colored stockings, on the ground. Zhang Tao stared wide-eyed at the slight trembling of the flesh on Shenju's shapely legs. Once the trial ends tomorrow and Tang Shan loses, he'll call himself dad, and Shenju will definitely look down on him. At that time, Shenju will be mine. Just as Zhang Tao was lost in his fantasies, a sudden gasp arose from the dimensional stone plaza. Look, Su Mushua's team from class 3 has suddenly risen from 80th place to a high ranking. 65 people. 45 people. 30, my god, and it's still rising rapidly. Wouldn't their team just one-shot the monster? Otherwise, how could the ranking have improved so quickly? Hearing the gasps from the crowd, Zhang Tao's expression changed. He quickly looked up at the school's trial team roster. Upon seeing this, his pupils contracted sharply. They've already made it into the top 20. With 3 equipment attributes in Chapter 9, her equipment must be at least a purple grade inheritance level, right? How could this be? How could Su Mushua's team's ranking have improved so quickly? Zhang Tao looked incredulous. He turned to look at Tang Shan and asked in a deep voice, was it you? It must have been you. You lent your top-tier weapon to your student. Seeing Zhang Tao's exasperated appearance, the teachers around him shook their heads. Class teacher Chenju stood directly in front of Tang Shan and said to Zhang Tao. Teacher Zhang, you need to have evidence for your words. Do you really think that a top-tier weapon is like a kitchen knife sold on the street, something you can just give away to anyone? Once equipment of the famous sword level or above is bound to a host, it cannot be used by others. If you want to transfer a weapon of the highest grade like a famous sword that has been opened to someone else, you must purchase a demon sealing stone of the corresponding grade. Except for equipment crafted by the host's refinement and growth system. And a single demon sealing stone that can seal equipment of the highest grade is almost as expensive as a piece of equipment of the same grade. Do you think Teacher Tang has the money to buy this demon sealing stone and then transfer his equipment to his students? The teachers around them all nodded in agreement. Teacher Chenju was right. The same level of demon sealing stone can buy a new piece of equipment. Unless the equipment that has been unsealed is a perfect match for them, no one would be willing to spend the same amount of money to seal the equipment. We believe in the teachers from Tangshan. Hearing what Chenju and the teachers around him said, Tang Shan gave an embarrassed smile. Even though they were telling the truth, it's still really hurtful to expose his poverty like that. Even a poor man's face is still a face. Alright, Teacher Tang Shan is a B-grade weapon spirit class Shadow Dagger Guardian, and he uses a famous grade dagger. His equipment is unusable by Su Mushua, so there is no possibility of him cheating. The fact that Su Mushua's team has risen in the rankings so quickly is probably related to the strength of their team. At this moment, Jogwa, the head of the teaching department, spoke up and ended the farce. Although Jogwa said that, the teachers still couldn't believe it. A student team consisting of an A-rank professional Skyfire mage who went astray and a D-rank useless blacksmith. It allows one to instantly kill a group of alien beasts and rapidly improve their abilities by dozens of places in a short period of time. Wait a minute, look. Besides Su Mushua's team, there's another team whose ranking is rising rapidly. Yes, Zhao Wu's team from Class 8 has also made it into the top 30. Impossible. Class 8 has always been one of the worst classes in our school. How could a team from Class 8 have made it into the top 30 on the second day? At this moment, another exclamation erupted in the Dimensional Stone Plaza. Class teacher Li Lan of Class 8 was also astonished. She was well aware of the abilities of her students, Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan. One wields a sword, the other is a holy light mage who is half combatant and half supporter. She had hoped that they could make it into the top 30 before the trial ended. Judging from the trend of entering the top 30 on the second day, wouldn't it be able to enter the top 10 tomorrow? Director Zhou, I have doubts about the ranking of Su Mushue's team in Class 3 and Zhao Wu's team in Class 8. I demand that we retrieve their trial footage. Seeing this, Zhang Tao immediately spoke to Zhou Guodao, the director of teaching. The other class teachers also chimed in. They were also curious about the combat capabilities of the two squads. This Zhou Gui hesitated. Because this dimensional secret realm is their training ground for the 3rd Martial Arts High School of Yangcheng. As the school, it can naturally access the image information of anyone in the secret realm through the dimensional stone. However, this requires a large amount of spiritual energy, which is not usually available at will. Since they want to see it, then let's pull it up. At this moment, Principal Zhang Jianjun chuckled and said, I'm also very interested in that student team that's a melee A-rank Skyfire Mage and a D-rank Blacksmith. Seeing that the principal had said so, Zhou Gui immediately retrieved the video footage of the two teams. Once the footage of the two teams was brought up, the teachers at Dimensional Stone Plaza could see it clearly. In the scene, 4 student figures are working together to fight against more than a dozen ghost forest tree demons. The two teams formed an alliance to kill monsters together? No wonder their ranking improved so quickly. Isn't this cheating? Zhang Tao finally found the problem and turned to Tang Shan. Teacher Zhang, look carefully. Both teams are now deep in the tree demon forest. The number of tree demons in this location is many times greater than in the outer areas. Moreover, they were all beasts at the late stage of chi refining, and some were even at the peak of chi refining. The more people there are, the louder the battle will be, the greater the hatred they will attract from the monsters, and the more difficult it will be for them to survive. In this situation, the trial rules do not object to squads forming temporary combat alliances. Before Tang Shan could speak, Shinju, the class teacher of Class 2, spoke first. The teachers around nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The mechanics of this tree demon jungle dungeon are that the deeper you go, the more monsters there are, and the stronger they become. Therefore, it is permissible for teams located deep within the tree demon forest to form temporary alliances. As long as you're not afraid of attracting more monsters to hunt you down, that's fine. Seeing Shinju consistently speaking up for Tang Shan, Zhang Tao's face turned ashen, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. At this moment, another gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Holy crap, aren't mages supposed to be sitting ducks in melee combat? How come this melee-focused heavenly flame magister is so powerful? Damn, gauntlets wrapped in flames, one punch and you're roasting a tree demon, that's incredible. Also, she was clearly pierced in the arm by the vines of the ghost forest tree demon, so why is she completely unharmed? In the picture, 4 students found themselves surrounded by more than a dozen late-stage chi-refining realm ghost forest tree demons. But Su Mushue was like a war god clad in fiery phoenix armor, her hands filled with flames, as she slashed left and right among the horde of ghost forest tree demons. With a single punch, a ghost forest tree demon at the late stage of chi refining was killed. Occasionally, he would be ambushed by the vines of the ghost forest tree demon, his arm would be pierced, but the wound would quickly heal under Zhao Lingshan's B-level talent skill, natural healing. Other fatal wounds that attacked her body were blocked by the renowned poison flame lace armor crafted by Tang Hao. Occasionally, it can trigger counter damage, as well as poison mist and fire effects. It's Zhao Lingshan from Class 8. I remember she's a holy light mage. This profession seems to have a talent skill called natural healing, which can heal injuries. But isn't her innate skill Holy Light Ball? How come there's another new talent skill? Could it be that another one awakened during the battle? Having awakened 2 innate skills at the chi refining stage, Zhao Lingshan's future is limitless. Su Wan, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, felt like she was about to faint from the shock of happiness. She actually has a B-level professional student who awakened 2 innate skills at the chi refining stage? Such students have potential that is in no way inferior to that of A-level professional students. In some respects, it is even slightly better. She is definitely a contender for this year's Outstanding Teacher of Guangzhou No. 3 Martial Arts Middle School. Didn't you notice? Su Mushue seemed to be wearing a piece of armor that could reflect damage. It can also trigger poison mist and fire effects. One piece of equipment with 3 attribute effects. This is at least a purple tier, inherited level equipment, right? At this moment, a sharp-eyed teacher suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, all the teachers turned their attention to the screen. When they saw that Su Mushue was indeed affected by poisonous mist and flames, they gasped in shock. Hiss. It's actually a purple-grade inheritance equipment. I've already reached the martial grandmaster realm, and I still don't have a single blue-grade famous sword weapon. The Su family is the #1 martial arts family in Yangcheng. It's not surprising that Su Mushue, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, would possess a purple-grade inheritance equipment. Is this a corner of the Heavenly Palace? I'm speechless. Principal Zhang Jianjun and Dean of Students Zhou Guo were also somewhat unsettled upon witnessing this scene. A B-level professional student who awakened dual talent skills at the Qi refining stage. An A-rank professional student with purple-grade inherited equipment. In contrast, Tang Hao from Su Mushue's team and Zhao Wu from Zhao Lingshan's team performed only so-so. After Principal Zhang Jian put away the image on the dimensional stone, he turned to Zhang Tao and the other teachers and said, "As you can all see, both of these teams have something extraordinary about them. It's no surprise that their team's ranking improved so quickly. As teachers, you should no longer arbitrarily question your students' abilities." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao and the other teachers all nodded in agreement. After giving the reprimand, Principal Zhang Jianjun quickly returned to his office to prepare to contact his old classmates at Yangcheng Martial Arts University. Having nurtured several promising talents, it's natural to want to keep them in Guangdong Province. If they were to be snatched up by Tsinghua University, Peking University, or the National Defense University, it would be a loss for martial arts in Guangdong Province. "Hey son, the martial arts college entrance exam is just around the corner. Are you calling me now because you want to get in through connections? How many spots are available at Guangzhou Martial Arts University?" The call was answered quickly, and a classmate's teasing voice came from the other end. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun immediately laughed and cursed, "Bullshit. I'm calling you this time to give you a chance to show your filial piety. If Dad's happy, he'll give you a few good prospects." Chapter 10, I'll help you with your brother's weapon forging. As the director of the admissions office for Yangcheng Martial Arts University this year, Li Jianguo chuckled upon hearing his old classmate's words. "What good students could your third martial arts middle school possibly have? I remember that your school only produced 5 students with A-level professional qualifications this year. The top 2 martial arts schools in Guangzhou have each produced 10 A-level professionals, including powerful elemental combat professionals. If you want me to call you Dad, maybe in your next life. If our school produced a B-rank professional who awakened 2 innate skills at the Qi refining stage. And she's a rare light elemental mage." Zhang Jianjun had anticipated his classmate's response and chuckled lightly. Li Jianguo on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. The current martial arts inspector of Guangzhou is a light-type mage at the Dohuang realm, capable of both offense and healing, with outstanding combat power, and is known as the Light Armor Dohuang. Back then, he possessed 2 innate skills even when he was in the Qi refining realm. Even so, if you want me to call you father, well. I also have an A-rank Skyfire Magister with purple-grade inheritance equipment. Dad, let's talk." Hearing his classmate's fawning voice on the other end of the phone, Zhang Jianjun looked smug. At this time, deep within the tree demon forest, more than a dozen tree demons at the late stage of Qi refining were all killed by Su Mushue's powerful attacks. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 5/10 refining points as feedback from your teammate Su Mushue for slaying the late-stage Qi refining realm ghost forest tree demon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 5/10 refinement points as feedback from your teammate Su Mushue for slaying the late-stage Qi refining realm ghost forest tree demon. Bite. More than a dozen system notification sounds rang in Tang Hao's ears. He glanced at his own panel. Host, Tang Hao. Occupation, D-rank blacksmith system enhancement version. Cultivation talent, S rank. Cultivation level, late Qi refining realm. Refining value, 600 points plus. Talent skill, basic equipment forging can forge 3 pieces of weapons and equipment below the level of a famous sword, with a chance to forge weapons and equipment of a higher level, and can be upgraded. Equipment contract. The host automatically recognizes the equipment he forges as his own. The user only has the right to use the equipment and will deduct 1 talent skill as collateral. The host can terminate the contract at any time. Equipment contractor. Su Mushue famous blade grade poison flame lace inner armor. Zhao Lingshan master level sacred glossy white stockings. Mortgage talent skills, a level heavenly flamestorm, a level holy healing. Is it ready to upgrade? Tang Hao sought his cultivation level panel and could click to upgrade. He immediately spent 500 refining points to break through to the peak of the Qi refining realm. After upgrading to the peak of the Qi refining realm, Tang Hao also discovered that a shop option had appeared on his system interface, but he couldn't open it yet. Presumably, he will only be able to use the shop after his cultivation reaches the martial artist realm. The weapon refining value required to break through to the martial artist realm is as high as 1600 points. It is 100 more refining points than needed to break through to the peak of the Qi refining realm. Once we defeat the tree demon boss and the other monsters in this training ground, we should be able to enter the martial artist realm. Tang Hao thought to himself. At this moment, Su Muxue, Zhao Lingshan, and Zhao Wu also noticed Tang Hao's breakthrough in cultivation, and their expressions varied. Tang Hao, you've reached the peak of the Qi refining realm? Su Muxue asked with a delighted expression. Only students who have reached the peak of the Qi refining realm are qualified to participate in the National Martial Arts College entrance examination in a few days. She wanted to team up with Tang Hao to become the top martial arts champion in Guangdong province. Yes, you've broken through. Tang Hao nodded with a smile. That's great, brother Tang Hao. Now that you've broken through to the peak of the Qi refining realm, does that mean you can forge another piece of equipment? Zhao Lingshan was overjoyed, and, linking her arm around Tang Hao's shoulder, said coquettishly, could you also forge a basic level piece of equipment for my brother? He's currently using a beginner level weapon. In this world of advanced martial arts, the number of weapons and equipment a weapon refiner can forge in their lifetime is limited. Even an A-level professional weapon refiner can only refine 3 famous sword-level equipment and no more than 30 plane-level equipment in their lifetime. Therefore, most ordinary martial artists can only use the lowest-level beginner-level weapons. Only by entering university, becoming a martial artist, and accumulating points can one obtain student-level weapons and equipment issued by the school. Even basic weapons and equipment can cost millions. Even a martial grandmaster would have to work hard to kill alien beasts and sell materials after graduating from university to gradually build up their wealth. Blue-grade legendary swords, or even more powerful purple-grade inherited equipment, are only obtainable by direct descendants of major families or those with extraordinary opportunities. Tang Hao possesses a weapon refining system, and the fact that he is not subject to the limitations of weapon refining is something only he himself knows. Although Su Muxue knew some of it, as the Empress, she was determined to protect her husband's interests. Nonsense, Ling Shan, Tang Hao is a D-level blacksmith, and the number of weapons and equipment he can forge in his lifetime is very limited. How can he casually help others forge blank-level equipment? Su Muxue spoke in a deep voice to Zhao Lingshan. Hearing Su Muxue's words, Zhao Lingshan also felt that her request seemed a bit excessive. Feeling the full, squeezing sensation of Zhao Lingshan on his arm, Tang Hao's breathing became somewhat rapid. Last night I was so busy tearing off the white stockings that I didn't even realize Zhao Lingshan's breasts were so full and elastic. His own woman had spoken, and it was just about crafting a basic piece of equipment for his brother-in-law, so it wasn't a big problem. Actually, Tang Hao was about to speak. Ling Shan, don't make things difficult for Tang Hao. I'll check the Skynet after the trial is over. Do you have any suitable basic weapons for me? Unexpectedly, Zhao Wu spoke up, shaking his head at Zhao Lingshan. His profession requires him to use a sword. As a popular cold weapon, swords have consistently commanded high prices on the Skynet trading market. The blank-grade boxing gloves that Su Muxue has might only cost between 5 million and 8 million. However, a basic greatsword can sell for over 15 million. Brother, our family has a total savings of 12 million, how can we afford a basic greatsword? Zhao Lingshan gently bit down with her pearly teeth. Alright, it's just a basic greatsword. I'll forge it for your brother. Tang Hao patted Zhao Lingshan's head and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan excitedly shook Tang Hao's hands, her full breasts bouncing wildly. Tang Hao, are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me? You are my woman. I would never lie to you, let alone to anyone else. Moreover, we are about to enter the territory of the tree demon boss. Forging weapons for your older brother will also enhance his strength. That way, I'll be safer. Tang Hao glanced at Zhao Lingshan's still swaying full breasts and her long, glossy white silk legs, and said seriously. Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Zhao Lingshan's cheeks flushed slightly. She suddenly thought of something and whispered in Tang Hao's ear. Tang Hao, if you can forge the weapon today. Tonight. I'll tie your hands with a white silk ribbon and help you. After hearing Zhao Lingshan's words, Tang Hao's pupils contracted rapidly. This girl, she knows all sorts of tricks? Chapter 11, a famous sword-level weapon, meteorite sword. Seeing Tang Hao's rapid breathing, Sumushua squeezed her long, slender, snow-white legs together, hugged her full breasts, and let out a soft moan. This guy was trying his best to secure benefits for himself, but he was misled by beauty first. She also noticed that Tang Hao seemed to always love looking at Zhao Lingshan's white-stockinged legs. Then she recalled Tang Hao's fierce appearance when she wore black before. It seems I need to prepare a few more sets of stockings, Su Mushue thought to herself. When Zhao Wu heard that Tang Hao was going to forge a weapon for him, a look of gratitude appeared on his face. Tang, brother-in-law, thank you. We're all family, no need to be so polite, Tang Hao waved his hand. At this point, he added, but let's make it clear first, I can forge the weapon for you, but you'll have to pay for the materials. No problem. Zhao Wu agreed without hesitation. To have a weapon crafted by a weapon refiner, you need to prepare the materials yourself. The weapons and equipment that are forged must be paid for according to their grade and market price. Tang Hao has already waived this part of the fee for him, only charging for the materials, which is already very kind of him. As darkness fell, the four found a large cave nearby to stay in. Tang Hao then went into the deepest part of the cave, picked up the materials for forging weapons, and prepared to forge them. He had just checked his brother-in-law Zhao Wu's profile. Relationship, teammate Zhao Wu. Cultivation talent, B level. Class, B rank storm swordsman. Cultivation level, peak of Qi refining realm. Contract equipment, none. Talent skill, Gale/Bladestorm not activated. Analysis of the refine and become stronger system, it can refine a legendary weapon for teammates, the meteorite sword. I didn't expect Zhao Wu to also have an unactivated talent skill. Tang Hao muttered to himself as he organized the refining materials. Once this meteorite sword is forged and its innate skill is activated, I need to test the power of this bladestorm. As he spoke, he focused on refining the weapon. 3 hours later. Boom! Deep within the cave, a blazing and powerful aura of flames erupted from within. The mountain rocks trembled. Tang Hao, are you all right? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Lingshan and Zhao Wu hurriedly entered the cave. Then they saw Tang Hao holding a longsword encased in molten lava. The blade still faintly glowed with fire. On the hilt of the sword, 7 small meteorites revolve around the sword's eyebrows. It is a legendary weapon, the meteorite sword. Ha, this sword is finished. Tang Hao gripped the meteorite sword, his expression excited, and said, as a man, I have an innate love for sword-shaped weapons. If I hadn't promised to have this sword made for my brother-in-law, Zhao Wu, he wanted to keep them for himself. Tang Hao, was this sword forged for me? Looking at the flaming longsword surrounded by 7 molten lava meteors, Zhao Wu swallowed hard. The oppressive aura emanating from this flaming longsword was unlike anything you'd expect from a basic, unsold item. Even the most renowned swords don't have this kind of imposing presence. See for yourself. Tang Hao casually tossed the meteorite sword to Zhao Wu and said. He was afraid that if he didn't give it to them now, they wouldn't be willing to give it to him later. After receiving the meteorite sword, Zhao Wu began to carefully stroke the blade with both hands. The way he looked was as if he were caressing the skin of a newlywed wife. The way he looked at the sword was like a man who hadn't had sex in 30 years seeing his newlywed wife naked for the first time. Bro, your eyes are so lewd. Zhao Lingshan, standing to the side, said with disdain. Zhao Wu, however, clung tightly to the meteorite sword in his hand, exclaiming excitedly, what do you know? A swordsman with a sword is invincible. Zhao Lingshan didn't understand her brother's idea, but she still said, brother, quickly put it on and check its attribute. Zhao Wu nodded. When he put on the meteorite sword, he was stunned. A legendary weapon, meteorite sword? Lava burning effect. Adds 30% attack bonus. 30% chance to summon a small meteorite to strike the enemy power comparable to the wearer's full force attack at their current cultivation level? A legendary sword level weapon with 3 attributes? Zhao Wu gripped the meteorite sword, staring blankly at Tang Hao, his voice trembling slightly. Not only that, after equipping this sword grade weapon, he also activated a newbie grade talent skill, Bladestorm? What? 3 entries? Zhao Lingshan's eyes widened as she turned to Tang Hao. Isn't that something that can only appear on purple grade inheritance equipment? Seeing the shocked expressions on Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan's faces, Tang Hao smiled. I can only forge 3 famous grade weapons right now. This meteorite sword is my current masterpiece. Zhao Wu, in your future battles, do not disgrace this sword, nor the name of me, its forger. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wu's eyes reddened, and he nodded heavily. Tang Hao, I won't let you down. It's said that weapon refiners are weak in combat. Most weapon refiners would prioritize their own survival, crafting weapons and equipment to enhance their survivability. Tang Hao, however, directly gave this masterpiece to himself. It's clear they truly consider him family. From now on, he will be Tang Hao's most loyal protector. Anyone who dares to harm Tang Hao will have to step over his dead body first. You familiarize yourself with your sword first. I'm going to the lake. Tang Hao didn't know why Zhao Wu suddenly started crying while he was talking. He was covered in sweat from forging this weapon and just wanted to take a shower as soon as possible. Brother Tang Hao, by the lake. Zhao Lingshan was about to speak. Tang Hao waved his hand to interrupt, saying, No need to come along, I can go by myself. Seeing Tang Hao walk away without looking back, Zhao Lingshan murmured softly. What I meant to say was that Sister Mushue was also bathing by the lake. After arriving at the lake, Tang Hao quickly took off his clothes and prepared to go into the water. Splash! But just then, a sound of water gushing out of the lake suddenly came from the lake. Tang Hao immediately saw a graceful, snow-white figure appear on the lake surface. The woman had a pretty face, long hair that reached her waist, and skin as white as snow. Her back was to him, her back as white as jade, and her slender, long hands were brushing past her earlobes and lightly touching the ends of her hair. Its round, full shape was faintly visible in the water. Although it was already dark, Tang Hao could still see the woman's alluring figure underwater. Su Mushue? Tang Hao asked in astonishment. Upon hearing the sound, Su Mushue's delicate body trembled, and she quickly turned around. When she saw Tang Hao staring intently at her from the shore, she quickly covered her chest. Tang Hao, turn your head away, don't peek. A woman's blush is more alluring than any charm. I didn't peek, I looked openly and honestly, Tang Hao said seriously. That won't do either, turn around quickly. Su Mushue said shyly, her face flushed. Tang Hao, however, went straight into the water and chuckled, since we're already here, why don't we take a bath together? After saying that, he swam over without waiting for Su Mushue to refuse. Upon seeing this, Su Mushue blushed and tried to run away. But Tang Hao wouldn't let her escape. He quickly grabbed Su Mushue's arm and pulled her into his embrace. The lake water was icy cold, yet the two figures clung tightly together. The atmosphere suddenly became enchanting. Chapter 12 Warmth in the Lake. No, don't. Su Mushue blushed deeply, feigning reluctance while simultaneously welcoming him. When a girl says no, she means yes. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately lowered his head and kissed her. It's soft. It's sweet. Su Mushue let out a soft moan, her breathing immediately becoming rapid. Before long, the sound of splashing could be heard from the lake. Nothing was said that night. When Su Mushue and Tang Hao returned to the cave, it was already the third day of the school's trial. Tang Hao, Sister Mushue, where have you been? You haven't come back all night, I was so worried about you. When Zhao Lingshan saw the two return, the worry on her face turned to joy. If it weren't for the fact that she needed to stay with her older brother and familiarize herself with his new weapon, Zhao Lingshan would have gone to find the two of them. Su Mushue's pretty face flushed red, and she gave Tang Hao a shy glare. Who would have thought that Tang Hao could torment her in the lake for 2 hours? In the latter half of the night, both of them were exhausted, so they found a tree hollow to rest in. Ahem. Tang Hao coughed lightly, before he could even speak. Suddenly, Zhao Wu's excited voice came from inside the cave. I've awakened a new talent skill. With this meteorite sword, I am invincible in the chi refining realm, and even those above the martial artist realm can trade 1 for 1. Hearing the commotion, the three of them rushed into the cave. Then they saw Zhao Wu hugging his famous meteorite sword and kissing it repeatedly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Zhao Lingshan asked first. Little sister, it's all thanks to Tang Hao forging this top-tier meteorite sword. After equipping it, it unexpectedly activated my dormant talent skill, Blade Storm. Upon seeing Zhao Lingshan, Zhao Wu excitedly explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan was also happy for her elder brother's improved strength. That's great. This will increase our success rate in defeating the tree demon boss even further. Su Mushue nodded slightly, since Zhao Wu has already put on this sword-level weapon. Let's hurry and head to the ancient tree altar deep in the tree demon forest. I'm afraid if it gets too late, the 1,000-year tree demon king will fall into the hands of Lei Pang and the Chen brothers. After the two teams were formed, Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan also found out. Tang Hao and Su Mushua's goal for this trial is to kill the tree demon boss deep in the tree demon forest and strive for first place in this trial. They all owe Tang Hao their lives. Now, having obtained a renowned sword grade weapon specially crafted by Tang Hao, their strength has been enhanced. Wherever Tang Hao wanted to go, they followed. Alright, let's set off now. Zhao Wu said, gripping the meteorite sword, his fighting spirit soaring. He also wanted to test the sharpness of this sword grade weapon. The four of them immediately set off for the ancient tree altar in the tree demon forest. On the other side, the Shao family members who were hunting strange beasts in the tree demon forest also received a message from their family. Xiao San and Xiao Wu were killed in the training grounds. The family wants us to find the killers? Xiao Wu frowned, his tone impatient. As the second young master of the Shao family, because he awakened a B-level profession, the family tended to allocate cultivation resources to his elder brother, Xiao Miao. He had always wanted to prove to the family that his potential was no less than that of his eldest brother, Xiao Miao. Young Master Xiao Hua, we can actually ignore the family's orders. Getting first place on the trial team leaderboard is the most important thing. A fellow member of the Xiao family, standing nearby, reminded him. If you can get the legendary sword level equipment reward for first place in the trial team rankings, your strength will catch up with young Master Xiao Miao. No, I want the number 1 spot on the trial team leaderboard. I will also find out who killed the person from our Shao family's collateral branch. I want to prove to the family that my potential is no less than my eldest brother's. Xiao was said in a cold voice. Boom! On a swamp deep in the jungle. A surge of violent sword energy, wielded by the man's broadsword, slashed towards the swamp serpents at the peak of the chi refining realm. As the golden blade energy swept past, the swamp serpents were easily severed in two, like hemp ropes. Occasionally, swamp serpents would spew out poisonous mist, attempting to ambush the man with the greatsword, but they were all blocked by his tank-class teammates. Ali, well done. Your defense is so strong that even a beast at the early stage of the martial artist realm can't break through it. After Lei Peng killed the surrounding swamp serpents, he gave him a thumbs up and said, Brother Lei Peng, we have already killed 30 beasts at the late stage of chi refining realm, and our cultivation has also broken through to the early stage of martial artist realm. Shouldn't we head to the ancient tree altar and slay the 1,000-year-old tree demon king? A teammate named Ali said. It's time. Lei Peng nodded. The student teams that entered the training grounds spent the first 2 days frantically slaying alien beasts, gaining experience, and breaking through their cultivation levels. The purpose was to slay the 1,000-year tree demon king in the ancient tree altar on the last day of the trial, and gain a large amount of experience and points. In this pre-college entrance examination trial at Yangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School, besides the first place winner receiving a legendary sword level equipment reward, the top 10 teams will also receive rewards. As they spoke, one grabbed a knife and the other a shield, and they rushed toward the ancient tree altar. On the other side, Shen Wen and Shan Wu's team from Class 2 were also heading towards the ancient tree altar. Occasionally, a foolish late-stage chi refining realm beast would show itself, only to be instantly incinerated into ashes by the scorching flames of the sword. Or, it could be frozen into dust by the extreme cold of the sword's edge. Brother, the legendary sword level equipment for this trial must be ours. Anyone who dares to stop us, let them feel the heat of the flames. Yes, brother, let them experience the extreme cold of winter. The two of them were yelling and screaming in a childish and immature way. Guangzhou No. 3 Martial Arts High School. In the Dimensional Stone Plaza. All the instructors stared intently at the scene inside the ancient tree altar in the trial grounds. It's already the last day of the trial. To be among the top 10 in the trial team, you must come to this ancient tree altar and slay the strange beasts surrounding it. The timing of the team's arrival here must be just right. If we arrive too early, we'll face a large number of strange beasts. If you arrive late, the monsters will all be gone. I think it's definitely Lei Peng's team from Class 1 who will reach the ancient tree altar first. With their strength, they could easily kill ordinary beasts while waiting for the 1,000-year tree demon king to awaken. It's Zhang Tao, the class advisor of Class 1, saying with a serious expression. Teacher Zhang, that's not necessarily true. The Qin brothers' team in our class is no weaker than Lei Peng's team. Class teacher Chen Judao of Class 2. Suddenly, the crowd gasped. It turns out that the first and second teams have arrived at the ancient tree altar. But they were neither Lei Peng's team from Class 1. It wasn't the Chen brothers' team from Class 2 either. It's Su Mushua's team from Class 3, and Zhao Wu's team from Class 8? Look at their cultivation levels, One is at the early stage of the martial artist realm, and the other three are at the peak of the chi refining realm? I'm not surprised by Su Muxue and Zhao Wu's cultivation level. Wasn't Tang Hao only at the early stage of chi refining before he entered the arena? He's already reached the peak of the chi refining realm in just 2 days? Breakthrough in 3 minor realms in 2 days. This breakthrough speed shocked not only the mentors at Dimensional Stone Square. Even Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan were completely astonished. Little sister, don't you think Tang Hao is a monster? He's clearly a D-rank blacksmith, yet he can forge top-tier equipment. We've been killing strange beasts all morning, and while we haven't broken through yet, he's already broken through from the late stage of chi refining to the peak stage. Is this cultivation talent really for a D-rank profession? Zhao Wu sighed. Zhao Lingshan glanced at the handsome Tang Hao and blushed. Brother, Tang Hao's job might have been optimized. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu fell silent. In this world, professionals are assigned a professional level from the moment they awaken their profession. However, there will also be cases of career optimization. For example, a B-rank Skyfire Mage, once their class is optimized, awakens a new innate talent skill. That combat power might even surpass that of a rank S Skyfire Mage. Of course, this situation might not even occur in 1 out of 100 million professionals. Chapter 13 invites a rank professional Lei Ping to a challenge. Brother, why are you thinking so much? Anyway, I've already decided that I'm going to apply to the same martial arts university as Tang Hao. The stronger he is, the more benefits he brings to us, isn't that right? Zhao Lingshan smiled at Zhao Wu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu agreed that it made the same sense. On the market, a top-tier sword tailored for a martial artist can be worth no less than 1 billion yuan. If any A-level professional weapon refiner were to announce that they would offer a custom-made, top-tier sword as a reward for a personal bodyguard, let alone martial grandmaster level experts, even battle king level experts would not hesitate to come and beg. He was merely a chi refining realm martial artist, and there were still 2 major realms and 6 minor realms between him and the battle king realm. Before I became a battle king realm expert, I was Tang Hao's most loyal dog, Tui, War Wolf. Zhao Wu thought to himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu turned to Zhao Lingshan and said, Sister, after we leave the training ground, you must not reveal Tang Hao's secret of being able to forge weapons to outsiders. When the time comes, let Tang Hao forge any non-grade ring for us. If anyone asks why Tang Hao can use our innate skills, just say that he can briefly use them by forging iron. Brother, even if you don't say it, I know. Hearing the hushed conversation between Zhao Wu and his sister, Su Muxue's lips curled up in a smile. As expected of her past life, she was the most loyal bedchamber maid and sword spirit guard by the side of Tang Hao, the ancestor of all weapons. Now, they know to start protecting Tang Hao. This is the ancient tree altar. The strength of the beasts here is significantly greater than those on the outskirts of the tree demon forest. Be careful. The battle formation remains the same as before. Mu Shui and Zhao Wu will lead the attack, Zhao Lingshan will use holy light orbs for ranged harassment, and I will observe from the sidelines. Tang Hao glanced around and then spoke to Su Muxue and Zhao Wu, the siblings. All 3 nodded in agreement. As they spoke, dozens of green lights suddenly emanated from the ancient tree altar, shining towards the surrounding trees. Roar! Roar! Immediately afterwards, dozens of ancient trees nearby transformed into tree demons at the peak of the chi refining realm, and aggressively surrounded Su Muxue and her companions. This is bad. The ancient tree altar has sensed the invasion of foreign enemies and has summoned more than 20 tree demons at the peak of the chi refining realm in one go. With so many chi refining realm peak level beasts, even a student in the early stage of martial artist realm would be worn down to death. It's over, these 2 squads are going to be wiped out here. In the Dimensional Stone Plaza, the instructors exclaimed in surprise. Tang Shan and Su Wan both looked rather grim upon seeing this. The 2 squads were the ones who were surrounded. Tanshen, hurry up and apply for them to withdraw from the trial. If you're too late, they'll lose their lives. When Zhang Tao, the class teacher of Class 1, saw this scene, he sneered at Tang Shan. If Tanshen applies to withdraw from the trial, then Tanshen will have lost the bet they made yesterday. He's still waiting for Tanshen to call him dad. Teacher Tanshen, please apply quickly. Even Shenju, the class teacher of Class 2, spoke up to offer advice. Tang Shan hesitated, worried about the safety of his students Su Muxue and Tang Hao. As seen in the video, the 2 students remained calm in the face of so many beasts at the peak of the chi refining realm, but he hesitated again. Or should we wait a little longer? Wait, another team is coming. This will relieve a lot of the pressure on Su Muxue's team and Zhao Wu's team. At this moment, a mentor exclaimed in surprise. The instructors looked up and saw that several more teams had appeared around the ancient tree altar. Besides Lei Peng's team from Class 1 and the Chen brothers' team from Class 2, there are several other teams of top students from ordinary martial arts classes. They are all student teams that are expected to make it into the top 10. Everyone saw Su Muxue and Zhao Wu's two teams surrounded by dozens of tree demons at the peak of the chi refining realm. But no one stepped in to help. Now is the most crucial time for the school trials. If they get injured, their ranking will be overtaken by others. Nobody wants to be the nice guy. Su Muxue, can your team handle so many peak chi refining realm beasts? Lei Peng spoke first, teasing Su Muxue. Do you need my help? Su Muxue glanced at Lei Peng and said, You'd be so kind? Of course, there are conditions, Lei Peng chuckled and said. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll help you. Lei Peng's voice was transmitted back through the dimensional stone, causing the mentors in the square to frown. Teacher Zhang Tao, you're taking advantage of the situation. Is this the kind of student you've taught? Chen Zhu glanced at Zhang Tao and said in an unfriendly tone. The other mentors also looked at Zhang Tao with disdain. Zhang Tao gave an awkward smile, wanting to explain but unsure how to refute it. Principal Zhang Jianjun frowned and turned to Zhou Guodao, the Director of Teaching Affairs. Director Zhou, it seems that our school usually only focuses on martial arts training and has neglected ideological education. Starting next year, our school will not only focus on martial arts training, but also on ideological education. Yes, Principal. Hearing Zhang Jianjun's words, Zhou Guo broke out in a cold sweat and cursed Zhang Tao 18 times in his mind. Inside the ancient tree altar. Upon hearing Lei Peng's words, the Qin brothers also joined in the mockery. Lei Peng, you look honest and simple, but I never expected you to be so shameless. You actually did something like taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Lei Peng disagreed, saying, I'm just making the most reasonable request at the most appropriate time. How can something that's consensual be called shameless? Upon hearing Lei Peng's shameless words, the Qin brothers both gave him a thumbs up. Then, they turned to look at Su Muxue and said, Su Muxue, we are not as shameless as Lei Peng. We have only one condition: if you voluntarily give up hunting the 1,000-year tree demon king, we will help you. Although there were 7 or 8 student teams present. However, the only team with 2 A-level professionals, Lei Peng's squad, truly has the strength to compete with them for the title of 1,000-year tree demon king. And Su Muxue, an A-level professional martial artist. Hearing Lei Peng and the Chen brothers' words, Su Muxue frowned slightly and said without hesitation. No need, my team is capable of dealing with these monsters. Upon hearing this, Lei Peng immediately burst into laughter. Su Muxue, your team? You don't actually expect this useless D-rank kid next to you to fight alongside you and slay these dozens of peak chi refining realm tree demons, do you? A kid with no background, born in the slums, even if you feed him to the peak of chi refining realm, he's still a piece of trash. Lei Peng seemed to treat Tang Hao as if he were invisible, mocking him without restraint. A martial artist's strength is linked to 5 elements: cultivation level, profession, martial arts skills, innate skills, and weapon. A D-level blacksmith can only forge raw iron blanks. He has no talent skills, and Tang Hao has no background, so he can't afford martial arts skills and equipment. He has lost 4 of the 5 elements that make him stronger. No wonder Lei Peng looked down on him. However, Tang Hao was not the kind of person who would remain unmoved if someone came to mock him. A rank berserker blade master, Lei Peng? Tang Hao looked at Lei Peng and said calmly. How about you come out and practice? These words caused an uproar among the numerous teams at the ancient tree altar. Even the instructors in the dimensional stone plaza began to look at each other strangely. Is this kid so stupid from living off a woman? He's a blacksmith, a low-level, useless profession? Want to practice with the berserker blade master, an A-rank professional? Will I be whipped like a spinning top? Chapter 14. A real man uses a greatsword. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Lei Peng's face revealed a mocking expression. Kid, are you serious? I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you, and Su Muxue will be angry. After saying that, he burst into laughter. His teammates beside him also laughed. The surrounding student groups all shook their heads at Tang Hao, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Who will live and who will die is still uncertain. Tang Hao glanced at Lei Peng and said calmly. Who knows, you might be the one I'll trample under my feet. Seeing that Tang Hao, a useless D-level professional, dared to provoke him, Lei Peng's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Fine, then I'll test you to see just how much you're capable of." Boom! As he spoke, his spiritual energy erupted, and a powerful aura of a peak chi refining realm expert burst forth. Behind him, a golden sword saint suddenly appeared, unleashing a violent sword wind. "Tang Hao, let me handle this. I've been wanting to spar with a level of professional for a long time." At this moment, Zhao Wu stepped forward and spoke to Tang Hao, who was standing to the side. Although he was only a B-rank storm swordsman, he had awakened 2 innate skills. In addition, he wielded the meteorite sword, a renowned weapon crafted for him by Tang Haozhu Amen. Facing Lei Peng, an A-level professional berserker blade master, he felt no fear whatsoever. Buzz! As Zhao Wu activated his spiritual power, the pressure of his realm, which was equal to Lei Peng's, also erupted. Countless sword energies swirled around him, forming wind blades. Most importantly, the meteorite sword in his hand also exudes a scorching fiery pressure. 7 small meteorites began to rotate rhythmically around the hilt of the sword. The sword in his hand is no ordinary weapon. Lei Peng and the Qin brothers both noticed the extraordinary nature of the meteorite sword in Zhao Wu's hand, and their expressions became solemn. In the Dimensional Stone Plaza, the mentors also saw the sword in Zhao Wu's hand. This sword is covered in flames and surrounded by meteorites. It's at least a renowned sword-level weapon. Isn't Zhao Wu the orphan of a hero? Even with all the compensation, he couldn't afford a top-tier weapon, could he? Isn't Tang Hao a blacksmith? Could it be? What nonsense are you thinking? Even a C-level weapon refining apprentice can only refine beginner-level equipment that doesn't even reach the required grade. Only B-rank weapon refiners can refine basic-level equipment. Only A-rank weapon refiners can forge legendary sword-level weapons and equipment. Tang Hao, a blacksmith with a D-rank, useless profession, can only forge iron blanks at best. A B-rank storm swordsman wielding a legendary sword-grade weapon. Headmaster Zhou Gua, the head of the teaching department, said excitedly. "Our Guangzhou No. 3 high school is going to be amazing this year." "You're the dean of students now, so be more mature," Principal Zhang Jianjun said calmly. But his trembling fingers seemed to betray his excited heart. Does having a weapon of the spirit-based class make a difference to a martial artist? The difference between a fully unarmed adult man and a top sniper wielding a barret is just as great. A B-rank holy light mage known as a healer, a B-rank storm swordsman wielding a legendary weapon, and a rank heavenly flame mage. He's going to be an easy winner in this year's martial arts college entrance exam. Tang Hao, you're quite capable. Not only did you manage to live off Su Mushue, but you also found a bodyguard with a famous sword-level weapon. Is this why you dared to participate in the trial? Lei Peng looked at Tang Hao and said sarcastically. Unfortunately, these are all external forces. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Hearing Lei Peng's mockery, Zhao Wu still wanted to speak up for Tang Hao. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient tree altar trembled once again. Immediately afterwards. Then they saw thick tree branches bursting out of the ground and attacking the students around them. The 1,000-year tree demon king has emerged. Scatter quickly. Everyone says that this 1,000-year tree demon king has the cultivation of an early-stage martial artist. Be careful. The students around them quickly moved away. Seeing this, Lei Peng didn't bother to pay attention to Tang Hao and the others. His target from the very beginning was this 1,000-year-old tree demon king. Ali, let's do it. Kill this 1,000-year-old tree demon king and compete for points. That's all. Lei Peng's spiritual energy surged, and the golden sword Saint Phantom behind him clenched his hand, unleashing a golden sword beam that shot straight towards the 1,000-year-old tree demon king. Rank a talent skill, Berserker Blade Slash. Upon seeing this, the Qin brothers, Wen and Wu, said in unison, "Lei Peng, you want to steal the boss? Did you ask us first?" As they spoke, one of them gripped the Yang sword and the other the Yin sword, and they attacked the 1,000-year tree demon king. Tang Hao, what do we do? Seeing this, Zhao Wu turned to Tang Hao and asked. Kill all the tree demons at the peak of the Qi refining realm in front of us first. Without even thinking, Tang Hao said. That 1,000-year-old tree demon king has a lot of health, they won't be able to kill it in a short time. Let's gain some experience from ordinary beasts first, and then slowly look for opportunities. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wu and the others nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the 4 of them charged at the tree demons around them. With the appearance of the 1,000-year tree demon king, green light continuously illuminated the ancient tree altar. One after another, tree demons at the peak of the chi refining realm were summoned. The small group of students who were originally just watching were also affected. Because there were too many tree demons at the peak of the chi refining realm, all the student teams were engaged in a fierce battle. Ding! The equipment wearer, Su Mushue, has slain a peak chi refining realm ghost forest tree demon. The host has gained 5 by 10 refining points. Ding! The equipment wearer, Zhao Lingshan, has slain a peak chi refining realm ghost forest tree demon. The host has gained 5 by 10 refining points. Ding! Equipment wearer Zhao Wu. As the system notifications continued to ring out, Tang Hao's weapon crafting value also steadily increased. In no time, his weapon crafting value reached 500 points. The ghostly tree spirits surrounding both of their squads were also wiped out, creating a brief clearing. Tang Hao, our team has already entered the top 10 in the rankings. Zhao Wu glanced at the rankings on his communication watch. His team and his sister's team have already ranked 5th, and the number of monsters they have hunted has widened the gap with the 6th ranked team. Then let's join forces to seize that 1,000-year-old tree demon king and help Mu Shui obtain a lord-level weapon. Tang Hao said. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan both nodded in agreement. As they spoke, Tang Hao took out a white-grade crystal magic wand from his storage bag and handed it to Zhao Lingshan. Lingshan, even though you're wearing white stockings, as a magician, you still need a staff. This basic crystal magic wand can increase spell power by 10%. You can make do with it for now. I'll upgrade it for you when I break through to the martial artist realm. Zhao Lingshan was also taken aback when she received the blank-level crystal magic wand from Tang Hao. When did you forge this weapon? I made it yesterday in the cave using scraps of material, Tang Hao said. You crafted a crystal magic wand for me, so what will you use? Zhao Lingshan asked, almost as if possessed. Me? I'm fine with anything, Tang Hao replied casually. After saying that, he casually took out a golden giant sword, as big as a front door panel, from his storage ring. Although it was a basic item, he still added an equipment attribute to it. Plus 20% attack speed. A real man is big and fast. Chapter 15. One sword to decapitate. When they saw Tang Hao pull out the massive, unsold, white-grade greatsword, the size of a door panel, Su Mushue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan were all stunned. Zhao Wu looked at the thin, long meteorite sword in his hand and felt a strange sense of frustration. Even though he has a top-tier weapon, why does it feel less appealing than Tang Hao's true man's greatsword? In the Dimensional Stone Plaza. When Zhang Tao, the class teacher of Class 1, saw this scene, he looked at him with a sneer. A blacksmith is just a blacksmith. Does he think that the bigger the sword is, the more powerful it is? Wait, did you hear what Tang Hao said? At this moment, Shenju, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, discovered the problem. He said that the magic wand in Zhao Lingshan's hand, and that giant sword, were both made by him? Isn't it said that a D-rank blacksmith can only forge iron blanks? How come he can forge 2 basic grade weapons? Upon hearing this, all the mentors were taken aback. In an instant, the word career optimization popped into their minds. For professionals who have undergone professional optimization, their combat power cannot be distinguished by ordinary professional levels. They often awaken powerful and bizarre innate abilities. With the blessing of this new talent skill, both cultivation talent and cultivation speed will be enhanced several times over compared to before. Seeing his student Tang Hao's career advancement and ability to craft basic equipment, Tang Shan was also very excited. Good lad, I knew you wouldn't give up so easily after 3 years of hard training. Inside the ancient tree altar, Lei Pang and the Chen brothers' attack injured the 1,000-year tree demon king, which in turn enraged it. Roar! All that could be heard was the 1,000-year-old tree demon king roaring to the sky. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from its body. Some of the weaker students were directly blasted away. Upon seeing this, Lei Peng's expression changed drastically. Oh no, the intelligence is wrong. It's not a beast at the early stage of the martial artist realm at all, it's at the middle stage of the martial artist realm. As they spoke, several branches and tentacles of the 1,000-year tree demon king emerged from the ground around Lei Peng and quickly surrounded him. Not only him, but also the Chin brothers and other student teams were trapped by the tree branches and tentacles. Attack with all your might, hold nothing back. All the students' expressions changed drastically, and they all unleashed their full power as peak chi refining realm cultivators. However, their attacks were completely ineffective against the tree branches and tentacles of a mid-stage martial artist beast. In the Dimensional Stone Plaza, the instructors all looked grave. It's the thorn domain of the 1,000-year tree demon king. It is already at the mid-stage of the martial artist realm. To break through its thorny domain, several early-stage martial artist realm experts must act simultaneously. Among these student teams, only Su Muxue is a martial artist in the early stage. This is troublesome. Inside the ancient tree altar. Seeing Lei Pang and the others trapped in the thorn domain of the thousand-year tree demon king, the kind-hearted Zhao Lingshan turned to look at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, should we help him or not? Save the other student teams first, the ones from Class 1 and Class 2. Let them figure it out themselves, Tang Hao said. He's not some saint. Lei Ping just provoked me to my face, so I'll let him suffer the consequences of being the thousand-year tree demon king. Okay. Zhao Lingshan and the others nodded in agreement. Immediately, Su Muxue relied on the counter-damage and poison mist of her renowned weapon, the poison flame lace armor, along with the power of flames. The melee attack shattered the tree branch tentacles that had trapped the two student squads. Zhao Wu, wielding the meteorite sword, rescued a pair of sisters from Class SAX's thorny domain. After surviving the ordeal, the two sisters were extremely grateful to Zhao Wu, repeatedly expressing their thanks in soft, sweet voices. Zhao Wu was not good with words, he just smiled sheepishly. Zhao Lingshan simultaneously used her innate skills, natural healing and holy light ball, to help an injured student team escape their predicament. After thanking Tang Hao and his team, the rescued student team chose to withdraw from the trial. On the field, only Lei Pang, the Qin brothers, and a small team that had just been rescued by Zhao Wu and his group remained. Thank you so much for saving us, otherwise we would have been in serious trouble. The male student in the lead held Tang Hao's hand and expressed his gratitude. Seeing that the other party thanked him instead of Zhao Wu, who saved him, Tang Hao became wary. But he still said, "It was nothing, no need to be a guest." Before Tang Hao could finish speaking, he saw the man's expression suddenly turn cold, and his right hand gathered its strongest attack. The next second, it slammed down towards Zhao Wu's chest. This sudden turn of events startled both Su Muxue and Zhao Lingshan. "Tang Hao, be careful!" Zhao Lingshan shouted. Tang Hao's face was solemn. He couldn't understand why the other party would suddenly try to kill him. So, just for the ranking of the trial team? Those two members of our Shao family from a collateral branch, they died at your hands, didn't they? You have marks left by them on your body. Shao was sneered. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that his killing of the Shao family members had been exposed. Seeing the change in Tang Hao's expression, Shao Wu knew he hadn't killed the wrong person. It's over. Not necessarily. Tang Hao suddenly laughed and said in a deep voice. Talent skill, Blade Storm. Buzz. In an instant, streams of sharp, snow-white sword energy rapidly condensed around Tang Hao and Zhou, forming a sword blade windshield. Splash. The moment Shao Wu's fist touched the sword blade windshield, all the spiritual power in his fist was instantly torn apart. His right arm, too, was sliced away by countless sword blades in the blink of an eye, leaving only a piece of white bone. Ah! My hand! Xiao Hua immediately screamed in agony. It's over! Tang Hao said to Xiao Hua with a cold expression. He swung his massive sword, as thick as a door panel, forward and chopped off a head. Upon seeing this, another student from the Xiao family crushed the dimensional stone without hesitation and withdrew from the trial. In the dimensional stone plaza. A deathly silence. After a long pause, one of the instructors said, "Isn't Tang Hao a blacksmith? Why does he possess Zhao Wu's innate skill? A monster. This is the real monster." At this moment, the Xiao family student also emerged from the dimensional stone. His face was filled with fear, as if he had been scared out of his wits. "I'm giving up the family's mission." It was Xiao San and Xiao Wu who provoked Tang Hao first. They deserved to die. I don't want to die. Upon seeing that the Xiao family student had gone mad with fear, Principal Zhang Jianjun frowned slightly. "Director Zhou, take this student to receive psychological counseling." Zhou Guo nodded in agreement, and then had someone take the Xiao family student away. Inside the ancient tree altar. Lei Pang and the Chen brothers had just managed to escape the thorny domain of the thousand-year-old tree demon king with great effort. Seeing Tang Hao's violent sword storm and ruthless decapitation with a single sword strike, he was excited. "Tang Hao, I acknowledge your strength. How about we join forces to severely injure this thousand-year-old tree demon king, then have another battle to decide who will kill it?" The Qin brothers echoed, "That's right, this thousand-year tree demon king is a mid-stage martial artist level beast. Only by joining forces can we kill it." To everyone's surprise, Tang Hao shook his head and said, "No need. Our two teams can handle this 1,000-year-old tree demon king. Let's clear out the irrelevant people first. Upon hearing Tang Hao refer to them as irrelevant individuals, Lei Peng and the Chun brothers turned ashen-faced. Chapter 16 1 against 3. Arrogant. You really think we can't kill this 1,000-year-old tree demon king at the mid-stage of the martial realm without you? Lei Peng's face was icy cold, and the rookie-level greatsword in his hand was pointed directly at Tang Hao. Lei Peng, it seems someone looks down on us, Qinwen said with a sneer. In that case, why don't the three of us join forces and eliminate those two teams first? Hearing the Qin brothers' words, Lei Peng nodded and said, okay. He turned to his tank-class teammates and said, Ali, you have high defense, so hold off the 1,000-year tree demon king for now. I'll deal with them as soon as possible and then come back to help you. Hearing that he was asked to single-handedly hold off the tree demon king, who was at the mid-stage of the martial realm, Ali felt a lot of pressure. Okay. But he still gritted his teeth and agreed. In an instant, Lei Peng and the three Chen brothers surrounded Tang Hao. If you want to hurt Tang Hao, ask me first if I agree. Su Mushua's spiritual power erupted, and her gloved hands were enveloped in flames. The siblings Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan also prepared to protect Tang Hao. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao spoke up, saying to the three of them, you go and deal with the 1,000-year tree demon king first. I'll take care of them and then I'll join you. These words were spoken. The instructors at Dimensional Stone Plaza were all in an uproar. He's insane. A D-rank professional trying to fight 3A-rank professionals at the peak of the Qi refining realm all by himself? Even if his career path has been optimized, it's still unlikely he'll make it. Zhang Tao turned to Tang Shan and said, Tang Shan, the students you've taught are not only arrogant, but also stupid. If he joins forces with Zhao Wu's team from Class 8, they might be able to give Lei Peng and the Chen brothers a run for their money. Tang Shan ignored Zhang Tao's sarcasm. I believe him. When the mentors heard Tang Shan say this, they thought he had gone mad. Inside the ancient tree altar, everyone was taken aback when they heard Tang Hao's words. Tang Hao, they are all peak Qi refining realm martial artists, and all of them are ranked professionals, you. Zhao Wu was about to speak up to persuade her when Su Mushue waved her hand to interrupt him. Alright, we'll deal with the 1,000-year tree demon king, we'll leave the rest to you. Upon hearing Su Mushue's words, Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan went mad. Is it really okay for Tang Hao to deal with three peak Qi refining realm martial artists of A-level professions all by himself? Trust Tang Hao, and don't forget his abilities and our innate skills. Seeing the worry on Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan's faces, Su Mushue offered a word of advice. The two siblings were taken aback upon hearing this. Immediately, I felt relieved. The three immediately attacked the 1,000-year tree demon king. Tang Hao, kneel down. Seeing that Tang Hao wanted to fight 3 against 1, Lei Peng felt his pride had been humiliated. He immediately unleashed his innate skill, Berserk Blade Slash. A golden blade of light, several meters in size, slashed down towards Tang Hao with a thunderous roar. Well done. Tang Hao raised an eyebrow, and the greatsword in his hand, as big as a door panel, burst into scorching flames. The next second, a powerful storm of magical elements, condensed into a celestial flame, burst forth from the greatsword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Lei Peng's golden blade of light, which was several meters long. Scorching flames and ferocious blade light raged through the air. It's an A-rank talent skill, Heavenly Flamestorm. Isn't this Su Mushue's innate skill? How can Tang Hao use it? In the Dimensional Stone Plaza, a student who had finished his trial exclaimed in surprise. The mentors were also shocked. Could it be that Tang Hao can really use his teammates' innate skills? Inside the ancient tree altar, Lei Peng was also stunned by the astonishing attack Tang Hao had unleashed. How could he? Thunderbird, don't get distracted, this kid is a bit strange. Chenwen swept past Lei Peng. The young sword in his hand flickered with fire. A sharp, fiery sword beam slashed down from the side, aiming for Tang Hao's waist. At the same time, Chen Wuxin's sword also unleashed an extremely cold icy blade, aiming straight for Tang Hao's forehead. The Chen brothers' first move was a deadly one. Upon seeing the attack from the Chen brothers, Tang Hao's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. He didn't even try to dodge. The spiritual power of the greatsword in his hand surged, and the power of the heavenly flamestorm increased several times, directly breaking Lei Peng's Berserk Blade Slash. The next second, the firestorm struck Lei Peng. Puff! Lei Peng coughed up blood and was blasted back several steps. The Qin brothers cursed inwardly upon seeing Tang Hao's actions. Is this kid crazy? In order to defeat Lei Pang, he actually didn't dodge our combined attack. He's finished. As they pondered, the fire and ice sword beams in their hands crashed down on Tang Hao. Quickly, prepare the medical team. Start treating that student as soon as he's defeated. Principal Zhang Jianjun turned his head and faced Zhou Guodao, the director of teaching affairs. A D-grade useless professional blacksmith, worthless. A blacksmith who can refine weapons can be optimized into a weapon refiner. Such a profession is highly sought after. Whether in universities or the military, they are the focus of protection. Yes, Principal. Zhou Gui nodded in agreement. But just as he was about to turn around and prepare the medical team, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred to Tang Hao in the picture. Boom! Under the combined attack of ice and fire sword beams, unleashed by the Chen brothers at the peak of the Qi refining realm, a dazzling defensive light shield suddenly erupted around Tang Hao. His 7 pieces of clothing, headscarf, shirt, trousers, cloth shoes, necklace, bracelet, and ring all shone brightly at the same time. Those 2 full-force sword strikes from peak Qi refining realm cultivators vanished the moment they touched the shield, like mud sinking into the sea. In the Dimensional Stone Plaza, the crowd was in an uproar. Holy crap, this is a basic level equipment? It's a set? Any piece of basic equipment can provide 10% immunity to damage. 7 pieces of equipment provide 70% immunity to damage. With the added boost from the set bonus, this is an invincible turtle shell. Even a martial artist at the early stage of the martial realm couldn't break it. I want to report someone cheating in the trial. Inside the ancient tree altar, Lei Pang and the 3 Chen brothers were stunned when they saw the defensive light shield on Tang Hao's body. Their all-out attack was easily blocked by Tang Hao. How could they possibly fight back? Tang Hao, you're cheating, Chen Wen said angrily. As a blacksmith with some involvement in the crafting profession, it's reasonable for me to craft a few 100 million defensive items for myself, right? Tang Hao shrugged and said with an innocent look on his face. This is a basic level piece of equipment, and it's a set? Even a B-rank weapon refiner might not be able to forge it, so what makes you think you can? My younger brother, Chen Wu, questioned. Maybe I was just lucky, and equipment is also a part of strength, Tang Hao said with a serious expression. If you're not satisfied, you can go buy the equipment yourselves. I'll buy your sister. Shen Wen and Shen Wu cursed inwardly when they heard Tang Hao's words. A basic piece of equipment can cost 4 to 5 million on the market. 7 pieces of basic equipment cost over 30 million. The 7 pieces of equipment Tang Hao was wearing were still a basic set, so their value increased 5-fold. This set is worth hundreds of millions, exceeding the value of even a legendary sword-level weapon, and it's still priceless and unavailable. How can we get them to buy it? Are you still going to fight or not? Tang Hao planted his greatsword in the ground and impatiently asked Lei Pang and the Chen brothers. What the hell? You can play by yourself. Chen Wen and Shen Wu exchanged a glance, cursed, and then chose to quit the trial. They ranked 3rd in this trial, which is a pretty good result. Lei Pang was filled with resentment when he heard Tang Hao's words. Their team was in 2nd place, just 1 step away from getting the legendary sword-level equipment. But this kid in front of me is a monster. Despite being a D-rank useless blacksmith, his combat power is in no way inferior to theirs. He also possesses a basic set of armor comparable to an invincible tortoise shell. How do we fight this? We're withdrawing. Lei Pang looked dejected and chose to withdraw from the trial. Ali, who was locked in battle with the 1,000-year Tree Demon King, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lei Pang announce that he was giving up and withdrawing from the trial. He was practically whipped into a spinning top by the 1,000-year Tree Demon King. He also noticed the blank suit Tang was wearing, and felt like dying. He, who had always been arrogant and considered himself an unparalleled B-rank tank, was completely outmatched by Tang Hao's basic armor set. It's like a small turtle meeting a big turtle. After Lei Pang and the Chen brothers team withdrew, only Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan remained on the field. With Tang Hao's addition, the 1,000-year-old Tree Demon King's health bar quickly reached 0. Muxue, you deliver the final blow and see if you can get anything good. Looking at the dying 1,000-year-old Tree Demon King, Tang Hao said to Su Muxue. Chapter 17 No, Principal, I'm not making an appointment. In the Dimensional Stone Plaza, Lei Pang and the Chen brothers team walked out from inside. The students who had finished their trials all looked at them with pity. Lei Pang, your strength is not enough. It's just a basic set of armor. You need to train harder. Zheng Tao patted Lei Peng on the shoulder and comforted him. Once you reach the martial artist realm, you will be able to, the peak of the martial artist realm. I've acquired another legendary weapon. That would be enough to inflict at least 10% damage on Tang Hao. Hearing Zhang Tao's encouraging words, Lei Peng, who was already feeling dejected, gave a bitter smile. Teacher, thank you for your comfort. I feel much better now. Ahem, you're welcome. Zhang Tao gave an awkward smile. This is a completely basic set. Let alone the martial artist realm, even martial grandmaster realm experts are rare. Tanshen really got incredibly lucky they actually produced a student who can forge weapons. With this student around, Tangshen's future looks very promising. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao turned to Tang Shan and said, Tang Shan, I lost our bet, and I accept my defeat. From today onwards, you will call me by my name, and I will call you Dad. We will address each other separately. Seeing Zhang Tao's obsequious and subservient demeanor, they realized he was quite the opportunist. The mentors around him all looked at Zhang Tao with new respect. Seeing his teacher's obsequious manner, Lei Peng felt a surge of admiration. As expected of a teacher. If you lose, admit it without hesitation or ambiguity. What a magnanimous spirit this is. Man, this is how it should be. Thinking of this, he looked up at Tang Hao in the picture and thought to himself. So what if we were defeated? It's not a shameful thing. Such a powerful ally, I have to cling to him. As Tang Hao's enemy, he wouldn't mind if others called him a weak and helpless little thunderbird. But if Tang Hao's brother doesn't call him Brother Da Peng, he'll start complaining. Inside the ancient tree altar. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Su Muxue glanced at Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan. School Beauty Su, I already have a weapon. If this tree demon king really drops a lord-level weapon, it should be yours, Zhao Wu said with a smile. Yes, Sister Muxue, hurry up and get started, Zhao Lingshan chimed in. Su Muxue nodded and immediately took action, delivering the final blow to the 1,000-year-old tree demon king. Ding! Teammate Su Muxue has killed a mid-stage martial artist realm beast, the 1,000-year tree demon king. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 by 50 refinement points. The host's current total refining value is 1,150 points. 600 points can be consumed to break through to a higher realm. The voice of the refine weapons and become stronger system rang in Tang Hao's ears. Looking at Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan, they also broke through to the early stage of the martial artist realm due to the team experience points they received from killing the 1,000-year tree demon king. Brother, I've broken through. Me too. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan looked excited. Su Muxue also took out a pair of gauntlets from the body of the 1,000-year-old tree demon king. They were as thin as cicada wings and almost the color of her skin. These are the Lord-level Treant gauntlets? After Su Muxue put on the tree demon gloves, the gloves, which were as thin as cicada wings, seemed to be coated with a layer of shiny film on her body. Tang Hao's eyes lit up after just one glance. Aren't these the glossy, flesh-colored gloves that those beauties in my past life loved to wear? Involuntarily, an image of Su Muxue wearing lace inner armor, black stockings, and her fair hands adorned with the tree demon gloves flashed through his mind, helping him fight. Upon realizing this, Tang Hao's body trembled. Stimulate. Sister Muxue, is this tree demon gloves really a lord-level weapon? Could you grant us access to see it? Zhao Lingshan asked with an expectant look on her face. Zhao Wu glared at his younger sister and scolded her, Little sister, your request is too unreasonable. A martial artist's equipment attributes, like his innate skills and martial arts techniques, are taboo and cannot be passed on to outsiders. Zhao Lingshan realized this as well, and stuck out her tongue, Sister Muxue, I'm sorry, it was my oversight. Su Muxue waved her hand and said, it's okay, we're all teammates. After saying that, she granted access to view the equipment in her hands. Lord-level Treant gloves pseudo-purple. Equipment attributes. Attack power increased by 30%. Spiritual energy recovery speed increased by 30%. 30% chance to trigger Thorn Domain. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan were stunned when they saw these three equipment attributes. They finally understood why Lord-level equipment was positioned between Legacy and Famous Blade levels. Based on its three equipment attributes alone, it can only be obtained from purple-tier heritage weapons. Sister Muxue, with this equipment alone, you could probably fight a mid-stage martial artist right now, right? Zhao Lingshan said excitedly. Su Muxue smiled without saying a word. Alright, we've killed the tree demon boss. Our first place ranking on the trial team leaderboard is secured. Time to head out. At this moment, Tang Hao spoke up to his teammates. Upon hearing this, all three nodded in agreement. When Tang Hao and his group appeared at the Dimensional Stone Plaza of Yangcheng Third Martial Arts High School, all eyes, from the mentors and students, were on them. Splash! The next second, deafening applause suddenly rang out in the square. At first, no one expected that an A-rank Heavenly Flame Magister who had gone astray and a useless D-rank blacksmith could become the first place in this trial. Tang Hao, Su Muxue, congratulations on your team achieving first place in this trial team ranking. And Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, your team has also made it into the top 5. Zhou Gua, the head of the teaching department, walked over and addressed Tang Hao and the others. He greeted Zhou Gua, the head of the teaching department, who usually had a cold and aloof demeanor, with a smile on his face. Tang Hao felt it was all unreal. Dean of Students, thank you for your congratulations. Tang Hao smiled awkwardly. Class teacher Tang Shan walked up to Tang Hao, patted him on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, Tang Hao, I've said it before, there are no useless professions, only useless professionals. You've successfully forged your own path. Old Tang. Tang Hao's eyes reddened when he heard his homeroom teacher Tang Shan's words. He came from a slum and spent 3 years of high school training hard to hone his body, all in order to awaken a high-level profession. During this time, his homeroom teacher, Tang Shan, also saw his efforts and privately spent a lot of money to buy him nutritional supplements to improve his physical fitness. Tang Hao initially thought this was an investment from his homeroom teacher, Tang Shan. After he awakened the D-level useless profession of blacksmith, Tang Hao felt as if the sky had fallen. He thought that he had awakened to a useless profession, and that his homeroom teacher, Tang Shan, would probably be disappointed and treat him as a discarded pawn of a failed investment. Unexpectedly, Tang Shan comforted him, saying, Tang Hao, there are no useless professions in this world, only useless professionals. If your professional level is low, then work hard to cultivate, learn martial arts, and become the purest martial artist. Talent skills only prove that you are a born genius. Hard work and sweat will prove that you have become a genius. Thank you, Teacher Tang. Thinking of this, Tang Hao bowed deeply to Tang Shan in front of all the teachers and students of the school. This move is tantamount to telling everyone. Tang Shan was Tang Hao's mentor. Tang Shan was moved by this and smiled with red eyes, saying, This is all thanks to your own hard work. At this moment, Principal Zhang Jianjun walked over, grabbed Tang Hao's shoulder, and said excitedly, Tang Hao, why are you able to use your teammates' innate skills? Has your job been optimized? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Tang Hao. They were curious too. Career optimization is something that happens only once in a million times. However, every year, tens of millions of students in China awaken to professional goals. With such a large pool of students, there are at least several dozen who can pursue career advancement. Upon hearing the principal's words, Tang Hao knew that his performance in the Tree Demon Forest instance had been witnessed. He didn't know how to explain his weapon refining to become stronger system. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity offered by the principal, he said, I think so. I think I've suddenly awakened 2 innate skills. One is in the area of weapon crafting. One is that I can temporarily borrow the innate skills of the person who possesses the medium through a medium. Wow! Upon hearing Tang Hao's admission, the mentors were immediately in an uproar. Awaken 2 innate skills? Only geniuses in A-rank professions can possess more than 2 talent skills. How could he, a D-rank profession, awaken so many after profession optimization? Hiss. Does that mean his blacksmithing profession is now comparable to an A-level profession? A monster. He's a monster. Principal Zhang Jianjun was so excited he almost fainted. Good boy, come with me to the principal's office, we'll have a detailed talk. He held Tang Hao's hand. That look in his eyes was just like an old pervert seeing a little girl in white stockings. Tang Hao's body trembled, and a chill ran down his spine. No, principal, I don't want to make an appointment. Chapter 18 Trial ends, rewards auctioned. Principal, shall we talk about the trial rewards first? Tang Hao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang Jianjun realized what he meant and said with a smile, I'm getting old, I almost forgot about that. He immediately spoke, addressing the students around him. The trial of Guangzhou No. 3 Martial Arts High School has officially ended. All student teams that make it into the top 10 can enter the school's treasure vault and choose 2 items, such as elixirs or beginner-level equipment. In addition, the top 10 student teams can also go to the school library to choose a martial arts technique. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Those student teams that made it into the top 10 cheered and became excited. The student teams that didn't make it into the top 10 looked disappointed. Principal, is it true that you promised the top-ranking student team in the trial a special reward of a legendary sword-grade equipment? Upon hearing Su Mushua's words, Principal Zhang Jianjun chuckled. Mushue, you're already asking for favors for your boyfriend? Su Mushua blushed. Uncle Zhang, that's not true. As the premier martial arts family in Guangzhou, the Su family naturally maintains good relations with university presidents like Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun and Su Mushua's grandfather were even sworn brothers. It can be said that Su Mushua was someone Zhang Jianjun watched grow up. Alright, I'm not kidding you anymore. The first place winner in this trial will indeed receive a legendary sword-level equipment as a reward. Zhang Jianjun smiled and took out a weapon resembling an Mo Dawa type of long-handled sword from his storage ring. The knife is entirely azure blue, with wisps of wind swirling around its blade. When this blue-grade legendary weapon was taken out, the students present gasped for breath. This blue-grade weapon, named the Windbreaker Blade, has only one description, but it is extremely powerful. It can increase the wearer's attack power by 30%. Principal Zhang Jianjun also introduced Tang Hao to the situation. The students around were filled with envy when they heard that this famous sword-level weapon could increase attack power by 30%. If I possessed this weapon, I might not be unable to fight that 1,000-year-old tree demon king, which was at the mid-stage of the martial arts realm. Lei Peng clenched his fist and said, famous swords are already scarce, and popular weapons like swords and sabers are priced at over 50 million on the market, and there are still no buyers even if they are available. His teammate Ali comforted him, saying. Shen Wu also looked at Tang Hao's wind-breaking blade with envy. Little brother, let's save up some more money, and then I can buy you a sword. Seeing his younger brother's envious expression, Shen Wen comforted him. Upon hearing this, Shen Wu shook his head and said, brother, let's save up the money, then you can buy it. After I get into university, I'll accumulate points there and exchange them for cadet-level weapons. After looking at the attributes of the wind-breaking blade in his hand, Tang Hao said to Zhang Jianjun, Principal, this famous great weapon is mine. Can I do whatever I want with it? Of course, you can use it yourself, or give it to Su Mushue to use. Zhang Jianjun nodded, but she's a heavenly flame mage and loves using gauntlets, so she probably won't want her. Tang Hao nodded slightly upon hearing Zhang Jianjun's words. He didn't break the weapon seal, but instead gripped the wind-breaking sword, turned to Lei Peng, the Chen brothers, and the others, and said, students, I believe you all know how much a good weapon can enhance your combat power. Lei Peng, Chen Wen, Chen Wu, if you had possessed this legendary weapon in the Tree Demon Forest, the outcome of this trial team might have been very different. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Lei Peng and the Chen brothers turned ashen-faced. They all thought Tang Hao was just making sarcastic remarks. Tang Hao, you're just relying on your superior equipment, aren't you? If I had a top-tier weapon, I might not have lost just now. Lei Peng said through gritted teeth. Tang Hao, although you are a weapon refiner, your equipment is also part of your strength. But you beat us, and now you want to humiliate us? That's going too far. Shen Wu said to Tang Hao with a face full of anger. Tang Hao said with a smile, well said, so now I'm giving you a chance to become stronger. He pointed to the wind-breaking blade in his hand. I am now publicly auctioning this famous weapon, the Windbreaker Blade, in front of the principal and all the teachers and students of the school. The starting bid is 10 million, the highest bidder wins. Wow! The air fell silent as soon as Tang Hao said this. The next second, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Tang Hao, are you crazy? This is a legendary sword-level weapon. If you own it, plus your own basic set. During the martial arts college entrance examination, there's a chance to compete for the provincial martial arts champion title. Zhou, the director of teaching affairs, spoke first. Yes, Tang Hao, although your profession has been optimized, your cultivation potential is no less than that of an A-level professional genius. But with hundreds of universities across the province, teeming with geniuses, you absolutely mustn't underestimate your competitors. Tang Shan, the homeroom teacher, also advised Tang Hao. Director Zhou, Teacher Tang, I know what I'm doing. Tang Hao said with a serious expression. This legendary Windbreaker Blade, despite its good quality, only has one attribute. He can easily forge a top-tier weapon with more attributes than this one. It could be said that this Windbreaker Blade, which was an invaluable treasure in the eyes of others, was nothing more than a slightly better weapon than scrap metal in his eyes. Zhou Guo and Tang Shan wanted to say a few more words of advice, but Zhang Jianjun waved his hand to stop them. Geniuses have their own ideas, and we should respect Tang Hao's ideas. Seeing that the principal had spoken, Zhou Guo and Tang Shan had no choice but to shut up. Lei Peng, the Qin brothers, and others looked excited. Tang Hao, are you really going to sell your top-tier sword? Lei Peng asked. With the principal's notarization, would I lie to you? Tang Hao retorted. In his squad, only Zhao Wu used a knife. But Zhao Wu already has the meteorite sword, so he definitely wouldn't be interested in this wind-breaking blade. He had no choice but to sell the sword to get some money to buy crafting materials. Upon hearing this, Lei Peng and the others also agreed that this made sense. I want this legendary weapon, the Windbreaker Blade. I'll offer 15 million. He immediately raised his hand to bid. I'll offer 18 million. Chen Wen quickly raised his hand and said, I'll offer 20 million. A student from Class 3, whose awakened sword-related profession, raised his hand and said. His team also made it into the top 10 of the trial. I'll offer 22 million, let's see who dares to compete with me. Lei Peng said with a stern face. His words caused many students who were about to grit their teeth and bid to reconsider. Thunderbird, others may fear you, but we certainly don't. Chen Wu sneered. We'll offer 25 million. The Lei and Chen families are equally powerful among the martial arts families in Guangzhou, and they often clash. Therefore, Lei Peng and the Chen brothers have always been at odds. Okay, I'll offer 30 million. Upon seeing that the Chen brothers wanted to compete with him, Lei Peng immediately shouted from above. We'll offer 35 million. 40 million. Soon, only the Thunderbird remained on the field, with the Chen brothers bidding against each other. The students around stared wide-eyed at this sight. Is this a legendary sword-level weapon? It is indeed priceless. Ultimately, Lei Peng bought this renowned windbreaker blade for 55 million. Ha, this wind-breaking blade is mine now. After Lei Peng transferred 55 million to Tang Hao's account, he took the windbreaker blade, unsealed it, and began checking the equipment's attributes. Once he confirmed that the weapon could indeed increase his attack power by 30%, he became excited. Chen Wen, Chen Wu, come on, let's have another fight. Let me show you my greatsword. Upon hearing Lei Peng's words, Chen Wen and Chen Wu's faces turned ugly, and they cursed in unison. We won't fight you because you have weapons. Seeing Tang Hao, who looked like a greedy man, after the wind-breaking blade was sold, Zhang Jianjun said helplessly. Alright, the trial is over. Students who have broken through to the peak of the Qi refining realm during this trial, please prepare to participate in the Martial Arts College entrance examination in 3 days. The teams that make it into the top 10 in the trial, come to the school library tomorrow. The head of the teaching department will take you in to choose your martial arts techniques. Everyone, disperse. Upon hearing this, the students nodded and dispersed. Zhang Jianjun turned to Tang Hao and said, Tang Hao, come with me to the principal's office. At this point, he pointed to Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan. You all join in too. Chapter 19 tonight, should I go back to my place, or? In the principal's office. Tang Hao sat at his desk, while Zhang Jianjun sat behind it, staring intently at him. Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan stood behind him. Principal, you've been staring at me for 20 minutes now. If you have something to say, just say it. Tang Hao finally couldn't hold back any longer, coughed lightly, and said. Tang Hao, that legendary sword Zhao Wu has, you forged it, didn't you? Zhang Jianjun's opening remarks were a bombshell. Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan's expressions changed drastically. When did the principal discover it? If people knew that a D-rank blacksmith could forge weapons of the highest caliber. This is going to cause a national sensation, isn't it? Uncle Zhang, you've misunderstood. The weapon in Zhao Wu's hand is his own good fortune, it has nothing to do with Tang Hao. Su Muxue quickly spoke up, addressing Zhang Jianjun. Muxue, you said you weren't protecting your boyfriend, but I only asked you one question and you're already lying for him? Zhang Jianjun smiled at Su Muxue. Su Muxue blushed slightly upon hearing this. Zhang Jianjun didn't wait for Su Muxue and Tang Hao to speak before he spoke first. Student Tang Hao, I never expected that a D-level useless blacksmith could be able to demonstrate the abilities of an A-level weapon refiner after professional optimization. This is your strength, but you don't need to hide it too much. Upon hearing Zhang Jianjun's words, Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. Principal, you mean? Instead of answering directly, Zhang Jianjun took out a stack of documents from the drawer and pushed them in front of Tang Hao. You and your girlfriend, as well as the other teammates, can all take a look. Seeing this, Tang Hao took the document and opened it to take a look. Lin Feng from Lushan Martial Arts High School, a level professional swift sword god, with 3 innate talent skills and sword affinity. Chen Kuang from Suzhou and Hangzhou Martial Arts High School, and a level professional berserker, has 3 innate talent skills, is bloodthirsty and warlike. At the peak of the Qi refining realm, he fought 3 mid-stage martial artist beasts alone, killing 2 and seriously injuring 1. Xiao Tian from Kyoto Martial Arts High School, S-rank professional martial arts master, was born with the double pupil talent skill, and is suspected to have 4 talent skills. Zhang Chuyi from Jiling Martial Arts High School, S-rank professional, born with the golden supreme bone. Looking at the pages and pages of information on martial arts geniuses, Tang Hao's face showed a look of shock. He thought that with the weapon refining system that made him stronger, he was already a prodigy among prodigies. I never imagined that there were so many geniuses and prodigies across the country who were no less talented than him. Seeing Tang Hao's shocked expression, Principal Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Tang Hao, there are countless heroes in the world, and you are just one of them. What you need to do now is to use your professional advantages to arm yourself. Although you now have the support of the Su family behind Su Muxue, it's not enough. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao had a general idea of Zhang Jianjun's intentions. Principal, which martial arts university are you trying to recruit on behalf of? Upon seeing Tang Hao reveal his intentions, Zhang Jianjun gave an awkward smile. You look honest and simple, but you're quite shrewd. Tang Hao smiled but didn't reply. You guessed it already, so I won't waste any more words. I'm here to help Yangchang Martial Arts University make connections. As we all know, our country, Dragon Kingdom, has 5 major universities. Kyoto Budo University boasts abundant resources, but the competition is fierce. The Shanghai Magic University is suitable for students who have awakened their magic and are majoring in elemental magic, such as Su Muxue and Zhao Lingshan. The Dragon Kingdom Military Academy, dedicated to protecting the nation, offers the fastest path to cultivation, but it is also the most dangerous. Suzhou Hangzhou Martial Arts University is similar in strength to our Guangzhou Martial Arts University, but their place is a culinary wasteland. Therefore, all things considered, our Yangchang Martial Arts University is the most suitable university for you to apply to. Tang Hao's expression turned strange after hearing Zhang Jianjun's obviously biased introduction. Principal, do you have some special relationship with the admissions office of Yangchang Martial Arts University? Or did he promise you some benefits? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Jianjun's face turned serious. Nonsense, do I look like the kind of person who would be bought off with 5-foot massages? At this point, he casually picked up a paper fan and opened it. The words "be a role model for others" were prominently displayed above. Tang Hao's face darkened. Under Tang Hao's direct gaze, Zhang Jianjun finally surrendered and admitted. Okay, Li Jianguo, the director of the admissions office of Yangchang Martial Arts University, is my classmate and comrade in arms. They saw the potential in Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan. We are willing to offer each of them a scholarship of 1 million yuan and a level training resources, and specially recruit them to enter Yangchang Martial Arts University for the 3rd time. As for your potential, it's even greater than Su Muxue's and the others. As long as you're willing to go to Guangzhou Martial Arts University, I can make the arrangements. Your special admission criteria will definitely be better than theirs. At this point, Zhang Jianjun paused again and said, although my old classmate did promise me that he would treat me to 6-foot massages after the matter was settled. But the main reason I recommend Guangzhou Martial Arts University is because their teaching resources are truly excellent. Seeing Zhang Jianjun's sincerity, Tang Hao didn't say anything, but turned to look at Su Muxue. Su Muxue is the legitimate daughter of a martial arts family, and her knowledge is broader than his, a transmigrator. Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Su Muxue nodded slightly. Although Zhang Jianjun was bribed by the foot massage parlor, what he said was the truth. Guangzhou Martial Arts University may not have the same resources as Kyoto Martial Arts University and China Military Academy, but its school spirit is pure. In my previous life, when Guangzhou was invaded by foreign tribes, as the martial arts inspector of Guangzhou, she fought on the front lines. Those fighting to the death on the front lines are all the teachers and students of Yangchang Martial Arts University. Among them were not only senior students at the martial grandmaster level. There were also freshmen who had just entered the martial arts realm. In her final moments, the teachers and students of Yangchang Martial Arts University not only did not retreat, but instead followed one after another. They will fill the dimensional rift with their own bodies and fight to the death. In this life, even if Zhang Jianjun didn't mention it, she still dragged Tang Hao along and got into Yangcheng Martial Arts University. Alright, Principal Zhang, for your sake, I can meet with your friend in the admissions office. Upon seeing Su Muxue nod, Tang Hao immediately spoke. Okay, I'll ask him to come to school tomorrow, Zhang Jianjun said with a smile. At this point, Zhang Jianjun took out another black card, handed it to Tang Hao, and said, Tang Hao, I have high hopes for your potential. This is an extra scholarship awarded to you by our school. You can use this money to buy some cultivation resources. After accepting the black card, Tang Hao said to Zhang Jianjun, Thank you, Principal. Although he had just sold a top-tier weapon and made tens of millions. But nobody dislikes having too much money. Moreover, Su Muxue had previously transferred refining materials worth tens of millions from her family. He used up all his resources after forging 3 top-tier swords, a set of basic armor, and 2 more basic weapons. If he wants to forge new equipment, he needs to buy materials again, which costs money. You've all been working hard for 3 days. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Come to the school library tomorrow. What level of martial arts skills you can choose depends on your fate, Zhang Jianjun said. After leaving the principal's office, Zhao Lingshan originally wanted to say that she was going home with Tang Hao, but Zhao Wu stopped her. Tang Hao, my sister, and I are going home first. See you tomorrow. Tang Hao nodded. Okay, the principal's telling us to get some sleep probably means something else. You shouldn't cultivate when you get back. Zhao Wu nodded in agreement. Seeing that her older brother had made a decision for her, Zhao Lingshan pouted, looking dissatisfied. But he still obediently followed Zhao Wu. Tang Hao, are you going back to my place tonight, or? Su Muxue gazed at Tang Hao with her beautiful eyes, her breath sweet and fragrant. Her jade-like hands, clad in glossy gloves, slid down Tang Hao's chest. I want to test the power of this Trey-ant gloves. Looking at Su Muxue's jade-like hands, which seemed to be wearing flesh-colored gloves, Tang Hao's breathing became somewhat rapid. Is this little vixen trying to show him the indestructible grip tonight? Chapter 20, The Most Evil Professional, The Fierce Sister Next Door? Let's do it another day. After thinking for a moment, Tang Hao suppressed his anger and politely declined Su Muxue's offer. It wasn't that he didn't want to experience the pleasure of Su Muxue's fair and slender hands wearing the flesh-like tree demon gloves and using the undying grip. Instead, he hadn't been home for several days. Okay. Then I'll wear lace inner armor and your favorite black stockings tonight. Su Muxue blushed when she heard Tang Hao's words, but still nodded obediently. Forehead. Knowing that Su Muxue had misunderstood him, Tang Hao rubbed his nose. What I meant was, I'll go to your place again tomorrow. Su Muxue immediately realized she had misunderstood, and her cheeks flushed red. Okay, then, see you tomorrow. After saying that, Su Muxue twisted her pert buttocks and fled in panic. Tang Hao watched Su Muxue's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Who would have thought that he was just a simp in his past life? After transmigrating to this other world, he was able to win the heart of Su Muxue, the school beauty of Yangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School. The lovely Zhao Lingshan also fell for him. Tang Hao suddenly missed Zhao Lingshan's long, fair legs in white stockings. And that night, when I tore my white silk stockings, Zhao Lingshan's alluring yet coy demeanor was captivating. While pondering, Tang Hao left Yangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School and walked towards the slums. Boom! Just then, a deafening explosion rang out not far away. Immediately afterwards, a figure exuding a bloody aura rushed towards Tang Hao. The pedestrians around, upon seeing the figure covered in blood, all showed a look of fear on their faces. Isn't that Pan Lei, the criminal ranked 32nd on the list of the most heinous criminals by the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau? He's at the peak of the martial realm, possessing the B-rank bloodthirsty firewolf. His hands are stained with the lives of dozens of talented professionals. Get out of the way. Pan Lei's expression was fierce, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I just killed a B-level professional genius. How did the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau find out? I was severely injured by them. If I want to leave unscathed, I must take a hostage. While pondering, Pan Lei, an extremely ruthless professional, quickly locked his gaze on Tang Hao, who looked completely harmless. The uniform of Martial Arts 3rd High School. Student. You're the one. Pan Lei's lips curled into a sinister smile. He quickened his pace and lunged at Tang Hao. Pan Lei, stop. If you dare to hurt that student, I'll take your life. Xinyue Han, the captain of the 3rd inspection team of the Yangcheng Inspection Bureau, who had come to apprehend them, saw the scene and angrily said. Pan Lei sneered, "You're making it sound like I can live if I don't touch him. Since that's the case, I might as well grab someone to take down with me." As he spoke, he had already pounced on Tang Hao, his right hand flashing red light. Just then, the claws of a bloodthirsty firewolf were about to grab Tang Hao's neck. Upon seeing the opponent's attack, Tang Hao wondered if he should dodge first, then assist the surveillance team in arresting this professional criminal. After all, the Inspection Bureau is a department composed of official professionals, specifically responsible for maintaining the city's security and preventing people from using their profession to commit crimes. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Hao has an obligation to assist the Supervisory Bureau in punishing those with extremely unethical professions. Tang Hao, get out of the way. Unexpectedly, the female inspector suddenly spoke up and hurriedly called out to Tang Hao. Tang Hao was stunned. Does the other person know me? In that brief moment of distraction, the ruthless professional Pan Lei seized the opportunity, grabbed Tang Hao by the neck, and shielded him in front of him. Don't come any closer, or I'll strangle this student from Yangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School. Upon seeing that Pan Lei had taken a hostage, Xin Yuehan and the other 2 male members of the surveillance team who had followed him stopped in their tracks, not daring to go any further. Pan Lei, you not only joined a heretical sect, but you also murdered dozens of talented students. I advise you to release him immediately, otherwise you'll have another charge added to your list. Xin Yuehan took a step forward with her long, slender, fair legs, holding a spear in one hand, her beautiful eyes coldly staring at Pan Lei, and warned him. Pan Lei, however, was completely unfazed by Xin Yuehan's threat and sneered, "Release them? If I really release them, I'd be dead right here. Make way for him right now, or I'll kill him." As he said this, he grabbed Tang Hao's neck tightly, trying to intimidate the members of the surveillance team. Xin Yuehan and the other 2 members of the surveillance team changed their expression slightly and quickly told him to stop. Wait a minute, if you're going to negotiate, then negotiate, but can you please stop choking me? Hostages also have dignity. Tang Hao patted the hand on his neck and said calmly to Pan Lei behind him. These words were spoken. Pan Lei, Xin Yuehan, and the others were all stunned. Is this kid really that oblivious? Your life is in the hands of these extremely wicked professionals, and you still dare to speak like that? What did you say? Pan Lei asked, thinking he hadn't heard clearly. You're ugly, fine, but how come you're also deaf? Tang Hao said with a helpless expression. Tang Hao, don't provoke him. Xin Yuehan said in a panic. Pan Lei's face darkened. Too late, he has successfully angered me. I want him dead. After saying that, Pan Lei grabbed Tang Hao's neck with his wolf claws, his fiery spiritual power surged, and his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. No! Xin Yuehan's face turned pale. Others might not recognize Tang Hao, but she did. The relationship between the 2 is somewhat ambiguous. Unexpectedly, this wicked younger brother is about to die right in front of me today. How was she supposed to explain this to Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang? Seeing Xin Yuehan's pale face, Pan Lei also revealed a ferocious smile. That's right, fear and panic are the greatest nourishment for the Eclipse God. But soon, Pan Lei realized that something was wrong. As expected, the crack sound of the hostage's neck being snapped did not occur. His hand felt as if it were gripping a sheet of iron. Hey, how many times have I told you not to choke me? You, don't you understand? As Tang Hao was speaking, he suddenly started cursing. His equipment glowed white and a defensive shield deployed. Pan Lei, who was the first to be hit, was thrown back. Is this a basic level item? Or a set item? Damn, which young master is on patrol here? The 2 members of the inspection team behind Xin Yuehan exclaimed in surprise. Pan Lei was also surprised to find that the student from Yangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School was wearing a basic set of armor. No wonder my attacks couldn't hurt Tang Hao. Xin Yuehan was also surprised that Tang Hao actually possessed a basic level set of equipment. But she acted immediately, breaking Pan Lei's hands and feet and handcuffing him. You 2, take this criminal back to the station. She turned around and handed Pan Lei over to 2 colleagues. The 2 members of the surveillance team nodded in agreement, then glanced at Tang Hao again. Captain Xin, should we take him back to give a statement? No need. He used to be my neighbor, and he has a clean record. I'll just go back and give a statement tomorrow. Xin Yuehan waved her hand and said. Upon hearing this, the 2 members of the surveillance team nodded and left with the criminal. What? Tang Hao, it's been years, and you don't recognize me anymore? Shin Yuehan turned to look at Tang Hao, noticing the doubt in his eyes, and teased him. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao carefully examined Shin Yuehan. This woman was 9 out of 10 beautiful, a mature and sophisticated woman with fair skin and a pair of slender, fair legs without an ounce of excess fat, just like a work of art. She hadn't done anything, but the way her beautiful legs were crossed while she stood there was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. Seeing those fair and beautiful legs, a gradually clearer image appeared in Tang Hao's memory. Shin Yuehan? Snap! Shin Yuehan flicked her hand and slapped Tang Hao on the head, laughing and scolding. Shin Yuehan is not for you to call me. Call me Sister Yuehan. You, Sister Yuehan. After that slap, Tang Hao's memory was completely restored, and he became obedient. Yes, he was afraid of Shin Yuehan. Simply because he and Shin Yuehan were practically childhood sweethearts. When he was in elementary school, Shin Yuehan's family moved across the street from his house. The two families also visit each other frequently. Because Shin Yuehan was 3 years older than him, when he was in junior high school, Shin Yuehan was already in her senior year of high school. Tang Hao, in junior high school, was at the age when his youth was just beginning. For someone like Shin Yuehan, the girl next door, it's natural that she's someone he often dreams of practicing the undying grip on. Why are you still so afraid of me? I'm not going to eat you. Shin Yuehan couldn't help but smile when she saw Tang Hao's expression. Sister Yuehan, I'm just a little excited because I haven't seen you in a long time, Tang Hao said with an awkward smile. In reality, he was genuinely afraid of Shin Yuehan. The reason for this is that their two families used to be neighbors. Tang Hao's bedroom faces Shin Yuehan's bedroom directly. One evening, Shin Yuehan forgot to close the curtains when she was changing clothes in her bedroom. And so, Tang Hao accidentally saw Shin Yuehan's entire process of changing clothes. When Shin Yuehan noticed, Tang Hao already had a nose full of blood and a lewd expression. Shin Yuehan immediately went berserk. That very night, Tang Hao was chased by Shin Yuehan with a watermelon knife from the east side of the slum all the way to the west side. From then on, Tang Hao would turn and run away whenever he saw Shin Yuehan. Thinking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at Shin Yuehan's full breasts. Compared to Shin Yuehan's fair and beautiful legs, these two large breasts were the real culprits that made him bleed back then. Chapter 21: The Eclipse Cult's Conspiracy, Sister Yuehan's Joyful Powder. Snap! Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Shin Yuehan blushed and scolded. What naughty things are you thinking about now, you little rascal? Tang Hao shrank back and quickly said, Sister Yuehan, you misunderstood me. I just think you're even more beautiful now. It's been years, and you've become quite the smooth talker. Hearing Tang Hao's praise, Shin Yuehan felt proud. Immediately, she asked again. You're a senior in high school this year, right? What profession has been awakened? Also, what's with this basic set of armor you're wearing? Hearing Shin Yuehan ask so many questions in one go, Tang Hao smiled helplessly. Sister Yuehan, you've asked me so many questions at once, which one should I answer first? Shin Yuehan also realized that she had asked the question a little too hastily. She gave an awkward smile and said, No rush, I'll take you home, we can chat on the way. After saying that, she reached out and took Tang Hao's hand as if she were taking her younger brother's hand. Feeling the coolness and softness in his palm, Tang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Great! Sister Yuehan, it's been so many years since we last met. I have a lot of enthusiasm I want to pour into you. The two walked and talked. Completely unaware, in a dark corner not far away, two figures dressed in black robes stepped out. Pan Lei has been arrested by the Yongcheng Supervisory Bureau. He is a crucial part of our plan. What should we do? The first sharp male voice said. It doesn't matter that Pan Lei was arrested, the part of the plan he was in charge of can be carried out by someone else. But he knows too many secrets of our religion, said another obese man. Did you mean Pan Lei cannot live, and that student actually possesses a basic level set of armor? He's probably some young master from a wealthy family. Killing him will definitely cause chaos. Okay, I'll gather the nearby believers right away. Tang Hao, are you saying that you awakened the most useless D-level professional blacksmith? However, because your profession has been optimized, you can now craft not only basic level sets. His cultivation talent is no less than that of a typical A-level professional student? Shin Yuehan stared wide-eyed at Tang Hao in shock. After several years, the sleazy little boy next door from back then has now become a rising star. That's roughly the idea, Tang Hao said, clearing his throat. In fact, he can not only craft basic level sets, but also legendary level equipment. Moreover, a weapon refiner of the A-level profession can only refine one famous sword-level weapon per major realm. He can forge 3 items while he is in the chi refining stage. According to the explanation of the Refine Your Weapon and Become Stronger system, the more Tang Hao's cultivation level breaks through, the more equipment he can refine, and the higher its grade. Upon hearing Tang Hao's admission, Shin Yuehan's pretty face flushed with excitement. If such a genius in weapon crafting could be recruited into the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau, this will definitely greatly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the Supervisory Bureau. But how do we trick Tang Hao into going to the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau? Coercion? The Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau is an official department and cannot do such a thing. Bribery? In this world, the profession that is least short of money is the one that refines weapons. Tang Hao can sell a simple white-grade set of equipment for hundreds of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins. Shin Yuehan suddenly remembered the lecherous look on Tang Hao's face when he saw her changing clothes and his nose started bleeding. Judging from Tang Hao's actions of stealing glances at her breasts 5 times, her buttocks 8 times, and her legs 12 times, perhaps I could rely on my charm. Sister Yuehan, let's not talk about me anymore. Shouldn't you still be a senior in college? How did you end up working as an inspector at the Guangzhou Municipal Supervisory Commission? At this moment, Tang Hao also spoke up, asking Shin Yuehan. That's because I performed well and was capable enough during my university years, which allowed me to be admitted to the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuehan revealed a smug look on her face and said. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face also showed a hint of curiosity. Sister Yuehan, what is your current cultivation level? You'll find out later. Shin Yuehan said with a mysterious smile. Seeing Shin Yuehan's fragrant lips, coated with glossy red lipstick, slightly upturned, Tang Hao inexplicably felt an urge to try her lipstick. Tang Hao, have you decided which of the top 5 universities you want to apply to? Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Shin Yuehan felt a surge of pride and then asked. If you haven't decided yet, you can consider Yangcheng Martial Arts University. Then, I can be your sparring partner. As she said those last words, she even gave Tang Hao a flirty wink. Hearing Shin Yuehan's words, Tang Hao felt a strong urge to try it. This woman is playing with fire. Before he could even speak, several cunning and ruthless spiritual attacks suddenly swept in from all directions, heading straight for Tang Hao. Careful! Shin Yuehan's pretty face changed slightly. With a flick of her right hand, a student-grade spear, whose quality was between that of a famous sword and a basic weapon, appeared in her hand. Bang! Bang! Shin Yuehan flicked her spear, sparks flying, and it collided violently with the spiritual energy attacks sweeping in from all sides. Immediately afterwards, streams of spiritual energy surged out from the point of impact. Who goes there? Who dares to attack people from the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau? After deflecting all the spiritual attacks, Shin Yuehan looked around warily with her beautiful eyes and shouted in a deep voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 figures in black robes appeared around Shin Yuehan and Tang Hao, surrounding them completely. The mere Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau. When my lord, the Eclipse God, descends, you will all be nothing but ants. The fat man in black robes who was leading the group spoke sarcastically. Are you all, like Pan Lei, heretics of the Eclipse cult? Shin Yuehan looked at the fat man in black robes and the others with a solemn expression. Recently, members of this Eclipse cult have been frequently active in Guangzhou. Furthermore, they killed many students who had awakened their professional skills. That's right, you and the young master beside you should feel honored. Your deaths will hasten the arrival of our Lord, the God of Eclipse. The fat man in the black robe grinned menacingly and said. Shin Yuehan glanced around at the cultivation levels of these Eclipse cult heretics and sneered. Among you people, the highest cultivation level is only at the late stage of martial artist realm, yet you dare to come and deal with me? The fat man in black robe smiled and said, I know that to become a member of the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau, one's cultivation level must be at least at the peak of the martial sect realm. Therefore, we never intended to confront you directly. As long as we can prevent you from using your full fighting potential, we've won. Upon hearing the fat man in black robe's words, Shin Yuehan felt a sense of unease and prepared to activate her spiritual energy for defense. Unfortunately, it was too late. These men in black robes pulled out jade bottles from their robes and threw them directly at Shin Yuehan. Seeing this, Shin Yuehan swung her spear. Bang! Bang! Several jade bottles were punctured, and pink powder immediately emanated from them. Shin Yuehan and Tang Hao inhaled a considerable amount instantly. What is this? After inhaling the pink powder, Shin Yuehan felt her blood suddenly become hot, and she hurriedly asked. Hee, this is our Eclipse cult's pleasure powder. As the name suggests, it's a good thing that can make men and women have intercourse. The fat man in the black robe grinned wickedly. Despicable. Shin Yuehan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. After saying that, she quickly circulated her spiritual energy, trying to expel the medicinal effects from her body. Unexpectedly, this exertion made the blood in his body even hotter. Don't bother. My Eclipse Sex Joy powder can even influence warriors at the Battle King realm. The stronger the warrior, the greater the influence. The fat man in black robes smiled smugly and said. Wait a minute, without us even lifting a finger, you'll be undressing in front of us, begging us to give you pleasure. Upon hearing the fat man in black robes' words, Tang Hao's face showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder I didn't feel anything unusual when I inhaled the pink powder. So it turns out it was because his cultivation at the peak of the chi refining realm was too weak? Shin Yuehan's face turned ashen. She could clearly feel that her emotions were beginning to be affected. Tang Hao, when I tell you to run, you'd better run now. Don't look back. She lowered her voice and spoke to Tang Hao with a resolute tone. Sister Yuehan, what are you planning to do? Tang Hao asked hurriedly. Even if I die, I will not be defiled by these heretics. Shin Yuehan bit her lip and said. Once you leave, I'll detonate my spiritual veins and take them all down with me. Today's incident is related to Pan Lei. In the end, it's because of me that you've been dragged into this. As long as you can escape alive, I can die in peace. Tang Hao was moved when he heard Shin Yuehan's words. He shielded Shin Yuehan behind him and said with a serious expression. Sister Yuehan, things aren't as bad as you think. I'm still here. You? Shin Yuehan was taken aback upon hearing Tang Hao's words. But you're only at the peak of the chi refining realm. Who says that a peak chi refining realm expert can't beat a martial artist realm expert? Tang Hao chuckled and said. As he spoke, he took out the basic Great True Man greatsword from his storage bag and walked step by step toward the heretics. Buzz. The greatsword in his hand was surrounded by wind blades formed from sharp sword energy. Boom! A stream of scorching molten lava flowed down the sword and spread wildly across the floor. Wherever it goes, everything is burned to ashes. Sister Yuehan, watch carefully. That sword strike will be so cool. Chapter 22, Slaying the Eclipse Cultists and Obtaining Martial Arts Skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao swung the large sword in his hand forward with a sudden slash. Boom! A storm of sword blades, imbued with heavenly flames, swept out and slashed towards the group of Eclipse cultists in front of them. This sword beam, infused with flames and wind blades, was incredibly powerful. It was not at all like something a peak chi refining realm martial artist could do. Join forces to resist. Almost instantly, the Eclipse cult members, who were at the early stage of the martial realm, exclaimed in panic. They all channeled their spiritual power and unleashed their strongest innate skills. In an instant, spiritual attacks such as rocks, water bullets, and wind blades erupted from their hands, blasting towards Tang Hao's heavenly flame sword aura. The moment the two collided, all the attacks from the black-robed men were absorbed. Tang Hao's heavenly flame sword light remained undiminished, crashing down on these black-robed men in the early stages of the martial realm. Ah! In the blink of an eye, all the Eclipse cult members, who were at the early stage of the martial realm, were killed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a heretic in the early stage of the martial artist realm and gained 10 refining points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a heretic in the early stage of the martial artist realm and gained 10 refining points. Bite! Upon hearing the voice from the refine weapons to become stronger system, Tang Hao felt somewhat disheartened. You can gain weapon crafting points by slaying heretics or alien beasts. However, it did not have the 10x bonus that Su Muxue and Zhao Lingshan had when they killed them. After killing 5 Eclipse cult members in succession, the remaining black-robed men all showed a look of shock on their faces. This kid really killed a martial artist in the early stage with his peak chi refining realm cultivation? I didn't expect you to be a genius capable of challenging opponents of higher levels. The fat man in the black robe had a ferocious expression on his face and said in a cold voice. This time, we will not only be able to kill the people from the Yangqing Supervisory Bureau, but also a genius who can challenge opponents of higher levels. If the divine messenger finds out, he will surely reward us. The remaining two black-robed men at the mid-stage of the martial realm also sneered. Attack together. Don't give him a chance to escape. After the fat man in black robes finished speaking, he gripped his weapon and charged at Tang Hao. The short blade in his hand shimmered with dark spiritual energy. Martial skill, Shadow Blade. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, several dark, black spiritual energy blades rushed towards Tang Hao, aiming to kill him. Martial skill, Eclipse Chains. The other two men in black robes also displayed their martial arts skills. For dark chains, accompanied by terrifying gusts of wind, coiled towards Tang Hao like pythons. In an instant, Tang Hao found himself surrounded by 3 Eclipse cult members, facing imminent danger. Tang Hao quickly unleashed Heavenly Flamestorm and Bladestorm to deflect the martial arts attacks of the 3 black-robed men. Boy, it seems you don't know anything about martial arts. Your innate skill is indeed very powerful, but it consumes a lot of spiritual power. With your cultivation level, how many more times can you use it? Once your spiritual power is exhausted, you'll be at our mercy. The fat man in black robes wildly brandished his short blade, unleashing a dark concealment blade technique while chanting incantations. His 2 companions also wore ferocious smiles. Martial arts? Tang Hao's face darkened. He now has a full set of equipment, but without the enhancement of martial arts skills, he cannot unleash the full power of the equipment. Although his innate skill was powerful, his peak chi refining realm cultivation level prevented him from unleashing its full potential. Tang Hao, you go quickly, don't worry about me. At this moment, Shen Yuehan's face was flushed and her consciousness was gradually fading. But she still gritted her teeth and said to Tang Hao, "Leave?" For a student at the peak of the chi refining realm to kill 5 early-stage martial artist realm experts is already quite remarkable. Faced with 3 mid-stage martial artists like us, he has nowhere to escape. The fat man in the black robe sneered. That's why he's so confident. This is also because Tang Hao's current innate skill can only barely withstand their martial arts attacks. Shen Yuehan bit her lip lightly, realizing that she was the one who had harmed Tang Hao. If there's a next life, I'll repay him slowly. If you can't defeat someone at the peak of the chi refining realm, what about someone at the early stage of the martial artist realm? Upon hearing the words of the 3 Eclipse cult members, Tang Hao chuckled and asked in return, "What?" Upon hearing this, the fat man in the black robe showed a strange expression on his face. Tang Hao opened the system panel in front of him and began to check his personal information. Host, Tang Hao. Occupation, D rank blacksmith system enhanced version. Cultivation talent, S rank. Cultivation level, peak chi refining realm plus. Refining value, 1200 points. Equipment, True Man Greatsword basic level, True Man set basic level. Talent skill, basic equipment forging, equipment contract. Equipment contractor. Sumushu a famous blade grade poison flame lace inner armor. Mortgage talent skill, a rank heavenly flamestorm. Zhao Lingshan master level sacred glossy white stockings. Mortgage talent skill, rank A divine healing. Zhao Wu famous grade meteorite sword. Mortgage talent skill, B rank blade storm. Without saying a word, he clicked the plus sign in the cultivation level column. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully consumed 600 refining points and broken through to the early stage of the martial artist realm. Ding! Host's strength has reached a minor milestone. New feature unlocked, lottery 50 refinement points per draw. Ding! Host has successfully entered the martial artist realm. Innate skills can be upgraded. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Hao glanced at the panel. In the talent skills section, both the equipment forging and equipment contract skills now have plus signs. However, he is still in the middle of a battle and hasn't had time to upgrade those 2 talent skills yet. You've broken through to the early stage of the martial artist realm? The fat man in black robes looked surprised when he saw Tang Hao's aura suddenly surge. That's right. Tang Hao picked up the True Man Greatsword again, and even more powerful and terrifying spiritual energy flowed into the sword through his hands. So, your death is imminent. As soon as he finished speaking, an even more terrifying storm of sword blades, accompanied by an even more astonishing pressure, shattered the martial arts attacks of the 3 Eclipse cultists. He cleaved it in 2 with a single stroke. The heads of the 3 Eclipse cultists were then chopped off. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed a mid-stage martial artist heretic and gained 15 refinement points. Bite. Bite. Three pleasant system voices rang out, and Tang Hao smiled as he looked at the group of Eclipse cult members who had fallen to the ground. He moved closer and began to grope the bodies of these Eclipse cult members. Today, he too can experience the thrill of murder and robbery. However, after searching for a while, Tang Hao was disappointed. These Eclipse believers were all extremely poor. All of his money, including his entire body, amounted to only 3 million. Besides that, there were some worthless materials. The only thing that made Tang Hao happy was that he found 2 martial arts manuals from the 3 mid-stage Eclipse cult members. Rank C Martial Skill, Dark Concealment Blade. Rank C Martial Skill, Eclipse Chains. Tang Hao had just experienced the power of these 2 martial arts techniques, and they were indeed unique. Most importantly, this C-level martial arts technique would sell for at least 1 million copies on the market. Even if he doesn't learn it, he can still sell it. These 2 martial arts techniques are the church martial arts techniques of the Eclipse cult. You can learn it yourself, but it's best not to sell it to avoid getting into trouble. Shen Yuehan's voice came from behind Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Sister Yuehan, I understand, you didn't. Before he could even utter the word thing, he felt a hot, soft body suddenly embrace him from behind. A pair of fair and slender hands wrapped around his waist. Shen Yuehan's fragrant breath wafted past his ear, soothing his heart. Tang Hao, I've been poisoned by the joyful powder of the Eclipse cult. If I cannot detoxify within an hour, my meridians will be damaged and my cultivation level will plummet. Please, help me, okay? Help? What should we do? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Sister Yuehan, how could I take advantage of someone in distress? I'm a respectable person. Tang Hao said in a very serious tone. At this moment, Shen Yuehan was no longer fully conscious. She raised a flirtatious eyebrow and her pair of fair, delicate hands reached around from behind her back, gently brushing against Tang Hao's chest. Really? But didn't you used to peek at me when I changed clothes all the time? And tonight, you peeked at my legs 32 times. Is this something a decent person would do? Upon hearing Shen Yuehan's words, Tang Hao completely dropped his pretense. He turned around, hugged Shen Yuehan, and kissed her. Shen Yuehan let out a soft moan, wrapped her arms around Tang Hao, and her cheeks burned. Before she lost consciousness, she said one thing. Not here, let's go to my house. Chapter 22 Sister, comfort me one more time. The Shen family's old residence. In a pink boudoir. Clothes were scattered on the ground. The man and woman in bed have ceased their fighting. Tang Hao was stunned when he saw Shen Yuehan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and a smear of crimson on the bedsheet. Sister Yuehan, she's still. After all, in the original owner's heart, Shen Yuehan had always been the goddess next door. When Shen Yuehan lived here before, she had no shortage of boys pursuing her. Tang Hao thought that Shen Yuehan had been away at university for 4 years, surrounded by many suitors, and should have. Surprisingly, he ended up getting the benefit. However, Tang Hao wasn't the kind of man who would deny everything once he'd done his job. Now that he's done it, he'll take responsibility for Shen Yuehan. He will work hard to give Su Muxue, Zhao Lingshan, and Shen Yuehan a home. While pondering, Tang Hao quietly got up, put on his clothes, and left the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Shen Yuehan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her fair hands gently tugged at the blanket. After leaving the room, Tang Hao sat on the sofa and began to check his system panel. Talent Skill, Basic Equipment Forging plus Basic Equipment Contract plus. Both of your own talent skills can be upgraded, and each talent skill only requires 300 refining points. He still has 645 refining points in his refining value column. Even if both talent skills are upgraded, there will still be 45 refining points left. Let's upgrade them all. Tang Hao decided after only a moment's thought. He immediately spent 600 refining points to upgrade 2 talent skills. Ding! Host has consumed 300 refinement points to upgrade talent skill, Equipment Forging Intermediate. It can forge top tier 3-5 equipment, and can forge equipment below basic level unlimited. It can upgrade 1 attribute on basic equipment forged by a non-host. Tang Hao was delighted when he heard about the new effect of the intermediate equipment forging talent skill. The extra forging permissions for 2 legendary sword level equipment are secondary. The most awesome thing is being able to upgrade a single stat on a piece of base-level equipment. Only weapons of the highest grade, e.g., famous swords on the market, have one attribute, while those of the inheritance grade have two. Basic equipment only provides ordinary attack or defense bonuses. Like Tang Hao's True Man Greatsword basic grade, it seems to be a basic grade. However, due to its 10% attack power bonus from equipment stats, it can already be considered a pseudo-famous sword-level weapon. A blacksmith who can upgrade basic equipment into legendary weapons. Tang Hao knew without even thinking how popular he would be in the future. Ding! Host has consumed 300 refinement points to upgrade talent skill, equipment contract intermediate. Mortgage equipment to acquire contractor talent skills, and enchant contractor equipment attributes. Tang Hao was startled again when he heard the system's voice. An intermediate level equipment contract talent skill can actually enchant the contractor's equipment attributes? Doesn't that mean that regardless of Su Mushua's poison flame lace inner armor's counter damage, poison mist, and fire attack effects? Or perhaps it's the 30% attack power of Zhao Wu's meteorite sword, or the effect of summoning meteorites to strike the enemy. I can even enchant my True Man's greatsword? If that's the case, then this talent skill is truly amazing. Tang Hao can even use his imagination to enchant equipment during battle. When the enemy attacked his True Man breastplate, he suddenly reflected 30% of the damage, accompanied by a meteorite ejecting from the breastplate. Or he might pretend to be outmatched, take off his basic shoes, throw them at his opponent, and the shoes would suddenly release a poisonous mist, killing the enemy. Who could have predicted this attack method? If I had upgraded this equipment contract talent skill just now, I wouldn't have needed to rely on my cultivation. With enchanted equipment, I was able to kill those 3 Eclipse cult members who were at the mid-stage martial artist realm. Tang Hao thought to himself. As he murmured to himself, Tang Hao glanced at the lottery section again. He clicked on it and saw that each item in the lottery will have a prize image, gold coins, pills, martial arts skills, equipment, spirit pets, and so on. Each draw requires 50 refinement points. What you get depends entirely on luck. However, Tang Hao only has 45 refining points left, not even enough for one lottery draw. Looks like I still need to keep killing monsters and getting refining points. Tang Hao murmured softly. As they were talking, it was already getting light outside. Tang Hao went straight out and bought some fried dough sticks, soy milk, and steamed buns from an early rising breakfast shop downstairs before returning to Xin Yuehan's house. When he returned, Xin Yuehan had just come out of the house. When she saw Tang Hao, she was taken aback. Didn't you leave? Going? I'll go downstairs to buy you some food. Tang Hao was also taken aback, then explained. We've been up and about for so long last night, you must be hungry too. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Xin Yuehan blushed, then gritted her teeth and said, what happened last night was just an accident. Let's never mention this again. Oh, okay. Tang Hao nodded and said, let's have breakfast first. Xin Yuehan was taken aback when Tang Hao agreed so readily. Don't you have anything to say to me? She thought that after she said that, Tang Hao would argue with her for a few more minutes. For example, saying things like he doesn't want to let go and wants to take responsibility for her. No, Tang Hao shook his head. Seeing Xin Yuehan's beautiful eyes widen, he added. We're all adults. Although what happened last night was an accident, we were both at fault, and I respect your decision. I know that a strong woman like you must want to focus on your career first and not get married. I support you. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Xin Yuehan felt as if she had punched a cotton ball. The outcome she was seeing was exactly what she wanted. But why is she so unhappy? At the dinner table, Xin Yuehan ate the fried dough stick with a vicious look, as if she were biting into something heinous. Seeing Xin Yuehan's eating habits, Tang Hao shrugged. This girl next door is aloof in public, hot in bed, and feisty in private. She's truly versatile. After having breakfast, Xin Yuehan calmed down. She turned to Tang Hao and said, Tang Hao, although you killed all those Eclipse cult members last night. But who doesn't know if you'll be targeted by the Eclipse cult's madmen? From now on, you need to keep a low profile. Hearing Xin Yuehan's words, Tang Hao shrugged and said, Sister Yuehan, I may not be able to keep a low profile. Why? Xin Yuehan asked, puzzled. The martial arts college entrance exam is just around the corner, Tang Hao said. Xin Yuehan suddenly realized. With Tang Hao's talent and strength, it would be difficult for him to keep a low profile during the martial arts college entrance examination. She bit her lip, then touched her communication watch to Tang Hao's watch. I've left you my contact information. If anything happens, call me immediately. Upon hearing Shin Yuehan's words, Tang Hao's lips curled into a smile. Sister Yuehan, aren't you just concerned about me? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuehan couldn't help but think of the plum blossom on the bedsheet. I never imagined that my first man would be him. Snap. Shin Yuehan blushed, patted Tang Hao on the head, and said, Who cares about you? I'm just a member of the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau, and I have an obligation to protect every citizen. If I have to say what our relationship is, then I am your sister. Protecting my younger brother is the right thing to do. Sister? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's lips curled up, and he said, Sister, I was assassinated by the Eclipse cult last night, and I'm still scared. Could you comfort your brother again, just like you did last night? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuehan's face immediately turned red. Chapter 24 Don't you treat me like a man? You wish. Shin Yuehan blushed and said to Tang Hao. Tang Hao had guessed that Shin Yuehan wouldn't agree, and touched his nose. At this moment, Shin Yuehan glanced at her communication watch, and her expression immediately changed. Sister Yuehan, what's wrong? Seeing Shin Yuehan's change in mood, Tang Hao asked with concern. Last night, those Eclipse cult members not only attacked us, but they also sent people to rescue Pan Lei. My 2 colleagues are dead. Shin Yuehan said with a grim expression. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao frowned slightly, that Pan Lei's cultivation level is only at the early stage of the martial artist realm. The Eclipse cult sent so many martial arts masters to rescue Pan Lei. It seems the Eclipse cult might be planning something big, and Pan Lei is a key figure in it. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Shin Yuehan raised a slight eyebrow, very likely. After saying that, she didn't bother to eat breakfast anymore. In front of Tang Hao, she put on her coat and shorts, revealing her long, fair legs in shiny black stockings. Looking at Shin Yuehan's long, slender, and fair legs, Tang Hao's breathing quickened slightly. Changing clothes in front of him? That's so unmanly of him. He couldn't help but recall the scene from last night, with that leg hoisted onto his shoulder, and became somewhat lost in thought. I should have tried a few more positions. I need to go back to the Supervision Bureau now. Contact me if you need anything. I will be waiting for you at Guangzhou Martial Arts University. After putting on her shoes, Shin Yuehan tossed the house key to Tang Hao and went out. Why are you in such a hurry? You have work to do, but you also need to eat. Watching Shin Yuehan's departing figure, Tang Hao murmured softly. He thought to himself that once he got the martial arts skills from the school library today and finished the college entrance examination, he would tailor-make a piece of equipment for Shin Yuehan. After all, she's my woman, I can't favor one over the other. Brother, what are you doing at Sister Yuehan's house? After having breakfast, Tang Hao came out of Shin Yuehan's house and ran into his younger sister, Tang Shui, who was walking out of her own front door. Your sister Yuehan asked me to clean for her regularly, so she gave me a key, Tang Hao said casually. Really? Tang Shui didn't think much about the question. She took Tang Hao's hand and said, Brother, you haven't been home or contacted your family for the past few days. Mom and Dad are angry. Come home with me. When Tang Hao entered his house, he saw his father, Tang Chang, and mother, Zhou Lan, having breakfast at the table. Son's back? Have you eaten? I'll get you some porridge. Zhou Lan asked with a happy expression when she saw Tang Hao. Mom, I've already eaten. Oomph, you finally decided to come back? I thought you'd died out there. Tang Chang sneered. Our son has finally come back, how dare you talk to him like that? Zhou Lan slapped Tang Chang and said irritably. Hearing his father's words, Tang Hao gave an awkward smile. Dad. Since awakening his D-rank blacksmithing profession, he did indeed become decadent for a while, spending all night in internet cafes, not returning home, not studying, and not training. In his father's eyes, he was just wasting his life, so he was disappointed in him. Now that you're back, make the most of these last 3 days to review and awaken your useless profession. If you can't become a martial artist, we'll take the civil service exam. Your dad and mom are both office workers, but they still managed to raise you and Xiu to adulthood. Hearing his wife's words, Tang Chang's expression softened, and he began to plan for Tang Hao's future. Dad, I don't want to take the civil service exam. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao said. Upon hearing this, Tang Chang frowned and said in a deep voice, How can you not take the civil service college entrance examination? You need to have at least a civil service college degree so that you can find a job in the future. Tang Hao explained, Dad, you misunderstood. What I meant was, I want to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Tang Chang and his wife, as well as Tang Shui, all changed. Brother, are you crazy? Your blacksmithing is just a useless D-level profession. You can't even forge equipment, and your cultivation talent is weak. The martial arts college entrance exam requires going to the front lines and hunting alien beasts with real swords and guns. Aren't you asking for death? My younger sister, Tang Shui, said anxiously. Tang Chang and his wife also wanted to try to persuade him. Boom! Instead of just giving a verbal explanation, it's better to unleash your cultivation directly. Tang Hao directly released his aura as a martial artist at the early stage. The three people in the room were all taken aback. Son, you've entered the martial realm? Zhou Lan exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Your profession is not. Tang Chang looked astonished. Dad, my profession has been optimized. Although my profession level is still D, my potential is no less than that of an A-level weapon refiner. Tang Hao recounted in detail the changes in himself, as well as his experiences in the past few days, including participating in the school's martial arts trial and winning first place in his team. After hearing this, Tang Chang and his wife, as well as Tang Shui, were all shocked. Brother, you actually got first place in the trial of Yangqing 3rd Martial Arts High School. Doesn't that mean even those A-level professional student teams are inferior to you? Tang Shui said with a look of admiration. Tang Hao smiled and nodded. Son, you shouldn't have sold the legendary sword-level equipment that was awarded to the first-place winner of your school's trials. With this top-tier weapon, you'll be better able to protect yourself during the martial arts college entrance exam. Tang Chang frowned and said, Dad, that famous sword-level weapon is not suitable for me. And have you forgotten that after my profession was optimized, I can now craft equipment? If you need weapons, I can make them myself. Tang Hao said with a smile. That's true, but it's still a top-tier weapon. Tang Chang said something else. Tang Hao, however, immediately picked up his communication watch and transferred 10 million yuan to his father Tang Chang's account. Dad, it's because it's a top-tier weapon that I was able to sell it for so much money. Starting today, you and Mom don't need to work anymore. I'll support you. Here's 10 million. Go to the city's upscale district today and buy a new, safe house. The rest of the money will be saved for retirement. Tang Chang was taken aback when he saw his son transfer so much money to him. He quickly said, Son, if you want to follow the path of a martial artist, you need money to cultivate. I can't take this money. Yes, son, take the money back. Your dad and I are fine living in this old neighborhood, Zhou Lan echoed. Dad, Mom, I'm a weapon crafting professional who's never short of money. You can keep the money your son is giving you as a token of his filial piety. Moreover, it is precisely because I want to become a martial artist that I have no worries about you living in a safe neighborhood. Tang Hao said with a serious expression. Hearing their son's words, Tang Chang and his wife felt that he made sense and reluctantly agreed. Brother, you transferred money to Mom and Dad, but what about me? I'm your sister. Tang Shui looked at Tang Hao with hopeful eyes and said, Don't worry, you'll get your share. Tang Hao patted his sister's head and transferred some money to her. 5 million? Wow, bro, I love you to death. When Tang Shui saw the balance in the account, she jumped up, grabbed Tang Hao's hand, and shook it. This money is for you to buy nutrient solutions to strengthen your body, so that when you awaken your profession next year, you can awaken a higher level profession. Don't waste money. Tang Hao reminded him. Tang Shui nodded repeatedly. Now, her brother Tang Hao shines brightly in her eyes. Whatever my brother says, goes. When Zhou Lan saw that Tang Hao had transferred 5 million yuan to Tang Shui, she originally wanted to say a few words of advice. Upon hearing her son's plans for Tang Shui's money, she swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. After settling things at home, Tang Hao went out to Yangqing Martial Arts 3rd High School. Today is an important day to go to the school library and choose martial arts techniques. Yesterday's battle with those Eclipse cult members made Tang Hao realize that his weakness was his martial arts skills. Without martial arts skills, no matter how strong the equipment, he's like a 7-year-old child holding a nuclear control panel, all bark and no bite. In this world, C-level martial arts techniques can break iron and shatter stone. It can sell for millions of Chinese yuan on the market. Rank B martial arts techniques are capable of shaking mountains and splitting waves. They are priceless and unavailable. The library of Yangqing No. 3 Martial Arts High School contains B-level martial arts techniques. Whether or not you can obtain it depends on your own opportunities. Tang Hao murmured in a low voice. I wonder what level of martial arts skill I'll acquire in the library today. Chapter 25 School Library, Rival in Love, College Entrance Exam Pact. The Xiao family of Guangzhou. Xiao Tianlong had just finished his cultivation and stepped out of the gravity carpet. The steward of the Xiao family walked in from outside, his face grim. Young Master Xiao, there's something I need to report to you. Has the person who killed our Xiao family's collateral branch been dealt with? Xiao Tianlong poured himself a cup of B-grade dragon snake wine, worth millions and capable of replenishing spiritual energy, and asked as he drank. Young Master Xiao, we have indeed found the person who killed the collateral branch of our Xiao family. Young Master Xiaohua also took action against him. However, the second young master of the Xiao family died at his hands. Snap! Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong crushed the wine glass in his hand, his face contorted with anger. That good-for-nothing Xiaohua can't even handle this simple task. At this point, he turned to look at the steward. Now that you know who killed Xiaohua, why not just send someone to arrest that person? The steward explained, because young Master Xiaohua did it in front of the entire school, and it happened in the trial instance. Therefore, we cannot pressure the school, nor can we openly take action against that kid. Idiot! Xiao Tianlong slammed his fist on the table and roared when he heard Xiao Huolian make a move without even trying to avoid people. The manager shrank back, his face showing fear. Which martial arts family killed our Xiao family members? Xiao Tianlong's expression quickly returned to calm, and he asked a question. He is a commoner martial artist named Tang Hao, who has awakened the D-level useless profession of blacksmith. But his class seems to have been optimized. He awakened a talent skill that allows him to borrow his teammates' talent skills through a medium, making him more of a support character. The manager quickly replied. A D-grade useless blacksmith profession? And it's been optimized? Upon hearing this information, Xiao Tianlong couldn't help but laugh, a somewhat eerie laugh. Young Master Xiao, should I send someone to assassinate him right now? When the manager saw Xiao Tianlong smiling like that, he trembled and quickly said something. No need, the martial arts college entrance exam is coming up soon. On the battlefield of alien beasts, I'll slowly play around with this commoner genius. Xiao Tianlong waved his hand and said. As he finished speaking, a cat and mouse smile crept across his lips. Cats never strangle mice directly. Instead, they would slowly torture the rat while catching it. Twist its limbs, breaking its bones inch by inch. Finally, watch as the rat slowly dies, bit by bit, as it is tortured and killed by its own actions. This process is comparable to an art. Guangzhou No. 3 Martial Arts High School. When Tang Hao arrived at the school library, there were already quite a few students gathered there. When they saw Tang Hao, they all showed a strange expression on their faces. Have you heard? The reason why Tang Hao was able to break through from the early stage of qi refining to the peak stage in such a short time is because he was taken care of by school beauty Su. It was Su, the school beauty, who used the Su family's cultivation resources to raise him. His career advancement was also facilitated by the Su family. Damn it, I have a face just as handsome as the readers of tomato novels, so why am I not being kept by anyone, while he's being kept by school beauty Su? I, Wu Yanzu of Guangzhou, will not accept this. Hearing the hushed whispers of the students around him, Tang Hao remained calm. Is being handsome a crime? Even a handsome tomato-shaped guy worth 3 million would have to bow down before him. Humph, so you're Tang Hao, the useless blacksmith who awakened his skills? You look nothing special. I don't know what Su Mushu sees in you. They're actually willing to expend a lot of the Su family's cultivation resources to help you optimize your profession. Just then, a malicious voice rang out from the side. Tang Hao turned his head to look. He saw a young man wearing basic equipment and carrying a basic longsword at his waist, looking at him with an unfriendly expression. Li Jiang, a direct descendant of the Li family, one of the 4 great martial arts families in Guangzhou, has awakened the B-level profession of Vajra sword, a weapon spirit type. Because he had already reached the early stage of the martial artist realm, he did not participate in the school's trials. At the same time, Li Jiang was also one of Su Mushue's most ardent suitors. Behind him followed several gruff-looking henchmen. Upon seeing this, the surrounding students dispersed, their expressions subtle. Tang Hao glanced at Li Jiang and said indifferently, looking at your frail appearance and then at my physique, it's quite obvious why Su Mushue chose me, isn't it? What do you mean by that? Li Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Tang Hao smiled without saying a word. One of Li Jiang's henchmen leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Young Master Li, he's mocking your incompetence." Snap. Upon hearing this, Li Jiang slapped the underling across the face, his expression darkening. "I know, you don't need to remind me." After beating up his underlings, Li Jiang glared at Tang Hao and said, "Tang Hao, I'm warning you now, stay away from Su Muxue. She's the woman I've set my sights on." Tang Hao frowned slightly. Before obtaining the weapon refining system, Tang Hao would indeed pale in comparison to a martial arts family scion like Li Jiang. But now, he has the system in his hands and has consummated his marriage with Su Muxue. Su Muxue is his woman. Li Jiang's current coveting of his woman is a slap in his face. What if I say no? Tang Hao stared directly at Li Jiang and said coldly, "No? Then I'll cripple you today and make sure you can't participate in the martial arts college entrance exam." Li Jiang's eyes turned cold, and golden sword energy emanated from his body, causing the long sword at his waist to tremble. Seeing that Li Jiang was about to cripple him without a word, Tang Hao's face turned cold. If I were still that ordinary student without a system, wouldn't I be trampled underfoot by Li Jiang and suffer endless humiliation today? He drew his true man greatsword and said coldly, "If you want to fight, I'll fight you to the bitter end." The students around were all excited when they saw this. One of them is a dark horse from humble beginnings who won first place in the school's trials. One of them was a direct descendant of the Li family, one of the 4 great martial arts families in Yangchang, who had entered the early stage of the martial arts realm at a young age. If a real fight breaks out, Li Jiang, relying on his family's martial arts skills, would probably crush Tang Hao. "Big brother, if they really fight, who do you think would win?" In a corner of the crowd, Chen Wu asked his elder brother, Chen Wen. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen thought about it carefully and said, "I think it's Li Jiang. After all, the Li family's martial arts are incredibly powerful." It's said that Guangzhou Martial Arts University has extended an offer to him, but he declined, saying he wanted to experience the martial arts college entrance examination. "Brother, now that you say that, I also think Li Jiang might win." Chen Wu nodded in agreement. A mocking voice suddenly came from the side. "Chen Wu, have you forgotten that Tang Hao's plain white suit could withstand even your full force attacks?" No matter how strong Li Jiang's martial arts skills are, he still needs to break through Tang Hao's defenses first. The one speaking was Lei Peng. Hearing Lei Peng's sarcastic words, the Chin brothers' expressions turned somewhat unpleasant. Even when they joined forces yesterday, they couldn't break through Tang Hao's equipment defenses. This incident has become a laughingstock at Guangzhou No. 3 Martial Arts High School. "How dare you, Tang Hao? Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." Seeing that Tang Hao dared to challenge him, Li Jiang drew his long sword from his waist. A sharp, diamond-like sword aura quickly appeared on the sword, pointing directly at Tang Hao. Seeing this, Tang Hao also prepared to use his innate skill to first apply a layer of molten lava burning effect to the true man greatsword. "Li Jiang, what are you doing?" At this moment, Su Muxue rushed over, stood in front of Tang Hao, and glared at Li Jiang with unfriendly eyes. Today, Su Muxue was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a tie, and a dark blue vest-style sailor uniform over it, which accentuated her graceful figure. Su Muxue wore a dark blue pleated mini-skirt, and her slender, long, fair legs were covered by black over the knee stockings, paired with lace thigh-high garters, giving her a youthful and energetic look. But the school beauty of Yangchang No. 3 Martial Arts High School, who was secretly loved by countless male students, belonged entirely to him. Thinking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but smile. "Su Muxue, you've misunderstood me. I was just worried that you'd be deceived by him." Li Jiang pointed at Tang Hao and explained to Su Muxue, "What happens between Tang Hao and me is none of your business." Su Muxue interrupted coldly, "Please recognize your place." Hearing Su Muxue's heartless words, Li Jiang felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Seeing Tang Hao being protected by Su Muxue, a surge of jealousy rose in his heart, and he said, "Tang Hao, is all you know how to do is hide behind women? If you're a man, fight me." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was about to agree. Su Muxue stopped him and said to Li Jiang, "Li Jiang, fighting is prohibited at school. Do you want to be punished?" Upon hearing this, Li Jiang's face darkened, and he stared at Tang Hao with a cold gaze. "Tang Hao, the martial arts college entrance examination is in 3 days. See you on the alien beast battlefield then." After uttering that harsh remark, he turned and left. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes upon hearing Li Jiang's threatening words. Is this a sabotage plot against him on the battlefield against the alien beasts? In just a few days, it seems that I have 3 enemies at the same time, the Shao family, the Eclipse sect, and the direct descendants of the Li family. Chapter 26 Seeking Martial Arts Techniques, the Ancestor of All Weapons. Tang Hao, that Li Jiang is too damn arrogant. If we really go to the alien beast battlefield, I'll be the first to help you take him down. At this moment, Zhao Wu also came over and said to Tang Hao. Zhao Lingshan, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. That's right, I'll throw holy light orbs from behind to help you wear him down. Hearing what Zhao Wu and his sister said, Tang Hao nodded with a smile. At this moment, Principal Zhang Jianjun and Director of Academic Affairs Zhou Guo also arrived in front of the library. Zhang Jianjun didn't launch into a long speech. Seeing that all the top 10 student teams from the trial had arrived, he immediately said, "Students, as promised in the trial rewards, each member of the student team that ranks in the top 10 of the trial can choose a martial arts technique. The selection period is 2 hours. What level of martial arts skills you can acquire depends on your own luck. It's getting late, let's go to the library." Upon hearing this, the students' faces all showed excitement. The level of martial arts skills they acquire today will largely determine their performance in the martial arts college entrance examination 3 days later. Tang Hao, let's go. Su Muxue turned to Tang Hao and said. Tang Hao nodded, and the two entered the library hand in hand. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan followed closely behind. Upon entering the library, Tang Hao found himself in a dimensional space. The floor beneath your feet, like the surface of water, creates ripples with every step. Above their heads, countless stars twinkled, each a different color. Upon closer inspection, these stars reveal a series of profound and mysterious martial arts techniques. Tang Hao, there are many martial arts techniques in this library, but not many of them are of high quality. You should choose carefully. If you can choose a B-level martial arts technique, it will greatly enhance your strength. Su Muxue spoke, addressing Tang Hao earnestly. Tang Hao nodded slightly. Zhao Lingshan, standing to the side, asked curiously, Sister Muxue, with so many martial arts stars, even if we were to look until our eyes were dazzled, we might not be able to pick out a B-level martial arts skill. Are there any techniques or tricks to finding advanced martial arts skills? Su Muxue lowered her voice and said, there is indeed a way. This martial skill, Starry Sky, will emit faint light of different colors. Just like the equipment level colors, the 4 levels of martial arts skills, S, A, B, and C, correspond to 4 colors, pink, purple, blue, and white. So, if we want to find B-grade martial arts techniques, we just need to keep an eye on the martial arts stars that emit a blue light? Zhao Lingshan said. Su Muxue nodded slightly. Let's not delay, let's start looking. Tang Hao said. Immediately, the 4 of them split up and began searching for martial arts stars in the library. With the new skills, the group was able to find B-level martial arts techniques much faster. B-level martial arts skill, Bloodthirsty Claw, too bloody, not suitable for me. Rank B martial skill, Rock Armor. It has decent defensive capabilities, but it's too ugly. Zhao Lingshan muttered to herself as she searched. Zhao Wu encountered the same problem. Both siblings were commoner martial artists, and each martial art they possessed had a significant impact on their own destiny. However, Su Muxue quickly selected a B-level martial arts technique and then helped Tang Hao choose one. In his previous life, after Tang Hao optimized his profession in the trial arena, his team also entered the top 10. However, at that time, his cultivation had just broken through, and his strength was not as good as Lei Peng and the Chen brothers. Even the special martial arts technique they discovered in the library was stolen by Lei Peng and his group. In this life, I will definitely help him take it back. Su Muxue thought to herself. Tang Hao had no idea what Su Muxue was thinking. He searched for an hour in the starry sea of martial arts and finally found 2 decent B-level martial arts techniques. Muxue, can you help me decide which of these 2 B-rank martial arts techniques is better? Tang Hao, holding 2 martial arts manuals, inquired about them from Su Muxue. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Muxue had a broader perspective than him. Su Muxue glanced at the martial arts techniques that Tang Hao had chosen. Rank B martial skill, 7-fold mountain breaking sword. Rank B martial skill, 8 extremes mountain collapse seal. Both of these martial arts techniques are very powerful, but they are not suitable for you. After reading it, Su Muxue shook her head and analyzed. You now have 3 innate skills, Blade Storm for melee combat, Heavenly Flamestorm for ranged attacks, and Divine Healing to restore injuries. If you're choosing a martial art, it's best to pick one that combines both offense and defense. Tang Hao nodded slightly after hearing Su Muxue's analysis. What you said makes sense. Let's continue the search. Immediately, he threw the 2 martial arts manuals in his hand into the Star Sea. Tang Hao, I've picked out a martial arts technique for you. Do you think it's suitable? Su Mushue pulled Tang Hao back, her fair hand holding a martial arts manual that gleamed with white light. White light? This is a C-rank martial skill? Seeing this, Tang Hao looked puzzled. Mushue, why did you choose such a weak martial arts technique for me? C-level martial arts techniques are the weakest, this is a given. He never expected that Su Mushue, with her discerning eye, would choose such a martial art for him. Tang Hao, take a look at the martial arts descriptions first. Su Mushue smiled without saying a word. Seeing Su Mushue's expression, Tang Hao took the martial arts manual and began to examine it carefully. C-rank martial skill, myriad swords return to one upon mastery, one can control 10,000 flying swords to kill from 1,000 miles away. After reading this introduction, Tang Hao was completely stunned. The mainstream martial arts techniques nowadays all involve martial artists controlling their own spiritual power to condense moves, injure enemies, and break formations. However, this martial art allows martial artists to directly control weapons with spiritual power to attack enemies. Not to mention that in this world, a basic weapon can be worth tens of millions. Even martial artists with family lineages could not gather 10,000 weapons even if they exhausted their family fortune. Even if they managed to gather enough resources, wouldn't it be more cost-effective for them to use those resources to purchase advanced martial arts techniques and rare materials for breakthroughs in cultivation? Tang Hao, what do you think of this martial arts technique? Su Mushue asked. It's a waste. Even if you learn it, an ordinary person can't gather that many weapons, let alone know how powerful the martial arts are. No wonder this martial art was classified as a C-rank martial art. Tang Hao shook his head and chuckled. Finally, he added. However, it suits me perfectly. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Su Mushue's lips curled up. She knew Tang Hao would say that. In his previous life, this martial art technique ultimately ended up in Tang Hao's hands. His profession happens to allow him to forge multiple weapons. At first, Tang Hao only needed to consume a small amount of spiritual power to control dozens or even hundreds of weapons at the same time. With this C-level martial skill, Tang Hao was able to kill alien beasts in the alien beast battlefield with almost zero consumption. While others are still struggling with how to use less spiritual power to perform martial arts and fight against strange beasts, Tang Hao directly stepped onto his flying sword, surrounded by a formation of hundreds of flying swords, and effortlessly slayed monsters in the battlefield of alien beasts. Any alien beast he targets will be bombarded with a slow-moving flying sword attack. High-level exotic beast? Let me test the power of my hundreds of basic flying swords first. As Tang Hao's cultivation level continued to break through, and the grade of weapons he could forge increased, he could summon thousands upon thousands of divine sword formations with a wave of his hand. Defeating enemies of higher ranks, single-handedly defeating an alien race, is as easy as drinking water. Therefore, he was revered by the powerful figures of the previous life as the ancestor of all weapons. Chapter 27. The question is about lip-to-lip friendship. You could say that this kind of martial art, which only the wealthy can practice, is only suitable for people like Tang Hao who don't lack weapons. In the next few days, I will have my family collect refining materials for you. Forge as many weapons as you can. Su Mushue smiled and said to Tang Hao. Seeing that Su Mushue had guessed his thoughts before he could even speak, Tang Hao couldn't help but smile. Mushue, you are truly my virtuous wife. Su Mushue blushed slightly and said with a hint of jealousy, really? Then what is Zhao Lingshan to you? Tang Hao hadn't expected Su Mushue to ask this, and coughed lightly. Good friends, they are all just my good friends. At times like this, the answer is lip-to-lip friendship. It was just an accident. They didn't do it on purpose. It was just casual contact, there was no real affection involved. It's not easy for anyone. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Su Mushue didn't say anything more. As the legal wife, she possessed her own magnanimity. Soon, Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan also chose their martial arts techniques. The four of them left the library together. What martial arts techniques did you all choose? After seeing them come out, Principal Zhang Jianjun asked them. Tang Shan, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, and Su Wan, the teacher of Class 8, also looked at them. I chose a B-level defensive martial skill, Xian Foam Armor, Zhao Wu said. Mine is a B-rank martial skill, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, which condenses light elements into a sword to enhance close combat strength, Zhao Lingshan said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. You two, one lacks defense, and the other lacks offensive capabilities. These two martial arts techniques are indeed very suitable for you. At this point, he turned to look at Su Mushue. Su Mushue said, "Mine is a B-level martial art, Fire Fist." Zhang Jianjun looked helpless. "You little girl, are you really determined to go all the way down the path of a melee mage?" Su Mushue smiled sweetly and did not refute. Zhang Jianjun shook his head helplessly, then turned to Tang Hao. "And you? Which B-level martial arts technique did you choose?" "Principal, I didn't choose a B-level martial arts technique." Tang Hao shook his head. "Ha? Did you find that incomplete A-level martial arts manual in our school library?" Zhang Jianjun asked in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding instructors were also taken aback. After so many years of teaching, they still didn't know that there was a fragmented A-level martial arts manual in the school library. Even if it's incomplete, it's still an A-level martial arts technique. In an instant, everyone looked at Tang Hao, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. "No, Principal, I chose a C-level martial arts technique." Noticing everyone's gaze on him, Tang Hao gave an awkward smile and said, "A C-level martial skill?" Zhang Jianjun's expression changed slightly. He didn't bother to speak and directly accessed the library's management permissions to check the martial skill information that Tang Hao had obtained. After reading it, Zhang Jianjun's expression turned strange, and he said, "It's actually that martial arts technique. Although it's a C-rank martial skill, in your hands it might actually unleash the power of a B rank, or even an A-rank martial skill." Upon hearing Principal Zhang Jianjun's words, the teachers and students around him were all shocked. What kind of C-level martial arts technique could perform like a B-level or even an A-level martial arts technique? Their eyes were all on Tang Hao, and they were itching to see him. "Ha, a B-level martial skill, sevenfold mountain breaking sword, combined with my Berserker Blade Saint class, I'm definitely going to be the champion of this year's martial arts college entrance exam." At this moment, Lei Peng walked out of the library, looking excited. At the same time, the brothers Chen Wan and Chen Wu also came out of the library. Hearing Lei Peng's words, Chen Wu snorted coldly. "Thunderbird, my elder brother has also chosen a B-level martial art called 8 Extremes Mountain Collapse Seal. The position of champion in the martial arts college entrance examination is not for you." Tang Hao's face showed a strange expression. These two had actually obtained the martial arts technique he had just found. "Alright, now that you've all chosen your martial arts techniques, go back and practice them diligently for the next 2 days. This is related to your ranking in the martial arts college entrance examination." Principal Zhang Jianjun spoke to the students outside the library. Upon hearing this, the students nodded in agreement, took their chosen martial arts techniques, and left happily. "Tang Hao, there is a training room in my villa that can be used to practice martial arts. These past few days, you've been cultivating in my villa," Su Mushue said to Tang Hao. "Okay." Tang Hao nodded, then turned to look at Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan. "You should come back with us too. This way, they can discuss and learn from each other while practicing martial arts. We can participate in the martial arts college entrance exam together then." "Okay, I want to live with you." Zhao Lingshan nodded repeatedly. Isn't that a bad idea?" Zhao Wu hesitated upon hearing Tang Hao's words. He knew that Tang Hao and Su Mushue had a close relationship. Tang Hao staying at Su Mushue's house and using her training room is fine, but since Tang Hao has spoken, you can all come together. Su Mushue noticed Zhao Wu's hesitation and said, 3 days from now, we can take the martial arts college entrance exam together." After Su Mushue spoke, Zhao Wu nodded in agreement. "Then, I'm sorry to have bothered you." Back at Su Mushue's villa, Su Mushue then instructed the housekeeper to arrange guest rooms on the first floor for Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan. There is a gravity training room on the first and second floors of the villa. Tang Hao and I share one, and you two siblings share the other. This training room is 600 square meters, more than enough for your use. After arranging the guest rooms, Su Mushue gave Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan a few more instructions. Then, he turned to Tang Hao and said, "Tang Hao, you focus on cultivating your martial arts. I'll go back to my family to get the materials for refining weapons." "Wait a minute." Tang Hao quickly stopped Su Mushue when he saw this. Su Mushue looked at him with a puzzled expression. Tang Hao raised his communication watch and transferred 20 million yuan directly to Su Mushue. "Tang Hao, what are you doing?" Su Mushue's expression changed slightly. Tang Hao and she are calculating so clearly, does that mean he treats her like an outsider? "Mushue, I know you care about me, but you must have faced a lot of pressure from your family when you delivered that batch of materials to me," Tang Hao said. "I can't take this batch of refining materials for free again. Su Muxue felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. It turned out that Tang Hao transferred money to him because he didn't want to make things difficult for him in front of the family elders. In fact, if she optimizes Tang Hao's profession, he can craft equipment. Moreover, news of his first place finish in this school trial reached his family. Even if they ask the family for another batch of equipment materials, the family elders will happily deliver them. For a family, befriending a weapon refiner is definitely the best investment. Also, you can tell your family that I can craft 3 pieces of basic equipment with special attributes for them in the next few days. But they have to provide their own materials. At this moment, Tang Hao added another sentence. The Su family invested a lot of resources in him in the early stages, although Su Muxue was the one in charge. But he remembered this favor. Now that he has the means, it's time for him to reciprocate. 3 pieces of unskilled equipment with attributes? Su Muxue's pretty face showed slight surprise upon hearing Tang Hao's words. In the market, these are 3 pieces of equipment comparable to famous swords. Not enough? Tang Hao retorted. No, that's plenty. Su Muxue quickly shook her head and smiled. Just for those 3 top-tier swords with special attributes, I guarantee that not only will your clan not charge you the 20 million for materials, they'll even give you money. After saying that, Su Muxue walked out of the villa with her head held high and her chest out. This time, she wanted the family elders to know that she had chosen to be Tang Hao's woman. It is the greatest investment of this century. After Su Muxue left, Tang Hao greeted Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan before entering the gravity training room. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and 3 martial arts manuals appeared in his hands: Eclipse Chains, Hidden Blade, and Return of 10,000 Swords. The first 2 parts were obtained from the Eclipse cultists. The last one is about martial arts in the school library. Ding! 3 C-rank martial arts techniques have been discovered. Would you like to consume 20 refining points to learn any one of them? Chapter 28. The Su family is shocked. At this moment, the voice of the Refine Weapons to Become Stronger system rang in Tang Hao's ears. A strange look appeared on Tang Hao's face. Unexpectedly, this system could help him directly comprehend martial arts techniques. 20 points to learn a C-level martial arts skill, that price isn't enough. But I only have 40 refining points left, which is enough to learn 2 martial arts techniques. Which 2 should I learn first? Tang Hao murmured softly. At present, the most suitable skill for him to cultivate is the C-level martial art 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Besides that, there's the C-rank martial art, Eclipse Chains. This martial art can bind and trap enemies. With the combined offensive and defensive 10,000 Swords Return to 1 technique, he would have no weaknesses. The C-level martial skill, Dark Concealment Blade, is an explosive martial skill suitable for assassination. Its attack attributes are also very similar to Tang Hao's talent skill, Blade Storm. System, I want to learn the 10,000 Swords Return to 1 and the Eclipse Chains. Thinking of this, Tang Hao said to the system. The next second, the refining value in his panel was cleared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned the C-rank martial arts skills, Eclipse Chains, and the C-rank martial arts skill, Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Friendly reminder, the C-level martial skill 10,000 Swords Return to 1 is a growth-type martial skill. Its power is linked to the host's cultivation level and equipment. At the martial artist realm, a host can control 10 weapons at the martial grandmaster realm, 100 at the battle king realm, 1,000 at the Do Huang realm, 10,000, and so on. Please, host, forge 9 weapons as soon as possible and arrange them into a sword formation. After hearing the system's reminder, Tang Hao understood and prepared to refine the weapon. In his storage bag, there were still some materials he had looted from the Eclipse cultists, which, together with what he had left over, were barely enough to forge 2 basic grade weapons. But as soon as he opened the system interface and saw that the refining value was 0, he immediately started rubbing his teeth. Have I used up all the thousands of refining points I gained in the Tree Demon Forest? The host has successively broken through a minor realm and a major realm, and learned 2 martial arts techniques. The rate of consumption of weapon refining points is within the normal range. Hearing the system's explanation, Tang Hao felt a headache coming on. How can I forge weapons if I don't have enough forging points? Ding! Host has an unused C-rank martial skill, which can be exchanged for 100 refining points. Exchange now? The system's voice sounded again. A C-grade martial arts technique can sell for 5 million on the market, but here it only costs 100 refining points? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao cursed the system in his heart for being heartless. However, he thought again that it only takes 20 refining points to craft a basic piece of equipment. 100 points equals 5 basic level equipment. If you put these items on the market, one piece could sell for over 5 million. 5 pieces would be worth 25 million. Even excluding material costs, the profit is at least 15 million. I can buy 3 C-level martial arts manuals. This deal doesn't seem like a bad one. However, this is also because ordinary weapon refining martial artists can only refine a limited number of pieces of equipment in their lifetime. This has led to a severe shortage of both high-level and low-level equipment on the market. Monsters like Tanghao, who can be crafted simply by having enough crafting points, are unmatched by ordinary crafting professionals. System, I want to exchange for the C-level martial skill, Dark Concealment Blade, Tanghao said. Ding! Host has successfully exchanged for a martial arts skill and gained 100 refining points. After obtaining the weapon crafting points, Tanghao immediately began crafting a new weapon. At the same time, Su Muxue also returned to the Su family's territory. She went directly to the Su family's treasure vault, took out her identity card, and was about to enter the vault to select materials. Young miss, you just took away a batch of refining materials worth 20 million a few days ago, and now you want to move more materials. This is very difficult for me. The Su family steward, who was guarding the treasure vault, said with difficulty. While saying this, he also secretly contacted the elders above him. What's so difficult about it? I am the legitimate daughter of the Su family. I can take whatever I want from the Su family's treasure vault. Su Muxue frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. The manager dared to stop me. He must have been acting on someone's orders. Young miss, please don't make things difficult for me. I really can't let you in today. The manager smiled wryly. Get out of my way, or I'll make things difficult for you, Su Muxue sneered. After saying that, she tried to force her way into the treasure vault. Dad, you see, I told you a long time ago that my sister has been acting strangely lately. Just a few days ago, she took away a batch of refining materials worth 20 million from the family, and now she's coming to take more things. This is a traitor within our Su family. At that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out. Su Muxue turned her head and saw her eldest brother, Su Fan, leading their father, Su Chang, and several elders of the family toward her. Muxue, what do you intend to do with so many refining materials? Su Chang frowned and said to Su Muxue. My daughter has awakened in A-level profession, which means she has a promising future. But she insisted on becoming a melee mage, which led her astray. It's also his fault. He never paid attention to his daughter before, and by the time he realized it, it was too late to correct the situation. Dad, I have a use for the family's refining materials. Su Muxue was about to explain. Before she could finish speaking, Su Fan sneered. Sister, what do you intend to do with these refining materials? Could it be that useless, D-rank professional boyfriend you're keeping? Upon hearing this, Su Muxue's expression changed slightly. What little boyfriend? Su Chang's face immediately darkened when he heard that his daughter was dating. Dad, you don't know yet, do you? A few days ago, my sister brought a classmate who had awakened to the D-level professional blacksmith back to her villa. Then, she took a batch of refining materials from her family and gave them to her boyfriend. I think this time, she'll just continue to use her family's resources to pay off that good-for-nothing boyfriend. Su Fan added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, Su Chang and the elders of the Su family beside him immediately turned pale. Dad, Tanghao has the potential to be nurtured by our Su family. Su Muxue wanted to explain. Nonsense. A D-rank useless blacksmith can only forge weapon embryos in his entire life. What potential does he have to develop? Before Su Muxue could finish speaking, Su Chang said in a deep voice. Guards, take Muxue back. Release her on the day of the martial arts college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, several Su family stewards, whose cultivation levels were higher than Su Muxue's, were about to attack her. Boom! Seeing this, Su Muxue didn't waste any words and directly released the poison mist and fire attack from the famous sword-grade poison flame in her armor on her body. Those Su family stewards were all forced back by these two forces. The power of this equipment is at least that of a famous sword, and it even has two attributes. Seeing the imposing presence of Su Muxue's equipment, Su Chang asked in surprise. Muxue, where did you get this top-tier weapon from? He knew very well that a top-tier weapon with two special attributes was worth hundreds of millions. He usually gave Su Muxue a lot of pocket money. But such a piece of equipment is definitely not something Su Mushue can afford. Not only him, but the other elders of the Su family also looked at Su Mushue with surprise. He saw that his father and the family elders were all looking at him. Su Mushue didn't waste any words and said directly, "The legendary sword I'm wearing was forged by my good-for-nothing boyfriend, the one who awakened the D-rank blacksmith profession, as my older brother mentioned." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Chapter 29 On the eve of the martial arts college entrance examination. What? This legendary sword was crafted by a D-rank blacksmith? How is that possible? A single piece of equipment of the highest rank, let alone a D-rank weapon refiner, even an A-rank weapon refiner could only forge a few in their entire life, let alone a D-rank blacksmith. The people present were more skeptical than convinced. What if I said his career was improved? Knowing that her father and the family elders didn't believe her, Su Mushue added a sentence. Career optimization? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. If that's the case, then it's not surprising. Even if your boyfriend's profession is optimized and he can craft equipment, this is not a reason for you to go back to the family, take family resources, and use them to support outsiders. Su Fan was jealous when he saw that his younger sister, Su Mushue, had actually made friends with a weapon refiner, but he still stubbornly insisted on his words. Su Mushue shrugged and said, I also wanted to say that my boyfriend is willing to forge 3 pieces of blank grade equipment with equipment attributes for our Su family. They don't charge us for refining, they only ask us to provide the materials. Since my father and the elders won't let me get the materials from the family, then let's just forget about it. Su Chang and the other elders of the Su family were shocked. What? 3 pieces of unsold, basic equipment with equipment attributes? Isn't that equivalent to 3 legendary sword level equipment? They don't even want us to pay for the refining process? This is like a pie falling from the sky? Snap. Su Chang even slapped his son Su Fan across the face and scolded him. Su Fan, as the older brother, how can you casually call your sister's boyfriend a good-for-nothing? Get out of here. Su Fan was completely stunned by the slap. Mu Shui, don't take it to heart with your older brother. Let's continue talking about those 3 basic grade equipment pieces. No, I mean, when are you going to bring our son-in-law back so Dad can meet him? Su Chang turned around and grinned at Su Mushue. Dad, Tang Hao is still preparing for the martial arts college entrance exam and doesn't have time to come back for the time being. I'll take him back after the martial arts college entrance exam, Su Mushue said. Of course, of course. What about the materials for refining weapons? Without saying a word, Su Chang turned to the steward in charge of the treasure vault and said, Go and pick out 20 million refining materials for my son-in-law. He is a weapon refiner who can forge top-tier equipment, and also his daughter Su Mushue's boyfriend. Aren't they family? Using family resources to cultivate one's own son-in-law, isn't that perfect? Yes, master. Upon hearing this, the steward hurriedly went into the treasury to move the materials. Seeing how much his father doted on his younger sister, giving her 20 million yuan worth of refining materials so readily, Su Fan was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. He is clearly the legitimate son of the Su family. A sense of resentment rose in Su Fan's heart. Later, my younger sister will bring that guy named Tang Hao to our house. If he gives you even the slightest bit of a friendly look, he's a dog. Little sister, your eldest brother is missing a halberd. When you have our son-in-law forging it, could you perhaps? At this moment, Su Chang suddenly thought of something and asked Su Mushue. Su Fan shuddered and quickly turned to look at Su Mushue. This. Su Mushue pretended to be hesitant, but finally said, all right. Su Fan's eyes immediately cleared. He took Su Mushue's hand and said, Little sister, I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Is 20 million refining materials enough? I still have 5 million yuan in secret savings here. Woof. 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 Inside the Su family's gravity training room. Looking at the 2 identical greatswords of true men in front of him, Tang Hao was satisfied. This real man's greatsword has a huge design, but the blade is very light. It can be swung, chopped, and cut, yet it also has the lightness of a sword. Most importantly, Tang Hao had refined it before, so refining it again now was a piece of cake. How about trying out the power of 3 true man's greatswords and unleashing the 10,000 swords returned to 1? Tang Hao murmured softly. As he spoke, he took out another greatsword, the true man's greatsword, from his storage ring. As he channeled his spiritual power into his martial arts, 3 true man greatswords floated vertically around him, revolving around him. The three large swords, each the size of a door panel, rotated around each other, forming three natural sword shields. Is this the defensive sword formation of 10,000 swords returning to one? Three greatswords can block 80% of attacks. If I possess tens of thousands of greatswords, how terrifying would my defense be? Tang Hao muttered to himself as he manipulated the three greatswords to fly horizontally. They formed a three-sword formation in an instant. For a moment, they formed a triangular sword formation. One sword was left behind as a shield, while the other two greatswords were used to attack the load-bearing wall in front of them in a cross pattern. Those two basic grade greatswords are imbued with the spiritual power of an early-stage martial artist. Despite their single-target attack power, their burst damage is not as good as that of a regular C-grade martial skill. Its advantage lies in its speed and lack of gaps. In the time it takes someone else to punch a wall, these two greatswords have already slashed out 10 times. This is just like in the martial arts novels of Tang Hao's previous life, where speed was the only way to break through all martial arts. The more he played, the more enthusiastic he became, and the clearer his understanding of the power of this C-level martial art. 10,000 swords returned to one, grew. Three greatswords can form a simple sword formation that integrates offense and defense. Once I forge 10 greatswords, how astonishing will the power of this martial art be? Tang Hao looked excited and said, "Jingle." At that moment, Tang Hao's communication watch received a notification. He stopped what he was doing and connected the communication. "Brother, I went to see an apartment with my parents today. It's a 120 square meter, 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in a great environment, and it only cost 7 million. My parents asked me to ask for your opinion. If you're absolutely sure it's not expensive, we'll buy it." On the other end of the communication watch, I saw the image of my younger sister, Tang Shui. 7 million? Which neighborhood is it? Tang Hao asked. The villa area of Taishanjuan is said to be one of the top-tier residential communities in Guangzhou. Tang Shuedo. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao realized that Su Mushue lived in the same neighborhood. "Okay, I'll order this one." Having said this, Tang Hao then said to his younger sister, "I need to prepare for the martial arts college entrance exam these few days, so I won't be going back. You and your parents move there first, and I'll come find you after I finish my college entrance exam." "Okay, brother," Tang Shui replied, and then hung up the call. Soon, Su Mushue returned with 20 million refining materials she had plundered from her family. His 20 million was returned intact. After learning about the Su family's attitude from Su Mushue, Tang Hao felt a pang of sadness. Strength is indeed a man's best calling card. He took the refining materials and went back to his room to refine the weapon, leaving the gravity training room for Su Mushue to practice her new martial arts skills. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The martial arts college entrance examination was held on this morning. Su Mushue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan all came out of the gravity training room. Seeing Tang Hao sitting on the sofa, enjoying his morning tea with a relaxed expression, her expression changed slightly. "Tang Hao, is your sword formation finished?" Upon seeing Tang Hao, Su Mushue quickly asked. Tang Hao nodded slightly and casually tossed a storage bag to Su Mushue. "These are the 3 basic grade weapons I promised the Su family: a knife, a sword, and a halberd. It's getting late. After breakfast, we'll have to go to school to meet up." Su Mushue took the storage bag, glanced at it, and then handed it to the butler beside her. "Give the things to my father, and then arrange for someone to take us to school." The butler took the storage bag, nodded solemnly, and then went to arrange the vehicle. 5 minutes later, Tang Hao sat solemnly in the Maybach that the butler had arranged for him to take the martial arts college entrance examination at the school. Martial arts college entrance examination prodigies, here I come. Chapter 30. The college entrance examination begins. 100 Seoul Mountain Fortress. At this moment, several military buses are parked at the 3rd Martial Arts High School in Guangzhou. In addition, there were soldiers with real guns standing guard nearby. The school leaders and teachers were waiting in the school square early in the morning. Below them stood hundreds of high school seniors who were taking the martial arts college entrance exam. Dear students, this year's martial arts college entrance examination venue in Guangdong Province will be the Beast Forbidden Ruins of Baihan Mountain. You will be taking the college entrance examination along with students from hundreds of universities across the province. This year's martial arts college entrance examination will be conducted in teams of 4. You need to hunt down alien beasts in the Alien Beast Forbidden Ruins to earn points, which are ranked in real time. Encounters are allowed, competition is permitted, but lethal attacks are prohibited. Principal Zhang Jianjun spoke on stage about the precautions for the martial arts college entrance examination. The candidates below are also quickly forming teams. Tang Hao, this year's martial arts college entrance exam is a team assessment. Would you like to team up with us? The Chin brothers approached Tang Hao and got straight to the point. No, my team has enough people. Tang Hao shook his head, pointed to Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan beside him, and said. Chen Wen glanced at Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan, then said to Tang Hao, have you thought it through? The fighting power of my brother and I is greater than that of a swordsman and a holy light mage. The martial arts college entrance examination is not a school trial. The beasts in the forbidden area of 100 Soul Mountain are all ferocious and bloodthirsty. Chen Wu chimed in, that's right. The martial arts college entrance exam lasts for 7 days. The later it goes, the more it tests the team's overall combat strength. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan both showed a hint of nervousness on their faces when they heard what the Chen brothers said. I've made up my mind, I want both of them. Tang Hao nodded earnestly. Finally, he added, moreover, I don't think Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan are weaker than you in combat. Hearing Tang Hao's words, the Chen brothers' expressions turned somewhat unpleasant, but they still said. All right, we respect your decision. See you at 100 Soul Mountain. After the Chen brothers left, Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan looked at Tang Hao with moved eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? In my eyes, you are indeed better than them. Seeing this, Tang Hao chuckled. You all possess the meteorite sword, a renowned weapon I crafted, and the sacred glossy white silk lower bodywear, also renowned weapon-grade equipment. In addition, you have dual innate skills and newly learned martial arts techniques. In this martial arts college entrance examination, the team's combat strength is absolutely no less than that of Chen Wen and Chen Wu. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wu nodded solemnly. Tang Hao, I will definitely perform well and live up to the meteorite sword you forged. Me too. Tang Hao nodded slightly. As he spoke, Principal Zhang Jianjun on the stage also finished his speech. The martial arts examinees below had also formed teams of 4. Under the arrangement of the teachers, they all boarded the military bus. To Tang Hao's surprise, the Chin brothers eventually formed a 4-person team with Lei Peng's team. This team of 4 A-level professionals immediately became a favorite to compete for the top spot in the Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts College entrance examination. Let's get in the car too, Tang Hao said to Su Muxue and the others. Su Muxue and the others nodded and boarded the military bus. Several military buses transporting examinees, escorted by 3 fighter jets, quickly arrived at the outskirts of Baihan Mountain. At this moment, at the border between Baihan Mountain and Yangchang, layers of reinforced concrete walls have been erected, and several layers of electromagnetic netting have been set up around the perimeter. To enter or leave 100 Soul Mountain, one must pass through the gate of the 100 Soul Mountain military fortress. When Tang Hao and his group got out of the car, they discovered that in the square of the 100 Souls Mountain military fortress, in addition to the candidates from their Yangcheng 3rd Martial Arts High School, there were also candidates from other universities. The entire square was filled with tens of thousands of young examinees. According to the martial arts college entrance examination, one must reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. These tens of thousands of candidates are all geniuses who reached the peak of the Qi refining realm at the age of 18. Tens of thousands of human geniuses ventured into the forbidden realm of strange beasts at 100 Soul Mountain, all vying for the top spot in the Guangdong Province Martial Arts College entrance examination, a truly spectacular sight. At this moment, Tang Hao sensed 2 hostile gazes directed at him from the field. He turned his head and saw Li Jiang staring at him coldly from not far away. Upon noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Li Jiang's lips moved as if to say, "You'd better not run into me in the beast-forbidden ruins." Tang Hao didn't take Li Jiang's threat seriously at all. This fervent pursuer of Su Muxue is nothing but a clown. However, he then turned his head and looked at a young man surrounded by countless other students from the top martial arts high school, his brows furrowing slightly. Another hostile gaze was cast at him? I don't think I know him. Tang Hao thought to himself. The young man glanced at Tang Hao briefly before looking away. Tang Hao, what are you looking at? Su Muxue also noticed Tang Hao's gaze and asked. Muxue, who is that person? Tang Hao pointed at the young man and asked Su Muxue. Su Muxue glanced at the person Tang Hao pointed to, her expression somewhat strange, and introduced him. Xiao Tianlong, the young master of the Xiao family in Yangcheng, is rumored to be a powerful expert in the late stage of the martial realm. Of the Xiao family members you killed earlier, 2 were collateral relatives, and the other was his younger brother. After hearing Su Muxue's explanation, Tang Hao suddenly realized, the hatred for killing my brother? However, Xiaohua had tried to kill him at the ancient tree altar. It was only natural for him to kill his opponent in return, and he did not regret it. This Xiao Tianlong is a recognized martial arts genius at Yongcheng Martial Arts No. 1 High School, and the number 1 in the entire school. If we really do encounter him in the forbidden area of the strange beasts, we'd better avoid a direct confrontation. Su Muxue lowered her voice and spoke to Tang Hao. Lei Peng's team and Chen Brothers' team from Yongcheng Martial Arts No. 3 Middle School encountered Xiao Tianlong in the forbidden ruins of strange beasts. The two teams joined forces but failed to injure Xiao Tianlong. Instead, they were severely injured. In his previous life, Xiao Tianlong was the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance examination in Guangdong province. Should I avoid his sharp edge? Upon hearing Su Mushue's words, Tang Hao's lips curled up slightly. If he were still that useless D-rank profession, he might have avoided a prodigy like Xiao Tianlong. But now, he possesses a system, the True Man set, and 10 basic level greatswords. This luxurious lineup is unmatched in the entire Guangdong province. Not to mention, he possesses numerous A-level talent skills, as well as a martial art that combines offense and defense. 10,000 swords return to the origin. My sword has never been ineffective. Seeing Tang Hao's expression, Su Muxue knew that his competitive spirit had been aroused, and she wanted to say a few words of advice. Tang Hao. At this moment, Principal Zhang Jianjun suddenly came to Tang Hao. Tang Hao looked at Zhang Jianjun. Principal, is there anything you need? It's not so much an order, but I do have a favor to ask, Principal Zhang Jianjun said with an awkward smile. An unreasonable request? Tang Hao looked puzzled. Tang Hao, with your cultivation level, optimized profession, and innate skills, there is no doubt that you can lead your team to achieve good results in the martial arts college entrance examination. However, have you heard of the forbidden area for strange beasts in 100 Soul Mountain? Zhang Jianjun asked. Tang Hao nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although he was a transmigrator, he was also a soul transmigrator, having grown up in this world since childhood. The history of this high-level martial arts world is also very clear. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived in this world of high martial arts. Countless strange beasts were affected by the spiritual energy, began to mutate, and rapidly grew stronger and reproduced. Many small cities were breached and occupied by strange beasts. People began migrating to larger, more protected cities. Meanwhile, among the human race, countless powerful individuals who had awakened their professions began to continuously resist the alien beasts. As the concentration of spiritual energy in the world reaches a certain level, martial arts relics and the cave dwellings of ancient martial arts masters begin to appear in various corners of the world. While humanity has gained tremendous opportunities, it also faces greater threats. Various dimensional dungeons appear, and alien races descend. A sky city over the East China Sea. The underwater dragons of the south. The alien caves of the west. The demon realm beyond the Kunlun Mountains in the north. Both are powerful, independent dimensional worlds within this world. While humanity frantically grows stronger, it also struggles to resist the invasion of dimensional alien races. The 100 Souls Mountain in the north of Guangzhou was called Baiyun Mountain 100 years ago. With the revival of spiritual energy, more and more powerful mythical beasts have taken up residence there. Over the decades, countless waves of strange beasts have been launched against Guangzhou. They were all resisted by countless powerful figures from Guangzhou, who fought bravely and relentlessly. Tang Hao spoke up, addressing Principal Zhang Jianjun. Principal, the martial arts college entrance examination venue is set up at 100 Souls Mountain every year. The purpose should be to let the students participating in the martial arts college entrance examination face the ferocity and cruelty of the alien beasts, and temper their minds, am I right? That's right. Zhang Jianjun nodded slightly, then sighed softly. However, because of this, many candidates with poor character would die tragically in the belly of the strange beasts due to their fear in the face of battle. This is finally a loss for our human race. Tang Hao looked directly at Zhang Jianjun and asked bluntly, Principal, what do you want me to do? Chapter 31 One Sword slays a horde of beasts. I hope that, while ensuring your own college entrance examination ranking, you can help any students who encounter danger, regardless of which university they attend. Zhang Jianjun said with a serious expression. After saying that, he bowed deeply and said, Please. Tang Hao was somewhat moved upon hearing Zhang Jianjun's selfless words. At this time, military personnel began urging the examinees to enter the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress and head to the forbidden ruins of mythical beasts. Tang Hao's team was at the front of the line. Immediately, he followed Su Muxue and the others towards the outside of the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress. Just as he was about to step out of the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress, he suddenly turned to Zhang Zhenjun and said, "Principal, your request." I agreed. Zhang Zhenjun smiled upon hearing this. The outer perimeter of 100 Souls Mountain. Tang Hao, Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan advanced in pairs. Along their path, countless distorted, black mist-like aggregates lay on the ground, their dark red energy cores shattered. Ding! Teammate Su Muxue has successfully slain a soul-devouring beast at the early stage of the martial artist realm. Congratulations, host, you have gained 25/10 refining points. Ding! Teammate Zhao Lingshan has successfully slain a soul-devouring beast at the early stage of the martial artist realm. Congratulations, host, you have gained 25/10 refinement points. Ding! Teammate Zhao Wu. As Su Muxue and her companion slayed the strange beasts called soul-devouring beasts on the outskirts of 100 Soul Mountain, Tang Hao's weapon refining value continued to rise. This is only the outer perimeter of 100 Soul Mountain. These soul-devouring beasts can erode spiritual power and cause hallucinations. Everyone, please be careful. Su Muxue led the way, talking as she went. Her fair, jade-like hands, encased in glossy, tree demon gloves, appeared exceptionally delicate. Sister Muxue, my innate skill, natural healing, can withstand mental attacks. I will cast a talent skill on each of you. That way, the soul-eating beasts can't do anything to us. Zhao Lingshan held the staff in her jade-like hand, and while speaking, she cast her innate skills on Su Muxue and Zhao Wu. Immediately afterwards, her fair legs, clad in a divine, glossy white silk stocking of the highest grade, began to glow slightly, as if recovering the spiritual energy she had consumed. As the light from her white stockings shone through, Zhao Lingshan's fair legs appeared even more translucent and crystalline. Tang Hao stood at the back of the line, admiring Zhao Lingshan's dazzling white silk stockings and feeling quite pleased with himself. The beasts outside the forbidden area of 100 Soul Mountain are generally of average strength. With Su Muxue and Zhao Wu leading the way, he and Zhao Lingshan followed behind, making it feel like they were on vacation. He flirted with Zhao Lingshan quite a bit along the way. Occasionally, I'll even get my hands dirty. I killed that soul-devouring beast too easily. I feel like I didn't even get to use my full strength. Zhao Wu took a sip of water and muttered to himself. This is not only the outer perimeter of the forbidden area for exotic beasts in 100 Soul Mountain, but if you want to hunt high-level exotic beasts, you have to go to the higher parts of 100 Soul Mountain. However, the deeper you go into 100 Soul Mountain, the more numerous and stronger the strange beasts become. Su Muxue said. And even martial grandmaster level experts dare not set foot on the highest point of 100 Soul Mountain. There was one more thing Su Muxue didn't say. That is, deep within the 100 Souls Mountain, there is danger, but also an opportunity. Brother, the outer perimeter of the 100 Soul Mountain Beast Forbidden Ruins covers several abandoned urban areas. We'll just hunt down strange beasts on the outskirts and earn points. Zhao Lingshan said in a soft, sweet voice. The number of candidates for this martial arts college entrance examination is in the tens of thousands. As long as our ranking is in the top 100, we can get into Yangchang Martial Arts University. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu's face revealed an expression of great ambition. Just the top 100 isn't enough. Did you forget that the principal said the top 50 teams would receive a special admission reward if they chose Yangchang Martial Arts University? He clenched his fist and said seriously, if I'm going to take the exam, I'll get into the top 50. Upon hearing Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan's words, Tang Hao and Su Muxue exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Tang Hao, what are you laughing at? Noticing Tang Hao's smile, Zhao Lingshan pouted and said. I laugh at you guys, you're still too timid, Tang Hao said with a light laugh, shaking his head. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan's expressions changed slightly. Top 50, is that a small goal? Too small. Tang Hao shook his head seriously. What is our current ranking in the points system? 198th. Zhao Lingshan glanced at her communication watch and said. The martial arts college entrance examination is only on its first day. Based on 10,000 candidates, each team consists of 4 people. There are 2,500 teams of examinees in the entire 100 Souls Mountain Mythical Beast Forbidden Ruins. This leaderboard has a hunting threshold in the early stages. Only by meeting the required number of hunts can one obtain this ranking. For example, the requirement for the top scorer is to hunt down at least 100 beasts at the early stage of the martial artist realm. In the days leading up to the martial arts college entrance examination, the student teams at the front all met the basic requirement of having 100 early stage martial artist level beasts. Only then will rankings be based on the actual number of animals hunted. Don't be fooled by their current ranking of 198th. The top 150 spots on the leaderboard are still empty. 198th? That's too low. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao also activated his communication watch, pointed to the top of the leaderboard floating in front of everyone, and said, "Our next goal is to maintain a top 10 ranking, strive for a top 5, aim for a top 3, and ultimately claim the number 1 spot." Hiss. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, both Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan gasped in shock. They never expected Tang Hao's goal to be so ambitious. "Tang Hao, have you forgotten what I told you? Xiao Tianlong is already a late-stage martial artist. He's probably the top scorer in the Guangdong Province Martial Arts College entrance examination." Su Muxue also spoke up, addressing Tang Hao. The late stage of the martial artist realm only indicates that his cultivation level is high. That doesn't mean he hunts monsters faster than I do. Tang Hao's lips curled up, and he said, "And this leaderboard is based on the number of alien beasts hunted. If we compare family background, cultivation level, and number of martial arts skills, he might not be as good as Xiao Tianlong. But when it comes to hunting beasts, he is confident that no one can match him." Tang Hao. Su Muxue wanted to say something more to persuade her. Rumble. At that moment, the earth suddenly began to shake. A cloud of dust rose from behind an abandoned building not far away. You can vaguely see more than a dozen enormous beasts rushing towards this side. Soon, everyone could see what these strange beasts looked like. Resembling a rhinoceros, it is enormous, covered in a thick layer of metallic keratin, with blood-red eyes, and when it runs, it moves with the force of a tiger. Oh no, it's a berserk armored rhinoceros. They are social animals. This charge is like a small-scale beast tide. Let's get out of the way. Su Muxue's expression changed slightly, and she exclaimed in surprise. Good timing. So many ferocious armored rhinoceroses, perfect for gaining some points. Tang Hao smiled, stomped his right foot, and transformed into a blur as he charged towards the oncoming, ferocious armored rhinoceroses. 5 real man's greatswords appeared around him at some unknown time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under his control, the 5 true man greatswords transformed into flying swords, interspersed with countless wind blades, slicing through the sky and charging into the raging armored rhinoceros herd. Tang Hao, wait until we all join forces. You can't hold off so many people by yourself. Su Muxue's expression changed slightly upon seeing Tang Hao's actions, and she said anxiously. Before she could even set off to provide support, the blades of those 5 flying swords unleashed 5 incredibly sharp sword energy storms. Splash! In the center of the sword energy storm, the dozen or so berserk armored rhinoceroses at the early stage of the martial arts realm had their armor cut into countless pieces in an instant. The enormous body, still running, was smashed into countless pieces of flesh in an instant. Seeing Tang Hao kill more than a dozen early-stage martial arts beasts with a single move, Su Muxue and the other 2 were all dumbfounded. Brother, was the power that erupted from those 5 flying swords your innate skill, Blade Storm? Zhao Lingshan asked Zhao Wu. Hearing his sister's words, Zhao Wu nodded blankly, but a bitter smile appeared on his lips. The innate skill is indeed mine, but I can't unleash its full power. Which swordsman class can wield 5 swords simultaneously? Moreover, these 5 swords can unleash 5 innate skills simultaneously. Isn't that cheating? Tang Hao had no idea what Zhao Wu was thinking. If he had known, he would have told him. Sorry, I still have 5 of these flying swords. Chapter 32 Earth Dragon Spring, Unleashing Potential. 100 Souls Mountain, a corner of the forbidden ruins of strange beasts. Several examinees dressed in black stood in a rocky area. At their feet, a dozen soul-devouring beasts knelt reverently, bowing their heads in submission. Gentlemen, as instructed by the Divine Envoy, this year's Guangzhou Martial Arts College entrance examination. We must assassinate at least 10 geniuses who have awakened to a rank professions and bring their bodies back to sacrifice to my god. Among these people, the sinister-looking young man who was in the lead sneered. 10 A-level professional geniuses? I love hearing these geniuses wail before they die, another orange-haired youth sneered. The sinister-looking young man frowned and said to the orange-haired youth, this mission must be swift and clean. Put away your bloodthirsty desires. Upon hearing this, the orange-haired youth pursed his lips, but dared not show his dissatisfaction. Did you hear that? The sinister-looking young man said coldly. Understood, boss, the orange-haired youth replied. With a wave of his right hand, several chains radiating black spiritual energy shot out, attacking the dozen or so soul-devouring beasts beneath his feet. Click. With a clench of his hand, the necks of all the soul-devouring beasts were snapped. Also, Pan Lei told us to keep an extra eye on a candidate named Tang Hao. He's a weapon refiner. Try to persuade him to join the cult. If he refuses, kill him on the spot. The wicked young man suddenly thought of something and said another sentence. The other test takers who had been brainwashed by the Eclipse cult nodded in agreement. Boom! In an abandoned square, Tang Hao stood on the True Man greatsword, suspended in midair. In the plaza below, Su Mushui and Zhao Wu were fighting against more than a dozen soul-devouring beasts. Zhao Lingshan, on the other hand, used Holy Lightball to launch a ranged attack on the alien beast. Four flying swords stood around Tang Hao, occasionally flying out to help Zhao Lingshan fend off the strange beasts that attacked her. Occasionally, they would finish off any injured beasts that Su Mushui and Zhao Wu had overlooked. With Tang Hao observing from the sidelines and Zhao Lingshan providing ranged damage and healing, Su Mushui and Zhao Wu were able to fight without any worries. After clearing out the soul-eating beasts from the plaza, the four rested on the spot. In just 3 days, we broke into the top 50 of the points leaderboard. We're declining the special recruitment bonus from Yangchang Martial Arts University this time. Zhao Wu glanced at his communication watch and said excitedly. Tang Hao glanced at his communication watch and noticed that the top 50 spots on the leaderboard were already occupied by teams. He said with dissatisfaction. We've killed quite a few alien beasts in the past few days. There are so many teams ranked higher than us? Su Mushui explained with a smile, we only killed beasts at the early stage of the martial artist realm. Although there were many of them, each one only gave us 1 point. The teams ranked higher must have killed quite a few mid-stage martial arts realm beasts. Each of those beasts earns 5 points. After 3 days, they naturally surpassed us by quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao said in a deep voice, so, if we want to get first place on the leaderboard, we have to go deeper into the forbidden ruins of mythical beasts? Su Mushui nodded slightly. The depths of this forbidden area of strange beasts are fraught with danger. Let's all raise our hands to vote. Should we wait 2 more days to enter, or enter now? During these 3 days of hunting strange beasts, she also broke through to the mid-stage of the martial artist realm by gaining experience points from the hunt. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan have also entered the early stage of the martial artist realm. Their team's overall strength has improved significantly. Therefore, she had no objection to Tang Hao's desire to strive for first place on the martial arts college entrance examination leaderboard. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off now and head deep into the forbidden ruins of the strange beasts. Zhao Wu's body had already recovered to about 70-80% thanks to his sister's natural healing. Upon hearing Su Mushui's words, he immediately stood up and said, Wherever Tang Hao goes, I'll go, Zhao Lingshan said shyly, glancing at Tang Hao. Su Mushui glanced at Zhao Lingshan. This girl looked innocent and cute, but she was actually quite bold. During these 3 days, Zhao Lingshan sneaked into Tang Hao's tent more than once a night. Poor Empress Tang Hao, she voluntarily took to keep watch for his safety. She listened for 3 nights in a row to the sound of tearing white silk coming from Tang Hao's tent. Since everyone agrees to set off now, let's get going. Upon hearing Zhao Lingshan's words, Tang Hao smiled. He and Su Mushui are of one mind, and Su Mushui will definitely support him. To his surprise, Su Mushui waved her hand and said, Wait a minute. Mushui, you don't agree to us going into the depths of the forbidden area of alien beasts? Upon seeing this, Tang Hao's expression changed. No, Tang Hao, what I mean is, we want to enter the forbidden ruins of mythical beasts, but we also need to define a specific area. Su Mushui shook her head and explained. The core area of this forbidden zone of strange beasts is inhabited by strange beasts at the peak of the martial artist realm, and even the martial master realm. We must not go in. Deep within the forbidden ruins of the strange beasts, there are also several forbidden areas that must not be visited. As she spoke, Su Mushui opened the map of the 100 Soul Mountain mythical beast forbidden ruins on her communication watch and marked several locations for the group. After hearing Su Mushui's meaning, Tang Hao nodded slightly. Mushui, you've thought this through very well. We'll listen to you. As Su Mushui finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something, and then checked a point on the map, saying, Tang Hao, if we want to go deep into the forbidden area of the alien beasts, we can't just wander around aimlessly. Why don't we make this location our destination? Why? Tang Hao glanced at the location Su Mushui had chosen. It was a place called Delunquan, located in an abandoned city in the northwest of Yangchang. There used to be a famous rafting area there, but after the spiritual energy was revived, the small city was occupied by strange beasts, and the rafting area was naturally abandoned. According to my family's intelligence, there is a natural spiritual spring deep within that dragon spring. Just soaking in it for a while can greatly stimulate the body's potential and enhance one's cultivation talent. It can even further optimize the profession of a professional. Sumu Shui explained. This sacred spring truly exists. However, the source of the information was not the Su family's intelligence. Instead, during the martial arts college entrance examination in his previous life, a team of candidates with mediocre strength suddenly experienced a surge in strength on the last day of the martial arts college entrance examination, and their ranking on the leaderboard also rose by more than 100 places. They only told the military about the existence of this Longquan after the college entrance examination was over. Upon receiving this news, the military immediately dispatched personnel to that abandoned small town to search for the sacred spring. After confirming that everything was correct, the student team that provided the intelligence was immediately given a large amount of cultivation rewards. This mediocre student team was arguably the biggest winner that year, second only to the top scoring team. Having been reborn, Sumu Shui naturally didn't want to miss out on these natural cultivation resources. To optimize the profession again? Upon hearing Sumu Shui's words, Zhao Wu was the first to exclaim in surprise. Both he and Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but look at Tang Hao. They knew very well that Tang Hao had transformed from a useless D-level blacksmith into the dark horse of this year's martial arts college entrance examination precisely because of his career optimization. If only they could reach that earthen spring and soak in its sacred waters. Thinking of this, both Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan became excited. Tang Hao had no doubts about the information regarding Su Mushua's family and nodded, saying, "All right, let us hunt down the strange beasts and head towards the Earth Dragon Spring. Then, all three of you should soak in the spiritual spring water and strive for job optimization." Tang Hao possesses a system he can break through his cultivation level or obtain refining points as he pleases. He didn't know if this spiritual spring would be of any use to him. But if this spiritual spring is useful to Su Mushui and the others, Tang Hao would naturally be happy to make the trip. Chapter 33 The Flock of Soul-Stealing Demonic Birds, Human-Made Calamity. 100 Souls Mountain, outside of Earth Dragon Spring. This is the Earth Dragon Spring? Is there really a spiritual spring inside that can stimulate our physical potential? Zhao Wu looked at the abandoned rafting area in front of him and muttered to himself. 100 years ago, this rafting area was very popular, with lush vegetation and many wild animals. Over the past century, countless plants and animals have been transformed into strange beasts due to the erosion of spiritual energy. Everyone should pay attention to the following. Tang Hao reminded everyone. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan nodded. After entering the scenic area, the group followed the stone steps left over from 100 years ago and walked into the mountains. "Awwa!" Just then, a sharp, piercing bird cry suddenly rang out above everyone's heads. When everyone looked up, they saw a group of flying beasts rushing towards them. These flying beasts have dark purple feathers, sharp claws, and their screams produce eerie, soul-stirring sound waves. "What is that?" Upon seeing this, Zhao Wu exclaimed in surprise. "It's a soul-stealing demon bird." Sumu Shui explained, "This is a unique beast from the Earth Dragon Spring. Its claws can break steel and shatter stone, and its sound waves can captivate souls. Although he's only at the early stage of the martial artist realm, he can still give even mid-stage martial artist realm professionals a headache." Zhao Wu did not refute Sumu Shui's words. Martial artists who haven't yet developed the ability to fly are at a natural disadvantage when facing flying beasts. "They're here!" Zhao Lingshan exclaimed. Seeing this, Sumu Shui didn't say a word. She clenched her fists, and flames rose from her palms. Rank B martial art, Fire Fist. The next second, Sumu Shui gave a deep shout and waved her right hand. A powerful torrent of flames, carrying astonishing force, rushed towards the group of soul-stealing demon birds above her head. This martial arts technique was obtained by Sumu Shui from the school library. Upon seeing this, the soul-devouring demon birds twisted their bodies and nimbly dodged Sumu Shui's torrent of flames. "No, these soul-stealing birds are too agile. We can't fly, and our attacks are too rigid to hit them." Seeing this, Sumu Shui gritted her teeth and said. "I'll give it a try," Zhao Wu said, gripping the meteorite sword. "You and I are both melee fighters, so it's the same if you go for it," Sumu Shui said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu was perplexed. "Let me do it." At this moment, Tang Hao stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Sumu Shui nodded slightly. Tang Hao's martial arts skills include the ability to control his sword to injure enemies, and he can also fly on his sword, giving him the ability to fly. Among martial arts professionals, this can be described as a dimensional reduction attack. Awwa! At this moment, after dodging Su Mushue's attack, the soul-stealing demon birds seemed to be enraged. They roared to the sky and launched a group-wide sonic attack. Scream, scream, scream. Take this! Tang Hao cursed, and with a thought, 5 true man greatswords flew out, shooting towards the soul-stealing demon bird above his head. The 5 flying swords did not attack several soul-stealing birds simultaneously, but instead targeted one soul-stealing bird at a time. Although the 5 greatswords attacked the soul-stealing bird in turn, they were extremely fast. To everyone else, it looked like 5 greatswords had transformed into a net of swords, rapidly slicing through the flesh and blood of the strange beast. In the blink of an eye, the soul-devouring demon bird was completely wiped out. After one soul eater was killed, the 5 greatswords rushed towards the other soul eaters. Talent, skill, equipment, contract, enchantment. Tang Hao felt that relying solely on the sharpness of the greatsword to kill the alien beasts was too slow. He immediately unleashed his innate skill. In an instant, the 5 greatswords shone brightly. The first sword was surrounded by poisonous mist. The second sword, flames raging. The third sword had molten lava flowing from its blade. The fourth sword increases attack power by 30%. The fifth sword has 7 small meteorites on its blade. As the 5 greatswords were successfully enchanted, when they attacked the soul-stealing birds at the early stage of the martial realm, poisonous mist, flames, and molten lava burning effects erupted. Boom! Boom! Every now and then, meteorites comparable to the full-force attack of a peak martial artist would fall, crashing down on the soul-stealing demon birds in the early stages of the martial artist realm. Those 5 white-grade greatswords have the affixes and effects of the equipment we're wearing. Zhao Wu was the first to discover the equipment attribute effects of the 5 greatswords and exclaimed in surprise. Is this Tang Hao's innate skill? It's amazing. But why didn't he use my equipment attributes? Zhao Lingshan murmured. Hearing Zhao Lingshan's words, Su Mushue shook her head and chuckled. Zhao Lingshan's white silk stockings have the following equipment attributes: spell enhancement and spirit power recovery. If you actually use it, you can heal the monsters while slaying them. Isn't this like a living Yama? As the 3 were talking, Tang Hao dealt with all of the dozen or so soul-stealing demon birds. Tang Hao also collected the materials previously found on the strange beast. Alright, we can continue up the mountain now. Tang Hao recalled the 5 flying swords, arranging them in a circle and hanging them behind him. It looked as if he was wearing a weapon arc. Brother Tang Hao, with your current combat power, no one would believe you're a weapon refiner. Zhao Lingshan moved closer to Tang Hao, massaging his shoulders as she smiled. Feeling Zhao Lingshan's fair and soft hands soothing his shoulders, Tang Hao's lips curled into a smile. Currently, his strength is indeed unmatched among martial artists of the same level. He hasn't even had the chance to use his divine healing talent. Once you soak in the spiritual spring water of the Earth Dragon Spring, your potential will be unleashed, your professions will be optimized, and your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Tang Hao patted Zhao Lingshan's head and chuckled. As they spoke, the 4 prepared to set off and head up the mountain. Rustling sounds. Just then, they heard footsteps behind them. Tang Hao and Su Mushue exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing slightly. Someone's coming. Tang Hao, you really made me look for you so easily. Soon, a 4-person student team appeared in front of Tang Hao. The one in charge was Li Jiang, an acquaintance of Tang Hao. Li Jiang, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Upon seeing Li Jiang, Tang Hao remained calm. Tang Hao, it's no use saying nice things now. Li Jiang snorted coldly and said to Tang Hao. That day in front of the school library, you relied on the school rules to protect you and didn't dare to fight me. Today, we will settle this score on the battlefield of the Martial Arts College entrance examination. If I win, you can never bother Su Mushue again. She can only be my woman. Upon hearing Li Jiang's words, Su Mushue's face showed slight anger. Li Jiang, you're talking nonsense. Who is your woman? The only person I will ever like is Tang Hao. Li Jiang said confidently, Mushue, you've just been fooled by this kid's sweet talk. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Once I defeat him, you'll see the difference in strength between us. At that time, you will naturally fall in love with me. Upon hearing Li Jiang's seemingly casual words, Su Mushue's face turned angry. You, a B-level professional, want to talk about the difference in strength with the future ancestor of all weapons and the pillar of humanity? Where did they get the courage? Su Mushue wanted to say something more, but Tang Hao waved his hand to stop her. Mushue, since he wants to fight, then let him fight. I don't want to be bothered by boring flies during these few days of the college entrance examination. You bastard, who are you calling a fly? Li Jiang was furious when he heard Tang Hao's words. Upon seeing this, Li Jiang's three teammates all wore teasing smiles. Li Jiang, it seems you've been underestimated, said a short-haired girl. Li Jiang, I told you to stop being a simp. You didn't even get to simp Su, the school beauty, and you were even mocked by her gigolo. Another burly young man scoffed. Li Jiang, are you sure you can handle this? If not, I'll take care of him for you, said the skinny teammate. Shut up! Li Jiang yelled when he heard his three teammates' mockery. Tang Hao turned to look at Li Jiang's three teammates and added. Don't get me wrong, when I say boring fly, I'm not just referring to him, but also to you all. What? Upon hearing this, Li Jiang's three teammates' faces darkened, and they said in unison. You brat, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. Stop talking nonsense, all of you come at me at once, my time is precious. Tang Hao shrugged and said lazily. Don't worry, for the sake of fairness. My teammates won't make a move. Boom. Tang Hao's words completely ignited the tempers of Li Jiang's three teammates. Kid, you're asking for it. You are only at the early stage of the martial realm, yet you dare to openly challenge the four of us. You are simply arrogant. I'll break your arms and legs and throw you into the monster's lair. I hope you'll still be this arrogant then. Their bodies were surging with spiritual energy. Three auras of mid-stage martial artists erupted from them. Chapter 34 The Power of Mysterious Martial Arts, the Ten Swords Formation. 3 mid-stage martial artists? Interesting. I'd like to test my current strength as well. Sensing the aura emanating from the three, Tang Hao's lips curled into a smile. I need to have my license checked. French accent. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 true man greatswords appeared around him, their blades surging with spiritual energy. Go! As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, the 10 flying swords shot towards Li Jiang and his companions. Upon seeing this, Li Jiang and the other three's expressions immediately darkened. This was the first time they had ever seen a professional who could control 10 weapons at the same time. And all 10 weapons were basic level greatswords. What they were holding were only beginner level weapons. Let's all attack together and take those 10 basic weapons from him. Li Jiang spoke first. The other three teammates' eyes lit up as well. A basic weapon would cost at least 5 million. Meanwhile, a blank grade encapsulated stone costs less than 1 million. By seizing the weapons from Tang Hao, they could not only equip themselves with new weapons, but also sell the remaining 6 basic grade greatswords for money. Immediately, Li Jiang's 3 teammates attacked at the same time. The short-haired girl awakens AB Great Beast Soul Class, the 9 Nether White Fox, whose talent skill has a control effect. The 10 flying swords were briefly controlled by her innate skill. The other 2 teammates, one muscular and one thin, were both melee fighters. They seized the opportunity and charged at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, watch out! Seeing this, Zhao Lingshan was about to step forward with her staff. Zhao Wu, who was standing to the side, waved his hand to stop her. Sister, you have to trust Tang Hao. He said if he can deal with these people, he definitely can. Hearing her elder brother's words, Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth. Are we just going to stand by and do nothing? Of course not, we'll clear out the nearby monsters first. Once Tang Hao deals with these people, we can go deeper into the Dragon Spring and soak in the hot springs. Zhao Wu said. Su Mushue also agreed with Zhao Wu's suggestion. With Tang Hao's current combat strength, dealing with Li Jiang and his 3 companions is no problem at all. Moreover, Tang Hao also possesses a basic level true man set, boasting astonishing defense that cannot be broken by anyone other than a martial grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan also felt that it made sense. The 3 immediately decided to clear out the strange beasts near the Earth Dragon Spring. As they were talking, Li Jiang's 2 teammates also came to Tang Hao's side. They wielded a knife and a sword, both imbued with dangerous spiritual energy, and slashed towards Tang Hao's chest. We got it, the burly student exclaimed excitedly. Eclipse chains. Tang Hao's lips curled into a sneer. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, several crimson chains, mixed with billowing black smoke, rapidly condensed and then wrapped around the 2 of them. The 2 were too close to Tang Hao, and the appearance of the several eclipse chains was too sudden for them to dodge. In just a second, the two were bound by several eclipse chains. The weapons in their hands all fell to the ground with a clang. Even more bizarrely, the billowing black smoke was frantically devouring the spiritual energy within their bodies. Oh no! These chains can devour our spiritual power. Li Jiang, please save us. Both of them looked terrified and said in unison. Seeing his two teammates subdued by Tang Hao in a single exchange, Li Jiang's expression changed drastically. Didn't you get your martial arts college entrance exam qualification because of Su Mushiue's resources? What's the deal with your strength? Upon hearing Li Jiang's words, Tang Hao sneered. I can't be bothered to explain to you, and you're not worthy to listen. Give me a greatsword. French accent. Hearing Tang Hao's sarcastic words, Li Jiang flew into a rage. You're fucking asking for death. Boom! Li Jiang's body surged with spiritual energy, and with a flick of his right hand, a golden spiritual energy fingerprint quickly condensed. Rank B martial skill, minor wilderness imprisoning finger. The next second, the golden spiritual energy finger mark, mixed with surging spiritual energy, hurtled towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt that in that instant, the space around him seemed to fluctuate. As expected of a scion of a prestigious family, he unleashed such a terrifying B-rank martial skill. Tang Hao sighed inwardly. Despite winning first place in the school's trials and obtaining a mysterious martial arts technique from the library, he was still impressed. However, in terms of background and experience, they are still somewhat inferior to disciples from martial arts families like Li Jiang. As the golden spiritual energy finger mark approached, Tang Hao also summoned his right hand. Sword, come! Buzz! Suddenly, the 10 flying swords controlled by the short-haired girl began to emit a series of sword cries. A powerful force erupted, and the short-haired girl's control talent was broken. Then, it flew towards Tang Hao's defense. Li Jiang, be careful, there's something strange about his 10 greatswords. Upon seeing this, the short-haired girl quickly reminded Li Jiang. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Jiang also heard the whooshing sound behind him and quickly turned around. He then saw 10 flying swords hurtling towards him. He quickly made hand seals, sending several golden spiritual energy imprints hurtling towards the 10 flying swords. Bang! Bang! The golden spiritual energy imprint collided with the flying sword, which was quickly deflected and then flew back. As long as the flying swords remain intact, their attacks will not cease. Soon, Li Jiang realized how troublesome these flying swords were, and angrily shouted at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, is hiding behind these weapons all you know how to do? If you've got the guts, let's fight for real. Upon hearing Li Jiang's words, Tang Hao looked at him as if he were an idiot. Li Jiang, aren't we really fighting this battle now? This is the martial arts technique I learned from the school library. You can't even break my 10 swords formation, how can you play with me? Give me a greatsword. French accent. Ah. 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 Hearing Tang Hao's sarcastic words, Li Jiang became completely enraged. He frantically activated his spiritual energy hand seals, bombarding the 10 flying swords around him. These 10 real men's greatswords, despite their massive size, are still quite agile. While dodging Li Jiang's attacks, they left sword wounds on his body. In a short while, Li Jiang's body was covered in wounds. Li Jiang, you've lost. Tang Hao looked directly at Li Jiang and said. No, I won't lose. How could I lose to you? Li Jiang said unwillingly. That's true. Hand over 1/3 of the points, and I can let you leave, Tang Hao said. According to the rules of the martial arts college entrance examination, in a battle between student teams, the winner can claim 1/3 of the loser team's points. The martial arts college entrance examination tests not only how to face the threat of alien beasts, but also how to deal with the conspiracies and tricks among humans. You're dreaming if you want my points. Li Jiang said through gritted teeth. Tang Hao frowned slightly, stubborn to the end. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Chapter 35 made? Behave yourself and put on this lace bell collar. With a clench of his fist, the 10 flying swords instantly reduced their attack range and doubled their attack frequency. Li Jiang's body was immediately covered in more sword wounds. Seeing that Li Jiang was about to be defeated, the short-haired girl gritted her teeth, gripped her dagger, and rushed into the 10 swords formation, even pushing Li Jiang out of the formation. Miao Daji, you. After escaping the sword formation's attack, Li Jiang looked at Miao Daji in surprise. Miao Daji was the daughter of a steward in the Li family. Because she had lived in the Li family since childhood, she and he could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, he always treated her like a younger sister, and Miao Daji often teased him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she would risk her life to save him. Li Jiang, you are no match for him. Miao Daji's expression was somewhat complicated. I'll hold him off for you, you run away quickly. Although killing is not allowed in the martial arts college entrance examination. If recorded by the Communication Watch, not only will the candidate be disqualified from taking the college entrance examination, but they will also be punished. However, there are many ways to kill someone without punishment in the martial arts college entrance examination. Cripple it and throw it into the mouth of the monster, that's the simplest way. She stayed behind to cover their retreat, prepared to die in Li Jiang's place. Upon hearing Miao Daji's words, Li Jiang was stunned. The next second, he gave a bitter laugh, threw the sword in his hand to the ground, and said to Tang Hao, Tang Hao, I admit defeat. We are willing to compensate you with points. He now understood Miao Daji's feelings for him. Instead of pursuing the elusive Su Muxue, it's better to seize the happiness right in front of you. Li Jiang, you. Seeing that the proud and arrogant Li Jiang actually chose to admit defeat for her sake, Miao Daji was deeply moved. Seeing Li Jiang and Miao Daji's affectionate display, Tang Hao's lips curled into a smile. Admitting defeat is fine, but the conditions have changed now. In addition to 1/3 of the points, this female student also has to stay. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Li Jiang's expression changed drastically. Tang Hao, what are you trying to do? Isn't it clear enough what your terms are? 1/3 of the points, and that girl too. I'm in dire need of a maid who can cook, keep watch at night, and do odd jobs, Tang Hao said. You're dreaming. Li Jiang said angrily when he saw Tang Hao trying to take Miao Daji away from him. At worst, he'd fight Tang Hao to the death. I agree. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Miao Daji nodded in agreement. Miao Daji, you Li Jiang did not expect Miao Daji to agree. Miao Daji explained, Brother Li Jiang, you're injured and can't fight anymore. You still have to take the martial arts college entrance exam. And Dian and the others, their spiritual energy is almost completely drained too. Li Jiang glanced at his other two teammates, who were almost drained dry by Tang Hao's eclipse chains. It's just being a servant for 3 days, right? In the next few days, you and Dian can kill more alien beasts, and I can also pass the martial arts college entrance exam while lying down here. Miao Daji continued. Finally, he lowered his voice and said, moreover, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Just because you can't beat Tang Hao now doesn't mean you won't be able to beat him after you go to university. At that time, in the National College Freshman Competition, will you still be able to? Although Miao Daji lowered her voice, Tang Hao and the others had such keen hearing that they naturally heard her. Tang Hao didn't care. Li Jiang can't beat him now, and he'll be even less of a match for him in the future. However, Su Mushue's fair face revealed a strange expression. If she remembered correctly, in her previous life, Miao Daji, Li Jiang's admirer, was eventually taken into Tang Hao's harem. In his past life, Tang Hao and his siblings Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan teamed up to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. They also encountered Li Jiang's team in the Forbidden Ruins of Beasts because of a rare and precious herb. After a fierce battle, Tang Hao's team narrowly won. Miao Daji was taken hostage and taken away by Tang Hao. At first, Miao Daji disliked Tang Hao in many ways. During the martial arts college entrance examination, the Tang Hao team encountered several crises, and Tang Hao stepped forward to protect her several times, quickly winning Miao Daji's heart. Near the end of the martial arts college entrance examination, Tang Hao even crafted a piece of equipment for Miao Daji. Then, on a dark and stormy night, Miao Daji conceived Tang Hao. Thinking of this, Su Muxue looked at Li Jiang with a strange expression. If Li Jiang knew that Miao Daji, the girl who admired him, was about to be taken by Tang Hao, what would he think? Miao Daji, on the last day of the martial arts college entrance examination, I will definitely rescue you. Upon hearing Miao Daji's words, Li Jiang knew she was telling the truth and gritted his teeth. Brother Li Jiang, I believe you. Miao Daji said, biting her lip. Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at Miao Daji. This young girl has fair skin, an oval face, and pink lips. She looks petite, but she has a curvy figure with a prominent bust and hips, and a pair of long, slender, and glossy legs. Although she has short hair, she is by no means lacking in femininity. Moreover, this young girl seems to have feelings for Li Jiang. This made him inexplicably excited. In the end, Li Jiang rescued two teammates by sacrificing 1/3 of his points and the mortgaging of Miao Daji. Tang Hao, my teammate is temporarily with you. If you harm even a hair on her head, I will never let you off the hook. Before leaving, Li Jiang threatened Tang Hao. Tang Hao shrugged dismissively, "Don't worry, I just need a maid. I can't count on her for fighting either." Miao Daji gritted her teeth when she heard Tang Hao's words. What did he mean by saying that she couldn't be relied on in battle? She is a mid-stage martial artist, and her profession is the B-rank 9 nether white fox. After Li Jiang left, Tang Hao casually took out a piece of equipment from his storage bag and tossed it to Miao Daji. "Put it on." Miao Daji accepted it reflexively. When she saw clearly that the equipment Tang Hao had given her was a black lace bell collar, a look of shame and indignation immediately appeared on her face. This bastard, does he really think he's a maid? "Tang Hao, what kind of person do you take me for? I'm going to kill you." After saying that, she gripped the dagger and lunged at Tang Hao. Tang Hao grabbed Miao Daji's slender hand, pressed her against a large tree, lowered his head, almost touching her face, and said with a wicked smile, "Now Daji, is that right? I don't know what your position is in Li Jiang's team. But to me, you're just a maid who does odd jobs. A maid should have the awareness of a maid. This piece of equipment is a custom-made piece of equipment that I crafted myself. In the next few days, if you make any unusual moves, I can directly activate the equipment and strip you of all your power." Feeling the masculine aura emanating from Tang Hao, Miao Daji's heart pounded, and a blush rose to her cheeks. She had never been so close to a man before. The image of Li Jiang involuntarily appeared in her mind. But soon, Li Jiang's appearance was replaced by Tang Hao's. "Put on this equipment obediently, it'll benefit both you and me." Tang Hao spoke again, addressing Miao Daji. "Otherwise, Li Jiang and the others shouldn't have gone far. You don't want them either." Chapter 36 Dragon Transformation Spring. Upon hearing this, Miao Daji quickly said, "No, don't hurt Li Jiang and the others anymore. I'll wear it." After saying that, under Tang Hao's aggressive gaze, she put the black lace bell choker on her snow-white and slender neck. Her skin was already fair, and her slender figure accentuated her alluring collarbones. Now, wearing this black lace bell choker adds even more charm. "Wow, Sister Daji, you look so good wearing this necklace." Zhao Lingshan, being simple-minded, couldn't help but speak up. Su Mushue nodded slightly. Miao Daji had a petite figure, which easily aroused men's protective instincts. Now, wearing this lace bell collar, she looks even more frail and pitiful, especially considering her profession as the 9 nether white fox. To have a man under your thumb is like child's play. Hearing Zhao Lingshan's words, Miao Daji blushed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed something unusual about the equipment on Shue's neck. She quickly opened the equipment panel and took a look. Enchanting lace bell choker basic level. Equipment affix, dreamy sound 30% chance to pull teammates into a dreamlike sound realm. You fought for your country for 30 years. Before you died, a girl who looked 9 parts like her stood in front of you, flicked her ponytail. Silly girl, you've been killing so many alien beasts for so many years, you must be tired. After this battle, shall we go watch the sunrise together? Trigger effect, unyielding, full spiritual power, fighting to the death. This is a basic level item? And it even has an item attribute? Now Daji's eyes widened in surprise. What surprised her was not only that the lace bell collar was a basic, unequipped item. It's not a blank level piece of equipment, it has an equipment attribute. It's not the equipment's stats that's terrifying, but rather the terrifying effect of that stat. A voice in a dream. There is a 30% chance of being pulled into a dream. Unwavering perseverance, full spiritual power, fighting to the death. Even the legendary purple grade inherited equipment doesn't have such equipment attributes, right? If she were to enroll in the military academy of the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't she be considered a promising talent and cultivated based solely on this auxiliary equipment? You found it? Seeing Miao Daji wearing the lace bell necklace, Tang Hao's gaze also became somewhat intense, and he teased. Work for me as a maid for 3 days and you'll get a basic piece of equipment. You're getting a good deal. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Miao Daji bit her pink lips. This black lace bell choker, though worn around the neck, feels somewhat shameful. But the thought that this is a basic, unequipped item, and that terrifying affix. Seeing that Miao Daji remained silent, Tang Hao immediately said, I don't like to force others. If you really don't want to wear it, I can grant you permission to take the equipment off. No, if you give it to me, this equipment is mine. Upon hearing this, Miao Daji quickly replied. Finally, her face flushed slightly, and she said weakly, I am willing to be your maid, please, give me any orders. The more she looks at the bracelet, the more she likes it. Even though Tang Hao controls the core of this equipment and can make her lose all her power simply by activating it, she still wants to possess it. Okay, wear it if you like. Tang Hao released Miao Daji's hand and said casually. This girl, while not as pretty as Su Mushui and Zhao Lingshan, is still a 9 out of 10, which means she's a class beauty. Moreover, she possesses an innate allure. Wearing this black lace bell choker gives her an even more captivating charm, reminiscent of both a cat and a fox. Having such a beautiful and charming maid with a lace choker by your side doesn't seem so bad. After resting for a while, the group set off to head deeper into the Earth Dragon Spring. Along the way, the team encountered no fewer than 3 groups of strange beasts. Among them are many strange beasts at the mid-stage of martial arts. On one occasion, a strange beast at the mid-stage of the martial realm took advantage of a gap in the team's attack to ambush Miao Daji. Fortunately, Tang Hao intervened in time, killing the beast just before it was about to bite off Miao Daji's neck. Are you alright? Tang Hao glanced at Miao Daji and asked with concern. Still shaken, Miao Daji saw Tang Hao standing before her, wielding a greatsword and covered in blood from a strange beast, showing concern for her, and her heart began to pound wildly. Damn it! He was clearly the bad guy who defeated Li Jiang and Adian. But why can't I bring myself to hate him? I still owe him my life. If he really clashes with Li Jiang in the future, who should I help? I'm fine. Miao Daji stammered. It's good that you're alright. We'll be at our destination soon. We'll need you to keep watch so we can get some rest, Tang Hao said frankly. Miao Daji froze, her expression blank. Just moments ago she had been so moved. She pulled out a dagger and was about to stab Tang Hao. You'd better die. What's wrong with you? Tang Hao grabbed Miao Daji's hand and said. Miao Da was about to curse again when Su Mushui said in a deep voice, Stop making a scene, the spiritual spring is just ahead. Seeing that Su Mushui had spoken, Miao Daji put away her dagger. She had a natural fear of Su Mushui. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the depths of the Earth Dragon Spring, in front of a spiritual spring less than 10 meters wide. Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, and Su Mushui all showed excitement on their faces. We've finally arrived. Seeing the excited expressions on the 3 people's faces, Miao Daji asked curiously, You've killed so many strange beasts along the way, just to find it? What's so special about this sacred spring? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Now it's your turn to protect us. Tang Hao said to Miao Daji. I'm warning you, don't get any bad ideas, otherwise, I might just detonate the equipment around your neck. Hearing Tang Hao's cold words, Miao Daji snorted and said. Fine, I don't care to know anyway. After saying that, she walked angrily towards the outer edge of the spiritual spring, acting as a protector. Brother Tang Hao, can't you speak to girls a little more gently? Zhao Lingshan, standing to the side, said helplessly to Tang Hao. Tang Hao shrugged, time is of the essence. You should quickly absorb the spiritual spring water and unleash your physical potential. He's not a simp, and Miao Daji isn't his woman, so he doesn't need to speak gently. If it weren't for the fact that all he had was that plain grey lace bell collar, which had the effect of controlling the wearer, he wouldn't have been willing to give it to Miao Daji. Tang Hao, although your profession has been optimized, this spiritual spring has endless uses. Why don't you go in and soak in it? You might be pleasantly surprised. Su Mushui thought for a moment and then said to Tang Hao. Tang Hao nodded slightly. Even if Su Mushui hadn't said anything, he would have done the same. After entering the spiritual spring, the 4 began to absorb its energy. Soon, Tang Hao discovered the energy of this spiritual spring. It seems to have really improved his blood and qi, spiritual power, and mental strength. While career awakening is random, the level of a career is essentially related to a person's bloodline and physical strength. The fact that children from martial arts families have a higher probability of awakening high-level professions than ordinary people proves this point. Tang Hao murmured in a low voice. This spiritual spring can enhance the body's blood vessels, qi and blood, and spiritual power, and can indeed enhance the body's potential. It's reasonable that there's a chance of career optimization. At this point, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. I wonder if my profession can be optimized and I can gain a new talent skill. Chapter 37, Emerging from Seclusion, New Talent Skill. The changes in Tang Hao are all due to the refining weapons to become stronger system, whether it's his cultivation talent or his innate skills. However, his own professional level is still D. In other words, he also has the potential to use this spiritual spring to unleash his own potential and optimize his career. Really? The next second, Tang Hao heard the voice of the refined weapons to become stronger system in his ears. Ding! An SSS level opportunity that can enhance the host's physical potential has been discovered, Dragon Transformation Spring. Do you want to spend 500 refining points to absorb the energy of the Dragon Spring? Raise your job level to C? In the past few days, Tang Hao's team has hunted down over 100 strange beasts in the forbidden area of 100 Soul Mountain. The weapon crafting value has already exceeded 1,000 points. Spending 500 points to upgrade your profession level is a worthwhile investment. Thinking of this, Tang Hao replied without hesitation, yes. Just as Tang Hao was consuming refining points and rapidly absorbing the energy of the Dragon Transformation Spring. Suddenly, a sound of the earth trembling came from the outskirts of Hualong Spring. Miao Daji's panicked voice followed. Oh no, it's a horde of rampaging armored rhinoceroses. Damn it, how come there are so many ferocious armored rhinos here? Tang Hao frowned immediately upon hearing the sounds coming from outside. A horde of rampaging armored rhinoceroses? Is it a coincidence? Or was it man-made? Li Jiang, no, he doesn't have that ability. Could it be the Eclipse cult? But no matter which side they were on, the raging armored rhinoceros horde was not something Miao Daji could withstand alone. Now, all we can hope for is that she can hold on until she has fully absorbed the energy of the Dragon Spring. Outside Hualong Spring, Miao Daji looked at the raging tide of armored rhinoceroses rushing towards her from not far away, and a solemn expression appeared on her face. There are definitely too many ferocious armored rhinoceroses for me to handle alone. She had the idea of running away. But when she thought of how Tang Hao had saved her from danger several times, Miao Daji pulled back from her steps. Forget it, I definitely didn't stay because I was wearing his equipment and was afraid he would detonate it. Miao Daji gritted her teeth, took out a novice-level dagger, and charged towards the raging armored rhinoceroses. What a foolish woman, trying to fight the beast horde alone. On a large tree not far away stood two figures at the late stage of the martial realm. Seeing Miao Daji single-handedly dealing with the beast tide, they all showed a look of disdain on their faces. As they had expected, things turned out the way they did. Miao Daji and the raging armored rhinoceros beast horde they summoned were immediately at a disadvantage upon their first encounter. Although Miao Daji's control talent skill temporarily immobilized the front row berserk armored rhinoceros. But soon, the beasts in the front row were trampled to death by the ferocious armored rhinoceroses behind them. Upon seeing this, Miao Daji's expression changed drastically. She turned to dodge, but was still knocked away by the beast tide. If it weren't for the plain lace bell collar around her neck, which blocked some of the damage. I'm afraid she's dead now. Even so, she is now seriously injured. I never expected you would risk your life for a squad that captured you. How foolish. After seeing that Miao Daji was seriously injured, the two figures no longer concealed their presence and appeared before her. Who are you people? Why are you bringing a beast tide to attack us? Upon seeing the two, Miao Daji immediately understood, wiped the blood from her mouth, and asked. Since you're going to die anyway, telling you won't hurt. One of the students chuckled. We are members of the Xiao family. We were sent by young master Xiao Tianlong to kill Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Miao Daji cursed inwardly, how come Tang Hao has so many enemies? Did you also bring this beast tide? Miao Daji asked through gritted teeth. Another student's right hand suddenly condensed into a green spiritual energy beast taming whip, and he said. My innate skill allows me to briefly control alien beasts. Upon hearing this, Miao Daji's face showed a look of sudden realization. If the beast tide caused by so many ferocious armored rhinoceroses were to actually rush into the spiritual spring, it would surely bring Tang Hao enormous trouble. Tang Hao, you give me a piece of basic equipment, I'll give you my life in return, then we're even. Miao Daji said through gritted teeth. After saying that, she frantically mobilized the spiritual energy in her dantian, squeezing it and compressing it into a single point. You're insane. You're actually going to self-destruct your dantian for someone who's going against your team. The two members of the Xiao family said in a panic. With Miao Daji's cultivation at the mid-stage of the martial realm, the power of her self-destruction of her dantian was not insignificant. Tang Hao saved my life from the jaws of a strange beast, so I'm repaying that life with my own. Because of the forced activation of her dantian, Miao Daji felt a sweet taste in her throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, and gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to detonate her dantian, the lace bell necklace around her neck suddenly emitted a glimmer of light. The next second, Miao Daji felt all the power drain from her body, and the violent spiritual energy in her dantian quickly calmed down. Her body suddenly went limp. At that moment, a figure appeared, embraced her, and said in a magnetic voice, "I told you, you're just a maid, all you need to do is chores. I don't need you to handle the fighting." Miao Daji looked up and saw that the person holding her was none other than Tang Hao. A light shone in her eyes, as if she had found her pillar of support. She couldn't help but point to the two men. "Tang Hao, they are both from the Shao family. They're the ones who attracted those ferocious armored rhinoceros beast tides." "I understand. Leave the rest to me." Tang Hao cast the innate skill Divine Healing on Miao Daji and said gently. Miao Daji immediately felt her injuries healing rapidly. A look of surprise appeared on her face. "Isn't Tang Hao a blacksmith? Why does he have a healing talent?" The two members of the Shao family were also taken aback when they saw Tang Hao's move. But then their gaze turned cold, and they said, "There's no need to use healing abilities, you're all going to die soon anyway." After saying that, the member of the Shao family who was holding the spiritual beast taming whip swung the whip. The horde of ferocious armored rhinoceroses charged straight at Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, we can't fight them head on. These ferocious armored rhinoceroses are too tough." Buzz! Buzz! Before Miao Daji could finish speaking, Tang Hao waved his hand, and 10 real man's greatswords flew out, transforming into a 10-sword formation, which rushed towards the raging armored rhinoceroses to slaughter them. As the flying sword streaked across the sky, various equipment attributes were imbued onto it. The power of 10 enchanted flying swords increases dramatically when they are successfully equipped. The 10 flying swords transformed into a sword array, surrounding the dozen or so strange beasts, and then the swords emitted 2 beams of light, one black and one red. Sumushua's inner armor was activated with the poison flame attribute, and poisonous flames spread throughout the sword formation. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so ferocious armored rhinoceroses in front of everyone were burned to ashes by the poisonous flames. This series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone saw what was happening, they were all stunned. "Miao Daji, what do you mean by these strange beasts being too tough?" Tang Hao glanced down at Miao Daji and asked. Miao Daji swallowed hard, her fair neck trembling, and shook her head, saying, "No, it's nothing." Puff! On the other side, the member of the Shao family who wielded the spirit-powered beast taming whip suffered a backlash from his innate skill after all the beasts he controlled were slaughtered. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and cried out in terror. With just one person and one sword, he killed the mid-stage martial artist beast tide that I was controlling. Even a martial artist at the peak of the martial arts realm cannot do that. Have you reached the martial grandmaster realm? With a wave of his hand, Tang Hao sent 10 flying swords hurtling towards the member of the Shao family. With a swift stroke, a head was severed and sent flying. "You little punk, you're not worthy of my answering your questions," Tang Hao said impatiently. Another member of the Shao family, seeing how easily Tang Hao had killed so many mid-stage martial arts beasts, knew he was no match for Tang Hao and turned to run away. Trying to run away? Seeing the Shao family member about to flee, Tang Hao raised an eyebrow, then chuckled, "Perfect timing to test my new talent skill." Chapter 38 Lottery, a rank movement technique 3000 flames. With that, he flipped his right hand, and a weapon, entirely crimson with 7 meteorites encircling its hilt, appeared in his hand. It was none other than Zhao Wu's renowned meteorite sword. However, the weapon Tang Hao was holding was merely a phantom image of a weapon. Although it is a phantom of a weapon, its aura is in no way weaker than the original sword. This is the new talent skill that Tang Hao obtained after his class was optimized in the Dragon Transformation Spring, Equipment Mastery. This innate skill allows him to use all the weapons and equipment he forges himself. Regardless of whether this weapon or equipment has already been worn by someone else or has been destroyed. He can even summon projections of weapons to use for his own purposes. Go! Tang Hao snorted coldly and slashed through the air with the meteorite sword in his hand. A crimson flame sword beam shot out, accompanied by 2 meteors, heading straight for the fleeing Shao family members. The Shao family members felt the terrifying pressure coming from behind them and were terrified. They hurriedly activated their spiritual power to resist it. Bang! The moment the two collided, he was engulfed by the crimson flame sword light. Ah! The scorching flames burned the body of the Shao family member, causing him to scream in agony. At that moment, 2 more meteorites fell, crashing down on the Shao family member and turning him to ashes. So strong! Miao Daji was shocked when she saw this. It's not unjust that Li Jiang and his team lost to Tang Hao. Even without using martial arts techniques, the sheer power of this sword-grade weapon, along with the power of his innate skill, is enough to allow him to challenge opponents of higher ranks. Let's go! After dealing with the two members of the Xiao family, Tang Hao turned to Miao Daji and said, "Oh, Miao Daji," responded reflexively, then a look of confusion appeared on her face. "Where are we going?" The dragon transformation spring inside can stimulate the body's potential, strengthen flesh, meridians, and mental power. Who knows, it might even help you optimize your career and get into the bubble bar. Tang Hao said. Me? I can go in and soak too? Miao Daji showed a look of surprise. Wasn't she supposed to be a maid? There's even this benefit? Tang Hao seemed to have guessed what Miao Daji was thinking. He patted her short hair and said, "It seems that you fought desperately against the raging armored rhinoceros horde to protect us. You did a very good job as a maid. Consider this a reward for your work." Miao Daji knew the value of the dragon transformation spring, so she didn't hesitate. Instead, she smiled charmingly and said, "Thank you, boss." As she spoke, the lace bell necklace on her fair neck trembled slightly, emitting a melodious silver bell sound. Tang Hao couldn't help but glance at Miao Daji's alluring collarbone beneath her fair neck a few more times. Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Miao Daji's lips curled up. It seemed she still had a lot of charm. While Miao Daji entered the dragon transformation spring to absorb its energy, Tang Hao stood guard outside, checking his system panel. Host, Tang Hao. Cultivation level, early stage of martial artist realm. Cultivation talent, S rank. Occupation, C-level blacksmith master. Refining value, 2,560 points. Martial arts, C rank eclipse chains, C rank 10,000 swords return to 1. Talent skills, intermediate equipment forging, intermediate equipment contract, beginner equipment mastery can summon any equipment of the forger for one's own use, heavenly flamestorm contract, blade storm contract, holy healing contract, charm contract briefly controls enemies of the same level for 3 seconds, AoE skill. Upon seeing the newly released charm talent skill, Tang Hao knew without a doubt that it belonged to Miao Daji. His current melee attacks include 10,000 swords return to 1, and Blade Storm. His ranged attacks include Heavenly Flamestorm, his control abilities include Charm and Eclipse Chains, and his healing ability includes Holy Healing. It can be said that it is capable of both offense and defense, and can sustain a protracted war. However, Tang Hao felt that his combat skills were not comprehensive enough. You already have over 2,000 refining points? Let's try the lottery. Tang Hao murmured softly. He immediately brought up the lottery draw and looked at the prizes that had been refreshed. The prizes listed above are also divided into many levels. Most of them are D-grade, such as cash rewards, D-grade materials, beginner-level weapons, and pills to replenish spiritual energy. Certainly. There are also 1 or 2 high-end prizes. For example, rank a movement technique, 3,000 flames. Upon mastery, one can transform into 3,000 flame clones, swift as the wind and fierce as fire. Upon seeing the description of this martial art, Tang Hao was deeply tempted. Coach, I want to learn it. System, give me 10 chances to draw a prize. Without saying a word, Tang Hao spoke to the system. Anyone who has played 10-cent games knows that to enter the lottery, you have to buy a bargain first. However, Tang Hao currently possesses over 2,000 refining points. Washer knife? What kind of knife should I use as a pad? I'm going all in. Ding. Host has consumed 500 refinement points to conduct 10 lottery draws. Congratulations, Host. You have successfully drawn 10 plus D-grade spirit replenishing pills. Congratulations, Host. You have successfully won 100,000 dragon soul coins. Congratulations, Host, you've drawn a D-grade spirit replenishing pill. Congratulations on the replenishing essence pill. 10 draws in a row yielded either spirit replenishing pills to replenish spiritual energy, yuan replenishing pills to heal injuries, or cash, or even just refining materials. All were extremely rare. Holy crap, is he really that unlucky? Upon seeing this, Tang Hao cursed. Again. A few minutes at the casino can save you years of hard work. Take a gamble in your spare time, and your bicycle could turn into a Land Rover. Ding. Host has consumed 500 refinement points to conduct 10 lottery draws. Congratulations, Host, you've won cash. Congratulations, Host, you've won a replenishing essence pill. Another 10 pull. It was the same lottery situation as the first one: cash, spirit replenishing pills, and essence replenishing pills. Tang Hao's eyes turned red when he saw this. I don't believe it, let's do it again. The host has consumed 500 refining points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Same plot, same result. After 3 rounds of the lottery, Tang Hao won 500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, 100 spirit replenishing pills, and 100 yuan replenishing pills. Tang Hao was instantly enraged upon seeing this result. Not getting high-tier rewards might just be a matter of luck. They didn't even give him a single low-level material or martial arts technique that meant they were targeting him. System, how many refining points do I have left? Tang Hao slapped his thigh and said angrily. The host has 1150 refining points remaining, and can participate in 23 more lottery draws. I'm going all in, Tang Hao said through gritted teeth. Friendly reminder, gambling in moderation is harmless, but excessive gambling is harmful. The system's lottery system is for entertainment purposes only, please play responsibly. Upon hearing the system's words, Tang Hao took out a pack of cigarettes from his storage bag, lit it, and took a deep drag. A voice seemed to echo in his ears. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have always regarded success or failure as heroes. Success is attributed to foresight and extraordinary courage. Failure is due to a lack of realism and unrealistic ambitions. But heroes are as numerous as carp crossing a river, and even the most outstanding individuals struggle to make progress. Besides, Tang Hao's eyes hardened, and his aura seemed to return to his past life when he was the one sitting at the village entrance on New Year's Eve. System, leave me 50 refining points to learn martial arts skills, and use the rest of the refining points to go all in. Human nature is that of a gambler. Not gambling is actually gambling that you will lose. Tang Hao's voice was strong and resonant. The system seemed to have been persuaded by Tang Hao and stopped trying to dissuade him. Ding! Host has consumed 1,100 points to conduct 22 lottery draws. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the low-level talent skill equipment repair. This lottery draw was significantly better than the previous 3 rounds. In less than 10 draws, Tang Hao obtained a low-level talent skill and a low-tier material. Tang Hao stared intently at the turntable, not daring to blink. These last 12 times are the key. Cash. Spirit replenishing pill. Replenishing essence pill. Finally, when the pointer on the lottery wheel spun rapidly and stopped in front of a martial art technique enveloped in flames, Tang Hao's breath caught in his throat. Chapter 39, Teammates all get professional optimizations, Dragon Kingdom's first S-rank profession? Congratulations, host. You have drawn a high-level A-rank martial skill, 3,000 flames. Tang Hao was stunned when he heard the system's voice. He could no longer hear the system's lottery announcement, all he seemed to hear was a marching melody. Another year has passed since the pear blossoms in the courtyard have faded. I stand here in the clear night. Tang Hao burst into unrestrained laughter. No child cries every day, and no gambler loses every day. This time, I won. The system lottery has ended, and all prizes have been distributed. Host detected to possess a high-level A-grade martial skill, 3,000 flames. Spend 50 refining points to learn it? Yes. Tang Hao replied without hesitation. This A-grade 3,000 flames technique is very similar to the famous fighting technique of the male protagonist in an anime from his previous life. He also wanted to know how powerful the 3,000 flames would be after he mastered it. You see, in his past life he saw a lot of doujinshi online, all about how to do that. Host has spent 50 refining points to learn a high-rank A martial skill, 3,000 flames. As the system's voice sounded, Tang Hao's mind was filled with a lot of martial arts knowledge. The next second, flames appeared in his eyes, and a spark of fire rose from the soles of his feet. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao's figure disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already on a large tree more than 100 meters away. Such speed! No wonder it's a high-level martial skill, Tang Hao said excitedly. After systematically learning the A-level movement technique, 3,000 flames, Tang Hao has completely mastered it. However, because his cultivation level was only at the martial artist realm, he could only unleash a portion of its power. However, even this limited power was enough for Tang Hao to escape using fire-based techniques and to partially transform his body into elements. The ability to survive has been greatly enhanced. As for the 3,000 fiery clones, they can only be condensed after Tang Hao enters the martial grandmaster realm. The higher his cultivation level, the more clones he can create, and the stronger those clones become. Although I am only at the early stage of the martial artist realm, with the methods I currently possess, I should be invincible among those of the same level, right? Tang Hao murmured softly. As they were speaking, several powerful spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the dragon transformation spring. Seeing this, Tang Hao guessed that Su Muxue and the others had had their physical potential stimulated and their professions optimized. Really? As he entered Walanquan, he saw Su Muxue and the other two, all of whom looked excited. Tang Hao opened the teammate panel and was also surprised. Teammates, Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan. Cultivation level, mid-stage martial artist realm. Class, rank a swift sword saint, rank a holy archmage. Talent skills, blade storm, wind slash, fierce dragon sky slash holy light ball, natural healing, heavenly thunder. Both Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan have broken through one level in their cultivation. The profession was also upgraded from level B to level A. Zhao Wu has gained a talent skill that grants him both mobility and damage, making him even more mobile. Zhao Lingshan also gained a wide-range attack talent skill, greatly increasing her combat power. Brother Tang Hao, we've both broken through in cultivation and profession, and we've even gained a new talent skill. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Zhao Lingshan's face lit up with excitement, and she said, I saw your teammates' stats. Congratulations! Your skills have improved again. Tang Hao smiled and nodded. It's all thanks to Campus Belsu for bringing us here, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get our careers optimized. Zhao Wu said with a grateful expression. It was just a suggestion. We were able to hunt down strange beasts all the way here, thanks to everyone's hard work. Su Muxue said modestly. At this moment, Zhao Lingshan asked curiously, Sister Muxue, it seems like you've also broken through. You're already an A-rank professional. After absorbing this dragon transformation spring, has your profession been optimized? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Su Muxue. Su Muxue smiled without saying a word, and said, You can see for yourselves. Upon hearing Su Muxue's words, the group quickly opened Su Muxue's teammate panel, and what they saw there left them all stunned. Teammate, Su Muxue. Cultivation level, late stage of martial artist realm. Occupation, S-rank Skyfire Archmage. Martial arts skill, Fire Fist. Talent skill, a rank Heavenly Flamestorm, S-rank 9 Dragon's Blazing Shield generates 9 flame orbs around the user, which can automatically defend against and attack enemies, and have a chance to trigger a burning and severe injury effect. Equipment, Famous Blade Grade Poison Flame Lace Inner Armor. Wow! Everyone gasped in surprise upon seeing this. S-rank profession? Isn't that the legendary profession level? There's actually someone who has reached it, and that person is right here beside me. Zhao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Sister Muxue, you're amazing. With you here, our team is definitely going to be the top martial arts team in Guangdong province this year. Zhao Lingshan pulled Su Muxue along, her face full of admiration as she spoke. What amazed Tang Hao was Su Muxue's new talent skill. Muxue, your new talent skill, 9 Dragon's Fire Shield, can generate 9 fire orbs around yourself, combining offense and defense, and also has a chance to cause severe burns. With this, if you want to be a melee mage, with Fire Fist and Skyfire Storm, plus the lace inner armor I made for you, you'll have almost no weaknesses. Tang Hao said to Su Muxue. It can be used in melee or ranged combat, combining offense and defense, and also has an inner armor to withstand fatal damage. Who could possibly defeat such a powerful archmage like Tianyan? In comparison, the equipment control talent skill that Tang Hao obtained through the Dragon Transformation Spring seems rather unremarkable. Fortunately, he won the high-level martial skill 3000 Flames in the lottery, which made up for his lack of movement skills. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Su Muxue nodded with a smile. She is now increasingly convinced of what many high-level experts in her past life said about Tang Hao being the chosen one of the plane. In this life, I chose to be with Tang Hao, and I feel that my strength has improved rapidly, and my luck has also improved a lot. She glanced at Miao Daji, who was cultivating in the Hualong Spring, and said, She saved our lives. After she finishes her cultivation, let her return to Li Zhang's team. Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan had no objection to Su Muxue's suggestion. They also heard the commotion of the beast tied outside Hualong Spring. When Miao Daji faced danger, she did not flee but chose to stay and fight the beast tied alone, buying them time. For this reason alone, they owed Miao Daji a huge favor. Okay. Tang Hao nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Muxue's words. The forbidden ruins of 100 Soul Mountain are filled with strange beasts and thorny vines. Xiao Tianlong stood amidst dozens of late-stage martial artists, their bodies covered in thorny vines. The venomous tentacles of these plant-like creatures were frantically wrapping around him, trying to trap him. Even a peak martial realm expert would have to be careful when facing so many plant-like beasts at the late martial realm level. But Xiao Tianlong seemed to completely disregard them. With a flick of his right hand, Xiao Tianlong produced a renowned Mo Dao, a high-grade sword. Go! As Xiao Tianlong channeled his spiritual energy into the sword immediately emitted bursts of icy cold air. In the blink of an eye, dozens of thorny vines around him were instantly frozen. Boom! As Xiao Tianlong unleashed his spiritual power, the thorny vines were shattered into ice shards. Too weak, we need to go deeper into the forbidden ruins of mythical beasts. Xiao Tianlong revealed a murderous glint in his eyes and murmured in a low voice. For him, a plant-like beast in the late stage of the martial artist realm was as easy as killing a chicken. Just then, one of Xiao Tianlong's teammates ran back, saying in a panic, "Something's wrong, young Master Xiao. The team you sent out to snipe Tang Hao's squad has lost communication. They might have been murdered." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong raised an eyebrow and a smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Hun and the others are at the mid-stage of the martial realm and can control the beast tide, yet they are no match for Tang Hao? Interesting. This martial arts college entrance exam is getting more and more interesting. Young Master Xiao, what should we do now? The teammate asked. Find the location where Xiao Hun and the others last lost their signal, and let's go meet that guy named Tang Hao. Xiao Tianlong's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile as he said. After all, as the eldest brother, I have to avenge my foolish younger brother who was killed. Chapter 40. You brat, come out alive, and I'll comfort you one more time. Inside the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress. Bigwigs from all sides gathered, including the military leaders of the fortress, the presidents of major universities in Guangzhou, and Li Jianguo, the director of the admissions office of Guangzhou Martial Arts University. They stared at the screen displaying the candidates' scores above their heads, their brows furrowed. Why is the mortality rate of martial arts college entrance exam candidates several times higher than in previous years? In just 5 days, 500 test takers have died. Such a casualty rate is absolutely abnormal. Zhang Jianjun, the principal of Yangcheng No. 3 Martial Arts High School, frowned and said. The principals of Yangcheng's No. 1 and No. 2 martial arts high schools, who were standing to the side, also had a somewhat solemn expression. In previous years, before the martial arts college entrance examination, didn't the military always send people into the forbidden area of alien beasts to clear it out and ensure that there were no alien beasts above the martial grandmaster level? As long as there are no beasts above the martial grandmaster level, the student mortality rate shouldn't be this high. Could it be that students killed each other because of personal grudges? Li Jianguo, director of the admissions office of Yangcheng Martial Arts University, said, impossible. Our martial arts college entrance examination forbids candidates from using lethal force, otherwise, it will be recorded and their martial arts college entrance examination results will be cancelled. Unless the candidate doesn't want the results anymore, they would never directly kill him. Upon hearing Li Jianguo's words, everyone nodded slightly. However, as time went on, more and more test takers died. These school principals were starting to get restless. No, I suspect that a beast tide has occurred in the forbidden area of Baiyun Mountain. I suggest that the military send people in to investigate. Wherever exotic beasts live, an exotic beast tide will occur every year. If it is just irregular, it will not cause harm to human cities. However, if a high-level alien beast were to command it, a beast tide would form and attack human cities. The sheer number of students who died in this martial arts college entrance examination inevitably brings to mind the beast tide. No, you're all wrong. The reason so many students died in this Guangdong Province Martial Arts College entrance examination was not due to a beast tide, but rather a man-made disaster. At that moment, a stern female voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw Xin Yuehan arriving with 2 team members. Upon seeing this young woman arrive at their exam monitoring room so easily, everyone knew that she was someone of considerable importance. Shen Yuehan, what brings you here? As the director of the admissions office of Yangcheng Martial Arts University, Li Jianguo naturally recognized her. Director Li, the situation is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. Shen Yuehan's expression turned solemn as she said. During this period, our Yangcheng Martial Arts Supervision Bureau discovered that members of the Eclipse cult have been frequently active in Yangcheng. Through investigation and information obtained from captured members of the Eclipse cult, they are planning to eliminate all the martial arts prodigies in Guangdong Province during this year's Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts College entrance examination. The project is called the Genius Collapse Project. Wow! These words immediately shocked and caused an uproar among the crowd. Many university presidents and professors expressed their concerns. Those who can participate in the martial arts college entrance examination are all talented students who have been carefully nurtured in the martial arts field. If they all perish in the forbidden ruins of the strange beasts in Hundred Soul Mountain, this is a tremendous loss for both their school and the human race. At this moment, Shin Yuehan spoke again, addressing Li Jianguo and the fortress military officials, saying, "Director Li, General Ding. Right now, within the forbidden realm of strange beasts in Hundred Soul Mountain, countless Eclipse God cultists, suppressing their cultivation, are raising their butcher's knives against our human race's prodigies. What do you think? Should we suspend the Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts College entrance examination for now? Should we continue after we've dragged out the Eclipse God cultists from this forbidden beast ruin?" Upon hearing Shin Yuehan's words, Li Jianguo glanced at Ding Yan, the military leader of the Hundred Souls Mountain Fortress. Although he is the director of the admissions office of Yangchang Martial Arts University. However, the Martial Arts College entrance examination is a nationwide assessment. Even the Martial Arts College entrance examination in Guangdong Province is presided over by personnel sent by the military. He has no decision-making power. Ding Yan looked thoughtful. Upon seeing this, the principals of the number 1 and number 2 martial arts schools in Guangzhou looked anxious and spoke up one after another. "General Ding, the most talented students from all the major universities in the province are currently in Hundred Soul Mountain. We cannot afford to lose them. Yes, General Ding, let us stop the martial arts college entrance exam for now, and continue after we catch those rats from the Eclipse cult." To everyone's surprise, after thinking for a moment, Ding Yan shook his head and said, "No, the martial arts college entrance examination cannot be interrupted." His words surprised all the principals and mentors present. "General Ding, but the Eclipse cult members are still inside," Shin Yuehan said. "I know, but you also said that these followers of the Eclipse cult have suppressed their cultivation, regardless of their cultivation level at their peak. But the fact that they were able to evade our fortress's inspection means that the cultivation level they can unleash in a short period of time will definitely not reach the martial grandmaster realm. In other words, the cultivation levels of those members of the Eclipse cult are not significantly different from those of the examinees," Ding Yan said with a serious expression. "Even so, the martial arts and combat experience of the Eclipse cult members still far surpass those of the examinees." Shin Yuehan wanted to say something more. Ding Yan interrupted, saying, "The purpose of our country holding the martial arts college entrance examination is to select and cultivate martial arts geniuses. They are fighting against alien beasts, as well as powerful alien races from various dimensional planes. There is no such thing as absolute fairness on the battlefield. This martial arts college entrance examination has shown them that on the battlefield against the alien beasts, in addition to being wary of ferocious alien beasts, even the people around you might not be people at all." Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, the university presidents around him were all convinced. The path of martial arts is never smooth sailing. To reach the pinnacle of martial arts and stand above all races, one must use the sword in one's hand to carve out a throne. General Ding is right, I support continuing the martial arts college entrance examination. Zhang Jianjun, the principal of Yangchang No. 3 Martial Arts High School, was the first to raise his hand. "Principal Zhang, what is wrong?" Several mentors, including Zhang Tao, Tang Shan, and Chen Zhu, looked worried. "Jade that is not carved cannot become a useful object," Zhang Jianjun said with a serious expression. "You must trust Lei Peng, Chen Wen, and Tang Hao." Zhang Tao and the others fell silent. Seeing that Principal Zhang of No. 3 Middle School had given his support, the principals of other universities naturally said nothing more. After meeting with all the university presidents who supported continuing the martial arts college entrance examination, Shin Yuehan pondered for a moment and said, "General Ding, since all the principals support continuing the martial arts college entrance examination, there's nothing we in the supervisory bureau can say. However, I have a suggestion: send a short message to all the candidates to let them know about the existence of the Eclipse cult." Upon hearing Shin Yuehan's words, General Ding nodded in agreement. "All right." Shin Yuehan looked towards the direction outside the Hundred Souls Mountain Fortress, her expression worried, and murmured softly, "You brat, you have to get out of here alive. If you can get out of here alive, I'll grant your request from last time, and comfort you one more time." Recalling the night she and Tang Hao had spent together a few days ago, and how Tang Hao, having tasted the sweetness, wanted to do it again, Shin Yuehan's face flushed slightly. Chapter 41, The Corpses of Battlefield Examinees. Did you kill them? Yawn. Inside the forbidden ruins of strange beasts, Tang Hao sneezed and muttered. Which 3060 beauty with legs longer than her life, fair skin, and a hot body is thinking of me. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wu rolled his eyes at him. Boss Tang, you don't have to be so narcissistic when you sneeze, do you? What do you know? This is called self-awareness, hiss. Tang Hao spoke with a serious expression, but before he could finish, he gasped. Two delicate hands were pinching his soft waist hard. Mu Shui, Ling Shan, let go. It hurts. Tang Hao said, grinning. With me and Ling Shan, aren't you satisfied? Are you still thinking about some vixen? Su Mushiue said irritably. I was just saying it offhand. Let go. You're trying to murder your husband. Tang Hao said with a wry smile. Su Mushiue then let go of her hand. Seeing this, Zhao Lingshan quickly let go of his hand. Tang Hao looked at Zhao Lingshan and muttered, Lingshan, it's one thing for your sister Mu Shui to pinch me, but why are you pinching me too? I don't know either, I just get jealous when you mention other women. Zhao Lingshan said weakly. Seeing Tang Hao's still pained expression, Zhao Lingshan weakly suggested, how about I blow on it for you? Isn't that a bad idea? Tang Hao's expression was strange. What's wrong with that? I'll blow on it for you, won't you feel more comfortable? Zhao Lingshan hadn't realized there was anything wrong with what she said and replied in a daze. Tang Hao chuckled and said, it can feel good for a while, but, hee. Seeing Tang Hao's wicked grin, Zhao Lingshan realized something was wrong. She turned to look at Su Mushiue. Su Mushiue helplessly rubbed her forehead, Lingshan, he took advantage of you again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan finally realized what was happening. Her face flushed red, and she gritted her teeth angrily, saying, Brother Tang Hao, you're bullying me again. I'm not talking to you anymore. No, I was just joking, don't be angry. How about I make you some noodles? Watching Tang Hao and Zhao Lingshan bickering and arguing, Miao Daji, standing to the side, smiled. After waking up in the dragon spring, she did not choose to leave. Using the last bit of energy from the dragon transformation spring, her profession was successfully optimized, from be level 9 Nether White Fox to a level 9 Nether Fox Emperor, and she also gained a new talent skill. In addition, she already owed Tang Hao too much for the basic grade alluring lace-bell choker he gave her. She insisted on serving Tang Hao as his maid for a few days to repay his kindness. Seeing that Miao Daji was unwilling to leave, Tang Hao didn't say anything more. Over the next 2 days of coordinated battles, she quickly became sworn sisters with Su Mushiue and Zhao Lingshan. When do you plan to take down Tang Hao? At that moment, Su Mushiue's voice came from the side. What? Upon hearing this, Miao Daji's face immediately showed a look of panic. Stop pretending. I can tell you're interested in Tang Hao, otherwise you wouldn't have given up the chance to leave and chosen to stay. Su Mushue said with a light laugh. I'm just repaying him for giving me equipment and helping me improve my class. Miao Daji quickly said. He gave you the equipment just to better control you. I've heard that only masochists like to be controlled. Su Mushue glanced at Miao Daji and teased her. Miao Daji blushed and looked down at the lace-bell necklace around her neck. I don't know why, but I, who never liked wearing collars, was completely powerless against the lace-bell collar that Tang Hao gave me. Then, I did it to repay the kindness of career optimization. This debt of gratitude has already been repaid since you helped us withstand the beast tied outside the dragon transformation spring, Su Mushue continued. Then Miao Daji wanted to argue, but couldn't think of a good excuse for a moment. Seeing this, Su Mushue smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, in my opinion, someone as outstanding as Tang Hao will definitely have more female confidants in the future. So I don't care if he's a womanizer or not, as long as he has me in his heart. You are willing to give your life for Tang Hao, so I approve of you. If you want to win him over, you'd better do it as soon as possible. Love in times of crisis is more profound than romance in times of prosperity. Upon seeing Su Mushue's almost explicit words, Miao Daji blushed, her face burning as hot as a ripe apple. She glanced at Tang Hao secretly, feeling conflicted. Although they had only spent a few days together, after several brushes with death, she realized that her heart had been completely occupied and filled by Tang Hao. What Li Jiang? Sorry, she doesn't remember. Thinking of this, she glanced at the Balenciaga gray silk stockings in her storage bag and gritted her teeth, saying, I'm no worse than them. Just then, Zhao Wu, who was clearing the way ahead, suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god, so many candidates have died. Come and see. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's exclamation, everyone rushed over. behind a small grove of trees. When they saw the bodies of two student squads lying on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Zhao Lingshan and Miao Daji, seeing the corpses of their own kind for the first time, immediately vomited. Zhao Wu's face was also somewhat pale. He turned to look at Tang Hao and Su Muxue, whose expressions were normal, and asked in astonishment, "Why didn't you two react at all?" In his previous life, Tang Hao had a hobby of fishing. He would go to remote wilderness areas every day and often pulled up suitcases full of people while fishing. He had long been immune to corpses. Not to mention Su Muxue, in her previous life, her position as the martial arts inspector of Yangchang was established by countless alien corpses. The bodies of these two groups of examinees were intact, not like they died at the hands of the monsters. Tang Hao began examining the bodies of the examinees and analyzed. Everyone had wounds from spiritual attacks, and their equipment and storage bags were also taken away. It looks like two teams of test takers encountered a strong team and were killed and robbed? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wu frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "No way, both of these teams of test takers are wearing the uniforms of Guangzhou No. 1 High School." Guangzhou No. 1 High School is the top martial arts high school in Guangdong Province. The minimum level of candidates who can participate in the martial arts college entrance examination is the early stage of the martial artist realm. What kind of formidable enemy squad would they encounter, with 8 people in 2 teams, to ensure that not a single one of them would die here? At this time, Zhao Lingshan and Miao Daji had finished vomiting and calmed down. Zhao Lingshan chimed in, "Yes, and besides, wouldn't killing someone during the martial arts college entrance exam disqualify you from taking the exam? Who exactly is it that harbors such deep hatred towards them? Do we really have to kill them during the martial arts college entrance exam?" Miao Daji thought of the grudge between Xiao Tianlong and Tang Hao, and said, "Could Tang Hao's situation be the same as yours with the Xiao family?" Tang Hao knew about Miao Daji's strange beasts and shook his head, saying, "It shouldn't be. Killing is not allowed in the martial arts college entrance examination. Even if there is a deep-seated hatred, a photo must be taken as evidence." He killed the Xiao family members sent by Xiao Tianlong and took photos to prove that they had first lured a beast tied to kill him, and that's why he killed them in retaliation. Both of these squads were killed here, which doesn't seem like revenge, but rather like being silenced. Just as the group was analyzing the situation, another series of rustling footsteps came from outside the grove. Tang Hao and his companions looked serious as they picked up their weapons, preparing for battle. The next second, 2 figures emerged from the grove. Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Tianlong, whose face was full of hostility. Xiao Tianlong also saw the bodies of several fellow examinees on the ground, as well as Tang Hao and his group. The two spoke almost simultaneously. "Was it you who killed them?" Chapter 42 Encounter with Xiao Tianlong, the famous sword-level weapon Tearful Frost. Upon hearing this, both of them frowned. Judging from the other person's reaction, it didn't seem fake. In other words, both student teams were killed by the other team. Whether you killed the person or not is no longer important. At this moment, Xiao Tianlong spoke in a cold voice. "Anyway, I'm here now to take your life." As he spoke, he flipped his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand, with waves of icy spiritual energy surging within its blade. A legendary sword-level weapon. When they saw the spiritual power emanating from that Mo Dao weapon, Zhao Wu's face showed a look of surprise, and he exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time they had encountered an enemy wielding a legendary sword-level weapon. "You have a good eye. My sword is called Tearful Frost." Xiao Tianlong proudly raised the frostbite blade in his hand and sneered. "Unfortunately, you're on Tang Hao's team. Even if you beg for mercy, you'll still die." Tang Hao glanced at the weapon in Xiao Tianlong's hand, and the weapon analysis panel automatically popped up in front of him. Famous sword-level weapon, Terra Frost. Frost reflects tears, the blade shatters the heart. A poem about forging a sword. Equipment attribute, ice attribute attack effect. Upon seeing the weapon's description, Tang Hao looked somewhat disappointed. The weapon has a nice name, and the poem associated with it is also quite good. The equipment stats are a bit lacking. It's no different from his basic weapon. After all, his basic weapon, the true man's greatsword, had the inscription, "The greatsword embodies loyalty and righteousness, and hot blood forges a man." From this perspective, the basic weapon I crafted has already reached the level of the world's mainstream famous sword-level weapons. Hearing Xiao Tianlong's words, Zhao Lingshan smiled disdainfully and said, "What's there to be so smug about? It's just a famous grade weapon. My brother has one too. Moreover, my brother's meteorite sword is much stronger than yours." After saying that, she glanced at Zhao Wu, as if to say, "Hey bro, pull yourself together, don't embarrass yourself." Hearing his sister's words, Zhao Wu straightened his back. Immediately, he also pulled out the meteorite sword. Feeling the oppressive aura of a renowned weapon emanating from the meteorite sword in Zhao Wu's hand, Xiao Tianlong's eyes revealed a hint of greed. "I didn't expect you to have a sword of such high quality. Now I have another reason to kill you all." With the resources of the Xiao family and Yang Chang, they not only possess famous sword-level weapons, but also purple-level inherited weapons. However, only those who have reached the Battle King realm can unleash the full power of inherited weapons and equipment. Therefore, even if Xiao Tianlong were to reach the Martial Master realm, his family would not give him a purple great inheritance sword, let alone the fact that he is currently only at the Martial Warrior realm. Because combat-oriented martial artists often choose swords, a top-tier sword can command an extremely high price on the market. Given the Xiao family's resources, the fact that Xiao Tianlong could only possess a single weapon, Tearful Frost, speaks volumes. Upon hearing that Xiao Tianlong had taken a liking to his weapon, Zhao Wu's eyes widened, and he angrily cursed. "Xiao Tianlong, you son of a bitch! This sword is my wife. You covet my wife, I'll kill you." After saying that, Zhao Wu's hand holding the meteorite sword suddenly erupted with a burst of scorching fiery spiritual power. The spiritual energy quickly enveloped the sword, giving it a layer of fiery sword light. Whoosh! The next second, Zhao Wu moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His figure, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars and carrying rolling flames and swordlight, charged towards Xiao Tianlong. Talent skill, Fierce Dragon Sky-Piercing Slash. Seeing that Zhao Wu attacked without warning, Tang Hao didn't even have time to stop him. That's interesting. Feeling the pressure from Zhao Wu's innate skill, Xiao Tianlong was filled with fighting spirit. Click! He suddenly swung the Frost of Tears in his hand forward. An extremely cold, icy sword beam surged forth with a thunderous roar. C-rank martial skill, A Tear Falls on Frost. The icy sword light flashed out, and wherever it passed, flowers, grass, and trees quickly turned to frost. The next second, a fiery sword beam carrying the power of a fierce dragon breaking through the sky suddenly collided with the icy sword beam. Bang! After the two collided, the flames and frost fought continuously, stirring up bursts of mist. The equipment attribute effect of the meteorite sword in Zhao Wu's hand was triggered, and the burning effect of the molten lava, along with the summoned small meteorites, continuously smashed into Xiao Tianlong's icy sword light. Even so, Zhao Wu still couldn't break Xiao Tianlong's sword strike. My all-out attack was actually blocked. A look of horror crossed Zhao Wu's face, his eyes fixed on Xiao Tianlong. Has your cultivation reached the peak of the martial artist realm? Although the meteorite sword is a renowned weapon, the extent of its power depends on the user's cultivation level. He himself was at the mid-stage of the martial artist realm, and when he activated the meteorite sword's equipment attribute, its power was equivalent to a full-force attack from a peak martial artist realm cultivator. You're quite clever. Xiao Tianlong sneered, his gaze fixed on the meteorite sword in Zhao Wu's hand, growing increasingly fanatical. I never expected your legendary weapon to have such rare dual attributes. It's simply top tier. It is something only I deserve. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tianlong increased his spiritual energy output. That icy sword light was even colder and more chilling. Zhao Wu was the first to be hit because of the close quarters combat. He could already see a layer of frost gradually forming on his arms. Martial skill, Mystic Wind Armor. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wu quickly activated his defensive martial skill, covering his body with a layer of armor formed from spiritual energy. Even so, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Xiao Tianlong. Brother, let me help you. Seeing this, Zhao Lingshan was about to make a move. Tang Hao waved his hand to stop her, saying, let me handle it. You can take care of Xiao Tianlong's teammate. With that, he waved his hand, and 3 flying swords flew out, bypassing the battle between the two and heading straight for Xiao Tianlong to attack. Zhao Wu, pass the baton, it's my turn. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu immediately withdrew his attack and retreated swiftly. Although Tang Hao was only at the early stage of the martial artist realm, no one thought there was anything wrong with letting him fight an enemy at the peak of the martial artist realm. Seeing that Zhao Wu had withdrawn his attack, Xiao Tianlong had no time to press his advantage. This was because Tang Hao was controlling 3 flying swords, attacking from 3 directions, left, right, and top. He withdrew his Tearful Frost sword, and with a flick of his sword, he swiftly deflected the 3 flying swords. You can actually control 3 weapons at the same time and make them attack the enemy. This martial skill is rather strange. Unfortunately, while its speed is good, its power is only so-so. Xiao Tianlong commented with a disdainful smile on his face. 3 weapons aren't very powerful? What about 5? Upon hearing Xiao Tianlong's words, Tang Hao's lips curled up, and he asked in return. What? Xiao Tianlong raised an eyebrow upon hearing Tang Hao's words. Whoosh! Whoosh! As he spoke, he saw 2 more flying swords fly out of Tang Hao's hand. 5 flying swords attacked simultaneously from different directions. Soon, Xiao Tianlong felt the pressure increase significantly. These 5 flying swords are not very powerful, but they are extremely fast, and their angles of attack are also very strange and tricky. If I'm not careful, they could slice off a piece of my flesh. Moreover, judging from how easily Tang Hao controlled the flying sword, this martial skill doesn't seem to require much spiritual power. Xiao Tianlong muttered to himself, feeling utterly miserable. Where did this kid find such a treacherous martial arts technique? Xiao Tianlong, don't just focus on the flying sword in front of you, watch your back door. At that moment, Tang Hao's voice suddenly came. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong felt a chill run down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and slashed with his sword. Clang! Then he saw a massive, door-sized sword, its tip pointed directly at his buttocks. Chapter 43: The Eclipse Cult Attacks. If Xiao Tianlong had reacted even a second slower, his backside right now deserves to be cleaved open by a single sword strike. You shameless scoundrel, I'll kill you. Even though Xiao Tianlong possessed the noble character of a young master from a martial arts family, he couldn't help but curse at this moment. Kill me? Get close to me first, you little punk. Tang Hao sneered. As they were speaking, 4 flying swords came from other directions and attacked Xiao Tianlong. Ah! Xiao Tianlong roared angrily to the sky. These flying swords are clearly not very powerful, yet they are so difficult to deal with. Specializing in eyes and buttocks. He felt a sense of frustration, like a master being beaten to death by a flurry of punches. Seeing Xiao Tianlong's helpless roar, Tang Hao looked at him with a mocking expression. I need to have my license checked. Speaking with a Mandarin accent. However, Xiao Tianlong quickly found a solution. Don't think you can drive me away just because you have a few broken swords. No matter how strong your martial arts skills are, they are still just skills. Cultivation is the true source of power. Xiao Tianlong's expression was solemn, and he spoke in a serious tone. Rumble. As he spoke, he began frantically mobilizing the spiritual energy within his body. Ripples of spiritual energy spread out from his feet. He mobilized all the spiritual power of a peak martial artist. Xiao Tianlong's renowned weapon, Tearful Frost, also sprouted countless azure blue spiritual energy ice shards. Seeing the imposing aura surrounding Xiao Tianlong, everyone knew that this was his strongest attack. Tang Hao, watch out. Su Muxue reminded Tang Hao. You all step back. Tang Hao nodded. With a wave of his hand, 5 more true man greatswords flew out of his storage bag. They stood around him, forming a defensive sword array. The 5 flying swords that attacked Xiao Tianlong were also equipped with an equipment attribute, and they once again hurtled towards Xiao Tianlong. Watch me break through all laws with my own strength. Seeing the 5 white greatswords hurtling towards him, Xiao Tianlong shouted in a deep voice. The next second, a sword beam imbued with the strongest icy energy of his own cultivation slashed down with a deafening roar. The 5 flying swords seemed to sense the danger as well, and simultaneously unleashed a barrage of poisonous mist, flames, counter-damage, and meteors. Its power is no less than that of 5 peak martial arts experts striking with all their might. Bang! As the two collided, countless icy, chilling sword beams burst forth. This world instantly transformed into a frozen wasteland. Call! As the chill dissipated, Xiao Tianlong held Lei Hanchuan's hand, and a string of blood slowly flowed down his cheek. He looked at the 5 true man greatswords stuck in the icy ground, and a smile curved his lips. Tang Hao, I have won this competition in the end. Buzz. Xiao Tianlong's expression changed drastically as he saw the 5 true man greatswords suddenly tremble. Immediately afterwards, the 10 flying swords were pulled from the icy ground. It flew toward the figure behind the icy mist. When they saw Tang Hao walk out unharmed, surrounded by 10 massive, door-sized true man swords, Xiao Tianlong was completely stunned. How could you? He stared blankly at Tang Hao, a look of horror on his face. My primary profession is weapon crafting, and combat is my secondary profession. As a weapon refiner, having a billion sets of defensive gear is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Tang Hao patted his blank gray Trueman suit, making a clanging sound. Basic level equipment. Trueman set a body of iron and loyalty, a heart full of passion forging a true man. Set equipment attribute, immune to 70% damage. To be precise, Xiao Tianlong's all-out attack just now already possessed the power of a martial grandmaster. Tang Hao's array of 10 true man greatswords only managed to block 60% of the damage. The remaining damage was blocked by the armor set he was wearing. Of course, he wasn't completely unscathed. His little finger was still scratched by a piece of icicle. However, he was immediately healed after using his innate skill, divine healing. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Xiao Tianlong's self-proclaimed superiority completely crumbled. I have lost. Facing the 10 flying swords behind Tang Hao, and the white great armor set as hard as a tortoise shell. He can't beat him, and he can't hurt him either. Smack! 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 Just then, a loud round of applause came from the side. Immediately afterwards, several figures dressed in black emerged from behind the woods. Fantastic, what a fantastic fight! Thanks to the top prodigy of the Xiao family of Yangcheng martial arts, and to a professional with talents in both weapon crafting and combat, for bringing us such a wonderful battle. The speaker was a young man with a sinister appearance. Seeing his humiliating defeat witnessed by outsiders, Xiao Tianlong's expression turned grim. The member of the Xiao family knew Xiao Tianlong's temperament very well, and immediately pointed at the wicked-looking young man, cursing. Who are you? Didn't expect our young master Xiao to be dealing with personal grudges? Get out of my way. The sinister-looking young man didn't reply, but the orange-haired youth beside him had a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Splash! The next second, several black chains of spiritual energy shot out from his body. Like black venomous snakes. They rushed towards and entangled the Xiao family members. The Xiao family members hadn't expected these people to attack so suddenly and so ruthlessly, so they quickly tried to defend themselves. But those chains of spiritual energy were clearly more powerful than he had imagined. Just as his hands withstood the blow, a cracking sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! My hand! The member of the Xiao family screamed, staggering back several steps. Several black chains of spiritual energy persisted, attempting to entangle the Xiao family member and drain his spiritual energy. Young Master Xiao, save me! Upon seeing this, the man looked terrified and pleaded with Xiao Tianlong for help. Upon seeing the newcomer dare to injure his men, Xiao Tianlong's face contorted with rage. You dare to injure my men? You're courting death. He picked up the frost of tears, intending to make another move. The next second, he discovered that the spiritual energy in his dantian had been completely exhausted due to his battle with Tang Hao. Seeing his teammate about to be entangled by the black spiritual energy chains, he looked anxious. Clang! Just as those black spiritual energy chains were about to entangle the Xiao family members, several flying swords struck, severing all the black spiritual energy chains. The person who made the move was none other than Tang Hao. Xiao Tianlong was startled upon seeing this. He never expected that Tang Hao would actually step in and save his people. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to help you. I just don't want anyone to die at the hands of infidels. Noticing Xiao Tianlong's gaze, Tang Hao said calmly. Pagan? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong turned his gaze to the group of the wicked young man. You're using the eclipse chains, aren't you? Tang Hao glanced at the orange-haired youth and said. You even know about the eclipse chains. Before the orange-haired youth could speak, the wicked-looking youth said with a smile. It seems you've already secretly learned our sect's martial arts techniques. What exactly do you people from the Eclipse cult want by infiltrating the martial arts college entrance examination? Tang Hao frowned and asked. Our mission this time is to kill 10 genius students with A-level professional skills in this martial arts college entrance examination, and take their bodies back to offer as a sacrifice to my god. The devilishly handsome young man nodded slightly and said. This young prodigy from the Xiao family beside you is also on our kill list. Upon hearing the sinister-looking young man's words, Xiao Tianlong's expression immediately turned serious. The orange-haired youth's strange martial arts technique just now. Even at his peak, he still needs to be handled with care. Not to mention, he has now exhausted his spiritual energy. If their team were to face these Eclipse God cultists alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao raised an eyebrow and pointed to the 2 student squad corpses not far away. Did you kill them all? Of course, eliminating a sufficient number of ordinary geniuses is also within the scope of our mission. The devilish-looking young man nodded. He paused for a moment, then said to Tang Hao, I enjoy dealing with intelligent people. Although I don't know why your blacksmith profession was optimized to the point where you can forge weapons and equipment. However, your weapon forging skills are very useful to our Eclipse cult. If you're willing to join our Eclipse cult, I can change the mission given by the cult leader to eliminate this genius like you. The Eclipse cult will spare no effort in nurturing you. At this point, the wicked-looking young man paused, then pointed at Xiao Tianlong and said to Tang Hao. Furthermore, to show our sincerity, I can also help you kill the Xiao family prodigy who is at odds with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong's expression changed drastically. When humans encounter heretics, they kill them all. Similarly, among humans, there are also many scoundrels who, in order to become stronger, are willing to fall into heresy. He wasn't sure if Tang Hao would accept the olive branch extended by the Eclipse cult. Chapter 44. The Eclipse Scythe rises, devouring souls and seizing the enemy's heart. Hearing you say that, joining the Eclipse cult seems like a pretty good idea. Tang Hao smiled slightly and said. As he spoke, he secretly cast the innate skill, Divine Healing, on Xiao Tianlong. I can feel the spiritual energy and injuries within my body rapidly recovering. Xiao Tianlong was shocked. He hadn't expected Tang Hao to have such a method. An opponent that can attack, defend, and heal. Xiao Tianlong then realized how naive his previous idea of challenging him had been. At the same time, Xiao Tianlong understood Tang Hao's meaning. He quietly seized the time to recover. So, you agree with my suggestion? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, the charming young man's lips curled up slightly. Your suggestion is good, but the promised conditions are still too vague. Tang Hao continued to stall for time. I can kill people myself, but I haven't seen any of the cultivation resources you mentioned. Moreover, I have so many beloved relatives and friends, brothers and sisters behind me. If I choose to join you, I will definitely kill them all to prevent the news from leaking out. The devilishly handsome young man raised the corners of his mouth slightly upon hearing Tang Hao's words. Does a genius like you even understand such intangible things as friendship and love? Dude, you've got me wrong. What I meant was. Tang Hao grinned and said. Alright, more money. The devilishly handsome young man was taken aback. So this was Tang Hao's real thought. However, he was actually very happy. This proves that Tang Hao was very greedy. The more greedy a genius is, the easier it is for them to control them. Alright, I can give you 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins first, and also a batch of refining materials. After saying that, the wicked young man was about to take out refining materials from his storage bag and give them to Tang Hao. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao's eyes lit up slightly. He was naturally happy to swindle money from the Eclipse cult. Wait a moment. At this moment, the orange-haired youth waved his hand to stop the sinister-looking youth, saying, These refining materials you have are for Master Lu. Now that you've given them to him, how are you going to explain this to him? The sinister-looking young man sneered, Master Lu, you can only forge basic equipment, and the failure rate is extremely high. This Tang Hao can forge a blank-grade greatsword while still in the chi refining realm. His talent for weapon forging is far superior to Master Lu's. If we can recruit him into the Eclipse cult, I believe that the gods will make them agree to what I do. Upon hearing the sinister-looking youth's words, the orange-haired youth opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Hey, are you going to give me the stuff or not? Tang Hao said casually. Here you go. Without further ado, the wicked young man tossed the storage bag containing the refining materials to Tang Hao. Tang Hao took the storage bag, glanced at the refining materials inside, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Surprisingly, there were enough materials here to allow him to forge 2 pieces of renowned sword-level equipment. These Eclipse worshippers are truly rolling in money. You've accepted the gifts. Now, shouldn't we be marked with the mark of the Eclipse cult and become one of us? The devilishly handsome young man asked impatiently. Tang Hao calmly put away the storage bag, glanced at Xiao Tianlong, and saw that the latter's aura had recovered considerably. Plant the mark of the Eclipse cult? When did I agree to become a follower of the Eclipse cult? Tang Hao immediately pretended to be stupid and said. Didn't you just say that if you accepted my refining materials, you would? The devilishly handsome young man widened his eyes, his expression turning somewhat angry. Oh? You mean these refining materials? I thought you were sponsoring them for me as a favor. Furthermore, my accepting your refining materials does not mean I agree to join you. Are all you Eclipse believers so fervent and subservient? Tang Hao said in a teasy tone. Puff. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, the wicked young man felt a sweet taste in his throat and was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm going to kill you, kill you. He realized that he had been deceived by Tang Hao and flew into a rage. Xiao Tianlong, how are you recovering? Tang Hao turned to look at Xiao Tianlong and asked. Call. Xiao Tianlong took a deep breath and, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, said with a complicated expression, it has recovered to 90%. The innate skill that Tang Hao used on him had an astonishing amount of healing power. Almost everyone who isn't instantly killed can recover quickly thanks to this innate skill. He could already imagine how desperate his future adversaries would be. Let's put aside our personal grudges for now and deal with these heretics first, is that alright? Tang Hao admitted frankly. Okay, I'll take care of the orange-haired one. Xiao Tianlong nodded and directly chose the orange-haired youth as his opponent. He almost got thrashed by the orange-haired youth just now. This time, he's going to get his revenge. Alright, I'll take on their leader. The others can deal with the other two. Tang Hao had no objection and nodded. Xiao Tianlong nodded as well. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Xiao Tianlong casually assigned his opponents, and the faces of the wicked young man and his companions darkened. They're only sending one person to deal with me? Am I being underestimated? The orange-haired youth's lips curled into a sinister smile. This time, I'll allow you to slowly torture and kill me. Let them see how our Eclipse cult treats its enemies. The sinister-looking young man spoke with a cold gaze. Thanks, boss. The orange-haired youth sneered and his figure flashed out like a ghost. Xiao Tianlong, taste the power of my Eclipse chains. Swish. Swish. As he spoke, several crimson chains of spiritual energy swept out from his body. The chains, like countless tentacles, hurtled toward Xiao Tianlong from all directions. Good timing. Seeing this, Xiao Tianlong flipped the frostbite sword in his hand, poured his spiritual power into it, and strands of icy sword energy quickly condensed. The next second, countless icy sword energies, mixed with terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, crashed towards the Eclipse chains. Tears fall, frosting the blade, its chilling gleam shatters 10,000 armies. C-rank martial skill, frost blade against 10,000 armies. Boom! Upon their collision, the countless eclipsing chains were instantly frozen. Sharp, icy sword energies pierced through the Eclipse chains and suddenly swept towards the Eclipse cultists. A legendary sword-level weapon? Its power is indeed astonishing. The orange-haired youth snorted coldly and said. But the teaching tools of our Eclipse cult are not to be underestimated. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson scythe appeared in his hand. Several powerful beast heads were embedded at the junction of the scythe and its hilt. The hilt was dark black, and faint screams of vengeful spirits could be heard from it. Go! The orange-haired youth swung his Eclipse scythe forward, and two dark chains imbued with the aura of vengeful spirits shot out. Upon contact with the incoming icy sword energy, it instantly absorbed the attack and continued to bombard Xiao Tianlong. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao immediately used the system to check the equipment in the orange-haired youth's hands. Eclipse Scythe Lord level. Equipment affixes, Soul Devourer, Spirit Eater. The eclipse of the sickle rises, devouring souls and seizing the enemy's heart. A poem on casting weapons. Seeing this, Tang Hao raised an eyebrow and quickly warned, Xiao Tianlong, be careful. His weapon can devour mental and spiritual energy, don't confront it head-on. Chapter 45 The Eclipse Bone Flute, Companions Bewitched. Xiao Tianlong, who was about to unleash his spiritual power again and engage in direct combat, froze upon hearing this. He immediately used his movement technique to dodge. To be able to see through the abilities of our Eclipse cult's artifacts in a single sentence, your abilities are indeed strange. However, now your opponent is me. Looking around will only lead you to your doom. The sinister-looking young man said in a cold voice. In his hand appeared a long sword emanating black energy, its blade swirling with black mist. The frozen ground around them was rapidly corroded the moment it touched the black mist. Eclipse Sword Lord level. Equipment affixes, Corrosion, Devouring Spirit. The sword rises, eclipsing the sunlight. The blade falls, shattering the enemy's defenses. A poem about sword forging. Tang Hao frowned slightly upon seeing the Eclipse sword in the sinister young man's hand. These heretics' weapons are no less powerful than ordinary famous swords. No wonder they were able to take on challenges beyond their level. Enough with the nonsense, if you want to fight, I'll fight you. Tang Hao made a finger gesture with his right hand, and 3 real man's greatswords slashed towards the evil-looking young man. 3 swords? I've been underestimated. The sinister-looking youth's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his eclipse sword, a streak of black sword light flashed away. The sword in his hand has the ability to devour spirits. Every time he fights an enemy, he can absorb the opponent's spiritual energy attack while fighting. As one side gains and the other loses, the scales of victory will tip in his favor. This time, he also planned to first take over Tang Hao's 3 basic weapons. But when his black mist sword light touched those 3 real men's greatswords, as expected, the scene where the spiritual power of the 3 true man greatswords was swallowed by the black mist did not occur. Instead, the 3 true men's greatswords swept away the black mist and sword light with unstoppable force, and then slashed towards the evil-looking youth. How so? Upon seeing this, the sinister-looking young man's expression changed drastically. Before he could think any further, the 3 flying swords came slashing down. He quickly held the eclipse sword in front of him. Clang! 3 massive swords, each the size of a door panel, came crashing down. The sinister-looking youth felt 3 powerful forces strike him, nearly shattering the bones in his hands. A slight sweetness rose in his chest, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This is... You found out? Tang Hao's lips curled up as he said. My greatsword doesn't incorporate any spiritual energy attack, it's purely a power attack. Your spirit-devouring effect has no effect on me. This is like 2 countries at war, with one side introducing a weapon to counter the enemy's high-tech electromagnetic railgun. On the other hand, they did not play by the rules, picking up an electromagnetic cannon and swinging it like a sledgehammer. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, the wicked young man's face hardened. Who would use a basic weapon like a hammer? Their Eclipse cult's attack methods all target the opponent's spiritual energy. But Tang Hao, instead of using spiritual energy attacks, used physical strength to suppress others. Isn't that me? Tang Hao shrugged and said. Clean my greatsword. After saying that, he summoned 2 more greatswords and attacked the sinister-looking youth. A charismatic young man, under immense pressure. Our boss is in danger, let's go help him. Upon seeing this, the 2 Eclipse cult members watching the battle spoke in unison. Fire fist. Boom. The moment they moved, a fist-shaped aura carrying a terrifying fiery aura crashed down upon them. Their hearts pounded, and they quickly turned to avoid it. After dodging the powerful blow, both of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They turned around and saw Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan surrounding them. Your opponent is us. Su Muxue put on the tree demon gloves, her beautiful eyes sharp. Don't even think about getting involved in Tang Hao's fight. Zhao Lingshan twirled the staff in her hand. Several orbs of holy light appeared around her. The 4 of us are taking on the 2 of you, so don't say we're bullying you. Zhao Wu gripped the meteorite sword, pointing it at the 2 Eclipse cult members, and quipped. Miao Daji held a short dagger in her hand. Although she did not speak, her attitude was already very firm. These students are such a nuisance, let's not hold back. Good. The 2 Eclipse cult members exchanged a glance and said in a deep voice. After saying this, one of the Eclipse cult members took out a bone flute from his storage bag and immediately began to play it. Upon seeing the bone flute in the other person's hand, Su Mushua's expression changed drastically as she suddenly remembered how terrifying this weapon was. Eclipse Bone Flute Lord level. Equipment attribute, Bewitchment. The bone flute's eclipse eclipses the sun, bewitching and controlling the enemy. Inscription on casting weapons. Don't be fooled by the fact that this Eclipse bone flute only has 1 equipment attribute. But in his previous life, this Eclipse cultist relied on this very weapon. During the martial arts college entrance examination, he bewitched several powerful students, making them work for him and kill many talented students. Quickly, let's attack together and stop him. We can't let him start playing the tune. Su Muxue said in a deep voice. As she spoke, she frantically activated her martial arts and innate skill, the 9 Dragons Fire Cover. Boom! Boom! The next second, 9 fire dragons, accompanied by the roar of dragons, swept out and crashed down on the Eclipse cultist who was playing the Eclipse bone flute. Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, and Miao Daji heard Su Mushua's words without the slightest hesitation. The 3 attacked simultaneously, unleashing sword beams, holy light orbs, and daggers at the man. Just as the 4's attack was about to strike the Eclipse cultist who was blowing the bone flute, another Eclipse cultist suddenly blocked his way. Bang! 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 For spiritual energy attacks landed, instantly sending dust billowing into the sky. Did it work? Zhao Lingshan asked nervously upon seeing this. Beep. Beep. The next second, the music of the eclipse bone flute began again. Everyone's expression changed drastically. At that moment, the smoke and dust dissipated. The eclipse cultist who had been blocking their way was now holding an incredibly hard rock shield, looking at them with disdain. My profession is defensive. Unless you are a martial grandmaster, no one can break my rock shield. You are still too weak. Hearing the other party's mockery, Zhao Wu and his companions looked grim. At that moment, the eclipse cultist who was playing the bone flute finished his tune. Behind him, 4 figures appeared out of nowhere. When Su Muxue saw these 4 people, she frowned. They were actually bewitched? These 4 people were none other than Lei Peng and the 4 members of the Chen brothers team. She remembered that in her past life, the people who were bewitched were from Guangzhou No. 1 Middle School. So you two know each other? Then say hello to your classmate properly. After saying that, the eclipse cultist put the bone flute to his lips and began to play. Upon hearing the sound of the bone flute, the eyes of Lei Peng and the other 3 Chen brothers all turned into black pupils. The next second, they grabbed their weapons and pounced on Su Muxue and her group. They've only been bewitched by the bone flute music of the eclipse cult, don't kill them. Su Muxue frowned slightly and addressed Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan. After she finished speaking, she began to fight Lei Peng. After being bewitched, Lei Peng lost consciousness and fought only on instinct, but he could still use his martial arts and innate skills normally. In addition, Su Muxue couldn't go all out, so the fight was very difficult for her. Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, and Miao Daji also encountered the same problem. That's it. The eclipse cultist, clutching the rock shield, chuckled wickedly. Let them kill each other. If you don't kill the other side, you'll be killed by them. What will they ultimately choose? Chapter 46. I'll take on 10 of them and wipe them out. Don't forget, I'm here too. At that moment, a spiritual attack swept in. The one who made the move was none other than Xiao Tianlong's teammate. However, his attack was blocked by the defense of the rock shield eclipse cultists. Don't worry, once we've dealt with them, we'll deal with you naturally. After realizing that the opponent's attack power was average, the rock shield eclipse cultist sneered. The member of the Xiao family turned ashen-faced when he realized he couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. Seeing that Su Muxue and the others were in a tough fight, the wicked young man revealed a smug look on his face. He taunted Tang Hao, so what if you beat me? Once all your teammates are dead, and my reinforcements arrive, you'll die anyway. Tang Hao nodded slightly and said, you're right, so I can't play with you anymore. Play? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, the charming young man's heart pounded, and an ominous premonition rose in his mind. Buzz! Buzz! The next second, 10 sword cries rang out. The sinister-looking young man looked up. And there were 10 huge swords, each the size of a door, hanging above his head. The enormous sword's shadow blotted out the sky. Tang Hao stared directly at the charming young man and asked with a smile, guess. Is your movement faster, or is my sword faster? Whoosh! Whoosh! The next second, 10 flying swords crashed down like a silver river falling from the sky. The shadows of 10 flying swords rapidly magnified in his eyes. The devilishly handsome young man's pupils contracted sharply, no. The next second, a head flew off. Ding! The host has successfully killed a late-stage martial artist eclipse cultist, gaining 20 refinement points. As the voice of the refine weapons to become stronger system rang out, the corpse of the wicked young man collapsed limply to the ground. Tang Hao walked to the corpse of the sinister-looking youth and shook his head, saying, what's the use of being able to fight? When you're out in the game, it's all about equipment and your trump cards. You are a heretic, and you will always be a heretic. You little punk! As he spoke, he reached out and picked up the eclipse sword. The system's voice then rang out. Infidel equipment detected, eclipse sword lord level. The equipment's attributes fall between those of a legendary sword and a basic weapon. It can be recycled and forged into a renowned sword grade weapon without consuming a renowned sword grade equipment forging quota. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Hao's eyes lit up immediately. It should be noted that even after he broke through to the early stage of the martial artist realm and upgraded his talent skill, equipment forging, to the intermediate level, he could only forge 5 famous sword level equipment. This is already the level of forging that many a grade weapon refining professions can reach in their lifetime. Now, he can recycle the equipment of these Eclipse cult members and forge and upgrade it into a renowned sword-level weapon. Now I'm going to be rich. Just as Tang Hao was picking up equipment and looting, the other Eclipse cult members also witnessed the scene of the evil young man being killed. The boss is dead? How is that possible? The Rock Shield Eclipse cultist exclaimed in horror. The Eclipse cultist who played the bone flute trembled slightly, his heart also churning with turbulent waves. The boss is dead? So I'm the boss now? There was no sadness in the orange-haired youth's eyes, but rather the excitement of his impending rise to power. I think you probably won't have that chance. Because you are about to die by my hand. Xiao Tianlong held the frostbite tear in his hand and said in an icy voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand emitted a powerful and terrifying crimson light. The orange-haired youth raised the eclipse scythe in his hand, and black mist billowed from it. He scoffed, "Give up. Your spiritual attacks can't hurt me." Thump! Thump! As countless crimson rays of light condensed on the blade of tearful frost, a crimson azure dragon, its heart pounding, slowly emerged. How will you know if you don't try? Xiao Tianlong's face turned noticeably pale, but the flames in his eyes burned intensely. The next second, he gripped the frostbite with both hands and slashed down fiercely. Boom! A dragon's roar resounded. The blood-red dragon, exuding a terrifying aura, suddenly charged towards the orange-haired youth. Humph, like an ant trying to shake a tree, how laughable and overestimating its own abilities. The orange-haired youth scoffed at this. He swung his eclipse scythe, and a black curtain of blades blocked his path. All spiritual attacks will be rendered ineffective under this soul-devouring blade barrier. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red azure dragon attacked. As expected, the attack was not swallowed up. Instead, the crimson azure dragon easily pierced through the soul-devouring blade curtain and charged towards the orange-haired youth behind it. No, how could my soul-devouring blade curtain fail? The orange-haired youth's pupils contracted rapidly, a sense of fear welling up inside him. The next second, his body was cut in half at the waist by the blood-red azure dragon. In an instant, the blood and chi in his body were drained by the crimson dragon. Looking at the orange-haired youth, who was practically a dried corpse and barely clinging to life, Xiao Tianlong narrowed his eyes and a smile played on his lips. My profession is an A-level berserker, capable of using my blood and chi as power. If spiritual energy attacks can't kill you, I'll kill you with my life force. Upon hearing Xiao Tianlong's words, the orange-haired youth kicked his legs and died. Xiao Tianlong, who had absorbed the blood and chi of a late-stage martial arts expert, had also recovered to his peak condition. Another corner of the battlefield. Su Muxue and the others gradually regained their fighting rhythm. Su Muxue and Zhao Wu engaged in close combat. Miao Daji, relying on her speed and agility, remained on the edge of the field. Zhao Lingshan provides ranged healing and attrition. Lei Pang and the Qin brothers were also being suppressed and beaten by them. However, knowing that Lei Pang and the others were being controlled by the bone flute of the Eclipse cult, they did not kill them. Lei Pang and the others are controlled by the bone flute, they're tireless, and we can't kill them. We must find a way to control them and deal with those two Eclipse cult members first. Zhao Wu gasped for breath and said. Even with her sister's natural healing talent skill that restores health and mana. Facing Lei Pang, who was also a genius, Chen brothers still found it somewhat difficult. Big brother, that Eclipse cultist with the rock shield has too thick a defense. We all have to attack together to break the shield. Zhao Lingshan said helplessly. But Lei Pang and his group keep causing trouble, so we can't act together. At this moment, Miao Daji spoke up, saying to Zhao Lingshan, Zhao Wu and I will hold off the four of them. You assist Su Muxue in breaking the damned tortoise shell. Hearing Miao Daji's words, Su Muxue frowned slightly. Can the two of you hold out? Zhao Wu opened his mouth, intending to say he would do his best. Are you sure you can handle it? Miao Daji glanced at Zhao Wu and asked. Zhao Wu's blood and chi surged up immediately. You can ask a man if he's poor or handsome, but you should never ask him if he's capable. Even if he's only come 7 times and his legs are long enough to hang up and dry, he'll still tell you. Sure. Of course. It's just 4 people, isn't it? I want to take on 10. Lei Pang and the others were only under control, but their consciousness remained. Upon hearing Zhao Wu's words, they all snorted coldly, arrogant. Chapter 47 Kings Meet Kings, the final battle? Almost instantly, Lei Pang and the Qin brothers launched their attacks simultaneously. The Qin brothers' yin-yang twin swords are incredibly powerful, and when they attack, they are accompanied by turbulent currents of flames and ice. Lei Peng's broadsword was also incredibly swift. Zhao Wu, who was holding off the enemy alone, suddenly felt the pressure increase dramatically. Now Daji, didn't you say that the two of us would work together to keep them in check? Come quick, help me. The meteorite sword in Zhao Wu's hand frantically devoured his spiritual power, then burst forth with streams of molten lava to resist the attacks of Lei Peng and the other three. Hearing Zhao Wu's words, Miao Daji smiled mischievously and said, "Didn't you just say you were going to fight 10? Why can't you fight 4 now?" At this moment, Lei Peng and his group intensified their attack. Zhao Wu could only desperately increase his spiritual energy output. At this rate, before his spiritual power is exhausted, he can only injure Lei Peng and the others at most. He gritted his teeth and said to Miao Daji, stop joking around at a time like this and help me. Seeing Zhao Wu struggling in battle, Miao Daji touched the alluring lace bell necklace on her fair collarbone and asked him, "Zhao Wu, in your life, have you ever risked your life for anyone?" "What?" Zhao Wu looked puzzled upon hearing Miao Daji's words. In the brief moment he was distracted, Chen Wen's sword came stabbing towards his crotch. "Damn it, Chen Wen, where the hell are you trying to stab?" Zhao Wu dodged, cursing under his breath. Seeing this, Miao Daji stopped wasting words and immediately activated the equipment attribute of the enchanting lace bell collar. Dream Love 30% chance, pulls teammates into the dream realm. You fought for your country for 30 years. Before you died, a girl who looked just like her stood in front of you, flicking her ponytail. Silly boy, you must be tired after killing so many monsters. After this battle, shall we go watch the sunrise together? As the necklace around Miao Daji's neck emitted a green light, it entered Zhao Wu's sea of consciousness. His mind went blank for a moment. He seemed to have truly experienced everything in the dream's sound field. 30 years of battles on the battlefield against alien beasts. The figure with a high ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt, shorts, and canvas shoes, stood at the entrance of the fortress, waiting for his return. Silly boy, can you still fight? If not, I'll cover for you. A gentle, soothing female voice rang in Zhao Wu's ears. Thump! Thump! In that instant, Zhao Wu's heart began to pound wildly, and his blood surged. How could I let my beloved come to the rear? A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from Zhao Wu's depleted dantian, and the wounds on his body seemed to lose their pain. No need, they are just 4 late-stage martial artists. Send forth those at the martial grandmaster level. Boom! Holding the meteorite sword, Zhao Wu felt a surge of spiritual energy flowing from his body like a bottomless pit. With a casual flick of his sword, several beams of molten lava swept out, accompanied by a series of meteors being summoned. The situation suddenly reversed. Lei Peng and the Chen brothers were forced to retreat steadily under the terrifying and violent torrent of spiritual energy magma. When did Big Brother's fighting strength become so strong? Upon seeing this, Zhao Lingshan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "It's because Miao Daji's equipment attribute effect has been triggered." Tang Hao approached Zhao Lingshan and explained. The equipment I forged for Miao Daji, although it's only a basic item, has the following attributes: unyielding, maxed out spiritual power, and death-defying fate, a triple buff. In theory, if Miao Daji wore this alluring lace bell collar and went to the battlefield of alien beasts where the military was located, she could increase the overall combat power of the army several times over with a single shout. Of course, the premise is that she has enough spiritual power. This was also the first time Miao Daji had used the power of the alluring lace bell collar. Seeing Zhao Wu's combat power improve so much, they were also shocked. It's getting late, let's deal with the Eclipse cult members first. Tang Hao turned his head and said to Su Muxue and Zhao Lingshan. Upon hearing this, both women nodded in agreement. With Tang Hao around, dealing with the remaining 2 Eclipse cult members would be a piece of cake. Although the Rock Shield Eclipse cultists had strong defenses, they were quickly reduced to rock statues by Tang Hao's array of 10 flying swords. The eclipsing cultists behind the statue were even shaved into human stumps. Without the protection of the Rock Shield Eclipse cultists, the Eclipse cultist who played the bone flute had his hands and feet broken, and the bone flute was crushed. What's wrong with me? After the bone flute was broken, Lei Peng and the Chen brothers all regained their senses. Looking at their own injuries in Zhao Wu, who kept shouting, "Give me back my white moonlight," they were both completely dumbfounded. You have been controlled by these Eclipse cultists. Tang Hao gave them a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Lei Peng and the others all showed anger on their faces, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They actually controlled us and killed so many classmates. It's unforgivable. Kill him. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask, just don't kill me. After the bone flute was destroyed, the Eclipse cultist also suffered a backlash. Upon hearing Lei Pang and the others' words, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Lei Pang and the Chen brothers ignored them and drew their weapons, ready to attack. The Eclipse cultist looked on in despair upon seeing this. Wait, he can't be killed. At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly spoke up, stopping them. Upon hearing this, Lei Pang and the others all showed a look of doubt on their faces. These Eclipse cult members deserve to be killed by everyone. Why are you doing this? Chen Wen asked in confusion. Yes, Tang Hao, these Eclipse cult members killed so many people in this martial arts college entrance examination. Even if we grind them to dust, no one will say anything, Lei Pang said through gritted teeth. Tang Hao shook his head and said, these heretics deserve to die. However, the identity verification of candidates for the martial arts college entrance examination is so strict that they were able to pass through the checkpoints of the 100 Soul Mountain Fortress and infiltrate among the candidates. There must be officials helping them behind the scenes. Take him back and hand him over to the principal and the others. Maybe we can catch a bunch of pests. After hearing Tang Hao's explanation, everyone's faces showed a look of sudden realization. Let your head remain on your neck for now. Lei Pang kicked the Eclipse cultist and cursed. The others also put away their weapons. Seeing that he could live, the Eclipse cult member breathed a sigh of relief and kept fawning over Tang Hao, saying, "Thank you so much, sir, for sparing my life. You may escape death, but you cannot escape punishment." Tang Hao glanced at the Eclipse cultist, gathered spiritual power in his right hand, and slammed his palm into the man's abdomen, shattering his dantian. You've destroyed my cultivation. Upon seeing this, the Eclipse cult members' faces immediately showed a look of fear. Once a professional awakens their profession, their dantian energy center begins to spontaneously absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Once the dantian is destroyed, even a genius A-level professional will be rendered useless. As a follower of the Eclipse cult, he had countless enemies. Even if the authorities release him after he gets out, he won't live long. Tang Hao ignored the Eclipse cult member and turned to Xiao Tianlong. Xiao Tianlong, I didn't expect you to have such hidden methods. At this moment, Xiao Tianlong's physical condition had reached its peak after absorbing the orange-haired youth's life force. This is my professional talent skill, which can mobilize the body's internal energy and blood to temporarily restore my condition to its peak. His gaze was fixed on Tang Hao, making no attempt to conceal the burning fighting spirit in his eyes. This is probably the only chance I have to defeat you. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Due to the disruption caused by the Eclipse cult, the rankings of martial arts teams in Guangdong Province's college entrance examination this year have undergone a dramatic change. And right now, the team ranked first on the leaderboard is none other than Tang Hao's team. Xiao Tianlong's team could only settle for second place. If Xiao Tianlong wants to become the top martial arts student in Guangdong Province this year, he must defeat Tang Hao and take away 1/3 of the points from him. So, you still want to fight me? Tang Hao's lips curled up, and 10 flying swords appeared around him without him even noticing. It seems the battle just now didn't make you realize the gap between us. Fine, if you want war, then I will. Let's play together. Even after fighting for so long, the corner of his clothes remained clean and tidy. Hearing Tang Hao's carefree state, Xiao Tianlong's expression turned serious. To fight or to make peace? Those around held their breath upon seeing this. Is it finally time for kings to meet? Don't come looking for me after chapter 48. I'm afraid Tang Hao will misunderstand. Tang Hao, use that talent skill on yourself that can restore your condition. I'll give you time to get back to your peak condition. Xiao Tianlong looked directly at Tang Hao and said. He wanted to defeat Tang Hao fair and square, making Tang Hao accept defeat wholeheartedly. No need. Dealing with you doesn't require my prime. Tang Hao shook his head and said calmly. Moreover, he didn't expend much spiritual energy. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Xiao Tianlong's face immediately darkened, and the frostbite tear in his hand emanated a chilling aura. Since Tang Hao doesn't need it, then don't blame him for bullying people. With a flick of his frostbite sword, dozens of icy sword beams, imbued with blood and spiritual energy, roared forth. These crimson, icy sword beams are incredibly powerful, possessing the combined strength of innate skills and martial arts techniques. Those around were all taken aback by what they saw. Xiao Tianlong used his strongest killing move as soon as he came up. Is this a plan to decide the outcome with a single blow? As the dozens of blood-red, icy sword beams were about to arrive, Tang Hao reached out and grabbed a true man greatsword that was floating in front of him. The next second, flames rose from the soles of his feet, and he vanished from the spot. 3,000 flames stir. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Tang Hao's figure transform into a streak of fire, rapidly weaving through the gaps between the dozens of blood-red, icy sword beams. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Tianlong and slashed down with the true man greatsword in his hand. Such fast movement and martial arts skills. Xiao Tianlong's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with panic, and he held the frostbite of tears horizontally in front of him. Clang! The two weapons clashed together, producing a piercing metallic clang. Before Xiao Tianlong could even feel relieved, he had blocked the attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! 9 whooshing sounds came from behind Tang Hao. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 9 greatswords of true men rushing in from all directions, pointing at Xiao Tianlong. Unfortunately, Tang Hao was already locked in close combat with him. Xiao Tianlong had to fend off Tang Hao's close-range attacks while also dodging the sneak attacks of 9 flying swords, making him quite disheveled. In the blink of an eye, no fewer than 20 sword wounds appeared on his body. Young Master Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Tianlong was at a disadvantage, the member of the Xiao family wanted to help. Miao Daji simply waved her hand, blocking him away. This is a battle between Tang Hao and Xiao Tianlong. You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, I have 4 other people here who can keep you company. Su Mushui and the others also stared at him with unfriendly eyes. Upon hearing this, the member of the Xiao family immediately abandoned his efforts to support Xiao Tianlong. After seeing that the member of the Xiao family had given up resisting, Miao Daji put away the dagger in her hand. The battle between Tang Hao and Xiao Tianlong was undeniably impressive. The surrounding student groups were all drawn to the scene. They have all received the official text message regarding the Eclipse cult members' infiltration of the Martial Arts College entrance examination. When they saw the bodies of several Eclipse cultists on the ground. Through Lei Ping and the others' explanation, they also learned what had happened here. I never expected that these Eclipse cult members who hunted down so many A-level professional geniuses would end up dying at the hands of a D-level trash professional. A D-level useless profession? These Eclipse cult members were all A-level professionals, and they still died at Tang Hao's hands? Furthermore, have you ever seen the D-rank trash profession fight on equal terms with Xiao Tianlong, the #1 martial arts prodigy in Yongcheng? No, it wasn't a back-and-forth battle. Xiao Tianlong was being completely dominated by Tang Hao. More and more groups of students gathered around to watch, and they were all horrified to see the one-sided battle on the field. Now Daji, are you alright? At this moment, Li Jiang also arrived with his team members. Upon seeing Miao Daji, he was overjoyed. Ever since Miao Daji willingly stayed to serve as Tang Hao's maid in order to save him, he knew in his heart that Miao Daji was in love with him. In the past few days, he has been hunting strange beasts desperately to earn points and experience, and his cultivation has broken through to the late stage of the martial artist realm. His team even made it into the top 10 of the rankings. What could possibly be wrong with me? When Miao Daji saw Li Jiang, a complicated expression appeared on her face. Before entering 100 Souls Mountain, she did indeed have feelings for Li Jiang. But in the past few days, after spending time with Tang Hao, I have witnessed his strength and personal charm. She realized that Li Jiang was on the ground, while Tang Hao was on the sky. In her heart, there is only Tang Hao now. Miao Daji, I have broken through to the late stage of the martial artist realm. I can protect you now. I can take you away today. Let's see if Tang Hao dares to stop me. Li Jiang patted his chest and said with a smug look on his face. Late stage of martial artist realm? Upon hearing Li Jiang's words, not only Miao Daji, but also Lei Ping and the others, all showed strange expressions. Those Eclipse cult members lying on the ground, weren't they all experts in the late stage of the martial realm? Moreover, they also possess methods to counter spiritual attacks. Weren't they slaughtered like chickens by Tang Hao? What is Li Jiang pretending to be? Li Jiang, do you want to check who Tang Hao is fighting first? Lei Ping, out of good intentions, said to Li Jiang. Upon hearing this, Li Jiang turned to look at the field, and his breath caught in his throat. Tang Hao gripped the greatsword of a true man and swung it like a sledgehammer, smashing it wildly at Xiao Tianlong. The 9 greatswords behind him were also coated with a layer of molten lava. Each strike that hit Xiao Tianlong burned a piece of his flesh. If Tang Hao hadn't held back, Xiao Tianlong would probably be 8/10 cooked. When did he become so strong? Upon seeing this, Li Jiang's eyes widened in shock. Just as Li Jiang was surprised, Tang Hao stepped back, and 10 greatswords stood above his head in a V shape. Xiao Tianlong, the game is over. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianlong's face showed a hint of resentment. Tang Hao's cultivation level was clearly only at the early stage of the martial artist realm. Why is it that they can suppress him, a peak martial artist? I don't believe I'll lose to you. Xiao Tianlong gritted his teeth and poured all his blood and spiritual energy into the tearful frost in his hand. The next second, a blood-red sword beam several meters in size condensed. He raised his large hand and cleaved down with a mighty slash. The crimson sword beam, several meters in size, also slashed down with a thunderous roar. This was his strongest sword strike. If he still can't hurt Tang Hao, he will accept defeat willingly. Innate skill, charm. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao's eyes flashed, and he activated the innate skill he obtained from Mao Daji's equipment contract. In an instant, Xiao Tianlong froze, his hands still in the slashing posture, and the blood-red sword light stopped in mid-air. Xiao Tianlong was startled. 3,000 flames stir. Before he could react, Tang Hao moved swiftly and arrived in front of him, slamming a palm into his chest and sending him flying. Tang Hao also snatched the frost of tears from his hand. Xiao Tianlong flew several meters away before landing on the ground, rolling around a few times before finally stopping in a disheveled state. The students watching from all around froze upon seeing this scene. Whoosh! The next second, the entire audience erupted in uproar. He's lost. Xiao Tianlong has actually lost. Even Guangzhou's top martial arts prodigy is no match for Tang Hao. How can he be the champion of martial arts in Guangdong province this year? Seeing Tang Hao's terrifying agility and martial arts skills, Li Jiang's pupils trembled violently, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. At this moment, Mao Daji also spoke up, saying to him, Li Jiang, I'm not going back with you. I will leave your team after the martial arts college entrance examination is over. Li Jiang was startled when he heard Mao Daji's words. Before he could speak, Mao Daji added, Also, I want to go to the martial arts university with Tang Hao. Don't come looking for me again. I'm afraid Tang Hao will misunderstand. Upon hearing Mao Daji's heartless words, Li Jiang's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. No. Chapter 49 The martial arts exam is over, we'll talk about it another day. When Tang Hao stepped into the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress, countless eyes turned to him. Military. Heads of admissions offices at various universities. The principals of several martial arts high schools in Guangzhou. And Shan Yuehan. Sister Yuehan, what are you doing here? The moment Tang Hao saw Shin Yuehan, a strange expression appeared on his face. Before he could finish speaking, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure rushed into his arms. Shin Yuehan's voice also rang in my ears. Tang Hao, I'm so glad you're all right. I was worried you'd be attacked by those Eclipse cult members. Hearing Shin Yuehan's explanation, Tang Hao learned what had happened outside, and felt a warmth in his heart. She could have chosen not to come. He's currently stationed at the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress, so he must be thinking about him. Sister Yuehan, don't worry, I won't die. Tang Hao's lips curled up as he looked at Shin Yuehan and said, I'm still waiting for you to comfort me one more time. Shin Yuehan blushed upon hearing this, but she wasn't angry. She bit her pink lips and said in a low voice, Not today. I have to go back to the Supervision Bureau to report. We'll talk about it another day. Tang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard Shin Yuehan's words. Shin Yuehan didn't refuse, which meant that she still had a chance. Thinking of this, his gaze couldn't help but drift to Shin Yuehan's long, straight, gray-stockinged legs. All that could be seen was a silver leg ring on that thigh, which squeezed out a round fleshy shape from the fair thigh, as if it was just waiting for its owner to comfort it. Noticing Tang Hao's gaze, Shin Yuehan's lips curled up. She knew Tang Hao liked this style, which is why she dressed like this to see him today. Consider it a reward for him passing the martial arts college entrance exam. Congratulations, Tang Hao, on leading your team to hunt down numerous exotic beasts and achieving the honor of ranking first on the college entrance examination points leaderboard. I never expected that someone with a D-rank profession like you could reach this level. You truly have extraordinary luck. Ding Yan, the person in charge of the Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts College entrance examination and the person in charge of the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress, walked over slowly and smiled at Tang Hao. It was just luck, Tang Hao said with a modest smile. You're being modest, Ding Yan chuckled, then continued. As the top scoring team in this year's martial arts college entrance examination, your team will receive a prize of 10 million yuan and 4 pieces of basic equipment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding examinees were all shocked and in an uproar. Not to mention how many cultivation resources could be bought with 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. These 4 basic pieces of equipment alone are quite valuable. Ordinary civilian professionals, before being admitted to a martial arts university, can only afford beginner-level equipment. After being admitted to the martial arts university, you can earn points to have the opportunity to exchange them for student-level weapons and equipment created by the university. However, whether it's the beginner level or the trainee level, they are all unranked civilian weapons, and their power is not as good as the ranked blank level equipment. However, when Tang Hao and the other 3 heard that there was white grade equipment among the rewards, their expressions became somewhat strange. What? Is there a problem? Ding Yan hesitated. Before Tang Hao could speak, Zhao Wu said, "Can we cash out these 4 pieces of basic equipment? Or, give us refining materials of equal value directly." Cash out? Ding Yan was taken aback when he heard this. Then I remembered that Tang Hao was a weapon refiner, and it seemed that good professions had been optimized, and suddenly it dawned on me. Okay, 4 pieces of basic equipment, worth 20 million. I can decide to give you refining materials of equal value. Ding Yan immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, and the others immediately showed a look of joy on their faces. The basic equipment currently available on the market only has slightly higher base defense. However, the blank grade equipment that Tang Hao crafted could have an equipment attribute, just like ordinary famous sword grade equipment. Isn't this better than just getting the equipment directly? This person is a member of the Eclipse cult who attacked other examinees in the Beast Forbidden Ruins. After receiving the bribe, Tang Hao also ordered Zhao Wu to bring forward the Eclipse cult member who used the bone flute. We killed the other 3 besides him. I'm entrusting him to you. Perhaps you can get some information from him. Upon hearing that Tang Hao had left behind a prisoner from the Eclipse cult, Ding Yan's face lit up with satisfaction. Good, good, good. You're a good kid, you know how to do things, you know how to treat people, and you're quite talented. Do you want to join the army? I can recommend you directly to the military academy in China. Ding Yan's words shocked and caused an uproar among the crowd. As per past practice, after the martial arts college entrance examination, the scores of each examinee are taken back with them. Outstanding students are specially recruited through a competitive process among several top universities. Other students choose their own majors and are then assigned based on their grades. Has Tang Hao's strength become so great that even the military has to directly intervene and seize it? General Ding, this is a bit against the rules. With Tang Hao's talent and strength, and being the martial arts champion of our Guangdong province, we should wait for the admissions officers from the 5 top universities to arrive so we can compete by submitting bids together. Li Jianguo, director of the admissions office of Yangcheng Martial Arts University, quickly said. Ding Yan realized he was being too hasty and chuckled, "I'm just eager to find talent. I almost forgot, with a talent like Tang Hao, all 5 top universities will definitely send people to recruit him specially." After saying that, he was about to apologize to Tang Hao. Upon seeing this, Tang Hao quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle Ding guards the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress and is a hero of the human race. You simply hope that more humans will step forward to defend the front lines. What's wrong with that?" Seeing how eloquent Tang Hao was, Ding Yan smiled and said, "Good lad, just for what you said. If you run into any trouble in Guangzhou in the future, you can come to me. I'll protect you." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, his kind words won the favor of the military leaders of Baihunshan Fortress. After the martial arts exam, all the candidates boarded military buses and returned to their respective schools. As soon as Tang Hao got out of the car, Principal Zhang Jianjun led a middle-aged man over. "Tang Hao, wait a minute." Tang Hao recognized him at a glance. The middle-aged man was Li Jianguo, the director of the admissions office of Yangcheng Martial Arts University, who had just spoken with Ding Yan. He already guessed what the principal was going to do, but he pretended to be confused and asked, "Principal Zhang, is there something you need?" "Tang Hao, your team has won first place in the Guangdong Province Martial Arts College entrance examination. This 5 million yuan is a reward from our school." Zhang Jianjun first gave Tang Hao a black card, then pointed to Li Jianguo standing to the side and explained. "By the way, Principal, I'll also shamelessly introduce you to this old friend of mine from the admissions office of Yangcheng Martial Arts University." Seeing this, Tang Hao's expression turned strange. "Principal Zhang, didn't this directorly just say? For a student like me, do I have to wait for the admissions officers from all 5 top universities to gather and jointly set the requirements before it's in accordance with the rules? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Jianjun and Li Jianguo both gave awkward smiles. However, Li Jianguo quickly said in a serious tone, Tang Hao, you are from Guangdong province. When it comes to university, the closer to home the better. You probably wouldn't be used to food from other provinces, right? Tang Hao nodded slightly. What he said was true. Seeing that Tang Hao did not refute, Li Jianguo pressed his advantage, saying, Tang Hao, your professional talent and strength are already well understood by Yangchang Martial Arts University. We sincerely invite you to join our Guangzhou Martial Arts University. To show our sincerity, you can listen to the special admission conditions offered by our school. 1. A level professional training program, providing one-on-one guidance from a renowned master with the cultivation level of Battle King. 2. An annual scholarship of 10 million will guarantee your cultivation resources. There are also detached villas to ensure your cultivation environment remains undisturbed. 3. Enjoy a 50% discount on all training rooms at the school. 4. All items within the school's local area network LAN will enjoy a 50% discount. Tang Hao's expression changed slightly upon hearing the conditions offered by Li Jianguo. Just now in the car, Su Muxue briefly told him that the 5 major universities might come to his door for special recruitment and what conditions they would offer. The conditions offered by Li Jianguo far exceeded Su Muxue's expectations. Putting aside everything else, the value of one-on-one guidance from a master at the Battle King level is immeasurable. But Tang Hao did not agree immediately. Directorly, the conditions you offered are indeed quite good. But personally, I still think that we should wait for the other admissions officers to arrive before deciding which university to apply to. Li Jianguo glanced at Tang Hao and said succinctly, that famous teacher who guided your cultivation is 1.7 meters tall, weighs 95 kilograms, and has a 36D bust. Tang Hao was taken aback, then said angrily, directorly, what kind of person do you take me for? We're talking about how many cultivation resources the school can provide me. Li Jianguo seemed not to hear Tang Hao's words and continued, your mentor is fair-skinned and usually wears office lady clothes and gold-rimmed glasses. Tang Hao flew into a rage, directorly, please show me some respect. She still has long legs and loves wearing Valentino and Balenciaga. Tang Hao grabbed Li Jianguo's hand and said seriously, let's send a message. Chapter 50, Money Distribution, Special Recruitment, Weakness. After a conversation, the two successfully signed a special recruitment contract. Congratulations, Tang Hao, on becoming a member of Yangchang Martial Arts University. Li Jianguo was also very happy to have successfully recruited a provincial martial arts exam champion. After explaining the start date of Yangchang Martial Arts University to Tang Hao, he and Zhang Jianguo left. The two middle-aged men walked along, talking in hushed tones. Oldly, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to recruit such a talented and capable student. Are you going to go all out with my foot massage tonight? What? The budget is only 800? Fine, 800 it is. Principal Zhang's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was highly skilled, so they could naturally hear a few words. Lei Pang and the Chen brothers grinned wickedly. The female mentors, including Chen Ju, blushed somewhat. Ahem, Tang Hao, as students, your primary task now is to cultivate and consolidate your strength. Don't imitate your principal, do you hear me? Tang Shan coughed lightly and said to Tang Hao. Understood, Teacher Tang. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Tang Shan was very pleased to see Tang Hao, a student who was both capable and obedient. He's practically guaranteed this year's Outstanding Teacher Award. Really? The mentors around him all suggested that Tang Shan treat them to a meal. After getting off the bus, the other students all went home to wait for the results of the martial arts exam. The reward for this provincial martial arts exam champion team is a total of 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins, plus refining materials worth 20 million. We'll split this money equally among the 5 of us. You guys have no objections, right? Tang Hao turned his head and looked at Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, and Miao Daji, and said, Ha? I get a share of the money too? Miao Daji was also taken aback when she heard this. She did not belong to Tang Hao's 4-person team. The glory of this top-scoring team has nothing to do with her. Fortunately, Li Jiang killed quite a few alien beasts in the Alien Beast Forbidden Ruins, which helped the team rank in the top 10, so she could be considered to have won without lifting a finger. Although you're not in our team, you've put in a lot of effort these past few days, and you deserve a share of this honor. Tang Hao said to Miao Daji. Zhao Wu chimed in, that's right. If it weren't for your equipment, I wouldn't have been able to restrain Lei Peng and the others, allowing Tang Hao to kill those Eclipse cult members. Su Muxue and Zhao Lingshan also acknowledged Miao Daji's contributions. Hearing these words, Miao Daji was so moved that her eyes reddened. After dividing the 10 million Dragon Kingdom currency equally, Tang Hao then looked at the 20 million refining materials. Su Muxue spoke first, saying, Tang Hao, you can keep these refining materials yourself. That's right, none of us are weapon refiners, so it's useless to us, Zhao Wu echoed. Yes, brother Tang Hao, the equipment we're wearing was all made for us by you and Su Muxue with your own money. Keep the refining materials you received as a reward for yourself, Zhao Lingshan chimed in. Seeing his teammates say this, Tang Hao nodded and didn't stand on ceremony anymore. I can also forge 2 pieces of renowned sword-level equipment, and these forging materials are perfect for use. Additionally, you can help your teammates upgrade their equipment. The martial arts exam is over. With your scores, I believe you will soon be in the hands of the admissions officers of the 5 major universities. These next few days, you will all stay in Su Muxue's villa and wait for them to come. At this moment, Tang Hao also spoke to Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan. The two nodded in unison. After explaining everything, Tang Hao prepared to go home. Unexpectedly, after leaving the school, he saw Miao Daji following him. Why are you following me? Aren't you going home? Tang Hao asked, puzzled. There's no one left in my house. Miao Daji said softly upon hearing this. Upon hearing Miao Daji's words, Tang Hao was stunned, and immediately imagined a scene. This girl, like Zhao Wu and Zhao Lingshan, is an orphan of a hero, from an ordinary family. Previously, they received official relief funds and lived in school dormitories. Now that the martial arts exam is over, she has nowhere to go. Then, would you like to come home with me? Tang Hao's heart softened, and he said to Miao Daji. With your grades, getting into Yangchang Martial Arts University shouldn't be a problem. You can stay with me during this time. After I get home, we'll go stay at Su Muxue's place. We'll go to school together when school starts. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Miao Daji nodded without hesitation and said, okay. I'll listen to you. She looked just like a well-behaved and obedient newlywed wife. The lace bell necklace on her collarbone made her neck appear even longer and whiter. In Guangzhou, at the stronghold of the Eclipse cult, a figure dressed in a purple robe, with a stern face, said, the Eclipse cult members sent to the Beast Forbidden Ruins to hunt down those participating in the martial arts college entrance examination have all disappeared without a trace. You finally told me they were all dead? Upon hearing the words of the purple-robed cultist, the followers below all lowered their heads, their faces filled with fear. At this moment, Pan Lei, still wearing his blue robe, stepped forward and said, the cult leader who killed our followers is named Tang Hao. Although his awakened profession is D-level, it is very strange. Not only can it forge weapons, but it also possesses considerable combat power. We suffered losses at the hands of him and the people from the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau before. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed cult leader snorted coldly and said, humph, a mere D-level blacksmith has caused you to lose so many people. Are all the people from your Guangzhou branch of the divine cult just sitting around doing nothing? Pan Lei gave a wry smile and said, Divine Envoy, it's not that our people are weak, it's that Tang Hao is too strange. His basic, unequipped gear was like a turtle shell, it was impossible to damage him. I heard that Tang Hao was the top scorer and team leader in this year's Guangdong Province martial arts examination. His strength was such that even Xiao Tianlong, one of the young martial arts prodigies in Guangzhou, was no match for him. The purple-robed cultist frowned slightly, a hint of interest appearing on his face. A D-rank blacksmith can actually forge a full set of basic grade equipment? That's right. Pan Lei nodded, then said, Cult Master, do you think we should change our strategy? If such a genius in weapon crafting could be recruited into our divine cult, it would greatly enhance the overall combat strength of our divine cult members. The purple-robed cultist nodded upon hearing Pan Lei's words and said, You're right. It would be a real shame to kill such a rare genius in weapon crafting. However, such a prodigy of the human race will definitely be given special attention and training by the authorities. Getting him to join our Eclipse cult is easier said than done. Upon hearing this, Pan Lei's lips curled up, and he said, Divine Envoy, this matter is neither easy nor difficult. Oh? You have an idea? The purple-robed cultist asked with a smirk. God's Envoy, as far as I know, that Tang Hao is extremely lecherous, and he already has 3 or 4 women around him. Even the female inspectors of the Guangzhou Municipal Supervisory Bureau had connections with him. Why don't we attack his weak point? Chapter 51 Miao Daji comes home with me, it's a natural progression. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed cult master nodded slightly and said, this plan is good. Then we should pay close attention to which university he will attend, and then send our people to approach him. In addition, the plans to recruit Tang Hao, hunt down geniuses for blood sacrifice, and resurrect my god must continue. Upon hearing this, Panlei quickly nodded and said, yes, divine envoy. Tang Hao was unaware that he had been targeted by the Eclipse cult and that they planned to use a honey trap on him. Even if he knew, he would only say 2 words at most. The first sentence, come on, I want to challenge my weakness. The second sentence, I need a medical examination, speaking with a Mandarin accent. After Tang Hao and Miao Daji left the gate of Yangcheng No. 3 High School, they took a taxi to Taishanjuan. After my sister and parents bought a new house, they sent him the address. When he and Miao Daji met their parents and younger sister Tang Shui in the Taishanjuan villa area, they were also somewhat surprised. Your son is back? When Tang Hao's mother, Zhou Lan, saw Miao Daji beside him, her eyes lit up even more. Son, who is this? Hello, auntie, I am Tang Hao's classmate. My name is Miao Daji. Before Tang Hao could speak, Miao Daji spoke first, introducing herself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lan immediately smiled and said, your classmates? That's great. As they were talking, she pulled Miao Daji to sit down and they started chatting about everyday things. How did you do in the martial arts exam? Will you be able to get into a regular martial arts university? Tang Chang took a puff of his pipe and asked Tang Hao. Dad, in your eyes, is this all the ability I have? Tang Hao smiled wryly. Otherwise what? Tang Chang said dismissively. He knew perfectly well what level of profession his son had awakened. If he didn't want to discourage his son, he would have encouraged him to apply for the liberal arts college entrance exam directly. Sigh. I wanted to get along with you as your son, but instead I got suspicion and disdain in return. Tang Hao sighed helplessly and said, I'm not pretending anymore. I am the captain of the Guangdong Province Martial Arts College Entrance Examination top scorer team this year. I'm coming clean. Upon hearing his son Tang Hao's words, Tang Chang's face first showed a strange expression, then he quickly put down his pipe and shouted. Wife, quick, prepare paper money and candles, and pray to our ancestors for help. Our son is possessed and talking nonsense. Zhou Lan was startled when she heard Tang Chang's words, what? Your son is possessed by an evil spirit? He said he passed the provincial martial arts exam with top honors. That's definitely possession. The elderly couple were surprisingly in agreement. They both felt that their son was mentally ill. Seeing this, Tang Hao quickly took out the special recruitment contract from his pocket and handed it to them to look at. Mom and Dad, I'm not possessed. I've even signed a special admission contract with Guangzhou Martial Arts University. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple finally accepted the special recruitment contract from Tang Hao. After reading it, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Is it really a special recruitment contract from Yangcheng Martial Arts University? What's going on? Tang Hao turned to Miao Daji and said, please explain this to them for me. Uncle and aunt, Tang Hao did indeed get the top score in the Guangdong Province Martial Arts College entrance examination, and he has now been specially admitted to Guangzhou Martial Arts University. Upon hearing Miao Daji's words, Tang Chang and his wife were overjoyed. Wife, quickly prepare the ingot-shaped candles. The next second, Tang Chang shouted again. Tang Hao was taken aback. Dad, haven't I already proven that I'm not possessed by any evil spirits? Why do we still need to worship our ancestors? You got into Yangcheng Martial Arts University, that's a really auspicious thing, we have to pay our respects, Tang Chang said earnestly. Hearing his father's words, Tang Hao didn't say anything more. Brother, I also want to work hard in my cultivation, strive to awaken an advanced profession next year, and get into Yangcheng Martial Arts University. Tang Shui, the younger sister, looked at Tang Hao with admiration and said. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao smiled and patted her head, okay, I support you. After saying that, he transferred another 2 million yuan to Tang Shui. Brother, why are you transferring money to me again? Where did you get so much money? Tang Shui was surprised to see the extra 2 million in her account. This is the scholarship I received for becoming the top scorer in the Guangdong Province Martial Arts College entrance examination. You can use it to buy nutritional supplements to improve your physical condition. Tang Haodao. No, brother, I still have a lot of the money you gave me last time. I can't take this money, Tang Shui said obediently, shaking her head. Just take it. I have more here, Tang Hao said firmly. Upon seeing Tang Hao and the affectionate expression between Tang Shui and her brother, Miao Daji also smiled. Thank you, brother. I wish you and your wife a speedy delivery of 9 babies in one pregnancy. Tang Shui immediately grinned as well. Upon hearing this, Miao Daji blushed and said, I'm not his girlfriend. Tang Hao smiled but remained silent. Seeing that Tang Hao did not explain for her, Miao Daji blushed and glared at him with her beautiful eyes. By the time Tang Chang and his wife finished their ancestral worship ceremony, it was already evening. After dinner, Zhou Lan prepared a room for the two of them, then pretended to be troubled and said, Son, although our house has 4 rooms, 1 room isn't finished yet. Look at this. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao initially wanted to say that he would sleep on the living room sofa. Unexpectedly, Miao Daji said, Auntie, it's alright, this room is big, I can sleep on the floor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lan's lips curled into a wide grin. You're a guest, how can I let you sleep on the floor? You can sleep in the bed, and Tang Hao can sleep on the floor. Auntie, I'll listen to you, Miao Daji nodded obediently. Tang Hao was taken aback. I haven't even said anything yet. Is this the decision? After nightfall, Tang Chang and his wife, along with Tang Shui, had all finished washing up early and gone to bed. Inside the room, after Tang Hao made up his bed on the floor, he apologized to Miao Daji, who had already taken a bath, on the bed. I didn't expect that the rooms in my house weren't finished being renovated yet. That's alright, I'll take you back to Mushua's villa tomorrow. It's spacious there. At this moment, Miao Daji changed into a red lace slip dress, showing off her pair of fair and slender legs to the fullest. Although she wore an ice silk coat over her nightgown, it still accentuated her figure with a perfect curve. Most importantly, Miao Daji had grown fond of the black lace bell collar ever since she put it on, and she didn't want to take it off even when she slept. At this moment, the combination of a lace slip dress and a lace choker amplified her charm many times over. Miao Daji nodded slightly upon hearing Tang Hao's words. Seeing that Tang Hao had already made up his bed on the floor, she couldn't help but ask. Aren't you cold sleeping on the floor? How about we come up and sleep together? This bed is big. If you promise not to touch me, I'll let you get on. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao thought about it seriously for a moment and then said, Okay, let's sleep together then. I swear, if I touch you tonight, I'll be a dog. After saying that, he crawled into bed. The rest became simple. I will absolutely not touch you. You smell so good. It seems a bit hot, doesn't it? Your body is so flexible. How about I help you untie it? Inside the room, the sound of bells ringing erratically began to ring out. Then came the sound of bells trembling slightly. Then came the rhythmic, up and down sound of bells. Everything happened so naturally. Chapter 52 Crazy Breakthrough, 5 Major Universities Gather. The next morning, when Tang Hao got out of bed, he felt a sudden soreness in his lower back. Last night was too much of a struggle, but thankfully, I have divine healing. As he spoke, Tang Hao gave himself a sip of milk. He immediately felt his body rapidly recovering. His gaze fell on the beautiful figure on the bed. Miao Daji's fair and pretty face was full of exhaustion. The lace bell collar around her neck had somehow ended up tied to her hands. On her perfectly sculpted collarbone, plum blossoms were imprinted. There was also a splash of blood red on the bed sheet. Tang Hao couldn't help but recall Miao Daji's wild and unrestrained demeanor last night. As expected of the awakened beast soul class, 9 Nether Fox Emperor, even though he didn't use the charm talent skill. But, she still exudes a captivating charm. Tang Hao murmured softly. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Miao Daji's delicate eyebrows trembled slightly, and she could no longer pretend to be asleep. She opened her eyes and looked at Tang Hao. You're awake? Tang Hao gave an awkward smile and said. Didn't you say that touching me makes you a little dog? What happened last night? Miao Daji rolled her eyes at Tang Hao and said irritably. Well, I was born in the year of the dog, Tang Hao said shamelessly. Miao Daji was speechless. She quickly put on her clothes and prepared to get up. As soon as I stepped out, I felt a sharp pain there. Hurry up and give me a sip of milk. Miao Daji bit her red lips and said to Tang Hao. Oh. Tang Hao finally realized what was happening and quickly cast a divine healing spell on Miao Daji. Feeling a wound on her body being healed, Miao Daji's slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Consider last night's events a thank you gift for giving me a basic piece of equipment. No one is allowed to mention this again, understand? Miao Daji put on flesh-colored stockings while speaking to Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback at first, then nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Although he had a sexual relationship with Miao Daji, he wasn't the kind of person who would stick to something like a non-stick pan after just one encounter. Miao Daji doesn't need him to take responsibility, so let's just forget about it. After breakfast, Tang Hao told his younger sister to focus on her cultivation, and then he and Miao Daji headed to Su Mushue's villa. Su Mushue had already prepared a room for Miao Daji. After Miao Daji checked in, Tang Hao returned to his room and began cultivating. Although he has now been specially recruited into Yongchang Martial Arts University. But he also knew that the real geniuses were gathered at Yongchang Martial Arts University. Open the system interface, Tang Hao silently instructed himself. Host, Tang Hao. Profession, C rank Blacksmith Master System Enhanced Version. Cultivation Talent, S rank. Cultivation level, early stage of Martial Artist Realm Plus. Wealth, 40 million Dragon Kingdom currency. Refining value, 5,300 points. Equipment, True Man Greatsword 10 plus basic level, True Man Set basic level, 70% damage immunity. Martial Arts, C rank 10,000 swords return to origin 10 flying swords, C rank Martial Arts skill Eclipse Chains. A rank movement Martial Arts skill 3000 flames. Lottery board, none. Talent skill, intermediate equipment forging 3/5 of famous sword level equipment. Intermediate equipment contract weapon enchantment, talent skill collateral. Basic equipment mastery can summon any equipment from the blacksmith for personal use. Heavenly Flame Storm contract, Blade Storm contract, Divine Healing contract, Charm contract briefly control enemies of the same level for 3 seconds, AoE skill. Have I already reached 5,300 refining points? Seeing the amount of refining points he possessed, Tang Hao's face showed a hint of surprise, and then he decided. System, raise my cultivation level. Ding. Host can spend 700 refining points to break through to the mid-stage of Martial Artist realm. Spend? Yes. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, he felt his spiritual power surge several times over. Both strength and speed have improved significantly. But he did not stop there. System, continue to improve your cultivation level. To break through to the late stage of the Martial Artist realm, the host needs to spend 800 refining points. Would you like to? Just tell me directly, how many refining points are needed to break through to the peak of the Martial Artist realm? Tang Hao interrupted. 1,700 refinement points. The system didn't waste any words. Raise him to the peak of the Martial Artist realm. Tang Hao immediately ordered. Although I am only at the C-level professional level, I have access to the A-level training resources of Yongchang Martial Arts University. He must demonstrate his extraordinary talent in cultivation to win over those annoying flies. Previously, weren't people like Li Jiang only daring to cause trouble for him because they looked down on his professional level and cultivation? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully broken through to the peak of the martial artist realm by consuming 1,700 refining points. Current remaining refining points, 2,900. Sensing the continuous fluctuations of spiritual energy within his body, Tang Hao's eyes blazed with flames, and firelight flickered beneath his feet. 3,000 flames stir. The next second, his figure turned into a streak of fire and disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, it transformed into a ball of flame and emerged from the crack in the door. Then he appeared in the living room. Zhao Wu and the others were all cultivating, there was no one else in the living room. After my cultivation broke through, my 3,000 flames could actually move as an element? Upon noticing the unusual movement of his footing, Tang Hao exclaimed with delight. Elemental movement means that when he encounters a powerful enemy and wants to escape, the enemy cannot even attack him. This is no longer an escape skill, but a life-saving skill. As expected of an A-rank martial skill. Tang Hao sighed. He thought to himself that if he were in the forbidden area of the strange beasts, his 3,000 flames would have this power. Dealing with those few Eclipse cult members was a piece of cake, a simple massacre. After breaking through his cultivation realm, Tang Hao did not stop cultivating. Instead, he took out refining materials and began to plan. I said before that I would forge a weapon for Xin Yuehan after the martial arts college entrance examination. And Miao Daji, no matter what, give me her first time, and forge a weapon for her too. Tang Hao currently has exactly 2 forging slots for the famous sword-level equipment left. After all, Tang Hao is just a weapon refiner, so his requirements for weapons are not very high, anything will do. Besides, he was quite adept at using those 10 real man's greatswords. Big and powerful. You can also directly equip items with enchantments based on the desired attributes. It's actually no different from any other famous grade weapon. With this in mind, Tang Hao began to forge weapons for Xin Yuehan and Miao Daji. Outside the living room. At this moment, the heads of admissions offices from the 5 major universities in the Dragon Kingdom gathered together. Their goal was to get Su Muxue and the other 3 into their school. That's why they attached so much importance to it. It's all because of Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan, who are not only strong individually but also possess top-tier equipment. Miao Daji's alluring lace bell collar, although only a basic level equipment, is even more powerful than purple level inherited equipment for the military. At their age, possessing such powerful equipment is itself a sign of great fortune. This world is never short of geniuses. But geniuses who are blessed with great fortune are few and far between. Chapter 53. Tang Hao emerges from seclusion, the renowned sword-level weapon Shen Yi. He stands tall. Su Muxue, you are the Archmage of the Heavenly Flame Department, and you are most suitable to come to our Lushan Magic University. I can promise you a level training resources and a scholarship of 2 million yuan per year. Magic Training Room, 30% off. All resources from the campus surveillance system are also being sold at a 30% discount. This was stated by Yang Mo, the director of the admissions office at Luzhou Magic University. Li Jianguo seized the opportunity to say, Su Muxue, our Yangchang Martial Arts University has the same conditions as them. Next, the admissions directors of the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy, Kyoto Martial Arts University, and Suzhou Hongzhou Martial Arts University. He also offered similar conditions to Miao Daji, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan respectively. Li Jianguo, on the other hand, added a sentence after the admissions directors had stated their conditions. Our Yangchang Martial Arts University has the same conditions as them. The admissions directors of the 4 universities were immediately displeased upon seeing this. Li Jianguo, could you please stop saying the same conditions as us? Aren't you just blatantly looking for trouble? Exactly, either raise your standards or shut up. What's with the conditions being the same? Hearing the 4 men's words, Li Jianguo said confidently, what's wrong? Which law stipulates that I can't offer the same conditions as you? Believe it or not, I only need to say one sentence. Will all 4 of them obediently enter my Guangzhou Martial Arts University? Hearing Li Jianguo's arrogant words, Yang Mo and the others immediately lost their temper. I don't believe it. Shay Chang, the director of the admissions office of the Longhua Military Academy, also said, if you can get all 4 of them to join your Yangchang Martial Arts University with just one sentence today, I'll treat you to a foot massage and back scrub tonight. Upon hearing Shay Chang's words, Li Jianguo's lips curled up. It's a deal. He immediately turned to look at Su Muxue and the other 3, and said, Tang Hao has been specially recruited by our Yangchang Martial Arts University. If you come, we can offer you the same benefits as the other universities. In addition, I will arrange townhouses for you so that you can live closer to home. Really? As soon as Li Jianguo said this, Su Muxue and the other 3's eyes lit up. Director Li, we are willing to join Yangchang Martial Arts University. The 4 of them said in unison. Upon hearing this, the admissions directors of the other universities were stunned. They never expected that Su Muxue and her 3 companions would make up their minds to go to Yangchang Martial Arts University because of one person. Miao Daji, won't you reconsider? With your profession and equipment characteristics, you can make the most of your strengths at our Dragon Kingdom Military Academy. Shay Chang asked Miao Daji. No, I'll be wherever Tang Hao is. Miao Daji shook her head. The heads of several other universities, along with Su Muxue and her group, said similar things. Their answers were remarkably consistent. They went to whichever school Tang Hao attended. For a time, the university officials were all extremely frustrated. If we had known, we would have specially recruited Tang Hao first. Li Jianguo, did you already know about their relationship with Tang Hao, which is why you targeted Tang Hao first? Hearing the frustrated words of Shay Chang and the others, Li Jianguo revealed a smug look on his face. That's what you call having foresight. Boom. Just then, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the cultivation room on the second floor of the villa. Ha ha ha, I did it! I did it! The door to the training room opened, and Tang Hao's laughter came from inside. Upon seeing this, Su Muxue and the others moved swiftly and rushed to the second floor. Li Jianguo and several others from Checheng followed closely behind. Tang Hao, are you alright? Miao Daji came to Tang Hao's side and asked with concern. Tang Hao held a pair of dark black short daggers in his hand. One of the daggers was covered with a faint layer of leaf patterns, and the other had the shadow of a crane appearing on it. Upon seeing Miao Daji, he immediately tossed the two daggers he was holding to her, saying, Daji, this is a new weapon I've crafted for you. Take a look, do you like it? Miao Daji, having received the two daggers, showed a look of surprise upon hearing Tang Hao's words. A new weapon being made for me? She wanted to say that Tang Hao had already given her a basic level collar. She could no longer accept anything from Tang Hao. But when she felt the oppressive aura emanating from the two daggers, she was immediately stunned. Divine Leaf Crane stands tall master sword level. Divine Leaves shelter cranes, twin daggers pierce the dust and noise words on weapon forging. Equipment attributes. Divine Leaf Breakthrough, 30% chance to trigger several Divine Leaf Cyclones to attack enemies. Crane stands tall in the wind, increases attack speed and movement speed by 30%. Miao Daji's profession made her suited to be an assassin, capable of sneak attacks and murders. With this legendary weapon, her speed and attack power increased several times over. It could be said that this weapon was tailor-made for her. Tang Hao, thank you. I really like this weapon. Miao Daji looked at Tang Hao with a happy expression and said gratefully. She was happy, not just because she had obtained a legendary weapon. Also, Tang Hao crafted top-tier equipment for both Su Muxue and Zhao Lingshan. Tang Hao is now also crafting top-tier equipment for her, which means he's starting to treat her like a close friend. I'm glad you like it. Tang Hao said with a light laugh. The system's voice also rang in his ears. Teammate Miao Daji successfully equipped the legendary weapon, Divine Leaf Crane stands alone, partner equipment bond 3-4. Please complete the 4-piece legendary sword level companion equipment bond quest as soon as possible. Upon completion of the task, you will receive a 20x bonus to your weapon crafting skills. Upon hearing the system's words, Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. You can get a 20x refining value bonus as long as you complete the bond of 4 companion equipment pieces. Then I need to find Xin Yuehan as soon as possible and give her the other top-tier weapon I crafted to complete the equipment bond. This is a legendary sword level weapon? Officials from various universities also rushed over at this moment. Upon seeing the two daggers in Miao Daji's hands, everyone was shocked. I heard that the top-tier equipment worn by Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, and Zhao Lingshan was all crafted by Tang Hao. Isn't it said that an A-level professional weapon refiner, even after reaching a major realm, can only forge one piece of famous grade equipment? Yes, a rank A weapon refiner at the martial artist level can only refine 2 pieces of famous sword level equipment at most. How could he forge 4? Li Jianguo's smile stretched almost to his ears. How can we deduce the genius students that our Yangchang Martial Arts University focuses on cultivating be based on common sense? At this moment, Tang Hao also noticed Yang Mo and Che Chang, and turned to look at Li Jianguo. Director Li, who are they? Li Jianguo grinned and said smugly, they are all heads of the top 5 universities. They're here today to recruit your friends to study at their schools. However, now your friends have all agreed to join our Yangchang Martial Arts University. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face showed a look of sudden realization. Unexpectedly, Yang Mo, the head of Luzhou Magic University, bypassed Li Jianguo, grabbed Tang Hao's hand, and said, Tang Hao, would you like to join our Lushan Magic University? If you're willing to come, we'll double the conditions offered by Yangchang Martial Arts University. We, the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy, will pay 3 times the amount. Che Chang said with fervent eyes. Having witnessed Tang Hao's talent in weapon crafting, he wished he could kidnap Tang Hao and take him back with him. Kyoto Budo University and Suzhou Hangzhou Budo University have also extended offers. Seeing that Che Chang and the others had gone mad, Li Jianguo quickly said, Tang Hao has already signed a special recruitment contract with us. What you are doing is against the rules. What kind of rules are these? We've already paid the penalty for him. Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo immediately became anxious. Chapter 54 Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. At this moment, Tang Hao spoke first. Everyone, I have already promised Director Lee that I will go to Yangcheng Martial Arts University, and I will not go back on my word. Thank you so much for recruiting me. Yang Mo and Che Chang were both taken aback when they heard Tang Hao's words. Tang Hao, have you really thought this through? Our Lushan Magic University is full of geniuses. This year's champions in the martial arts exams in Shanghai and Nanjing, Lin Feng and Zhang Chui, were both specially recruited by our academy. If you can come, you can compete with them on the same stage and strive for the pinnacle of martial arts. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yang Mo then spoke up. Lin Feng? Zhang Chui? Tang Hao recalled that Principal Zhang Jianjun had shown him their information. One is a prodigy from Lushan, who awakened the Gale Sword God class and has a natural affinity for the way of the sword. One is a martial arts prodigy from Jinling, born with the supreme golden bone. Unexpectedly, both girls were specially recruited by Luzhou Magic University. I have thought it through. I am from Guangzhou, and I have a natural affinity for Guangzhou Martial Arts University. Tang Hao said to Yang Mo with a serious expression. Moreover, our Yangcheng Martial Arts University is also full of geniuses. In this year's 100 Schools competition, our Yangcheng Martial Arts University will definitely be number one. Hearing Tang Hao's confident words, Yang Mo smiled and said, Alright, then we'll see you at the 100 Schools competition. He didn't say anything sarcastic. At first glance, the young man draws his bow to its fullest extent, unafraid of the passage of time or the wind. Who dares to say that Tang Hao's casual remark today won't come true in the future? Seeing that their efforts to recruit the students had failed, the leaders of the several universities hurriedly left. They also planned to travel to other cities to recruit gifted students. Only Che Chang from the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy remained. He glanced at Miao Daji and sighed softly. What a pity, having such good group damage boosting equipment, yet unwilling to come to our Dragon Kingdom Military Academy. Upon hearing Che Chang's words, Tang Hao smiled and said, Director Che, so? You came for Miao Daji's equipment effects, not for her as a person? Upon hearing this, Che Chang chuckled and said, Charge. I see. I was just thinking that if you're only after her equipment, I had a way to fulfill your wish, but it seems you won't need it. Tang Hao chuckled and said. Before he could finish speaking, Che Chang's eyes lit up, and he said, Are you willing to transfer this equipment to our Dragon Kingdom Military Academy? The reason why top-tier swords are so rare and expensive is because they possess unique equipment attributes. The fact that Miao Daji's plain grade necklace has an entry is extremely rare. Furthermore, its attributes also grant it the ability to increase damage across multiple targets, making it even rarer than ordinary legendary sword-level equipment. If Tang Hao is willing to sell, he's willing to pay several times the price of a top-tier sword-grade equipment. After all, once you buy it, you can buy a sealing stone, reseal it, and then give it to the military. Upon hearing Che Chang's words, Miao Daji immediately became nervous. She loved the lace bell collar around her neck and didn't want to give it away. I can't give you my teammates' equipment, but I can forge a new one for you. Tang Hao shook his head and smiled. Refine? Upon hearing this, Che Chang's face showed a hint of disappointment, and he shook his head, saying, A regular, basic-level piece of equipment is not very useful to me. What I want are the equipment stats in her gear. Tang Hao nodded slightly and said, I know. I'll just customize one for you from the newly refined blank-grade equipment. Custom-made? Che Chang's face showed a look of shock upon hearing this. The reason why a legendary sword is expensive is because it has a special equipment attribute. However, the attributes of this equipment are randomly generated, and even the craftsman who created it cannot control them. This is why it can happen that the same weapon refiner can create different levels of powerful and weak swords. The occurrence of equipment attributes on blank-grade equipment is extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. Tang Hao is now even saying that he can customize special entries on basic equipment? If you could craft a piece of basic equipment with similar attributes, I can represent the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy and the military to offer 50 million Dragon Kingdom currency to purchase it. Che Chang thought Tang Hao was joking, so he jokingly replied as well. Okay, you said it yourself. Tang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard that 50 million Dragon Kingdom coins were offered to buy a piece of his basic equipment. Without saying a word, he went into the training room and began to forge equipment. Seeing that Tang Hao was serious, Che Chang's expression changed, and he felt a strange sense of anticipation. He decided to stay and help guide Su Muxue, Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, and Miao Daji in their cultivation. Li Jianguo took advantage of this time to go back and apply to his superiors for special recruitment conditions for Su Muxue and the other three. 2 days later. Looking at the completely still training room, Che Cheng's face showed a hint of disappointment. It seems Tang Hao is just joking with me. It's getting late, I should set off for other cities to recruit students. It's too late. The best students will be snatched up by the other top universities. Che Cheng said to Su Muxue and the others. In the past 2 days, he has been guiding several people in their cultivation, and he was also amazed by their professional talents. According to the student files, Zhao Wu, Zhao Lingshan, and Miao Daji are all classified as B-level professionals, but in reality, their professional levels have all reached A level. Su Muxue is an astonishing S-rank professional Grand Magister of the Heavenly Flame. As a soldier, he cannot be allowed to resort to despicable means. He even wanted to take advantage of Li Jianguo's absence and kidnap these 4 prodigies back to the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy. Moreover, all 4 of them were equipped with top-tier, legendary swords. He was drooling over the luxurious equipment lineup. You must understand, as a Battle King realm expert, the weapon they're using now is a purple inherited weapon, which is 1 tier higher than the blue tier sword. Teacher Che Cheng, please wait a little longer. Su Muxue addressed Che Cheng respectfully. Although it was only 2 days of training guidance, she already regarded Che Cheng as her teacher. Yes, Teacher Che Cheng. Zhao Lingshan echoed. Tang Hao said he would forge you a white grade equipment with equipment attributes, and he will never go back on his word. Zhao Wu and Miao Daji also chimed in. Seeing that Su Muxue and the other 3 trusted Tang Hao so much, Che Cheng nodded slightly and said, "Alright, then I'll wait another day." Click. At that moment, the door to the cultivation room suddenly opened. Tang Hao walked out looking exhausted, but a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Tang Hao, have you finished crafting the equipment I requested? Che Cheng appeared in front of Tang Hao in a flash, his expression a mixture of trepidation and anticipation as he asked. Su Muxue and her 3 companions also arrived. Tang Hao handed the equipment in his hand to Che Cheng, grinned, and said, "I've been thinking about this for a long time, trying to figure out what kind of equipment I can craft to help you. Finally, I've figured out what I want to refine. I put a lot of effort into this exclusive blank grade equipment. I didn't work as hard as crafting a famous sword grade equipment. I have fulfilled my mission." Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Che Cheng's gaze fell on the piece of equipment he had handed over, and he quickly began to check its attributes. Upon seeing this, his body trembled violently, and his eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. National Guardian Spirit Dragon's Roar Horn Basic Level Exclusive. Equipment Attributes. Protector of the Nation's Roar. Within the battlefield area, all allies receive a boost to all attributes attack, speed, stamina, and damage against alien races is increased by 30%. Resonance of Mountains and Rivers. When a teammate suffers fatal damage, unyielding defense is triggered, granting immunity to the fatal damage at the cost of their life, while also gaining a 1-minute invulnerability effect. Until their blood is completely drained, they will not yield an inch of land. What if I never return from this journey? Fight, fight to the death, fight for a prosperous era. With our blood we will pacify the land and protect the lights of every household. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. A poem for casting artifacts. Great, great, this is exactly the equipment I wanted. Che Cheng was visibly excited, gripping the horn made of black iron, engraved with the Great Wall, and with a crimson guardian jade inlaid at its mouth. He trembled all over. It's not some basic, unequipped item, This is our Dragon Kingdom's divine artifact. Chapter 55. Seeing Xinyue Han again, how come he's so fierce? Director Che, if there are no problems with the equipment, shall we discuss the compensation? Seeing this, Tang Hao said in a mercenary manner. Che Cheng was originally excited about acquiring a national treasure. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, a helpless smile immediately appeared on his face. Tang Hao, you really know how to pick your timing. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and directly handed a black card to Tang Hao. There's 50 million in the card, we've settled the money in goods. At this point, he handed another black token to Tang Hao. Director Che, what's this? Tang Hao took the black token, a strange look on his face. This is a gift I'm giving you before I leave. You'll know its purpose later. Che Cheng spoke in riddles, then smiled at Tang Hao. After saying that, he took the horn-like equipment and bid farewell to Tang Hao. Seeing the mystery in Che Cheng's words, Tang Hao didn't ask any further questions. After putting away the black card and token, he turned to Su Mushue and the others and asked. Now, we are all freshmen at Yongchang Martial Arts University. There are still 2 weeks until the start of the semester. What are your plans? Teacher Chechung has taught me a lot about swordsmanship. I plan to stay in the villa to practice for the next 2 weeks, Zhao Wu said. Brother Tang Hao, me too. Zhao Lingshan also obtained some magic cultivation techniques from Che Chang. Hearing their words, he turned to look at Miao Daji and Su Mushue. I need to familiarize myself with my new weapon, Miao Daji said. Su Mushue also said to Tang Hao, I have been admitted to Yongchang Martial Arts University. According to our family rules, I need to go back, pass the family exam, and then receive the reward. I may not be around for the next 2 weeks. Seeing that everyone had made arrangements, Tang Hao nodded slightly. After leaving the others to cultivate in the villa, Tang Hao also went out. Outside the Yongchang Supervisory Bureau, Tang Hao explained his purpose to Qian Gang, and the other party made a phone call. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao, what brings you here? Upon seeing Tang Hao, Xin Yuehan showed a look of surprise and asked in return. Today, Xin Yuehan was wearing a white shirt, black tight shorts, and a purple vest over her top. Her long, firm legs were encased in glossy black stockings, making her very eye-catching. Tang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw Xin Yuehan dressed as a member of the surveillance team. Sister Yuehan, you look so beautiful today. Noticing Tang Hao's burning gaze, Xin Yuehan blushed slightly, feeling inexplicably happy for some reason. Humph, Yuehan, is this the martial arts champion of Guangdong province that you told me about? He looks just like a lecherous rogue. At that moment, a strange, sarcastic voice rang out from the side. Hearing this untimely voice, Tang Hao frowned slightly and turned to look. He saw a short-haired woman with a hot figure, wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, standing to the side, looking at him with disdain. Yanran, you're not allowed to talk about my friend like that. Shen Yuehan's face showed anger as she spoke. Seeing Shen Yuehan's anger, Shangguan Yanran, who had been crossing her arms, shrugged slightly, giving an apologetic look. Yuehan, don't be angry. I misspoke. She apologized verbally, but anyone with eyes could see that she was not convinced at all. Xin Yuehan had no choice but to turn to Tang Hao and say, Tang Hao, this is Shangguan Yanran, my best friend. She is also a student at Yongchang Martial Arts University, but she is a sophomore. Her temper has been spoiled by her boyfriend, and I apologize to you on her behalf. Hearing Xin Yuehan apologize to Tang Hao on her behalf, Shangguan Yanran pouted and hugged her ample chest tightly with her fair hands, creating a proud curve. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao nodded slightly to Shangguan Yanran without saying anything more. Although Shangguan Yanran has a cute and pretty appearance, coupled with a hot figure and wearing a leather jacket and pants, she has a contradictory beauty that combines a lowly and a mature woman. A girl like that, if placed in a university, would indeed become a goddess in the eyes of many boys, or even the object of their secret crush. However, Tang Hao wasn't the kind of shameless sycophant. He wouldn't fawn over Shangguan Yanran for her sarcastic remarks. Humph. Seeing Tang Hao's indifferent attitude, Shangguan Yanran felt inexplicably displeased. She turned her head and said to Shen Yuehan, Yuehan, it's getting late. We should meet up with Lin Li and the others. In her opinion, so what if Tang Hao was the top martial arts examinee in Guangdong province? Once you enter the prestigious Guangzhou Martial Arts University, a place teeming with geniuses, without family connections or special opportunities, you'll quickly fade into obscurity. How could a boy like that be worthy of Xin Yuehan? Upon hearing this, Xin Yuehan turned to Tang Hao and said, Tang Hao, I've accepted a mission to hunt down strange beasts outside 100 Soul Mountain Fortress. If you don't need anything else. Before Xin Yuehan could finish speaking, Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Are you going to hunt strange beasts outside 100 Soul Mountain Fortress? Can you take me with you? He was worried because he had nowhere to test the power of his 3,000 flames. Unexpectedly, this opportunity came. Are you coming along too? Xin Yuehan was taken aback at first, then quickly shook her head and said, No, the forbidden area of strange beasts we're going to isn't the outer perimeter of 100 Soul Mountain where you took your martial arts exam. Shangguan Yanran chimed in, That's right, this time we're going to a place called the Earth Dragon's Nest. The strength of the beasts there is at least at the late stage of the martial artist realm. Even I only agreed to go after Lin Li broke through to the peak of the martial artist realm. Upon hearing Shangguan Yanran's words, Tang Hao also grasped the key words. He looked at Xin Yuehan and asked, "If my cultivation reaches the peak of the martial artist realm, can I go with you?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yuehan wanted to say that even if you were at the peak of the martial arts realm, it wouldn't matter. A high school graduate who hasn't even entered university yet can't compare to a martial arts student in terms of combat experience. Before she could speak, Shangguan Yanran sneered. When did the peak of the martial realm become something you can reach so easily? You're just a little brother who's finished the martial arts college entrance exam. You shouldn't get involved in your older sister's business. What if I reach the peak of the martial artist realm? Tang Hao countered. If you really reach the peak of the martial realm, even if Xin Yuehan doesn't take you, I will take you with me. Shangguan Yanran pouted and said. She wasn't much older than Tang Hao. In fact, her lowly-like appearance made her look even younger than him. But she insisted on calling me sister all the time. Boom! Without uttering a single word, Tang Hao unleashed the spiritual energy within his body. A powerful aura, typical of peak martial artists, suddenly burst forth. The smile on Shangguan Yanran's face froze instantly. Your cultivation level has actually reached the peak of the martial artist realm? Not only her, but even Xin Yuehan was so shocked that her beautiful legs trembled. How could he be so fierce? Just a few days ago, he was only in the early stage of the martial artist realm? He's already broken through to the peak of the martial artist realm? Seeing the two women's shocked expressions, Tang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Now, am I qualified to enter the depths of 100 Soul Mountain Fortress with you? Chapter 56 Shangguan Yanran, the Twin Flowers? 100 Souls Mountain Fortress Square. Shangguan Yanran was chatting with a strong young man. Yanran, what's up with this person? Linli frowned slightly, glanced at Tang Hao behind him, and asked. Yuehan's neighbor, I heard, is the top scorer in the martial arts exam in Guangdong province this year, and he has also been admitted to our Yongchang Martial Arts University. Shangguan Yanran said casually. Linli frowned slightly upon hearing this. The team that was supposed to go to the Earth Dragon's Nest deep within the 100 Souls Mountain Fortress today was he, Shangguan Yanran, Xin Yuehan, and one of his underlings. Now that an outsider has suddenly intervened, how can he possibly achieve his plans? Out of the corner of his eye, Linli secretly glanced at Xin Yuehan's long, beautiful legs clad in black stockings, and at his girlfriend Shangguan Yanran's shapely buttocks and leather pants, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he was dating Shangguan Yanran, she never allowed him to touch her. His plan for this trip to the Earth Dragon's lair was to capture the twin sisters in one fell swoop. As Linli and Shangguan Yanran whispered to each other, Tang Hao also looked at the beautiful woman and the beast couple with a strange expression. Sister Yuehan, are they really a couple? Hearing Tang Hao's words, Xin Yuehan nodded, of course. With such a big difference in physique, won't it be awkward to do the work? Tang Hao murmured softly. Snap. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Xin Yuehan slapped his shoulder in anger, but fearing that Shangguan Yanran would overhear her, she lowered her voice and said. Tang Hao, what are you thinking about? Although Yanran has a sharp tongue, she is a very traditional girl at heart. Before she got married, she wouldn't let anyone touch her. Seeing Xin Yuehan's angry expression, Tang Hao apologized repeatedly, but he didn't take it seriously. Are there still women like this these days? It appears in my dreams. The fact that Linli couldn't win over Shangguan Yanran only proves that he's incompetent. Tang Hao, right? At this moment, Linli suddenly turned around and said to Tang Hao. I have no objection if you want to come with us into 100 Soul Mountain Fortress, but once inside, you must follow my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for being the first to twist your head off and feed it to the monsters. In the end, Linli unleashed an aura far surpassing that of a peak martial artist. Martial sect? Tang Hao raised an eyebrow as he sensed the aura emanating from Linli. No wonder they dared to talk to me like that? Is this an attempt to establish authority by using him? Or is it about showing off your strength in front of women? Linli, how dare you use your power to bully others? Seeing Linli suppress Tang Hao with the spiritual power of a martial grandmaster. Xin Yuehan frowned slightly and immediately activated her cultivation aura to protect Tang Hao. Yuehan, I also want him to remember the importance of this matter deeply. Linli stood on the moral line and said. After all, he's new here. If he doesn't follow orders and causes a beast tide, it could be a catastrophe for us. Before Xin Yuehan could say anything more, Tang Hao spoke first. Okay, I will follow your instructions. Seeing Tang Hao lower his head, Linli assumed that the other party was afraid of his strength, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Shangguan Yanran also shook her head and mocked, "Hee hee, the champion of the Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts Examination? That's all. Tang Hao, are you alright?" Xin Yuehan was worried that Tang Hao would be injured by Lin Li's spiritual power, so she hurriedly asked. "Sister Yuehan, I'm fine." Sensing the concern in Xin Yuehan's words, Tang Hao smiled. After entering the Hundred Souls Mountain Fortress, the group headed towards the Earth Dragon's nest according to the coordinates on their communication watches. Along the way, the group encountered many strange beasts. A soul-devouring beast at the mid-stage of the martial artist realm. A berserk armored rhinoceros in the late stage of the martial artist realm, wielding treacherous vines. Xin Yuehan protected Tang Hao the whole time, and almost every time a strange beast appeared, Xin Yuehan killed it. This left Tang Hao with no chance to make a move, let alone hone his movement techniques. Fortunately, as the group continued to venture deeper into the forbidden area of the strange beasts, things improved. As the beasts grew stronger, Xin Yuehan's battles became increasingly difficult. Tang Hao finally had the chance to use his movement skills to get close to the strange beast, honing his skills while delivering the finishing blow. However, his act of picking off the weak and finishing off the enemy was seen by Lin Li and Shangguan Yanran as a shameless act of stealing kills. "Tang Hao, you are the weakest here right now, so you will walk at the front later." After finishing a round of hunting strange beasts, the group rested on the spot. Lin Li, as the team leader, ordered Tang Hao to clear the way. "Should I go first?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao frowned slightly. Countless strange beasts are hiding in this forbidden area. Those responsible for clearing the way could be ambushed by strange beasts if they weren't careful. Therefore, when a professional team is exploring a new area, the strongest player usually leads the way. Those with weaker strength provide support from behind. "If it wasn't you, then it could be me?" Shangguan Yanran, standing to the side, snorted coldly and said. "You can only bring you here if you agree to follow orders. If you don't want to go ahead, then go back." Tang Hao frowned slightly upon hearing Lin Li and Shangguan Yanran's words. If it's about advancing and retreating together, or if it's like before, with him and Xin Yuehan forming a strong-weak combination, he has no objection. But this despicable couple, knowing full well that his cultivation level was the lowest, still wanted him to clear the way, clearly intending for him to die. Very well, these two have already found a way to die. Lin Li, Tang Hao is only at the peak of the martial artist realm. It's not appropriate to let him clear the way. I'll do it. Seeing this, Xin Yuehan quickly spoke up. Seeing Xin Yuehan speak up for Tang Hao, Lin Li felt even more jealous. He said coldly, "No, this is the forbidden area for exotic beasts. We are a team of professionals who have accepted a mission from the Yangcheng Surveillance Bureau. This ISNT child has played there's no point in us protecting him all the time. Moreover, after these few rounds of battle, both of us have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. We haven't reached the Earth Dragon's lair yet, and we don't know how many high-level Earth Dragons are inside. We must conserve our strength for now." Shangguan Yanran, who was standing to the side, also turned her head and said to Tang Hao with a sarcastic tone, "Tang Hao, are you even capable?" Before Xin Yuehan could say anything more, Tang Hao spoke first. "No need to say anything, I'll clear the way." After saying that, Tang Hao shouldered the True Man greatsword and walked forward. Looking at Tang Hao's retreating figure, Shangguan Yanran wore a disdainful expression. Lin Li was also waiting for Tang Hao to be ambushed by the strange beast and hopefully die. However, in the following hours, the group strangely discovered that the closer they got to the dragon's lair, the fewer the number of strange beasts there were. As he walked further back, Tang Hao was not spared from being ambushed by strange beasts. They didn't even see a shadow of a strange beast. What's going on? There isn't a single strange beast around this Earth Dragon's nest? Lin Li asked in astonishment. Could it be that all the Earth Dragons and strange beasts here have been killed? Shangguan Yanran asked. Xin Yuehan shook her head and said, "Impossible. If that were really the case, there would definitely be many remains of Earth Dragons and strange beasts on the ground." Tang Hao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he suddenly remembered the knowledge he had learned in his textbooks. Different species of mythical beasts each have their own exclusive territory. There are only two situations in which they should leave the territory. One possibility is that an enemy several times stronger than them has appeared in this territory. Another possibility is... Tang Hao hadn't even finished saying the words beast-tide. Rumble. The earth suddenly began to tremble violently. Chapter 57 Beast-tide, helping Yanran cure snake venom. Everyone turned to look in one direction. On the distant hillside, countless earth dragons roared wildly as they charged toward this direction. Its speed was comparable to that of a professional martial artist in the early stages, as it displayed its movement techniques. Wherever they passed, rocks crumbled and forests collapsed. Oh no, it's a beast tide. Almost instantly, Linley and the others turned deathly pale. Split up and escape. As soon as Linley finished speaking, he frantically activated his movement techniques, wishing he had 2 more legs. The beast tide formed by these ordinary earth dragons at the peak of the martial realm is so powerful that even a peak martial sect realm expert would have to avoid its sharp edge. Moreover, what about them? Linley's escape was like knocking over a deck of cards. Linley's underling, Zhang Zhou, also turned and ran away without hesitation. Let's run away too, Xin Yuehan said to Tang Hao, her expression filled with horror. Tang Hao nodded and was about to use his movement technique to leave. Ah! But at that moment, not far from him, Shangguan Yanran's cry of pain suddenly rang out. Tang Hao turned his head and saw that Shangguan Yanran's long, beautiful legs, which were clad in leather pants, had 2 new dentition holes on them. A crimson, serpentine beast attacked her and then fled. On the mountainside, the dark, swarming tide of earth dragons had reached the foot of the mountain and was about to arrive in front of them. But Shangguan Yanran, perhaps poisoned, cried out in pain and collapsed. Oh no, it's the soul-seizing crimson serpent. Its venom can even paralyze a martial grandmaster. Yanran, she. Upon seeing this, Shen Yuehan's face showed a look of surprise. Linley had obviously noticed Shangguan Yanran's situation, but he didn't turn around and continued to run away. Compared to his own life, Shangguan Yanran, his girlfriend whom he hadn't even gotten to eat yet, was nothing at all. That bastard. Seeing Linley turn his head without looking back, Xin Yuehan gritted her teeth and cursed, then turned to go back to save Shangguan Yanran. Tang Hao quickly grabbed her and said, "The beast tide is coming soon. If you don't have agility and martial arts skills, you'll only die with her if you go. Shangguan Yanran is my best friend, I can't just stand by and watch her die." Xin Yuehan gritted her teeth, trying to break free from Tang Hao's hand. "I'll go," Tang Hao said after a second of hesitation. "You go? I know martial arts techniques, so after rescuing that stupid woman, my chances of escaping will be higher." As Tang Hao spoke, he took a weapon from his storage bag and tossed it to Xin Yuehan. "Of course, if possible, it would be best if you could make some noise when we split up and attract some of the beast tide to go there." After saying that, Tang Hao used the 3000 flames technique to rush towards Shangguan Yanran's location. Xin Yuehan took the weapon that Tang Hao threw to her, intending to say that she used an academy-grade weapon and didn't need this. But after receiving the weapon, Xin Yuehan was immediately stunned. Starfall famous sword-level weapon. Stardust fragments forge a frosty blade, piercing the long night and penetrating the vast sky. A poem on casting. Equipment attribute: 1. Light attribute attack effect. 2. There is a chance to trigger an electric shock effect, increasing damage dealt to enemies by 50%. 3. There is a 30% chance that it will summon small stars to fall, with power comparable to a full force attack from a swordsman of the same level. Upon seeing this renowned sword-like spear, a strange expression appeared on Xin Yuehan's face. She never expected that Tang Hao would suddenly give her a legendary sword-level weapon. Such expensive, top-tier weapons would cost at least tens of millions on the market, and even then, they are often unavailable. Xin Yuehan was also aware of Tang Hao's family background. They could only be considered an ordinary working-class family. To get this weapon, he probably spent his top scorer's prize money and the special admission bonus from Guangzhou Martial Arts University, right? Is he planning to use this spear as a dowry to marry me? Xin Yuehan was unaware that this renowned sword-level weapon was forged by Tang Hao. Instead, she had simply imagined a whole drama unfolding in her mind. Thinking about it, her face turned even redder, and she shouted at Tang Hao's retreating figure. "Tang Hao, I'll wait for you to come back alive. When the time comes, I'll agree to whatever you want to do to me." Tang Hao had just used his movement technique to arrive at Shangguan Yanran's side when he heard Xin Yuehan's bold confession, and he stumbled. Before he could respond, Xin Yuehan had already released the seal on Xingen Luo's equipment. Rumble. Holding her spear, she unleashed a sharp, golden spear flash towards the horde of earth dragons not far away. As the spear's edge struck, lightning flashed, and several earth dragons were blasted into serious injury. The smell of blood only fueled the fury of the beast horde. A portion of the earth dragon beast horde charged towards Xin Yuehan. "Come on, all of you, chase me." This played right into Xin Yuehan's hands, allowing her to lure away a portion of the beast tide. She gave Tang Hao a deep look, then led that part of the Earth Dragon Beast Tide away in another direction. Ding! Teammate Shin Yuehan has successfully equipped the legendary weapon, Starfall. Congratulations, host, for completing the partner equipment bond 4-4, and you have received a 20x refinement value bonus. Ding! Teammate Shin Yuehan has successfully killed a peak martial artist level Earth Dragon, gaining 10/20 refinement points. Ding! Teammate Shin Yuehan has gained 10/20 refinement points. The system notifications kept ringing in his ears, but Tang Hao had no time to pay attention to them. His situation is not optimistic either. Most of the Earth Dragon Beast Horde's advance was headed in their direction. Tang Hao quickly looked down to check Shangguan Yanran's injuries. 2 snake tooth-like holes appeared on her long legs, which were clad in tight leather pants, and black blood was already seeping from the wounds. Looking at Shangguan Yanran again, she was also somewhat delirious at this moment, her cheeks flushed, and she was spitting out fragrant lotus blossoms. Lin Li, did you come back to save me? Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of joy appeared on her youthful face. Hearing Shangguan Yanran's words, Tang Hao was furious and muttered curses under his breath. Lin Li? Your boyfriend ran away the moment the beast tide came. He doesn't care whether you live or die. Only an idiot like me would risk my life to save you. Although Tang Hao was grumbling, he still reached out and carried Shangguan Yanran on his back. The next second, Tang Hao felt 2 firm, full touches pressing down on his back. He raised an eyebrow. This woman looked youthful, but he hadn't expected her to have such a voluptuous figure. After I have a baby, I won't lack breast milk. Ugh, Linley, I'm so hot, the snake venom seems to be acting up. Take me away. Shangguan Yanran pressed her face against Tang Hao's ear, her breath as sweet as orchids. Seeing this stupid woman still talking about her boyfriend at this moment, Tang Hao felt like a simp. When there's trouble, she'll fawn over him. When there's no trouble, she'll be with her boyfriend. He viciously pinched Shangguan Yanran's full, fragrant buttocks beneath her leather pants, pulling them up slightly, and said, Okay, I'll take you away now. By the way, let me find you a place to get an antidote for the snake venom. As for how to cure this snake venom, you don't ask. Chapter 58 Linley, don't do this. Tang Hao? Are you calling me? At this moment, the tide of Earth Dragons has already arrived. Seeing this, Tang Hao quickly used the 3000 Flames technique to escape. The dozen or so Earth Dragons at the forefront, all at the peak of the martial realm, immediately gathered Earth Yellow spiritual power above their heads upon seeing Tang Hao, this human. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next second, countless Earth spikes formed from spiritual energy tore through the air, carrying a sharp gust of wind, and swept towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression changed slightly upon sensing the fierce aura of the countless Earth spikes. The power of these Earth spikes is such that even a martial grandmaster wouldn't dare to take them head-on. He was about to unleash the 3000 flames to transform his body into elements. But when he thought of Shangguan Yanran on his back, he frowned and gave up on elemental transformation. Tang Hao pulled Shangguan Yanran in front of him, cursing as he did so. You stupid woman, you owe me your life now. You'll just have to wait and be my slave, then you'll have to pay me back. At this moment, Shangguan Yanran was already in a semi-comatose state and could not hear what he was saying at all. Bang! Bang! At this moment, countless spiritual energy Earth spikes swept over, and Tang Hao was constantly dodging them despite using the 3000 Flames technique. However, some of the spiritual energy Earth spikes still hit his back. At this moment, the True Man set also activated its defensive shield, blocking 70% of the damage. But the remaining 30% of the damage still stung Tang Hao's back, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Tang Hao also used the attack of these spiritual Earth spikes to increase his movement speed and quickly evade the beast tide. Inside an abandoned cave of strange beasts. After Tang Hao placed Shangguan Yanran on a flat stone bed, he took out a stove and compressed fuel and lit it to keep warm. Before he could even check the wound on his back, he heard Shangguan Yanran's painful voice. Ugh! I feel so bad, Linley, help me. Upon hearing this sound, Tang Hao turned his head and saw Shangguan Yanran's delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Glistening beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she gently bit her red lips. That stupid woman, even at a time like this, she's still thinking about her unreliable boyfriend. Tang Hao cursed, but still went over to check her injuries. Then I saw that the wound under Shangguan Yanran's leather pants had turned black, and the snake venom was starting to rise. We must bleed them out immediately to suck out the snake venom. Seeing this, Tang Hao began to make plans in his mind. Immediately, she took out a small knife and first cut open the leather pants covering Shangguan Yanran's wound on her small foot. Then she took off her shoes, revealing a small, delicate, pink foot. Those delicate, pink feet were perfectly formed, like a work of art. Tang Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. But soon he realized that now was not the time to admire her jade feet. He picked up a knife, cut open the wound on Shangguan Yanran's small foot, and squeezed out the poisonous blood with his hand. Shangguan Yanran winced in pain, and her long, beautiful legs and leather pants twitched slightly. Tang Hao grabbed her fair ankle and yelled, "Don't move!" As he spoke, his hand unconsciously touched Shangguan Yanran's jade-like foot. "Lin Li, don't do this." Shangguan Yanran was still afflicted by the snake venom and was in a daze. She only felt someone stroking her jade feet and softly humming a verse. Upon hearing Shangguan Yanran call Lin Li's name, Tang Hao immediately frowned. While she was saving someone, she was calling out another man's name? Immediately, he used even more force when squeezing the poisonous blood from Shangguan Yanran's wound. Shangguan Yanran trembled in pain, but her body became increasingly weak. After squeezing out most of the venomous blood, some snake venom remained in the wound. Tang Hao hesitated for a moment, then said to Shangguan Yanran, "It's not that I want to take advantage of you, it's just that you need to have the snake venom sucked out." After saying that, he lowered his head and began sucking the snake venom from the wound on Shangguan Yanran's calf. As the snake venom was cleared from her body, Shangguan Yanran regained some of her senses, but she could only open her beautiful eyes to a slit. She could only vaguely see someone sucking the snake venom from her calf, but she couldn't see the person's face. Shangguan Yanran thought that Lin Li was helping her suck out the snake venom, and she was very touched. Although the person in front of her was her boyfriend, it was the first time that a man had touched her leg. Being traditional at heart, she felt incredibly shy. "Lin Li, I don't know if it's the venom of the soul-stealing crimson serpent that has some kind of property of arousing desire." With each time her boyfriend sucked the snake venom from her wound, her heart grew more aroused. Shangguan Yanran could feel her body burning up. It was as if some of the venom from the soul-devouring red serpent had still entered his body. This portion of the snake venom cannot be eliminated by simply sucking it out. In the final moment before her desire consumed her, Shangguan Yanran used her last strength to reach out her fair hand and embrace Lin Li before her. Then, he took the initiative to kiss her. Tang Hao, who was sucking the snake venom, never expected that this stupid woman would suddenly pounce on him. She then hugged him tightly and kissed him. Tang Hao immediately felt a surge of heat rising within him. At this moment, Shangguan Yanran's consciousness completely collapsed, and her last words were, "Lin Li, help me." Tang Hao was furious when he heard Shangguan Yanran call out Lin Li's name again. That stupid woman, doesn't she even open her eyes and see who's saving her? "Okay, so you treat me like your boyfriend? Fine, then I'll help you out. The philosophy is to not miss out on good women and not let go of bad women." Tang Hao went up. Tear. The sound of leather jackets and pants being torn echoed through the cave. Inside the cave, the campfire flickered and swayed, sometimes fiercely, sometimes gently. When the fuel explodes, sparks are constantly being ejected. Occasionally, the campfire would blaze so fiercely that it nearly caused an accident, only to be forcibly suppressed. In short, like dry tinder igniting a raging fire, it was unstoppable. After the Koan hour. Inside the cave, the campfire was restored to its usual state. On the stone bed, the snake venom in Shangguan Yanran's body had been completely neutralized, and she had regained consciousness. However, looking at the crimson stain on the stone bed and Tang Hao lying beside her, shirtless, her expression was complicated. How could it be him? In fact, when the two were halfway through their encounter, she had already regained her senses and instantly understood the whole story. Upon seeing the beast tide arrive, Lin Li abandoned her immediately. Tang Hao, whom she looked down upon, rushed into the beast horde and rescued her from snake venom. As a result, it was even injured by the earth dragon's attack. After arriving at the cave, he even sucked out the snake venom for her. In the end, due to lingering poison in her body, she took the initiative to be with Tang Hao. Filled with shame and indignation, Shangguan Yanran's first thought was to take advantage of Tang Hao's distraction to kill him and save her reputation. But her hands were still supporting Tang Hao's back. She could even touch the scars on Tang Hao's back, where he had been hit by the earth dragon's spikes while protecting her. The man before her kept switching between his two identities, her savior and the lecherous man who had taken her body. For a moment, Shangguan Yanran was unsure whether she should kill him. How could such an absurd thing happen between him and me? Chapter 59. We are in the Beast Wetlands. Coupled with the pleasure of tasting forbidden fruit for the first time, Shangguan Yanran quickly lost her composure and succumbed to temptation once again. Until half an hour later, after Tang Hao finished, she could only pretend that the poison in her body had not been cleared and continue to sleep. She's still a virgin. Looking at the crimson stain on the stone bed, Tang Hao's face showed a complex expression. If Shangguan Yanran is no longer that kind of person, then what just happened is simply what it is. At most, he would be called a traitor Chow Chow a few times. Afterwards, in order to continue being with Lin Li, Shangguan Yanran will most likely conceal what happened today. Now look, I've taken her virginity, and this has caused a huge problem. How about we put on our pants and leave before she wakes up? Thinking about this, Tang Hao also felt that this was a good idea. He secretly got up, put on his clothes and pants, and prepared to sneak out. Are you just going to leave like this? Just as Tang Hao turned around, Shangguan Yanran's somewhat resentful voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw Shangguan Yanran's bright eyes staring straight at him, her red lips slightly biting. You're awake? Seeing this, Tang Hao smiled sheepishly and said, well, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. I'm just helping you detoxify from the snake venom. To cure snake venom, you need to do it on the bed? Shangguan Yanran said, her tone both embarrassed and angry. Well, we need to make this clear. It was your own initiative. Tang Hao said in a very serious tone. I offered, and you're going to take it? Shangguan Yanran said, feeling both ashamed and indignant. Tang Hao was speechless. You really can't reason with women. And at this point, he was indeed the one who benefited. Tang Hao simply lay down as well. He spread his hands and said, so, tell me, what do you want to do about this? Seeing Tang Hao's nonchalant attitude, Shangguan Yanran's eyes immediately reddened, and tears streamed down her face. When you touched me just now, you kept calling me baby. Now that you've gotten what you wanted, you want to wipe your mouth clean and deny everything, right? Tang Hao was at a loss when he saw Shangguan Yanran crying. Don't cry, let's talk this out. I'll do whatever you want. After all, he was Shangguan Yanran's first man. It has different meanings for both sides. I want you to take responsibility for me. Shangguan Yanran said without hesitation. Tang Hao was taken aback, but you already have a boyfriend, don't you? Don't mention Lin Li to me, that bastard. He said he'd protect me after we entered the Beast Forbidden Ruins, but he ran away the moment we encountered a beast tide. Shangguan Yanran gritted her teeth and said. At this point, she looked at Tang Hao with her beautiful eyes again. What, you're not willing to take responsibility either? Yes, of course I'm willing, Tang Hao nodded quickly. Really? Master Tong is right, girls with boyfriends are the easiest to pursue, because you only have one competitor. After Tang Hao agreed to take responsibility for her, Shangguan Yanran blushed slightly. Turn your head to the side, I need to change my clothes. A woman is always most impressed by her first man. Although she disliked Tang Hao before, she changed her mind after rescuing him from the beast tide and later curing the snake venom. Shangguan Yanran had already been persuaded by Tang Hao's actions. She couldn't help feeling shy in front of Tang Hao, so she took out a Sailor JK uniform and put it on, then put on white stockings that went past her knees over her long, beautiful legs. Seeing Shangguan Yanran change into a JK Sailor uniform and white stockings, Tang Hao swallowed hard and chuckled. Shangguan Yanran, now that we're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, does that mean we can do certain things freely? What do you want to do? Shangguan Yanran blushed upon hearing Tang Hao's words. Of course. Tang Hao chuckled and crawled back into the stone bed. No, it still hurts down there. It's alright, I have a healing talent, I can heal you. That feels so good. Wait, you have a healing talent, why didn't you use it to cure my snake venom earlier? Would you believe me if I said I forgot? Tang Hao, you bad guy. On the other side. After escaping the reach of the beast tide, Lin Li leaned against a boulder, panting heavily. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and he looked quite disheveled. We finally escaped. That horde of earth dragons was absolutely terrifying. Lin Li said, sounding somewhat relieved. Boss, I think I just saw Shangguan Yanran being ambushed by a snake-like beast and collapsing in the horde. Is she alright? The younger brother, Zhang Jiao, asked. Upon hearing his younger brother's reminder, Lin Li realized that he had abandoned Shangguan Yanran in order to save his own life. I don't think so. When we were running away, I think I saw Tang Hao go to save her. Lin Li said hesitantly. Thinking of this, he took out his communication watch and made a video call to Shangguan Yanran. The call was connected quickly, but Shangguan Yanran switched from video to voice communication. Lin Li, is something wrong? On the other end of the voice call, Shangguan Yanran's voice was somewhat low, her breathing light and labored, as if she was biting her lip with all her might. Yanran, did you escape from the beast tide? Lin Li didn't think much of Shangguan Yanran's refusal to video call in favor of voice communication, and instead pretended to be concerned. I've escaped, Tang Hao saved me. Slap, slap. From the other end came the sound of Shangguan Yanran trying to suppress her breathing. The two sudden, soft sounds at the end made Lin Li frown slightly. Yanran, what's that sound over there? No, it's nothing. We escaped to a wetland. It was the sound of our feet hitting the water. Shangguan Yanran, on the other end of the voice call, sounded flustered and quickly explained. Really? It's good that you managed to escape. This wetland in the forbidden area of strange beasts may harbor powerful beasts, so you need to take protective measures. After hearing Shangguan Yanran's explanation, Lin Li said considerately. Slap, okay, if there's nothing else, Shangguan Yanran's voice began to change, as if she was about to lose control. Yanran, I saw the beast tide heading in your direction, so I deliberately walked in another direction to distract it. It was definitely not to abandon you. Seeing that Shangguan Yanran was about to hang up, Lin Li quickly said something. I understand, it's nothing, I'm hanging up. Shangguan Yanran on the other end of the voice call was about to hang up. Lin Li quickly said, Yanran, I love you. I love it too. Just as Shangguan Yanran was about to reply, she suddenly cried out in pain, and then the call ended. Lin Li assumed that Shangguan Yanran had encountered a strange beast in the wetlands and didn't think much of it. Inside the cave, Tang Hao grabbed Shangguan Yanran's hair, smiled wickedly, and said, Who did you just say you loved? I love you, you are the one I love most, I'm going to die. Shangguan Yanran's face flushed red as she repeatedly begged for mercy. This man is so vengeful. All she did was make a phone call to her ex-boyfriend right in front of him. Chapter 60 Mission, You're Following Me? After coming out of the cave, a blush still lingered on Shangguan Yanran's face. Her former girlish demeanor has been replaced by a seductive air. Although she still has a youthful face, she looks more charming in a Sailor JK uniform and knee-length black stockings. As for the white stockings that went past her knees, they were ruined by Tang Hao's supreme bones. Tang Hao, shouldn't I join up with the others? Shangguan Yanran blushed and said to Tang Hao. What? Are you afraid I'll eat you if we're alone together? Tang Hao said with a smile. Didn't you already eat? Shangguan Yanran asked back. She is a very traditional girl. No matter how much she disliked Tang Hao before, now that she has had a relationship with him, she is determined to be with him. When she returned and met Lin Li, she broke up with him. Upon hearing Shangguan Yanran's bold and provocative words, Tang Hao coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. Yanran, what is your specific mission when you go to the Earth Dragon's nest? He initially came in with Xin Yuehan and the others for two reasons. First, to deliver weapons, and second, to hone his movement skills. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the Earth Dragon's nest, they encountered a horde of Earth Dragon beasts. His intuition told him that this matter was not simple. Xin Yuehan and Lin Li are both interns in the 3rd inspection team of the Yangcheng Supervisory Bureau. They need to complete the tasks assigned by the Bureau and earn enough points to become full-fledged employees. I'm doing this mission with them to earn points in the academy and exchange them for a basic weapon. Our mission this time is to investigate the recent frequent outbreaks of Earth Dragon hordes in this Earth Dragon's lair, which the Bureau has discovered. We need to go in and investigate the cause of these Earth Dragon hordes. Shangguan Yanran explained. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao didn't think much of it. In that case, let's go straight into the depths of the Earth Dragon's nest and investigate the cause. Just the two of us? Shangguan Yanran was taken aback. Both of them were only at the peak of the martial artist realm. Even the weakest Earth Dragon in this Earth Dragon's lair has the cultivation level of a late-stage martial artist. For the two of them to venture deep into the Earth Dragon's lair like that, wouldn't that be suicide? Have you forgotten my movement techniques and martial arts skills? Tang Hao smiled confidently. Even a beast tide couldn't stop us, so what are you afraid of? But Shangguan Yanran wanted to say something more. Roar! Roar! At this moment, several roars of strange beasts rang out. Immediately afterwards, several spider-like creatures, each the size of a small car, dangled from under several large trees. A rare beast at the peak of the martial artist realm, a colorful poisonous spider. Upon seeing these strange beasts, Shangwan Yanran's face paled slightly, and she said to Tang Hao, "Tang Hao, watch out. The poisonous threads they spew are highly toxic and can instantly melt the flesh and blood of a peak martial artist." Put. Put. As soon as Shangwan Yanran finished speaking, the several colorful poisonous spiders then spat out venomous silk, sweeping towards Tang Hao and Shangwan Yanran. As several poisonous threads approached, Tang Hao remained calm and casually made a move. 3 true man's greatswords appeared before me, and the innate skill equipment enchantment was activated. The first sword was shrouded in poisonous mist. The second sword, molten lava. The third sword flashes with light and electricity. Go! Tang Hao gave a soft shout. The 3 flying swords immediately collided with the swirling poisonous threads. The two collided. Those highly poisonous threads were either corroded by the poisonous fog, burned by the molten lava, or annihilated by light and electricity. Even after the poisonous silk was destroyed, the 3 flying swords remained undeterred. They flew to the front of those several peak-level martial arts realm, colorful poisonous spiders. In no time at all, they had cut off all their legs and chopped off their heads. This series of attacks was completed in just a few breaths. In Shangwan Yanran's eyes, Tang Hao summoned 3 flying swords and easily killed several peak martial arts level beasts. Gurgle. She swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Tang Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao turned around and looked at her. "Yanran, I forgot to tell you. Besides my good agility, my strength is also considerable." Upon hearing Tang Hao's confident and generous words, Shangwan Yanran's heart began to pound. Women all admire strength. If she had previously accepted Tang Hao out of physical attraction, or simply slept with him, now, she truly feels psychological affection for Tang Hao. After dealing with these several colorful poisonous spiders and collecting their materials, the two continued their journey deeper into the Earth Dragon's lair. On the way, Tang Hao suddenly thought of something. He took out a small, exquisite longsword from his storage bag and tossed it to Shangwan Yanran. "Don't use your cadet-level weapon, use mine." After Shangwan Yanran took the weapon, a look of surprise appeared on her face. "This is a basic weapon? How did you get it? Didn't Sister Yuehan tell you that I'm a weapon refiner?" Tang Hao asked back. "But didn't you say you're just a D-rank blacksmith? The job has been optimized." Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Shangwan Yanran suddenly realized. At the same time, she felt a strange sweetness in her heart. Although it's just a basic weapon, it still sells for several million on the market. She saved up her college points for a year, but still couldn't redeem them. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao gave him one right away. Even though he is a weapon refiner, it's not easy to refine a basic weapon. I am in his heart. If Tang Hao knew that Shangwan Yanran was making things up in her head, he would definitely say, "Plain grade weapon? Isn't that just a matter of having enough refining points? Yanran, you just got this basic weapon, do you want to familiarize yourself with it?" Tang Hao said to Shangwan Yanran. "We need to familiarize ourselves with it properly," Shangwan Yanran said with a smile as she examined the blank grade longsword in her hand. "Then you'll be in charge of dealing with the next few strange beasts?" Tang Hao said. Although Shangwan Yanran was wearing a basic weapon that he had crafted. However, he can still obtain the basic refining value from hunting exotic beasts. "Okay," Shangwan Yanran said without hesitation. The road ahead. Shangwan Yanran led the way, while Tang Hao followed behind, providing cover with his flying sword. Although the two encountered many strange beasts at the peak of the martial arts realm, they easily overcame them all. Tang Hao even placed a tea set on the blade of a real man's greatsword. He seemed to be the type who did everything when there was work to be done, and the secretary did everything else when there wasn't. After several fierce battles, Shangwan Yanran's spiritual energy began to show signs of improvement. "Tang Hao, I think I'm about to break through?" Shangwan Yanran felt the unusual movement in her dantian and exclaimed with delight. Unexpectedly, after obtaining a basic weapon, her strength increased and her cultivation level was about to break through so quickly. "This is a good thing. Let us find a safe place, and I will protect you," Tang Hao said. Shangwan Yanran was about to nod. An excited voice came from not far away. "Great, Yanran, I've finally found you. The two then saw Linli and Zhang Jiao emerge from behind a grove of trees. Linli, how did you know we were here? Upon seeing Linli, Shangguan Yanran was taken aback. Then her eyebrows immediately furrowed. You installed tracking settings on my smartwatch? Chapter 61 Defeating Linli. You were following me? In an instant, Shangguan Yanran reacted and said coldly to Linli. I'm also worried that you'll be in danger after entering the forbidden area of alien beasts. Linli said without changing his expression. That's why I wouldn't have been able to find you so quickly if I hadn't installed this. Shangguan Yanran, however, only felt that she was not trusted. She disliked Linli, a person who lacked boundaries. Linli, you don't need to explain anymore, let's break up. Shangguan Yanran immediately broke up with Linli. Her attitude was very resolute. Linli was taken aback upon hearing this. Yanran, I was just worried about your safety. Is that why you want to break up with me? If you were really worried about my safety, you wouldn't have abandoned me before that earth dragon beast died. Shangguan Yanran snorted coldly and said to Linli. Yanran, Linli wanted to explain. Zhang Jiao, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up to Linli. Boss Lin, she has already broken through the primordialine. Linli was stunned when he heard Zhang Jiao's words. He knew that his younger brother possessed a secret technique that allowed him to discern whether a girl had broken her virginity. Before getting together with Shangguan Yanran, Linli had already slept with several virgins using his underling Zhang Jiao's methods. However, those women were far less attractive than Shangguan Yanran. If those girls were ordinary commodities, then Shangguan Yanran was a premium commodity. This is why, even though Shangguan Yanran didn't give it to him for a long time, he could only endure it and keep looking for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, it had only been a few hours since we last met. The things I couldn't bear to open ended up being eaten. During these past few hours, the only person who stayed by Shangguan Yanran's side was Tang Hao. Thinking of this, Linli's expression turned ferocious, and he glared angrily at Tang Hao. It was you who slept with my woman? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was about to speak. Shangguan Yanran, who was standing to the side, blocked his way and said to Linli. Linli, from the moment you abandoned me in the beast tide, I was no longer your girlfriend. It's my freedom to be with whomever I want, and you have no right to interfere. Seeing Shangguan Yanran, who was his girlfriend just a few hours ago but is now protecting Tang Hao, Linli felt a mix of emotions. He grew increasingly jealous of Tang Hao. Boom! A powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. Zhang Jiao, keep watch for me. A basic great broadsword appeared in Linli's hand. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, rapidly condensing into a crimson blade of light on his sword. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly upon hearing Linli's words, gripping his sickle. It's called a vigilance post, but in reality, it's to prevent anyone from escaping from here. Every time the two of them did something bad, they cooperated in this way. Linli, what do you want to do? Seeing Linli's actions, Shangguan Yanran felt a sense of foreboding and said. What are we going to do? Of course, we'll cripple his hands and feet first, and then fuck you to death in front of him, you filthy bitch. Linli's face was contorted with rage as he sneered at Shangguan Yanran. If he couldn't finish the first soup, he would drink the leftovers. This despicable woman would rather give herself to Tang Hao than to herself. Then I'll show her that in the face of absolute power, she's nothing but a plaything. Tang Hao, run! He's a martial grandmaster. Upon hearing Linli's words, Shangguan Yanran's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly addressed Tang Hao. Trying to escape now? Too late. Linli grinned menacingly. He swung his broadsword. A blood-red blade of light hurtled towards Tang Hao. His eyes were ferocious, and he had even begun to anticipate the scene of Tang Hao's limbs being cut off by him. Faced with Linli's fierce attack, Tang Hao made no attempt to dodge. Yanran, I've said it before, my abilities are actually not bad at all. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, he waved his hand, and two real man-sized flying swords, each as big as a door panel, slashed towards Linli's blood-red blade of light, carrying the power of both lightning and molten lava. Two flying swords, one a bolt of lightning and the other molten lava, struck the blood-red blade of light the instant they landed. The crimson blade light shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, the two flying swords, undiminished in momentum, continued to hurtle towards Linli. Court death. Upon seeing this, Linli cried out in shock and anger, and began to wildly swing his broadsword. One after another, crimson blade beams roared out once more. They were about to use overwhelming force to shatter Tang Hao's two flying swords. The advantage of flying swords is not in head-on collisions, but in speed. Upon seeing the several powerful crimson blade beams, the two flying swords immediately dispersed to the left and right. Then they attacked Lin Li from different directions. Tang Hao, you've got the guts to fight me for real. Lin Li felt as if he was fighting two enemies at the same time, and the opponents were extremely fast. In order to defend against the opponent's attack, he consumed a large amount of spiritual power. Okay, I'll grant your wish. Upon hearing Lin Li's words, Tang Hao chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the two flying swords indeed stopped their sneak attack tactic. Before Lin Li could even feel relieved, 3 more real man's greatswords appeared in front of him. 5 flying swords hovered around Lin Li, their blades as thick as doors, pointing directly at him. Honorable warrior, there are now 5 swords before you. You chose this flying sword that emits poisonous mist and kills instantly upon drawing blood? Is it still that fire-breathing flying sword? Or perhaps we could choose these 2 flying swords that have a molten lava burning effect and a chance to summon meteors? If you don't like the first 4 flying swords, you can still choose this last one with lightning effects? Tang Hao pointed to the 5 flying swords while explaining their effects after being enchanted by the talent skill equipment. Gurgle. Feeling the astonishing power emanating from those 5 flying swords, Lin Li swallowed hard. This moment. He then realized that he had stepped on a steel plate. He was at the early stage of the martial grandmaster realm. However, with the advantage of these 5 flying swords with equipment attributes, Tang Hao was already able to easily challenge him at a higher level. I choose. Lin Li's voice trembled as he began selecting a flying sword. Tang Hao changed the subject, saying, You really got elected? I forgot to tell you, I don't eat beef. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 flying swords, each bearing various equipment attributes, swept towards Lin Li. Lin Li's expression changed drastically, and he quickly gathered his spiritual power to defend himself. However, with only a basic level broadsword, he was quickly blasted and injured by Tang Hao's 5 flying swords. Poisoning, burning, electric shock paralysis and other negative effects all manifested in him. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Li was defeated. Seeing this, Shangguan Yanran stared wide-eyed, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. He actually defeated Lin Li, a martial grandmaster? Chapter 62 The Hidden Eclipse Cultists. Women all admire strength. Tang Hao's displayed strength had completely won over Shangguan Yanran. Being the woman of such a powerful man, she felt she had it all. You lost. Tang Hao looked directly at Lin Li and spoke calmly. His calm tone, however, was full of humiliation when it reached Lin Li's ears. A surge of resentment and anger welled up in Lin Li's heart. I am a powerful expert in the early stage of martial grandmaster realm, how could I lose to a freshman like him? At that moment, Zhang Jiao appeared beside him. Boss, you've lost. Upon hearing Zhang Jiao's words, Lin Li suddenly thought of something and said to him. Zhang Jiao, you mentioned before that there's a secret technique that could grant me immense power for a short time, but it comes at a great cost, right? That's right, boss, you need it now? Zhang Jiao nodded slightly and asked in return. That's right, use it now. I want revenge. I want to crush him under my feet. Lin Li said with a ferocious expression. Upon hearing Lin Li and Zhang Jiao's words, Tang Hao and Shangguan Yanran both frowned. A secret method that can rapidly increase one's strength in a short period of time? Good. Hearing Lin Li's words, Zhang Jiao didn't say a word. He held a sickle and plunged it into Lin Li's heart from behind, the blade emerging from his chest. This sudden scene startled everyone present. Forehead. Feeling a sharp pain in his heart, Lin Li's eyes widened, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Zhang Jiao in disbelief, saying, Why? Boss, my secret technique requires you to die to enhance my strength. Don't worry, I will fulfill your dying wish that Tang Hao should die. As he finished speaking, the scythe in Zhang Jiao's hand flashed red. Lin Li's blood and spiritual energy were absorbed into the scythe at an astonishing speed and then fed back to Zhang Jiao. With the help of Lin Li's spiritual power and blood energy at the early stage of the martial grandmaster realm, Zhang Jiao's aura also rose rapidly. On the contrary, Lin Li's body rapidly withered, and in the end, he was sucked dry. Zhang Jiao was already at the peak of the martial artist realm. After absorbing Lin Li's cultivation, he also broke through to the early stage of the martial grandmaster realm. Feeling the immense spiritual power surging through his body, Zhang Jiao revealed a ferocious smile. I've finally broken through to the martial grandmaster realm. Ha ha ha. Let's see who dares to say that someone with low cultivation talent can't reach the martial grandmaster realm. Seeing the scythe in Zhang Jiu's hand and the strange method of absorbing cultivation, Tang Hao frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. You are a follower of the eclipse god? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Jiu's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded, saying, as expected of the top martial arts examinee in Guangdong province, you discovered my identity so quickly. I've witnessed your skills during the martial arts exam. It's just that their cultivation level isn't as high as yours. Tang Hao said. Zhang Jiu's lips curled up as he said, those few good-for-nothings only completed half of their mission to hunt down human geniuses, forcing us, who are lurking in universities, to speed up the process of hunting down geniuses and offering them as sacrifices to the main god. At this point, he looked at Tang Hao and said, however, I still want to thank you today. If you hadn't angered Lin Li, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Next, I'll make sure you die a more comfortable death. As he spoke, Zhang Jiu pulled the scythe from Lin Li's mummified corpse, and with his other hand, he conjured the eclipse chain and linked it to the scythe's handle. Hearing Zhang Jiu's words, Tang Hao's expression remained calm as he said, who will die at whose hands is still uncertain. You are merely a peak martial artist, while I am a martial grandmaster. Although there is only one level difference between us, the gap between a martial artist and a martial grandmaster cannot be bridged by a few flying swords of yours. Zhang Jiu sneered. Really? Lin Li said the same thing just now, Tang Hao said. Swish. Swish. Seeing that Tang Hao was being stubborn, Zhang Jiu didn't waste any words and launched an attack directly. He gripped the eclipse chains and swung the scythe in his hand at Tang Hao. That sharp scythe seemed capable of devouring all energy. All of you, charge. Tang Hao knew that these eclipse cult members could devour spiritual energy, so he didn't waste any words and held back. After he summoned the 10 flying swords, they formed a 10-sword formation and hurtled towards Zhang Jiu. This time, he neither enchanted his equipment nor used spiritual power. Relying solely on their superior equipment, they smashed Zhang Jiu like a brick against a walnut. In an instant, Zhang Jiu's scythe was smashed to pieces by 10 white greatswords. He himself was also killed by 10 flying swords in turn. Zhang Jiu, you have nowhere to escape from my 10 flying swords. Tang Hao said to Zhang Jiu. Tang Hao, Lin Li was defeated by you because he didn't know how to take advantage of being a martial grandmaster. Zhang Jiu snorted coldly and said. The biggest difference between you and me is that martial grandmaster level experts have the means to fly. After saying that, spiritual energy rapidly condensed behind Zhang Jiu, eventually transforming into a pair of spiritual wings. With a flick of his spiritual wings, he soared into the air. Zhang Jiu smirked as he looked down at Tang Hao and said, Tang Hao, although your flying sword techniques are strange, as long as I'm in the sky, I can still attack you on the ground. You'll just be a sitting duck. Once you die, your flying sword technique will be nothing more than a castle in the air, collapsing in an instant. Seeing Zhang Jiu flying in midair, Shangguan Yanran gritted her teeth, gripped the white-grade longsword that Tang Hao had given her, and stood in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao, run! I'll stop him. As long as you can reunite with Xin Yuehan and avenge me, I will have no regrets even if I die. Upon hearing Shangguan Yanran's words, Tang Hao's face showed a strange expression. He never imagined that he and Shangguan Yanran had only had a fleeting affair. This woman was actually willing to die for him. Escape? Neither of you will escape today. Zhang Jiu grinned menacingly, and as he spoke, countless eclipse chains swept out from his body. So noisy. Tang Hao frowned upon seeing this. It's just a means of flight, isn't it? It's not like anyone can't do it. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, flames lit up beneath Tang Hao's feet, and he transformed into a streak of fire, hurtling towards Zhang Jiu in the sky above. Whenever his strength was about to wane, a flying sword would appear beneath his feet, serving as a stepping stone. 3,000 flames stir. In an instant, Tang Hao arrived in front of Zhang Jiu, his right fist clenched, with rolling flames surging and radiating in astonishing pressure. Oh no, the eclipse chains! Upon seeing Tang Hao, who had appeared before him in an instant, Zhang Jiu panicked and was about to activate his martial arts technique to defend himself. But Tang Hao didn't give him a chance at all. Fire blast! Tang Hao's fiery fist slammed down, striking Zhang Jiu in the chest. A torrent of scorching flames blasted into Zhang Jiu's chest and out through his back. The raging, scorching flames rapidly devoured Zhang Jiu's life force. His aura as a powerful expert in the early stage of the martial grandmaster realm quickly dissipated. How could this be? This series of reversals happened way too fast. Zhang Jiu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, and the spiritual wings on his back vanished in surprise. The cultivation gained by absorbing the power of others is ultimately not one's own. Seeing Zhang Jiu's astonished expression, Tang Hao calmly said, "Get down." That's all. He suddenly clenched his fist. Zhang Jiu's spiritual wings shattered instantly, and he plummeted to the ground amidst flames. This Eclipse cult member, who had just broken through to the martial Grandmaster realm in less than 10 minutes, was defeated. Chapter 63 Killing Cultists, Lottery Board Refreshed, Supreme Bone? Upon seeing this scene, Shangwan Yanran's face showed a look of shock and horror. He actually defeated a martial Grandmaster, and with the cultivation of a peak martial artist. It's no wonder Shangwan Yanran was so surprised. You need to know. Even at Guangzhou Martial Arts University, a place teeming with geniuses, students who can reach the martial Grandmaster realm in their sophomore year are already geniuses among geniuses. Tang Hao, a mere freshman, was able to challenge a martial Grandmaster prodigy, a feat beyond his own level. This is no longer just saying that his talent is amazing, but that his talent has begun to transform into strength. Such a genius might even break through to the martial Grandmaster realm and become a battle king by the time he graduates from university. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Eclipse cult. If I die, they will definitely avenge me. Zhang Jiu, severely injured, struggled to his feet and stared at Tang Hao in the sky with a terrified look. Then let them come. Tang Hao remained calm as 10 flying swords formed a series of steps. He walked down step by step. Anyway, I already have the lives of many Eclipse God cultists on my hands, so one more won't make a difference. As they were talking, Tang Hao had already arrived in front of Zhang Jiu. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Jiu's heart skipped a beat. Sensing Tang Hao's killing intent, Zhang Jiu gritted his teeth. You want me dead, but I won't let you get away with it. As they were talking, all the vital energy in his body began to gather in his right hand. His right hand was instantly enveloped by endless blood and qi, condensing into a ferocious blood hand. Die! As he spoke, Zhang Jiu reached out and grabbed Tang Hao's neck. Talent skill, bloodthirsty hand. This innate skill is a hidden technique of his. It will drain the body's vital energy and blood, condensing it into the strongest attack. Once you capture an enemy, you'll drain all their life force from them. Qi and blood are the root, spiritual energy is the leaf. A martial artist without spiritual power is like a tree trunk without branches and leaves a gust of wind will cause it to fall over. Without qi and blood, it's like a rootless duckweed, it will disperse on its own without the wind blowing. It seems your memory is really bad. Upon seeing Zhang Jiu's actions, Tang Hao's face revealed a mocking expression. The methods used by these Eclipse cultists involve either devouring the spiritual power or the life force of their opponents. This method is indeed bizarre and powerful. But the prerequisite is that the other party has to be able to get close to you. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, 3 flying swords shot out. First, he chopped off Zhang Jiu's bloody hand. The other 2 swords were aimed at Zhang Jiu's sides. Before Zhang Jiu could even scream as his bloodied hand was chopped down by the flying sword, 2 more flying swords came slashing down at his head and lower back. Puff! 2 sword shadows flashed by. Zhang Jiu's body was split into 3 parts, and he collapsed to the ground dead. After defeating the martial Grandmaster level Eclipse cultist, Tang Hao stepped forward and took the storage bag from his body. These Eclipse believers are generally quite wealthy. Tang Hao, you killed him? After seeing Tang Hao deal with Zhang Jiu, Shangwan Yanran came over. He probably won't survive. Tang Hao glanced at Zhang Jiu, who was now in 3 pieces, and said, I never expected that there would be Eclipse cult members lying in wait at our Yongchang Martial Arts University. This matter needs to be reported to the school and the Supervisory Bureau. Shangwan Yanran said. Xin Yuehan is from the 3rd Inspection Team of the Inspection Bureau. This matter can be handled by her. Tang Hao said. The credit for killing the Eclipse cult members at the martial sect level was given to Xin Yuehan. Xin Yuehan's promotion to a permanent position is now secure. Phew! Phew! Just then, a sharp whooshing sound came from the air. Both of them could feel the aura of a martial Grandmaster level expert approaching. Someone else is here. A look of vigilance appeared on Shangwan Yanran's face. She's now on edge, seeing threats everywhere. Tang Hao patted her fair shoulder and said, Don't be nervous, it's Xin Yuehan. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Yuehan's figure appeared in their line of sight. When Xin Yuehan saw the bodies of Lin Li and Zhang Zhou on the ground, a look of worry appeared on her face. Tang Hao, are you alright? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's lips curled up in a smile. Xin Yuehan did not immediately ask how Lin Li and Zhang Zhou died. Instead, ask yourself if you're okay. It is evident that this is how she, a member of the 3rd inspection team of the Yangqing Supervisory Bureau, sees things. I am more important than anyone else. Yuehan, I'm fine. Tang Hao shook his head, then joked. But what about you? Do you want credit or not? Merit? Xin Yuehan was taken aback when she heard Tang Hao's words. Yuhan, Zhang Jiao is a follower of the Eclipse cult. Shangguan Yanran, who was standing nearby, immediately told Xin Yuehan everything that had just happened. Certainly. She had already concealed the fact that she and Tang Hao had been intimate. Hearing Tang Hao's suggestion to give her the credit for killing the martial sect Realm Eclipse cult member, Xin Yuehan quickly refused. Tang Hao, you were the one who killed the Eclipse cult member, how can I steal your credit? Sister Yuehan, I'm just a freshman now, so this credit is useless to me. Tang Hao took Xin Yuehan's fair and slender hand in his and said. But you, with this merit, can be promoted to a formal supervisory member. You need him more than I do. But Xin Yuehan wanted to say something more. But Tang Hao didn't give Xin Yuehan a chance to waste words and directly made his final judgment. Seeing Tang Hao's firm attitude, Xin Yuehan parted her red lips slightly and then silently accepted Tang Hao's kindness towards her. After sealing up the bodies of Lin Li and Zhang Jiao, Tang Hao and his group continued deeper into the Earth Dragon's lair. They also have to complete the tasks assigned by the Supervisory Bureau. Along the way, Xin Yuehan and Shangguan Yanran were responsible for hunting down the strange beasts. Tang Hao then followed up from behind, delivering the finishing blow. Ding! Teammate Xin Yuehan has successfully killed a peak martial artist level Earth Dragon, gaining 10/20 refinement points. Ding! Teammate Shangguan Yanran. Tang Hao could hear the sounds of his teammates slaying alien beasts and gaining refining points. I already have nearly 4,000 refining points in my hands. Since we have nothing else to do, how about we continue with my lottery draw? Thinking of this, Tang Hao opened the system lottery disc without saying a word. Today, the system's lottery draw board has been refreshed with many new prizes. Supreme Bone, Golden Eyes, Burning Technique, Hiss. These are all good stuff. Tang Hao's breathing became rapid after just one glance. At least half of the prizes on this raffle board today are top-tier prizes. Any one of them is a superior item compared to A-level movement techniques and martial arts skills, such as the 3000 Flames movement. As long as you can win one item, it's not a loss. System, give me a 10 pull. Thinking of this, Tang Hao spoke to the system. Chapter 64 Special Talent Skill, Divine Machine Creation. Ding! Host has spent 500 refinement points to perform a 10 pull. Congratulations, Host. You have won 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Congratulations, Host. You have drawn 10 rejuvenation pills which can restore 10% of your health and mana. Congratulations, Host, on the rejuvenation pill. Congratulations, on the rejuvenation pill. 10 draws in a row. Tang Hao drew pills that either replenished health or mana. Or, it's the currency of the Dragon Kingdom. The only worthwhile item is the blank leg ring. But this leg ring only increases a woman's charm by 10 points, and has no other function. Is my luck really that bad today? Upon seeing this, Tang Hao frowned and said. Today's raffle wheel is full of amazing prizes. It would be such a shame to miss it. He also wanted to draw the Supreme Bone or the Golden Eye. Again! Host, would you like to spend 500 refinement points for a 10 pull? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, Host, you have obtained a rejuvenation pill. Bite! Another 10 pull. This time, the only valuable item was a plain red and black high-heeled outfit. The equipment description says this equipment can increase attack speed? How can I increase attack speed with a pair of high heels? A look of confusion appeared on Tang Hao's face. In his mind, he couldn't help but picture Xin Yuehan wearing an office lady outfit, gray stockings, and red high heels. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Does this equipment really increase attack speed? It seems I should find some time to let Xin Yuehan wear it. I want to experience firsthand the attack speed effect of these high heels. After putting away his high heels, Tang Hao continued with the third round of 10 consecutive draws. This whole process cost him 1,500 refining points. If he still doesn't win anything good, he really won't dare to try his luck again today. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rejuvenation pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rejuvenation pill. The third time, the rejuvenation pill. The fourth, fifth, and sixth times were all with rejuvenation pills. Seeing the odds of winning the lottery, Tang Hao knew that it would be difficult for him to win anything good today. Forget it, I'll stop playing after I've used up the last few draws. Tang Hao thought to himself. The seventh, eighth, and ninth times were all in amounts of 10,000 Chinese yuan. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Hao gave up completely. It seems today is not a good day for a lottery. Tang Hao had already given up and was about to turn off the lottery wheel, kill a few strange beasts, and vent his anger. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special talent skill, Divine Machine Creation. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Hao's face showed a hint of surprise. Divine craftsmanship? What kind of innate skill is that? He currently possesses the following innate skills: intermediate equipment forging, intermediate equipment contract weapon enchanting, innate skill collateral, and beginner equipment mastery can summon any equipment of the forger for his own use. His first innate skill is the foundation of his success. His second innate skill is key to his combat power. His third talent skill can further enhance his combat power. He was genuinely curious about this divine ingenuity skill. Divine craftsmanship, the blacksmith can use refining materials to forge the objects they desire, and imbue these objects with spiritual power and intelligence. The system's explanation is also very simple and direct. However, after hearing this introduction, Tang Hao showed a look of shock and surprise on his face. Can it imbue objects with spiritual power and intelligence? This reminded him of an anime he had watched in his past life. In the anime, the person who possesses similar abilities is going to establish a new Jie sect. And this ability is extremely powerful. Not only can it forge powerful magical weapons, it can also forge humanoid puppets. Most importantly, these humanoid puppets are all quite powerful in combat. Although Tang Hao's innate skill is called Divine Machine Creation, it's safe to assume that he could easily forge some metal combat puppets if he wanted to. With this in mind, Tang Hao used his innate skill to create an object according to his own idea, and then infused the object with spiritual power and spirituality. Before long, a steel dog the size of a palm appeared in Tang Hao's hand. The design of this steel dog is somewhat similar to the main characters in a digital comic from a past life. After the steel dog appeared in his hand, Tang Hao could feel that it exuded the aura of a peak martial artist beast. The puppets I forged using divine craftsmanship are as powerful as my cultivation level? Upon seeing this, Tang Hao's face lit up with surprise. It should be noted that when he used the divine machine to forge a steel dog at the peak of the martial artist realm, it only consumed less than 1/10 of his spiritual power. However, the steel dog possesses combat power at the same level as him. In theory, as long as his spiritual power is sufficient, he can forge an army of steel beasts at the peak of the martial arts realm. With such a massive army of steel monsters, his combat strength is not something to be taken lightly. Tang Hao, what you're holding is. At this moment, Shen Yuehan and Shang Wanyanran also noticed the steel dog in Tang Hao's hand, and a strange look appeared on their faces. This is a new piece of equipment I forged. It doesn't have a traditional equipment level system. However, its combat strength should not be weak. Tang Hao explained with a smile. Roar! As they were speaking, two earth dragons at the peak of the martial arts realm emerged from a cave, roared, and pounced on Tang Hao and his companions. Go, kill them! Upon seeing this, Tang Hao immediately spoke to the steel dog in his hand, which was only the size of a palm. The steel dog seemed to possess intelligence. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, it nodded. With a swift movement, it transformed into a blur and arrived before the two earth dragons at the peak of the martial realm. Bang! Bang! Before the two earth dragons could react, two miniature missiles flew out from the steel dog's wings. The moment the two missiles touched the two peak-level martial arts dragons, they instantly unleashed astonishing waves of fire. As the flames and shockwaves dissipated, the two earth dragons at the peak of the martial realm vanished completely from their original spot, as if they had never existed at all. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your teammate Iron Dog has slain a martial artist realm earth dragon, gaining 20 refinement points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your teammate Iron Dog has slain a martial artist realm earth dragon, gaining 20 refinement points. Two system notification sounds rang out. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face showed a look of surprise. He never expected that the steel beast he created would also be considered a teammate. Shen Yuehan and Shangguan Yanran were also shocked when they saw the power of the steel dog. The power of this equipment is incredible. It can instantly kill 2 peak martial artist level earth dragons. If our Guangzhou Supervision Bureau could possess a few of these steel beasts, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? Shen Yuehan said. Shangguan Yanran was even more direct. She said to Tang Hao, you build me a steel dog, and I'll build it for you. Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately coughed. Chapter 65 Shen Yuehan wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Shen Yuehan and Shangguan Yanran are best friends. She already knew about Tang Hao's work in curing Shangguan Yanran's snake venom. Upon hearing Shangguan Yanran's words, she couldn't help but glare at Tang Hao with her beautiful eyes. Noticing the hint of jealousy in Shen Yuehan's eyes, Tang Hao coughed lightly and said, Yes, I'll forge a special piece of equipment for each of you tonight. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Shangguan Yanran was overjoyed. Shen Yuehan snorted, but her jealousy subsided somewhat. After nightfall. We're already very close to the depths of the Earth Dragon's lair. Let's find a place to rest for the night and then go deeper into the lair to investigate tomorrow? Tang Hao suggested. Neither woman objected upon hearing this. The 3 of them found 3 nearby century-old trees and each carved a hole in the canopy of one of them to serve as a temporary campsite. First, forge 2 steel golems for Yuehan and Yanran to enhance their combat capabilities. Tang Hao released the steel dog to protect him. He then took out the refining materials and began forging the steel golem. Having learned from the experience of the iron dog, Tang Hao already had a plan in mind. The steel golems produced must not be too large. In this way, a surprise attack can have unexpected effects. He then crafted 2 more steel golems in the same shape as the steel dog. One is a small steel dragon covered in flames, with its back and tail made of flame-like fur. The other is a small steel ice dragon with a deep blue body and hair made of ice crystals. It's finished. Looking at the work in his hand, Tang Hao's face showed a look of satisfaction. At that very moment, a faint sound came from outside the tree hole. Tang Hao raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. Did some strange beast sneak in silently? Just as he was preparing to have the steel dog on guard and attack at the slightest sign of trouble. Then a beautiful figure dressed in an office lady outfit in gray stockings appeared as she crawled in from outside the tree hole. Sister Yuehan, what brings you here? Upon seeing that it was Shen Yuehan, Tang Hao's face showed a look of surprise. What? Su Yanran can come to see you, but I'm not allowed to? Shen Yuehan said in a sarcastic tone. Sister Yuehan, that's not what I meant. Tang Hao gave an awkward smile and said. His gaze fell on Shen Yuehan's flawless gray stockinged legs, and he couldn't help but think of the leg ring equipment he had pulled out during the day. Those leg rings, worn on Shen Yuehan's perfect jade-like legs, were absolutely eye-catching. Noticing Tang Hao's gaze fixed on her legs, Shen Yuehan's lips curled into a smile. She still has a certain charm. She walked a few steps to Tang Hao, placed her fair fingers on his chest, and gently drew circles. Tang Hao, you gave me a legendary sword before, and I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Tell me, what kind of thank you gift do you want? Smelling the fragrance emanating from Shen Yuehan, feeling the coolness of her fingertips against his chest, and with her pretty face so close to his, Tang Hao's breathing became somewhat rapid. Sister Yuehan, will you give me whatever reward I want? Tang Hao looked at Shen Yuehan with somewhat intense eyes and asked. That depends on your demands, whether they're excessive or not. Shen Yuehan parted her red lips slightly, exuding a natural charm. Hearing Shen Yuehan's words, Tang Hao cursed inwardly. This charming little vixen, all she knows is how to seduce me. As he said this, a leg ring had appeared in his hand without him even noticing. Sister Yuehan, this is a piece of equipment I recently crafted. Although it's only a basic item and doesn't have any offensive capabilities, but... Before Tang Hao could finish speaking, Shen Yuehan snatched the leg ring equipment away, her eyes shining. What a beautiful leg ring. He finished speaking without waiting for Tang Hao to finish. She then put the leg rings on her beautiful gray stockinged legs. Girls are naturally drawn to pretty clothes. Not to mention, the leg rings are also very attractive. Seeing Shen Yuehan wearing the leg ring equipment, her already flawless legs became even more charming and alluring. Tang Hao knew that it must be the 10 charm points from the leg ring equipment that had taken effect. Glug! He swallowed hard. He had absolutely no resistance to Shen Yuehan at this moment. Alright, now we should get down to business. At this moment, Shin Yuehan also took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from her storage bag and put them on, then used a hair tie to tie her hair into a high ponytail. Her beautiful eyes stared directly at Tang Hao, her red lips slightly bitten. She had said that as long as Tang Hao came out of the forbidden area for martial arts beasts safely, she would comfort him once. In addition, he also gave me a top-tier weapon. In any case, I must make Tang Hao happy. Seeing Shin Yuehan's actions, how could Tang Hao not understand her implication? He was in the prime of his life and no longer hesitated. Soon, the sound of stockings being torn echoed from inside the tree hole. After half an hour of commotion, the tree hole finally quieted down. Shin Yuehan lay in Tang Hao's arms, a blush still lingering on her face. Her beautiful eyes looked incredibly alluring behind her gold-rimmed glasses. Tang Hao, I have done what I promised you. Shin Yuehan, slightly out of breath, spoke to Tang Hao. Hearing Shin Yuehan's words, he knew that this woman was still jealous because of his relationship with Shangguan Yanran. Women, you know. If they're angry, just comfort them. Immediately, Tang Hao took out the small steel flame dragon and handed it to Shin Yuehan. Sister Yuehan, take a look at this little fire dragon puppet that I specially forged for you. Is there anything that needs improvement? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Shin Yuehan's attention was also drawn to the little fire dragon puppet in his hand. Despite being called a puppet, this little fire dragon's movements and expressions were as if it were a living thing. What an adorable little fire dragon, is it really a puppet? After taking the little fire dragon, Shin Yuehan said with some fondness. Seeing that Shin Yuehan really liked the little fire dragon, Tang Hao's lips curled up into a smile. Although it is a puppet, it still possesses sentience. His strength is roughly equivalent to the peak of the martial artist realm. It can also absorb and replenish spiritual energy autonomously, just like a mythical beast. After listening to Tang Hao's introduction, Shin Yuehan was also very surprised by the little guy in her hand. Seeing Shin Yuehan's obvious delight, Tang Hao seized the opportunity to say, Sister Yuehan, you're not angry with me anymore, are you? When Shin Yuehan heard Tang Hao's words, she knew what he was referring to. Shin Yuehan put the little fire dragon away, snorted coldly, and said, Humph, Yanran is my best friend. Even though you cured her of the snake venom, I'm still jealous. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Why couldn't he coax her? But then, Shin Yuehan changed her tone and said, However, jealousy aside, Yanran is a very good girl, and you can't let her down. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was overjoyed and quickly said, Of course, I will treat her the same way I treated you. Shin Yuehan rolled her eyes at Tang Hao, looking at him as if to say, You got the benefit and you're still acting innocent. At that very moment, a faint sound came from outside the tree hole. Shangguan Yanran's voice followed. Tang Hao, are you asleep? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression immediately turned strange. Shin Yuehan, standing to the side, was also looking at him with a half smile. It's over. A battleground.